wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you well, you know I'd be loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, you know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well, you know I'd be loving you well, loving you well, loving you well. Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. Come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's a same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lights from down the way leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today, yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. When it rains by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free.
you're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one, all the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes, you don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type, I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby, come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. And I know that you want it from that sweet look in your eyes. Do you wanna leave this party, baby? Go for a ride. I can be good, I can be bad, I can be anything you like. So come on over, come on over, baby. Make me feel alive. Sugar, sugar. Make me feel alive. Come on, baby girl. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Make me feel alive. Sugar, sugar. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Come on, make me feel alive.
With you, I'm always open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. You're resolute, just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. You're resolute, just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. 'Cause girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, a crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is it's starting to go my way, so go my way. I'm having a feel-good day.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiven, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break you down, break you down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, Birmingham! Are we all awake right here?
Are we all hungover in here? A little bit.
A little bit, I must say. After yesterday, I was a little worried about how many people would be here this morning, because this is one of the late ones.
Oh, they're ready to turn up for another day of dirt. It was a late one last night. If you were here till the bitter end, give me a cheer. Wow!
That means they still have some voice left in them,
Yeah.
which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Do you think that we can make them show up tomorrow morning and then them just be out of a voice?
No. On Grand Finals Day, these lot are going to make even more noise than before. And we're not even full yet. This is early doors. They just opened. So once these games get started, the volume's going to start to rise.
Oh, and it's gonna start real soon. Today we got it all today, really.
Oh,
we
yeah.
got eliminations.
Oof.
We got the best of the best.
Oh.
And we got all you guys, which I think is all we really need.
Yep. And I think the cosplay competition, is that
we
right?
do. Oh, I can't wait. I
Yeah.
can't wait. We already saw
Yeah.
a little bit of teasers yesterday, I think. We saw them all around the venue, but today is gonna be the real thing. I'm looking forward to that for sure.
Fantastic.
I think it's time.
I think we should get started, Chiefs. What do you say?
I think I'm gonna do it. Birmingham, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL 1 Birmingham!
Let's go! Day 2!
We're here for the second day of ESL 1 Birmingham in front of a fantastic crowd. And yesterday probably was the longest day at any ESL 1 ever. I'm very bold claiming that because there has been days where there were 4 best of 3 squeezed into one day, but yesterday was insane. And I hope that was just a little bit of a prelude about what's to come today, because of course, the closer we get to crowning a champion, the better the Dota is going to get. And today we have another 3 series coming your way, so I hope you're ready. Hope your drinks are ready. Hope your voices are ready. I know the guys to my left are ready for sure. Tigov and Kezu joining me once again this morning, and we got a gorgeous cow in our midst. How you doing, Gord?
Nice to be back.
Yeah, good to have you back.
Ooh, let's go!
Yeah, how did you enjoy the games yesterday?
I'll be completely honest, I was sleeping. But
the games were very long. I did see you awake for a long time as well.
yeah, I only missed the last one. A little bit of streamer jet lag, let's just call it that.
That is allowed, and to be fair, the games were long enough to need to sleep a little early to be awake here again for the first series of today. We're gonna have a good day. We're gonna have a good series. We're gonna have a good show, but we need to talk a little bit more about yesterday's show, because
all series, Tigov, went the full distance.
I mean, it's the product of us still being on this patch, right? We've had so much time that these teams all are going to have a decent understanding on what they need to bring to this main stage. It's not as if we've had some fresh big patch where everyone's kind of a bit lost. And on top of that, just the caliber of these teams over all the years are just getting so much better. And yeah, I'm hoping we just stick to 3 games. I think the fans enjoy the 3 games. We want that nail-biting game 3. We don't want to see any stomps on the main stage. And yeah, you will see it here in the bracket. Just 2-1s. But again, we don't have any here.
We don't have the names. We don't need the names.
No.
I want to talk a little bit more, Kezu, about the games that we actually saw, because we started the day off with Heroic versus Liquid.
Yeah.
And I think if you break the series down, how would you do it? Because it was a very back and forth one.
I would honestly say like maybe very chaotic in a way. Like I'm not sure if Liquid really expected Heroic to like kind of come out with punching like this. Like they give them like this Luna, this Chen, like some of the best heroes quoted off the patch, but they still kind of fought back. But you just have Liquid, they're like very good in the lower bracket, they have more experience than Heroic, so ultimately the longer the series went, I just feel like Heroic didn't really have what it took, and then Liquid, you know, it just allowed them to take it over in the 3rd game and bring it home.
They really did bring it home. I will say we saw the best side of Heroic as well in that 2nd game, where they were able to bring everything together, and it's definitely a team that we're gonna see a lot more of in the future. Of course, they also did qualify for Dream League season 23, but it was a tough loss for them. Obviously, Team Liquid moving forward, Gorg. So this is a squad that they call themselves Lower Bracket Kings.
Lower bracket kings, well, no more, I guess.
No more, I guess.
Yeah.
No.
I was very impressed with how Heroic did. They put Liquid on edge.
Yeah.
And, well, Liquid got tested later in the day, but I think Heroic deserve a lot of props for what they did. And they're a lovely, passionate team to watch as well.
They for sure are. Our 2nd series of the day, we have here some of the highlights, which is fantastic that we were able to cramp in highlights a little bit shorter than the games that were yesterday, because yesterday we had a really long series, a longer series.
Yeah, and this was a series where I think a lot of people, even myself, expected Extreme just to beat G2IG. It's kind of been the story of, you know, those teams, those players throughout the years. And but alas, yeah, we are going to be seeing G2IG later today, and yeah, the highlights here: Falcons vs Liquid. As Gorg mentioned, Liquid, yep, they did fall short, and Falcons were to win this series again. Another 3-game series. We got to see Huskarl lose on the main stage, which is always great, but they bounced back with their DK in true form in 2 and 3. So yeah, Falcons, they I think are going to be the lower bracket kings now. I think they've stolen it from Liquid for sure.
I mean, they're just really, like, we all know how good they are, but they looked a little shaky towards the start. I would say that they're kind of on this upswing, which I kind of thought Extreme would be on, but they got tested by G2IG, who ultimately took them down. So, you know, the lower bracket is going to be quite spicy, because you had some of these teams drop down, like Falcons. Suddenly you have, like, some of the bigger matchups you expect later. They happen earlier down there for elimination. So we got some spicy matches ahead.
We do, and I think you had a run in this morning with the...
You can call it morning, but I did wake up at 4 a.m. And the only one that was up was Amar.
Was he up because he woke up early, or was he up because he just didn't sleep yet?
He's just a fellow Degen.
A little Degen.
He plays in like 7 hours.
No, it's fine.
He's fine. The guy's 17 or whatever, 18. You know, he doesn't need no sleep, guys.
Yeah. He said the game 1 versus Liquid, easy. Game 2 we through. Game 3 easy.
Easy throw, easy.
Easy throw, easy.
Yeah.
And we can see what that does to the bracket this time around, as I'm sure. Well, we kind of surmised it already. Falcons is still in that lower bracket. They'll play at the last series of the day. So you're saying 7 hours? We'll see about that, T, because if the games are yesterday or anything to go by, we might be seeing that in like 9 hours or 10 hours. Who knows? But yeah, Falcons will play the last series of the day, and they will go up against one of the teams from the first series of the day. Now, of course, there's a lot to play for here, and I think we should highlight a little bit of the prize money that is at stake. A lot of money at stake here for with $1 million. But there's one thing that players might care a little bit more about at this stage. Let's take a look at the Esports World Cup circuit, because ESL 1 Birmingham is the second to last stop in the system, which means you kind of gotta get your points out of this one, especially if you, for example, are not playing in the next Dream League. This is where it needs to happen, and it's very important Gorg, I know that you already this morning said something about our first series of the day that is going to be incredibly important if we take a look at the leaderboards.
This might be the most important series today, which is OG versus IG, because both of them need these points desperately. And with some OG magic, maybe they can pull through. We'll see. But as you can see, they're both right at the cutoff there.
Yeah, the fact that they are so close to each other, if G2IG is to win this series, then they suddenly leapfrog them, and then in the future tournaments of Dream League, if Shopify or Heroic or any of these teams have a good run, that's when it's not G2IG on the fringe, it's now OG. So I think this best of three, like Borg was mentioning, is the most important one potentially if you are just looking at the EPT leaderboard.
Yeah, and keep in mind, there's one team missing in this list.
Nigma?
Okay,
Alliance?
but yeah, geez, guys.
Who's missing?
Don't kick them while they're down. No, Tundra is not on there because they didn't get any points out of the previous events, or rather not enough to get on the leaderboard. And we know that they're already in the upper bracket semi-finals, or upper bracket finals rather. So they'll definitely get points out of this one. The way it works, that the points will show up once the team is, well, either victorious or eliminated. Obviously, eliminated comes first. So that's why you don't see Tundra yet. That means that, as I said, both OG and G2IG are actually, down a point, which means they're so on the cusp, guys. It's going to be incredibly exciting to see which team comes out ahead of that. But a lot of action coming our way today, and I believe we can take a look at the 3 series that will be on the docket. We got ourselves OG versus G2IG. Can't mention it enough. Upper bracket finals T. That's going to be quite the blockbuster.
Yeah, Tundra versus Betboom. Tundra, the team that prevented OG from qualifying originally. Tundra, again, a team that, with the roster change of Mind Control and Toby, a lot of people expected them to be, decent, but top 3 instantly, maybe not. Of course, they do have some world-class players with them. But yeah, going to be a banger series.
I mean, Pure has just been crazy lately.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the best carrier right now, hands down.
And nobody comes close.
Not right now. Close, sure, but the guy is performing really well right now.
It's a good take. I remember around TI, you had this Nightfall is the top tier carry take, but I think this one with Pure, he's really the standout player for this team. Also, when you go up against Betboom, he used to play for them. There's some extra added spice there. So overall, that's a series to look out for.
It's definitely a series to look out for, and of course after that, if we're talking about our day, it's perfectly a segue. We got the main course in our upper bracket finals coming out, and then we got a nice dessert with Falcons versus whoever wins the first game, and perhaps a little appetizer to get the day started, Tigo.
Yeah, so for breakfast, of course, it's been a long day, so we got ourselves some Greg's. Please, again, everyone's been drinking a lot last night, so I thought, again, I don't know if you guys, have you ever had Greg's?
No, never.
No,
all right,
I can smell it.
I did, it was
I've
lovely.
got Greg's, again, paper bags now, very good for the environment. Would you like a steak bake or a sausage roll?
Sausage roll, please.
No worries, boss.
I just want a disclaimer, we're not sponsored.
We're
no
not.
idea what's happening.
But Greg's, if you want to be sponsored, you know what to do. There we go.
Thank you, sir.
Steak bake or a sausage roll, Gorg?
I'll take the steak bake.
That's the only one we have.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
you
really? Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Here you go. Shiva, would you like a sausage roll or a sausage roll or a sausage roll?
I'm waiting, by the way.
I guess I'm having a sausage.
There we go. Great choice. There we go. There we go. And here's my one. And we have one spare sausage roll for someone in the audience,
Well,
I guess.
I'm
We should
sure-
throw it to the fans.
No, don't throw it.
Who would like this final sausage roll?
Okay, if someone
Who
becomes...
would like the sausage roll?
Oh my god, guys.
I'm gonna throw this.
He ran real... Oh my god, there's 2 people...
I am throwing it into the audience.
No, don't throw his
no,
food.
no.
Don't throw his food.
Delicately.
Happy birthday.
He shares a birthday with Shiva. I think he might win.
Don't throw food.
That didn't even catch.
But it came on a chair, which means...
It was inside a wrapper.
And it's a 3-second rule.
And it's a
3-second
Are you taking a bite, kid?
Who got the sausage? Yes!
Oh, wait, I'll...
Yeah.
He got the sausage roll!
It's all good, it's all good. And while we enjoy
Cheers.
our
Cheers.
nice
Cheers.
little appetizer
Cheers.
for today, let's see what Ted is up to. Hey, Purian, where are you at?
I'm here with some of the fans on day 2. Sir, what was your highlight of yesterday?
Liquid winning one game, one series, that was it.
That's a sad highlight. That is a sad highlight. What was your highlight of yesterday?
The Extreme Gaming first game, 78 minutes, the 4-man slivering crush.
That was a good crush, but you are a bit of a masochist. 78-minute games. We don't want any more of those. What was your highlight?
My highlight was seeing Jenkins dressed as Austin Powers, and I very much, can I have a little?
You may touch the jacket.
Wow. Don't pan below my belt right now.
Oh my God. All right, enough about yesterday. What are you looking forward to today?
Oh, today I would say I'll watch an OG play. I think that would be really cool. They're one of my favourite teams. So.
Well, there you go. They're up next. You get to see homeboy Ari on the stage. Your thing you're looking forward to today?
Sadly, I've got to be a bit of a sheep. Also looking forward to see OG play today.
Another OG fanboy. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And what are you looking forward to about today?
Well, just enjoying time with my mates, to be honest. Yeah.
Cracking stuff. Well, I hope you guys all have a fantastic day. We're going to get into the arena again. I'll see you guys soon. Bless up.
Yeah, the audience is ready, and you can see the players ready as well for day 2 here. OG getting out of the van to get some stage hours in. That's right, and we should be heading over to our first series of OG taking on the squad on your screens, G2IG, in just a little bit. Of course, G2IG already has played one series on stage yesterday. Can they continue their momentum? Stick around to find out.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sign. I wish
You're watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and we're in day 2 of our playoffs, and it's big shoes to fill from yesterday. I feel the series that we got coming our way, but if 2 teams can do it, it's these 2. We got OG and G2IG soon ready to take the stage, and of course going head to decide which team moves forward, but as mentioned earlier, which team gets the points, and which sounds maybe not super exciting, but it is incredibly exciting because one of these two teams will be highly likely going to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup without having to qualify. And it's especially important because both of these teams are not qualified for Dream League Season 23, so if they're going to get their points somewhere, it has to be here. So a lot of pressure for all 10 of the players and their coach and their supporting staff, of course, as well. So let's get this series started. When talking about these two teams, I want to start with OG because this is a team that came from the upper bracket, Kezu. They've been doing quite well. This is a team that wasn't even supposed to be in this tournament altogether.
Yeah, but I feel like that's like some OG stuff. There's always something that goes wrong, or they're not supposed to be here, or they have like one stand-in or two, or their coach doesn't make it, or 3 people don't make it. But there's something magical about this team, and you can see like in the young players with Tomato, like you see them in the content. I feel like they're just very happy. I feel like they're all just helping each other, having a good time. You know, it's like the OG magic where like they just keep yapping to each other, having a good time, and it just seems to be working out for them.
I think they're just thriving on haters' energy.
That's true.
They just love it. Honestly, I wasn't sure where to rate OG before the tournament, but I put them really high. I put them in A tier because I think that just because you think they're doing bad, that makes them do good.
That's
Classic
fair.
OG.
That's fair.
Classic OG.
That's like their whole track record, T.
Yeah, I feel like for OG at least, when they added Tomato to the mix, because of them having Ari already that played with them on TSM, like having that connection, plus just the individual skill of them, like this was a roster change that didn't feel too crazy to add in. And I think Tomato, he is like a leader from the carry role, and it just gives an additional voice that allows, you know, the chaos, the energy that they bring to just to connect that in the game. And I think it's just inevitable that this team will be a consistent top 8 contender. Maybe like right now they're hitting it. Sure, they didn't qualify to previous events, but I feel like once they start getting to the bigger events later in the year, like this will be a team that will make, you know, statement moves consistently.
Yeah, Gorg, you wanted specifically to highlight Tomato from OG.
Yeah, he's also up there, one of the best carries right now. I mean, his Morphling is super scary. And I wanted to talk about his energy level, like T-Gov mentioned. Like, I feel like he brings the young guy energy back into the team. Old guy energy, young guy energy. It's a good mix.
They have like this really good mix, and he's very confident. When you join these bigger teams like OG, or maybe you play in secret with Puppy, like you need to make sure that you have this balance. And I think Tomato is confident enough to also make sure that you speak, right? Speak against that, even though he's a double TI winner. With the fan favorite here, Mr. Ari.
Ari is like,
wait, is that for me?
It is for Ari. Yes.
Can the camera guy just like really make sure Ari's aware that it's on him? Does it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's pretty aware now. There we go. It's like Seb or Ari. If either of these two show up, the crowd will just, of course, they are crowd favorites here in Birmingham.
Yeah, and of course, they did not play yesterday, so there's a lot of people that, you know, really were looking forward to seeing OG. I talked to a lot of people yesterday that said, you know, I was going to go to Birmingham anyway. OG's my favorite team, but when they bought the tickets, they didn't know OG wasn't going to be there, right? Because the team list was already out there, and OG didn't qualify. So they're like, you know, okay, whatever. And then they do it as well. They do it anyway. They show up, and then they show up big time. Of course, starting out in the upper bracket, and I do want to talk a little bit about their series that they had against BetBoom in that upper bracket, because it did go 2-1, T. But the one game that they did end up losing was also maybe not meant to be. Ended up winning, was not meant to be won because that was a misclick by BetBoom. So how much do you feel like they learned from that series? Because it felt like it was a pretty one-sided affair.
I mean, the first game was a pretty one-sided game, right? It was a 35-minute game, BetBoom just showing why they are top 3 team. The second game, you would argue if they didn't have the lifesteal and misclick from BetBoom, maybe they should have probably just won that. They had a very strong draft again. Yeah. And in game 3, you know, it goes 50 minutes. It's a lot closer. But I think if anything, it just shows that OG probably, at least on that day, weren't ready to be a top 3 team straight away. And if they have learned, like they do, often with the step speeches, the adaptations that they can make, this is when their low bracket journey can begin. And if it ever was to be a start of a low bracket journey, it's probably good against G2IG compared to like maybe a Falcons, like who have already shown that they can win tournaments. Like this is like a little baby step for, you know, fan favorites to maybe, you know, progress a little bit deeper.
Yeah, you could say they're maybe on the same point of the trajectory as G2IG is.
Yes.
And we talk a lot about the mix between the young kids and the young kid energy versus the veteran. Of course, when we're talking about the veteran, we talk about Seb. And we like talking about Seb, but we even more so like listening to Seb talk.
I think overall I'm very happy with the team. I think this team has incredible potential. More than I think, like I'm convinced of it. We've shown it to ourselves behind closed doors. I think we've also shown it kind of out there. Like just last week, I guess, you know, we were the first team to 2-0 Falcons after like a 30 series undefeated run. And you know, you go from that to not being able to qualify to certain events. So we haven't managed to be stable enough with what this team can accomplish. There's a lot of back and forth, and it's not always easy to identify where it comes from. At the end of the day, the team is young because Timado has joined recently. Incredibly talented carry player. I think very well spoken, very smart, very easy to build around, which is rare in a carry. Ari, great instinct. I want to call him like a niche player because I think he's a specialist in what he does and it changes a lot. Amazing teammate. Whisper is just raw, quiet skill and talent. Like he reminds me so much of Ana. It's crazy. He's just like a South American Ana. And BZM, I think, best in the world in his position. Absolutely amazing. Honestly, like role to role, I think he's like close to perfection in terms of what you can expect from somebody playing a certain role in Dota. He just gives you everything you could ever ask for as a team leader. Being at a LAN will help us maybe show something more stable, something else, because I think there's a lot of resources that are going to be put to use in a LAN environment that we don't really get to use online. We're just focusing on making sure that we get to show what we can do. Rather than trying to cover all angles, we just want to make sure that we're able to play a stable and a game that kind of looks like us. Probably since it's going to be a bit narrow, we're going to have to evolve and adapt, but we know how to do this. We've been doing this every single tournament because of the instability, we have a lot of work to go through during the events. So I think this approach might just fit us better. I think if we just show up and play our Dota in every map, that'll be a big success because that's what we're struggling to do. Because when we do that, we can easily break into the top 3. I'm very confident that will take us far in the tournament. That has to be our only focus right now.
Playing your own style of Dota 2 and just having that consistency is obviously key for all the teams here. And for OG, it is time for them to prove that they can have that level, that high level of play while being on stage. But I don't think personally, because I'm worried about that, because I feel like if from all the teams, there's one team that I know will level up in front of a crowd.
Yeah. I mean, OG, like you have Seb, you have all this experience. They can always like help each other. Also, even in the first place, I feel like they're just happy to be here. I feel like that's always the case, no matter how they make it to the tournaments. So if you're G2IG and you know that the fans are going to be rooting for OG throughout this entire match, I hope that they're going to be, very level-headed, go into it, and know that there's going to be a lot of noise during these games.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I think we don't even need to do a test for crowd favorite because I think we got it covered already, and we'll notice it during the game. But it is going to be a tough game for OG because G2IG, I want to focus on them because they have yesterday had some of the longest series. So when we're talking about performance on stage, this team has already proven that they can come back, and this team has already proven that they are able to perform at that high level on the main stage, as they were able to knock out Extreme Gaming yesterday, who, by the way, Extreme Gaming is the most recent champion of tournaments. So they're doing great for themselves. This is a team that did come of position 4 from Group A, so they were actually one of the few teams, Tigov, that did not need to play tiebreakers.
Yeah, they didn't have to do that at all, and I think yesterday at least they showed us a really refreshing style of Dota. Like going up against Extreme, every single time they played, Extreme was drafting themselves like Naga, Siren, Zeus. They were trying to prolong the game, keep the waves pushed out, not allowing G2IG to make these big moves. But 3 drafts in a row. Sure, the games went a long time, but their drafts with such high pacing. We had in the game 1, it was Slardar, Clinks, and Clockwork. In game 2, it was like Io, Slardar, Weaver, Kotl. Game 3, you had Pangolier, Luna. Like, you had so many pressure points from G2IG in 3 games in a row that I really hope that they utilize this again against OG. So we see like 2 high-paced teams going against each other. Because the only reason these games lasted long was because of Extreme trying to just hold out the game as long as possible, rather than G2IG, struggling in any way.
Yeah, with that said also, I feel like everybody always talks about how going high ground is the hardest thing to do at the moment in Dota, Gork, and a series like yesterday, I feel like G2IG has got great practice on what to do going high ground, but also what not to do when going high ground.
Yeah, it was kind of a funny situation because IG are actually usually the stallers. I feel like yesterday the tables flipped a bit and they were the ones playing aggressive. And yeah, it's tough. Nowadays, with the map being so big, you're just pushing out lanes. This point of stress you don't need to crumble under. And we'll see, like, that's where the stage comes in. And when the crowd is there, maybe you'll make a move you're not supposed to.
I do like what they were doing yesterday, because like you said, they're usually slower. I feel like yesterday they adapted a lot, but it showed 3 games in a row that it was very good. I feel like they showed like this very, like being very free, and that's what you need in order to go far in tournaments. So taking this win against Extreme, a really good team with a different style, I feel like that can really just alleviate you and take off the pressure from you, like moving forward in the tournament. So I'm just expecting 2 fast teams to play against each other and a lot of brawling in the early mid-game.
Yeah, there's a counterpoint to that though, T, because G2IG yesterday has played very long games. It's great for them. They made it through. Fantastic. But OG obviously knew exactly which teams they were going to go up against, and they knew to watch that match in particular to see how their opponent would play. So surely they had to pull a lot out of the tank, and OG now knows, okay, that's how they play. That's how we beat them.
Let's be honest, they probably prepared for Extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They did, yeah. No, I can see that. But no, I think for OG at least, we heard it in the Seb interview that they want to play their game. They want to play their style. And I think a lot of these teams at this level, they respect their opponents and what they do, but they don't over-prep their draft to be like, okay, they're going to pick this here, and now we're going to counter-pick it here. Like, I think OG, as long as they pick their style, their aggression, they see, sure, like a certain hero that might indicate a pick, but I think nowadays at least the prep is more, you know, you nod to the strategies rather than trying to counterplay every single move. And I think Seb probably concocted some nice OG strategies for them to show us on the main stage.
Well, when talking about this matchup, there's one player in particular, T, that you wanted to highlight, because the mid lane is going to be a focal point for, I think, a lot of people, both in the audience and at home, because BZM is going to go up against Nothing to Say. And Nothing to Say has had quite a good tournament so far.
Yeah, he's had quite a good tournament for sure. And I think yesterday, like showcasing that he could play some mid Slardar to varying success and stuff like this, I think it just further amplifies the aggression that they bring. I think at least right now in the patch, your mid laner needs to be the active player. If you have a farming mid lane, your position 1 and position 3 need to play off lane style heroes. So with Falcons, they pick the DK in the carry role to allow their mid laner to be a farmer. But Nothing to Say, at least so far, has shown a lot more active nature. He's got some carry pool, but I like the fact that they have that flexibility. And I don't know, it's just really exciting to see Nothing to Say. Like, you expect him to do so well from his previous teams that he's played on.
Yeah. I would also want to highlight Monet a little bit at least, because that guy played 3 flawless games yesterday, and he was versus Ahmed, the guy that judges all other carries on tier list. I wonder where they put him now. I don't know.
Yeah, that is very fair. If you compare Monet to Mado, like, how would you describe their carry styles?
Actually, I think they're pretty similar. They both like the Luna. There's some extra Chinese meta picks that Tomato doesn't play, like the Klinks. I mean, we saw him play Kunkka. I think he can play anything almost. But I would say maybe Monet's hero pool is slightly bigger, but Tomato is a little bit crisper when it comes to heroes like Morphling, so we'll see what's more valuable.
Would you give him a little bit of an edge in games?
Oh, that's really hard to say.
What about the Klinks carry that we're seeing more recently? I think at least with Chinese Dota, they're the ones trying to push it into Birmingham.
Yeah. There's just this ultimate late game timing with Klinks when he hits level 25 and gets a split shot on Tar Bomb. It's just insane. And he just scales like that all throughout the game. He can split push. I think it's a hero more Western teams are slowly going to start adapting.
There's also, I feel like this, like Leipnir, we see it on more heroes. We even saw it on Troll yesterday, where Skeeter playing it. Like all these Weavers and Klinks, I feel like they used to, sure, they pressure the map, like they have good early game, but they had a hard time like transitioning into the mid game and really pressuring and like catching people. Do you feel like that's a bit of a difference maker nowadays in this meta? Why these heroes are shifting more highly?
Yeah. I like the Gleipnir a lot in general, actually. I think whenever hero can buy Gleipnir, it's usually meta. That's why we see a lot of Weaver as well.
Yeah, we might see Klinks, might see Weaver, all the invisible bugs, of course, coming up. But it's a little bit too early to talk about the draft because, guys, we're missing a vital point.
The players. Are we? Where the homies at?
Where the homies at? Oh, we'll get them on stage in just a little bit. But I have not done this before the entire tournament, but I'm going to do it right now.
Uh-oh.
I want to know who we favorite, because for me, in my head, these teams are so even in terms of where they're going and their trajectory and how they can perform on stage. I'm just going to get one word from my panelists. What's it going to be? Who's it going to be, T? One word.
One word?
Yeah. You used yours.
You're out.
OG. O? I mean,
yeah.
G.
Oh, wow. G2IG, maybe. You didn't say anything. You already used your word.
I mean,
it's fine.
It's Birmingham.
Yeah,
England.
okay.
It's a UK crowd. Don't you
Yeah,
think you
UK crowd. All right,
He
you
can't
can't
go.
go
He
another
can't
way.
go.
You can't go another way, and that's all good. We're gonna get those players on stage because we were very close to getting the draft started. But we're heading over to Ted first.
Hello, who's ready for some Dota this morning? Let's get our first series underway, and I'm going to introduce the teams, the Battle of the Gs, one might say. A team that's a favorite of the crowd, featuring the pride of the UK, Ari. Let's get him out here. It's OG! Today, who've already shown their mettle in the cauldron of the knockout round so far. Let's see if they've got what it takes to progress further. G2IG! All right, I'm going to need someone from each team to come up here and meet with your opponent. I think I've got Ari. You want to come up here? And JT? Get JT? Coming up, gentlemen. Stand here, please. Now I want a good, clean match. Bump fists. Yeah, nice. No tipping, no bad mouthing, no BM, nothing like that. Do you have anything you'd like to say to your opponents before you play them?
Seb, you should retire soon, maybe. Like no tail.
Mic drop. Thank you, Ari. What do you have to respond to that? Remember, you're speaking for the whole of the UK now.
Good luck. You'll need it.
Bam! Blow and counter blow. All right, gentlemen, to your corners, please. Best of luck to you both. Let's get this on.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. I'm very hyped for this match. I'm sure everybody is. We're moments away from the draft. There's one more thing I want to talk about before we get there. The players should literally click play when they sit down. But when talking about these two teams, I feel like we mentioned the players a little bit yet, but I want to mention their play, Ari and Seb, versus Baboka and Xnova, because I feel that they have pretty different styles when it comes to the support duo of the squads.
Yeah, I feel like, at least with Ari and Seb, they are a little bit more active. They want to join the scraps. I think that kind of also moves more towards the OG philosophy, that if they win their lanes through some mechanical advantage, they are going to try and use that on the map. Where at least G2IG, they've shown us a desire maybe to sit back and protect other cores rather than go and seek out the fight. And that's going to be the biggest difference on the teams today. And maybe coming into today, G2IG want to adopt what they did yesterday and try and just match OG's energy. I'm really intrigued to know if G2IG will try and match OG's level of aggression, or if they'll sit back and maybe draft themselves defensively and fully change up their playstyle.
I definitely think that they will do it. It showed yesterday that it did work. Because I will say, before yesterday, they had a very different playstyle. But then what we saw, Baboka with some IO just like running around, helping his team, and just like syncing up early, like 3-man, 4-man, 5-man, is exactly what you need to bring against OG. Because otherwise, if you're not doing it, they're going to do it to you. And if you have no response, your map, it's going to bleed. You're going to have a hard time. So I'm just expecting a big-ass brawl.
Yeah.
That fits.
I have a counterpoint, though.
Counterpoint.
Ooh. Maybe IG only played that because of their history with Extreme Gaming.
Exactly.
So maybe that's why their playstyle changed yesterday. Maybe
But
they're
then-
still a slow team, and they're going to stick to that pushing out lane strat.
They have the brains. They have little lowercase super who understood, wow, this was so good. We only did it against Extreme, but it's so good we have to adopt it and take it into the next series.
Okay, you're an IG
Big
salesman.
brain.
Fine.
Yeah. I
All right.
told you.
Yeah,
It's
all right.
good. It's good.
But there's a world right now, like coming into this draft, like we could easily see like the Kunkers, the full anti-aggression hero, some Mars, like this type of hero. That
Magnus is going to be first banned.
Magnus.
I'm not sure of it. That hero would counter the playstyle for both teams.
It's a hotly contested hero between both. JT likes to play it for OG, and then JT as well. And I think that furthers the point of JT, at least
JT
and JT.
Like,
Yeah,
this-
and JT.
And JT. This guy
Both
is
like to play it. All three of them.
such a pressure point for this team. I've said JT so many times now at this point. I'm going crazy.
He was like we joke about JT Dog or JT God. Yesterday he had 3 godlike performances. Like this guy, he's he's on fire. So when you say that he's kind of like the center of attention for G2IG, that is definitely true.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen because draft is live. We got G2IG with first pick on the dire side, OG Radiant, and second pick with Shadow Demon removed from the pool first. We'll see if that Magnus indeed will not see the light of day. For now, it is Kunkka that gets removed. But they're overlapping hero pools in the carry that we said earlier. Obviously, there's a little bit of differences here and there, but does that mean that we might see the priority Kezu shift a little bit towards that carry matchup at the start?
I could see it like early picked in the second phase or like middling pick of the draft, like kind of some, especially Luna, because it's a very nice type of blind hero to pick when, oh, I don't really know my matchup, or you see like one melee offlaner where you're like, yeah, this is fine, this is cool. And then I would say whoever picks the Luna first, I feel like they're kind of setting themselves up for a nice tempo, because like these Lunas and Weavers should be highly contested in the series.
Yeah, I would also add Morphling to that list for both teams. But earlier on, I'm obviously looking at the offlaners that haven't been banned here. I don't see a Magnus, and I don't see... Well, Pango's not an offlaner, but Pango's also a hero that fits that sort of archetype that hasn't been banned yet. I think that's going to be the first pick, and then it's going to go into the carry after.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I fully agree with Gork here. Pango and the Magnus are the big two.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to know if heroes like Bane for OG is something they're going to be considered. Actually, banned. My bad. The Ench and the Slardar for G2IG. This is something that they used yesterday. Is it a strategy that they're going to push forward today, or do they have other stuff? And Chen, a hero that's been hotly contested throughout this Birmingham so far. We've also varying success. We've seen Chen picks also just lose the game. So it's not like an undefeated hero when it gets through the bans, but...
Yeah, I wonder about this Slardar. It looked really, really, really strong yesterday for G2IG, but I would say that Extreme, they failed the test in the draft when it came to answering this hero.
Yeah.
So I want, like, do G2IG just want to jam it, like, first pick in this draft?
They could.
Sure.
I know that OG prioritized picking Troll and Morph a lot on their carry position, and that screws over the Slardar. So I wonder if they're going to be scared of that or not. And just still in the pool also in IO.
Yeah, I love the difference in type of bans. Obviously, G2IG heavy on the support bans, first picking a support as well, whereas OG is way more focused on the cores, other than Chen, but you know, that's Chen, so that you don't want to let that through unless you're heroic. But IO, first pick, we don't get to see IO that often because oftentimes banned.
Yeah, I think it's setting up for an IO Marcy or an IO Slardar.
Yeah, IO Slardar, yeah. OG's response though,
well, this is a long...
I like the Mars pick. It doesn't really... It reveals, of course, your offlane, but in regards to drafting, when you see Mars offlane, it's not like the best hero. Like, oh, we're going to have to really shut this hero down. Like, it's always going to have a game. Even in a bad game, you get that blink, you're going to have control. With IO as well, being able to break the positioning of IO plus the Tether target is very important. And also Whisper's one of his best heroes that he plays.
Definitely one of his best. I usually prefer when OG saves the Whisper hero for last. That's kind of just his playstyle, but Mars is just such an all-rounder. I think it's okay.
It's probably just hard. Like, sometimes it feels hard to get those heroes you want later. At least sometimes when some of these offlaners get banned out, they show you this IO. So I like that teams are kind of like leveling up and picking the hero exactly when they have to, because otherwise it's out. Mr. T-Gov, what
I was about to say, talking about the Muerta here, but they actually just banned it out. Like, if OG was able to pick up Muerta in the next phase, hold it until the final pick of the draft, flexing it between 4 and carry, that would have just really pressured G2IG. So because of that flexibility and the respect of them playing in multiple roles, they have to ban it out, and they only have one more ban now to cover themselves for the next phase, and they respect Ari once again with a Marcy ban.
Let's see. So of course the Mars is great. You got the center of attention. You always have, you can anchor the fight against the IO. They're gonna need some more team fight and follow-up damage. G2IG's bans are pretty good, even the Disruptor early on.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of, I'm eyeing the support that OG want to open here, because it should most likely just be like a 4 or 5 that gives you like some follow-up.
I think it just should be Ench. I mean, I don't know why they're not picking Ench. It's been very contested. But maybe they have a different idea for Seb.
They've got... Yeah. There you go. Ooh, okay.
That's a early Coddle pick. I feel like this is looking a little bit bet boomy right now on the side of OG, where they will flex this Coddle. I know Seb plays it 5, Ari plays it, VZM plays it.
And it feels the same category of what I was saying in regards to Muerta. Having that hero that has multiple roles can annoy G2IG a little bit. And
OG love drafting flex. Them and Tundra, they both do it a lot.
And like the pacing, I think with Mars at least, when you have that arena, you want to have other heroes to do the damage for you, because you're not really the biggest damage dealer until you have some items, and
can't believe this hero is still in the pool. But so is Bloodseeker, and last time IG picked up Pango, they did ban out the Bloodseeker right after against Shopify.
So I like this Pango pick. Like you countered the team fight off the Mars. If Caudle is to go mid, Pango does totally fine in that lane. I would say maybe the IO covers the Bloodseeker a little bit. I mean, it's because you can heal him and like help out a bit. If you're OG, it's still a very good pick for you if you're gonna be eyeing it at the moment.
I think OG definitely are. I think also Faceless Void opens up here for OG. We'll see what they pick on IG. It's gonna define everything.
The one thing here is both teams have incredible sustain throughout these fights. IO is going to be on one side, the Illuminate from Caudle on the other side. That if you take a poor fight, if you don't have the correct initiations available in your draft or play, then you are just going to fall flat. Both teams have incredible turnaround potential. And I think OG slightly better in that regard because you have the arena and just the Caudle from the distance as well.
I mean, you were talking about these early game fights, Kezu, for both teams. I think Caudle is the king of the game until 25 minutes, and where it comes to that.
Like mid laner that gets 6 and just TPs to a side lane. Like you don't care about the map at that point.
Okay, Bad Rider. I feel like the hero hasn't been doing as good as I thought it would, but just having this jump, having the secondary guy that can go in for Mr. Pango is always good.
Yeah. I don't like the hero versus Caudle in general, but it's a good way to catch him if you outplay him.
Yeah.
Bad Rider has a 40% win rate right now at Birmingham. 15 games played. It's not as successful as we've seen before.
I mean, Slardar is banned out. I'm kind of looking at the OG. I mean, we both know that the teams will play with high tempo. You see, like Pango, Bad Rider, maybe a hero that kind of wants to like play on mobility, or BKB would be pretty nice here for your mid game.
I actually don't mind like CM Bloodseeker. We've already mentioned the Bloodseeker for the Pango, but you pick a position 5 that's super potent in the laning phase, and now you have the flex of Caudle to the end of the draft. You've got a lane that you expect to have kills in.
Yeah.
Like, G2IG's flexibility of Bat Rider, it realistically is just going to be the 4 position here, right?
Yeah. I like Ange Bloodseeker. Maybe you could also consider Void still for Tomato.
The reason I could see the Void a little bit more is because they banned Slardar. I think if that hero was still in the pool, I would be very opposed to this pick.
Yeah.
Incredibly good game for it as well if they want to go for it.
The Bloodseeker is usually safer when you don't see offlaner. He matches up well into almost anything.
And that's probably why OG taking a little bit longer to pick here. As they know, if they snap respond to a Pango or a Bat Rider, that final closing pick for G2IG will be the gotcha.
If you Bloodseeker, I'm afraid of a 18 Luna. I feel like this hero can stand its ground too easy in this game with paired up with an IO. Or can Bloodseeker eventually stand his ground later? How does that go?
The carry matchup definitely favors Luna overall. But here's TA.
Okay, TA.
That's also one of those tricky anti-Luna heroes. Like, most of the game, TA is pretty decent, but it definitely hits a point where Luna beats TA.
And there's a lot of coverage for TA to be able to choose how she wants to fight. The Caudle with the Solar Bind or the Arena. It's going to be a relatively easy game for TA to at least choose her initial target.
It's also a way to deal with Pango in roll. It's always nice having a hero that can kill him while he's rolling. Alright.
Is this the safe lane locked in, potentially? Like, is Enigma R5 here, and then TA's like mid or carry to the end?
No, that's super flex. OG are flexing everything still. Enigma can be off lane. Seb plays a lot of it. I think he's Grandmaster, isn't he?
He's nasty level.
Yeah, nasty level.
Whereas, so TA is still your soft flex for sure between the safe and the mid lane. I'm surprised that Enigma hasn't seen as much support play like in this tournament compared to the previous months. Right, there is the Weaver IO, very high tempo. I also love Weaver Pango together, like just this minus armor. You have the lower attack speed with the bugs. You have very nice like ease of Roshan execution as well in your mid game.
Yeah.
I feel like both teams are getting what they want. This is going to be a clash of styles and a lot of brawling and fighting in the mid game.
Yeah, for OG, if you ever miss that one black hole or you miss that one arena, especially with G2IG having multiple ways to restart fights, you've got the relocate to bring back a hero to safety, you got the Weaver for the time lapse. Pangler as well, like if they bait out any of these spells and then can take a secondary fight, OG might be out of position, kind of lost with how they want to really, take multiple engagements. And they still ban out the Bloodseeker.
Yeah,
it's a pretty
good hero.
I mean, Weaver and Pango, yeah.
They have to ban Void now too, no?
Yeah.
Like last pick Void. The nice thing I like about the T is that it can match the Pango. We also saw that yesterday they did actually play it offlane, and they were one of the few teams to actually make that look good.
Yeah.
So you can always like mix and match it, which is nice.
It's nice to have that flex.
So G2IG, I would assume they're looking for a JT hero that pairs up with Io. They could still look for a mid. Ooh, T-Gov.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah. I'm done in about 5 minutes, so. There we go.
Nice.
No. Hope your girlfriend's not listening.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that was her, it's fine.
I feel like Pango doesn't match too well into TA mid, but still, there's very few things he matches into well on the safe lane, so against the safe lane. I'll still probably run a mid here, and we'll see. It's a tough pick for IG here. They have a minute of reserve time, some time to think.
It's a bit more on the fancy side, but what would you think about Dawnbreaker?
Ooh, my fancy pick was gonna be a Night Stalker, but it's
Night Stalker.
It's so slow. It's so slow into like Kotal.
It's so bad.
JT's played it already at Birmingham.
He has.
Yeah, but TA counters it too.
Yeah.
And Mars Arena. They're gonna be miserable.
Like they have the options too to still go a mid. I'm just looking more so at offlaners for now. You know, it's some Enigma 5. I think Dawn adds like a lot of tempo and speed. You would lane well. TA doesn't really want to go safe lane into it. I mean, most likely she's going mid against Pango, but it's one of the few picks that somehow it's in my brain somewhere.
It's because Syndrome plays it when you party queue.
Yeah, exactly.
Goddamn Syndrome.
I want to see an offlaner that just can rally G2IG behind. Like, I want to make a statement move. I've got the Weaver or the Pango to cover me where I go into these aggressive positions, right? And
because like Io needs a hero that allows you to like play forward. You don't just want to heal some dude that just keeps farming. Like I want pressure, tempo, forward. Like let's go.
I'm just keep doing bad picks here.
Night Stalker.
No, Night Stalker, Omni are my two crazy picks.
Omni Knight is okay.
Yeah, all right. We're getting better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say IG needs something beefy that blinks. I mean, it doesn't have to blink, but it needs to be a little beefy.
I wouldn't be too opposed to the Omni actually. They did play it once before, and it was an absolute biggest mispick of the entire tournament for them, probably. But here, this time around, it would be a lot better.
Should be on their radar.
Yeah.
They end up going for the Storm Spirit. So we got the
JT
Pango
offlane Pango. Okay.
There it
kind
is.
of forgot about that flex, to be fair. We kind of completely ignored the idea that Pango could go to the offlane, and yeah, they go for it.
So
I mean, TA mid is wonderful against Storm also, so you have options here. I think you just run the Void here and ship it.
Yeah. No.
I would like both Void and maybe some DK if you can play Caudal 4, which I'm not the biggest fan of it, but let's see what they want to go for.
Void sounds kind of greedy. You have Void, Enigma, TA. You could opt for something less greedy, but I can't think of anything.
What's it gonna be, BZM?
Oh, that's not greedy.
Of course it's going to be win range.
So how far away from Void is a Windrunner pick on the spectrum of carries here?
Quite far.
I said it was too greedy. This is not greedy. This is good. I mean, Mikke had a banging Windrunner game yesterday, and I think it's a very solid safe laner right now, even though it hasn't been picked a lot.
It's also a hero that can actually match the movement of the Weaver. But if you ever do lock onto them, as Hisakuchi's away, you Windrun to chase them. I think OG have a very well-rounded draft to play all points of the game. And for G2IG, it really is about hitting those strides, hit the aggression that they did against Extreme Gaming, and try and break down the map with that 10, 15k gold lead they did with just multiple kills. Like, it's go for this draft.
Yeah, I think BZM is the one to watch this game. I think he's the real carry and he's the one that's going to define OG's game here. Him and Whisper. I think the Matt is just kind of a backup here, which is sometimes you have to take that role.
I like the Caudal 4 simply because they have this TA that will actually clear stacks, because Mars, Caudal kind of fine in the lane.
Yeah.
I do like OG's draft and they're nicely equipped, but I feel like they're gonna have a hard time in this mid game. I'm not fully sure, but when the Storm slips in, the Weaver runs in, there's some Pango roll, you have not the easiest time to respond unless their lanes go incredibly well.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think there's gonna be a mid game. I think OG win 3 lanes here. But top is the hardest against Weaver IO, but in general they should be winning 2 easily.
So easy game for OG if they win the lanes. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm not even being paid by them anymore.
All right, so for G2IG, if one thing has to go really well for them, T, what would you highlight?
It's create their own momentum and just keep going with it. Like, if they falter, then I think OG will have all the things that the other guys have been mentioning, but we've seen them do it yesterday against Extreme, so it's just as simple as it is. Just don't make mistakes and just keep killing OG.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's just easy, yeah.
Just keep killing OG. Maybe get fuel, knowing that when you kill OG, you're pissing off the crowd a little bit.
This is going to be hard because the crowd is going to scream
a lot.
You saw what JT did, right? He had Ari on stage, and then he talked shit to Seb.
Yes.
The mind games have already started.
It worked, it worked. I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. I'm sure you guys are going to be very loud here in the arena. I'm looking forward to it. I know two people that will be loud regardless, and it's our commentary duo. Let's head over to Samsan and Cinderin.
Thank you, Shiver. Very exciting match today. OG, two-time TI winner Seb versus G2IG with the legendary Jack Chen manager, aka Korean Barbecue. Who has the advantage, Cinderin?
The panel didn't really talk about this too much, but if at all, I'm just seeing this Weaver. It has a 90% win rate this tournament. It's 9-1. And I personally feel like the hero has been, despite that, has been undervalued, and it's just simply the raw number of games that it has played. So it's hard to go against statistics. I do think OG have some decent solutions for the Weaver. Primarily the Windranger last pick I think can help. As the panel talked about, if OG's lanes go well, I think they're off to the races here, and it shouldn't be too difficult. But I don't know if I agree that it should be that easy for them in the lanes. I think the Weaver lane could be quite tricky for them to play into. As far as the Storm versus TA, would you say it's fair to say that this maybe hasn't been BZM's best tournament, like individually in lanes? I think he hasn't been playing, because this guy's ceiling is the sky, right? He can do...
I don't think it's been bad, but I would say it's less than the average BZM performance. Yeah. I would agree with that, but it's not drastic.
Right. So this is the kind of game that you really want to show up and...
Cheers for Ari. Okay. Let's get that out of the way.
Yep, this is not BZM, in case you're confused at home. This is Ari. But yeah, I'm looking at that lane a lot here because I think if BZM really brings his A game today and is on fire and shakes off some of the rust that I would argue he's had in some of OG's games, then the lane matchup against Storm should be quite good for the TA. And also, looking at IG's lineup, it largely depends on Storm Spirit getting off the ground and starting to initiate fights together with the Batrider to generate space in the fight for Weaver. So, definitely going to be a very important lane. Is this the first 4 Caudle we see, by the way? I don't know if we haven't cast one, at least. It's mainly been mid. We've seen especially BetBoom running it a lot.
I mean, we kind of talked about it, that these heroes that are picked in these mid roles can end up being support in some cases. We talked about Lesh having that potential, but Caudle, the same thing. When the later you go in these tournaments, the more of these flexes will come out.
Yeah.
And we'll see how that performs for Ari today. But BZM playing the TA against Nothing to Say. Storm Spirit, you're talking about the Weaver, Cinderman. Mm-hmm. And how does Enigma, I know it's a support position 5, but how does that fare against the likes of a Weaver late game? Because right now, I'm looking at their lineup, and it's basically just Lasso that goes through the BKB to stop them.
If Enigma gets very farmed in this game, it's just a classic game-winning hero, but getting there as a position 5 takes quite a lot of time, and I look at an IG lineup that is not interested in playing a slow game. I think they're going to try to take charge around the mid-game and not just play a slow farming game like Extreme Gaming did in their series against IG yesterday. Oh, power shotgun and missing on the Boca. That could have actually been a kill.
Yep, it was close.
Tomato would have landed that, but... yeah, Enigma definitely has the potential. I think the Weaver matchup is quite interesting in the sense that Weaver is sometimes going to be difficult to catch in Black Hole, and a lot of the times it's a carry that can itemize Orchid, which would be an interesting choice in this game. You're against Windranger as well as Enigma. It could be a potential thing for Monet to go. And also, Enigma without BKB here, it is going to be hard to get a reliable Black Hole, right? Storm can always jump across and pull you. You can get hit by a Pango roll, Lasso like you talked about. So, let's see if Seb brings it today. And it all starts in the laning stage where they're putting some seriously good pressure down here bottom, I would say, with their double-ranged hero combination of Enigma plus Windranger.
Now, I would say from the support role, though, in this patch, if the game gets to 30 minutes, they'll have a couple items that are pretty impactful. So, Blink BKB does not sound too crazy for position 5 Enigma these days. But we shall see. Mid lane, like we talked about, Nothing to Say, sitting on 10-1 right now versus BZM's TA 11-5, so slight advantage for OG so far.
Yep. The lane's definitely going well. It's by no means turning into a worrisome situation for IG just yet. The question is, how is this going to continue? Because in the mid lane, I think Storm, if he gets past the first few waves, okay. He can, at the very least, go and farm some jungle if necessary, stack a couple of camps with the help of his supports, especially the Bad Rider should be somewhat free to move over and stack if necessary for a little bit while Weaver can stand his own ground against. Caudal Mars is not a killer lane, right? So I do think there's some freedom for Xnova to help his mid if necessary. And the bottom lane, I think that might become the bigger concern, though, is once Enigma and Windranger hit level 3, how hard is it going to be for the IO to sustain this Pango?
Yeah. And Ari continuing to illuminate in this lane, but Monet really just shrugging it off. 16-0 for him. Off to a pretty damn good start. But actually, I should ask you, you called them IG. Is that what you're going to call them from here on out? G2 IG or G2 IG?
I'm just saying in front of their names in the game it says IG.
Okay, we can also call them Jack Chen if we want.
Yes.
I think that's acceptable.
I think every team aspires to be named by their manager instead of their...
Yeah, he's been a great motivational speaker for them, have some inside knowledge here, getting really angry with their drafts, and I think they've really stepped up their game since then, Cinderin.
Definitely in trouble. BZM.
Yeah, he's going to get chased under the tower. BZM will not get the finishing blow, though.
Good damage, though. Really trying to put the pressure here. They will TP in for a little bit of a refill here from Baboka, but it won't be a bottle refill. He's just here for coverage and maybe to try to set up a bait if BZM falls for this.
Yeah, the Electric Vortex there. Baboka links up. Xnova making his way over as well. But BZM ends up getting first blood, surprisingly. On to nothing to say now. Ari with the big Illuminate. Xnova trying to finish the job onto BZM. Will eventually get the kill as Baboka will end up dropping. So a 2-for-1 advantage OG, and more importantly, BZM getting the experience there.
Oh, talk about a win for OG there. The TA getting pushed into Storm and just has enough damage with the level 3 refraction to find that kill onto NTS. And this is going to be a really big advantage in the mid lane all of a sudden. He's ahead by almost a full level. And who knows, maybe they can even find a secondary kill with the TA traps +1 support rotating in. If Baboka's TP's on cooldown or if he's under pressure bottom and can't help out, I would imagine OG are already starting to plan out. They can make another move, and if nothing else, BZM is definitely going to work.
Yeah, definitely abusing this lane now, as we see Whisper getting harassed because all the rotations left alone for a little bit by Ari, so has to be a bit careful. Although we can see that Monet, as of right now, is alone in this lane. Oh, Xnova, though. This would be a very nice steal, very early on, in fact. It's a lot of stacks for only 5 minutes in the game. A triple.
Yeah.
And looks like he's going to be able to get most of it.
Can't take it fully. Well, this is going to
level 2 Firefly, not
be
quite
a little
enough.
while.
I'll have to walk away.
Didn't want to use the blood grenade on the camp.
Yep, that's probably a good choice. Ari is spotted, but nothing will come of this other than the D ward. Oh, the deny, though.
Really now, you should have seen that.
As Ari, I believe, is going to see that his stack has been messed with by Xnova. And let's see if Ari and company can do anything about this. Illuminate will be able to get one Centaur creep.
Did he get it?
I believe so. It was close.
Yeah, it was very close.
Shield rune stolen by Xnova. Will be using the Flame Break and just TP. So nice steal, but now nothing to say, getting slowed by a trap as BZM and Seb teaming up here with that Malefice. Illuminate coming in as well. TP support in the form of the IO. Right clicks from the Eidolon, not quite enough, but Boca links up just in time.
And there is that exact mid dive with the TA6 plus the Enigma, but not enough. They are definitely slowing down nothing to say by a lot, and I felt like once again this was going to be the lane to watch in this game, and OG off to a great start. Pretty much the entire net worth lead is in that mid lane, about a 1,000 advantage for TA over the Storm. Should be feeling pretty happy about this, and of course, OG's lineup, they are running a more of an active carry, like the panel talked about, and the Windranger, who can definitely get involved in earlier ganks than most carries that are in fashion right now. And that means that BZM, with this early lead, can choose to go a greedy path and just really farm up a Storm here and get like an early Deso plus the Dragonlance. Probably going to see him take this approach. Some nice stacks, despite the Bat Rider interfering.
Actually ends up helping out a bit in some ways.
Triple, and then he also has, I think that's a quad Ancient stack if I'm counting that right, so.
No, nothing to say. Was wandering the jungle to get level 6. He does so in the shadows, but OG should know that He likely got his level 6 now. You can see Tomato playing very passively.
It's a bit of a dead giveaway that X-Nova is laning mid on Batrider this long.
Yeah, that's true.
The Storm has to be somewhere. You can only farm jungle stacks for so long in this game state before I feel like something else is going on. Like Whisper with a little bit of a cheeky courier snipe there. The God's Rebuke. 2k lead for OG.
Yeah, very early.
Very nice for them.
8-minute power rune will be the regeneration for NTS. And I mean, with the changes to regen rune, has that been better or worse for Storm specifically, would you say? Because it used to be the best hero in the game by far.
Yeah, I mean, it's situational, right? In all of the situations where you take damage, it's better, and in all the others, it's worse. So I would say probably overall, this is the hero that it nerfed the most, specifically because he was the best at not getting hit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. As Whisper getting gone on right now, JT coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Now the Swarm attached to Whisper, only a matter of time before he goes down. JT will claim it. And still that mid tower will be saved by G2IG as Seb will take some damage here. Nothing actually uses a lot of mana just to back away now. Of course, I'm not sure how much this comes into play, but G2IG playing some very late game Dota yesterday. Hopefully they got some good sleep. Those can definitely, I mean, when it's a 70-minute game and it gets that chaotic, I mean, that's the thing I was most impressed by is them losing game 1 in that fashion and then coming back and winning the next 2.
Yeah, it was definitely a testament to, how to say, just good analysis on the part of their support staff, I think, but maybe also the players after that game, just recognizing, okay, this is how we're going to beat this team. They're playing really slow. We're going to be able to match them in their game and just play better in the early mid, and they managed to accomplish that. OG, quite a different style from Extreme in this tournament, so IG will have to adjust once again. I have to say, the amount of kills in this game is a little bit surprising that it's only been 4 total kills at 10 minutes when you look at the lineups. Was expecting a little more early aggression and rotation, in particular from the side of IG. Maybe this is just what is down to happen when Nothing to Say has this rough of a start in this lineup.
Yeah, but a 10-minute rune will be up. BZM. Okay, we got the black hole under 2, and just like that, Nothing to Say is dead. Io looks to be next. Trying to not be able to connect fully, though. A lot of damage onto BZM. We'll use the Melt Strike onto Monet, but it looks like Monet's going to be able to right-click him down as a focus fire now onto JT, but he's going to be able to swashbuckle step down from the high. And looks like he's going to get gone on now, but Tomato thinking twice about it because this is the rest of the IG lineup here by the tier 1.
That was a really, really fast reaction from Seb and a great black hole. This could have been so much worse for OG, but they end up coming out with pretty much a tie in that situation. I think should be relatively happy about that, considering Mars was not involved whatsoever in this exchange.
It looks like OG want to finish the tier 1 tower finally. They've been poking at it for quite a while.
They'll get it. Oof,
good deny attempt from Monet, but it will go the way of OG. As Ari working on an Orchid.
Interesting choice. I mean, you're against Weaver and Storm. It's definitely a feels-good item. The question is if he's going to be able to find the farm. As it stands right now, he's in some trouble.
Yeah,
we'll
but
get out.
No stuns available, so we'll be able to TP safely.
Yeah, he's coming home to the fountain.
In Birmingham. Instead of Tomato now grouping up in this bot lane. As JT and Boboka trying to pressure it with this siege, but the siege is getting pretty low. Will likely be thwarted here by OG. BZM off to a very good start on this TA, and this is one of the scariest heroes to get off to a good start because you know how well this hero can farm with these stacks.
Yeah, the good news as far as G2IG is concerned is that they did manage to kill him twice, so it could have been...
Kobold ruining the stack. That is unfortunate. I assume that was OG's Kobold. That would be next level if it was IG.
Yeah. Well, over time, these players are finding more and more little advantages. Yeah. It's quite incredible when you go back and watch Dota from just 5 years ago, like how much better the pro players in the population got in general. And it's all the little things, all this experience.
Yep, it's that min-max culture.
Yep, it really is.
You were born 10 years too early, it seems.
Oh, bought in time. I was born in time to enjoy good memes, though, so it's okay. I can live with that.
Fair enough.
Storm and Batrider combining here to maybe think of something. Yep, indeed.
Yeah, Blink almost there for Whisper, though, so that's going to be important time.
Timato's spider sense was tingling. He was checking out the twin gate here, and he saw it moving, so he's off to the left. And I think IG can't quite get vision just yet. If Timato stops for any sort of farm, he's dead. And this
camp will be spotted.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Nothing to say, looking for the opening. The relocate is coming as well. Electric Vortex, but Timato able to find a good amount of distance here. Now 3 TPs from OG, trying to counteract this completely. Nice power shot and nothing to say, but of course he has the zip.
Okay, he's not dead.
And Whisper doesn't have the blink in his inventory yet, so can't really find the catch. At the very least for G2IG, they do get the tower in the bot lane.
Yeah, they do disengage as well, but yeah, that looked like it was going to be a kill, but they couldn't connect the Batrider in time onto the Vortex, and instead...
Oh, okay, Baboka does not have his ult. And that is the death of nothing to say. JT died in another lane as well, so all of a sudden OG coming out on top of this fight, that's for sure, is the arena reserved just for Baboka. 3 for nothing, and maybe even a tier 1 tower. Now the race for the 14-minute wisdom. Whisper steals it.
Yeah, this is about as good as this could have gone for OG. They dodged the Wind Ranger gank, just Timato with a good sense, a good read on the situation and getting off the Wind Run in time. In the meantime, BZM somehow chases down this one onto JT, and then they find both these kills on bottom and they steal the wisdom. So that could not have gone any better.
Yeah, that's the double blink for OG now, so already being used to increase their lead here at 4K, 14.5-minute mark. And of course, we've talked about ad nauseum with TA, but definitely a good Roche taker once we get to that timeline, which I believe the average timeline is around 21 minutes or so, Sinners. It hasn't really changed that much.
Don't remind me.
Still owe me that dinner, of course, as we have a pause to talk about that dinner if you want, but instead we can ask the crowd. Let's get a little taste for what people want here, Sindarin, all right? Who is rooting for G2IG? Okay. What about OG? All right, what about Jack Chen, also known as Korean barbecue? That's more than G2IG. Okay, that's good. That's
well,
good
if we
to know.
combine them, it might be close.
Yeah, that's true. And what about Ari?
I think it's understandable, though. I think a lot of people are fans of Korean barbecue. It's very good. I get it.
Indeed. So these double blinks are already being used very effectively for OG as Seb is one disconnects. We can talk about his build right now. He has a mech going along with his Tranquils, and I mean, would you be expecting? I mean, obviously the blink BKB at some point is going to be, I would assume, very important for him.
Yeah, generally speaking, support Enigma goes one of 2 paths. It's either this one, and then you can consider something like Vlad's or Pipe, like whatever auras the team needs, maybe sometimes drums, boots of bearing, whatever. Or he starts planning the blink BKB now, and you can see he has nothing in his quick buy, so I think he himself hasn't really decided yet what type of game it is. There's upsides to both builds. If you feel like you have the timing with your team and the mid game is looking really solid, the aura can make the difference between just flat out ending the game or losing a fight. The blink BKB is much more of a late game securing build, but it also takes very long and it slows down your tempo as a team a bit. So, see what he decides. I think both options in this game are good. Like when you're in this luxurious of a position where you're 6k up minute 15 with this lineup against the enemies, I think both paths are completely viable, and therefore you will go ATOS, which is neither. So there you go.
The ultra greed, yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. This was not on my short list of 5 items I would have seen Seb put in the quick buy, but more catch. I guess he wants to be able to find the storm.
Yep,
it's going to be really nice for both his Wind Ranger and of his for his TA to just get that little bit of a route to connect. So I don't mind it. I think this is really game specific. This is not something he would usually buy, and goes to show that he's thinking very critically about.
I mean, root against all 3 cores of IG is very annoying, right? I mean, a lot of them itemize against it, but if it's a position 5 forcing you to BKB or something like that, then that is well worth the Atos pickup as Seb.
All right, if he upgrades it to Gleipnir, I'll give you another dinner. All right, here's Bat is in trouble.
Yeah,
Bat
that's
is dead.
the death. All right, but he does get his blink in time, so they'll be waiting for him at base. As Monet has his Maelstrom and Dragonlance, so farming potential will start to increase heavily. We've been seeing a lot of the Gleipnir build from the likes of Weaver. Been extremely effective in this tournament.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger is close to hers, as a matter of fact. Just 100 gold for Tomato. This will be a very big item in this game, Gleipnir. If you find 2 cores together in the snare, it is enormous for both the TA and Mars to combine their follow-up abilities initiating into a team fight. I actually think this is the strongest part of the game for OG that we've seen so far right now. This item is a true game changer. Let's see if they have any plans of putting it to use. IG definitely slowing down quite significantly though, but perhaps they can find an opening. You're playing with IO, you have Relocate, but they're not really taking much initiative.
Yeah. There's a lot of traps, and BZM has his shard, so this is a silence on top. Very dangerous for IG. They're going to zip on Seb, but the Gleipnir from Tomato from afar. Storm is just dead right off the bat. The Focus Fire coming in. X-Nova will drop. That's already 2 dead for IG, and JT has to try and roll away on top of a trap. He gets silent, and he's just going to die as well. Double kill for Ari, and OG taking firm control of this game, baiting them into that fight.
Yeah, this is such a good response from Whisper, just getting in there. And they go for the lasso on the Wind Ranger simultaneously. I feel like looking at this as a replay, I think this is a really naive way for IG to approach this fight. I think if you want to go for this, you have to instantly relocate in and get some damage. They have serious damage issues. Storm is going to jump someone, and their follow-through just isn't... It's just not relevant. This wasn't even close to an Enigma kill. He didn't even have to use mech. So... yeah, look at those damage numbers. Just nothing really coming out. And of course, Whisper with a very clear, quick response from Mars. I think that looks super easy.
Yeah, Seb, like you said, still with the black hole, so OG don't really have to stop because all the other spells relatively low cooldown. I mean, even the Arena is only 30 seconds away from being back.
That Orchid for Ari.
Yeah, he did get it.
He got it a lot faster than I was expecting. Just the state of the game with how much it slowed down, and then OG finding 2 good fights. He is doing so well right now, and there's that Atos, man. I feel like we talked about these items like a minute ago, and they just completed both of them.
And that's what happens when you win a fight handily like that, I suppose.
Guess so. I think for G2IG, you're gonna wait for BKBs at this point. I think the fights are not playable anymore. There's way too much utility on the side of OG. They know this. They know IG can't contest them, so they will take a free Roche.
Yeah, it is half HP right now. As we're going to see a potential pickoff onto Seb, as the relocate is coming for him as well, so Seb kind of sacrificing his life. Meanwhile, it looks like, yeah, X-Nova was eventually found, and this will eventually lead now to the Roche for OG. As they will get the return kill, as Io makes his way back over to relocate. Does get the mech before the death, though. So an important item for IG, and really the question is, when will the Storm, Pango, and Weaver get some sort of dispel for all these roots now, and the Orchid?
Yeah, Weaver is clearly not going to be involved until BKB in this game anymore, and for nothing to say, he was looking at a Witchblade. I wonder if he's going to even complete this or just keep his Oblivion Staff and be like, all right, I can't fight without BKB anymore, and just skip. No, he's still going to complete it by the looks of it, so I think playing Storm in this game right now is stupidly difficult because so many heroes in the enemy team have some sort of solution. Wind Ranger has the Gleipnir, Enigma has Atos, there's TA traps, Caudle has Orchid. Basically everybody, when you jump, you need to account for all the variables. It's really, really difficult to play that way. And OG well aware that every time Storm jumps, they just need to get something on him. And the only save IG have to offer is a relocate. And that's probably going to be too slow. OG have so much heavy single target burst that heroes will just die within 2 seconds.
Yeah, IG did get their Tormentor, and the shard went to the Aya, so spell lifesteal essentially for whoever is linked up, which theoretically for Storm could be pretty powerful. And the slow resistance, very important. Something we always talk about. But Baboka gets a nice little cheeky steal on the Wisdom Rune as, Orchid with the Arena coming out. Whisper with nice layering. Illuminate to follow. Way too easy as Ari picks up the kill. And with Io using the relocate to steal the Wisdom Rune, don't really have any avenue to get away without a Dispel yet for the Storm. And it looks like Nothing to Say isn't even building a BKB at the moment. He has it queued up as a next item after he finishes Sange Kaya. So I'm getting a little status for this. Maybe that'll be enough, but it's down 11k. That's rough stuff.
I'm not convinced. I think BKB is mandatory. This one.
Well, the high ground attempt now from OG. Why not? 10k lead already. Whisper not able to finish his BKB. His courier was sniped. BZM gonna get lassoed into the base with the instant Gleipnir to hold the Batrider in place. BZM looks like he'll burn through the Aegis. See if Whisper and company can try to counteract this. Arena's not quite up yet. A nice roll right onto the TA as BZM is dead, but the counter black hole onto 2 isn't enough with the spear on top of the Storm Spirit. He's very low, but they don't have the damage. Nothing to Say actually zips away and the Pango lives as well. A nice defense here from IG as Seb. He's going to be spotted and brought down. Tomato, instant Orchid. Nothing to Say is way too deep, all alone. Brought down all by his lonesome. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 as the chase continues. Monet wants more. They need more from IG. Shield crash onto 2. A nice flow as Ari going to heal up with his Illuminate. Finally, Whisper's ult comes out to try to hold them in place with a snipe onto JT from Tomato. Has to be careful as they are quite low. So a double kill for Tomato. So that might break up the fight here. Really back and forth. Looks really good for IG initially, but
yeah,
the Storm without BKB punished again.
OG being able to turn that into a draw, basically at the end there, is quite incredible. Just, again, it's the utility items, right? It's that IG, we have the numbers advantage, we really want to push into this enemy team, but OG with all of these utility items, once again, just having that little Orchid here, having that little Atos there, Storm cannot just feel like a 3v5 fight is free for him. As if he's low on resources, the counterplay is just really quick coming in. I will say, though, that was a little bit, despite OG kind of salvaging that, they bleed, right? It's got to be feeling okay-ish for G2IG here to at least show some promise in a fight, because it feels like it's been so quiet for 10 minutes for them. It did have to come to them in their base, but show what their lineup can do if things line up.
Yeah, that's the rule of poking high ground before second Aegis. That's not allowed in this patch. It will have to wait. That'll allow IG to get a little bit of extra time to farm these very crucial items as, yeah, so Nothing to Say did, I believe, oh, actually, no, he is building the BKB instead of finishing the Sange Kaya, so can't say that's a huge surprise, especially after that Orchid from Ari is literally the reason he died there.
Yeah, after getting Orchided the 3rd time, he's like, okay, maybe I need BKB. All right, that trap actually did see this, so this could be a really key moment coming up.
Radiant are scanning.
OG will reinforce, so bringing more heroes to the table. This is a pivotal moment in the game.
BZM trying to bait things out. He's going to get initiated on, but the instant initiation from Whisper with the Arena, they're going to be able to clean up too easily. But still no BKB for the Storm, and still getting punished as JT. Onto the high ground he goes. BZM and company will be trying to shadow him. Do they have the stun? Yes. 3rd kill for OG. And along they march on in this bot lane. Creeps are relatively close, so should be able to do a little bit of pressure to these outer towers.
That one trap allowed OG to have all the information in the world that this was coming, and they get to bait the TA. So I believe BZM had a shield rune there, bottled up, and he was just waiting to break the smoke, and just, he knows if I get the shield rune off, they can't burst me.
Yeah.
They just don't have enough damage, and they need time to relocate in. So full on playing the bait, and it works out wonderfully for OG.
Another silence into the spear. Weaver taking a good amount of damage with the black hole to follow. Baboka trying to heal him up, but it's not enough. Monet's dead in his own base. 50 seconds on the deck. Despite this Pango and Storm being up now, I think they lose a set of racks now. So OG just all over it in this game number 1.
They might try to get a bigger advantage out of this too. I think they want this buyback from Weaver to be forced out, but guess what? He doesn't even have it.
Yeah, and this tower already was damaged from a prior fight, so maybe just a second lane if they're not careful. 30 seconds for the Weaver as BZM will force out the second fortification. Now these buildings are going to be free to hit. Rolling Thunder being primed. Not opting to go for it quite yet, just burning a little bit of mana from BZM. Gleipnir onto the Stormster with the Orchid to follow, and the Arena. Do they have the damage? They get the Storm again. Nothing to say is dead. We'll have to buy back. He does have it. This is going to be second lane Iraq for OG, but instead Whisper with a double kill now. The Rebuke absolutely deletes another member of IG. And they're just going to continue on, not thinking any buybacks will come. Batrider buys back first. Now with the 2-lane advantage for OG, and this is without that second Aegis. OG breaking all of the Ice Frog rules right now. Can IG punish this? Doesn't look like it, and OG will just retreat.
And the early Roche respawn is in 30 seconds. If OG get their hands on another Aegis, this game is just over. And even without it, can you climb this absolute mountain as G2IG 23,000? They're going to go for something now. They do have the relocate ready, and they know there's no black hole, so maybe some sort of opportunity can be found, but it's going to be a really tall order. And OG can bleed a hero or two here. It doesn't really matter if somebody gets caught. It's not like IG are going to get a major objective off of it. Even if Roche spawns early, I don't even know if they can take it. We know now that it's a minute 20 away. G2IG just don't find anything with the smoke. They are hamstrung.
Yep,
this might be NTS's worst game of the tournament, by the way, in terms of just raw stat line. 1-8-3 on the Storm. And mind you, this was a relatively late pick in the draft as well. So he had some information available, went for this pick, and it has backfired in a big way.
We've been talking about for 15 minutes, still no BK.
Yeah,
My goodness, he just cannot find the space to farm right now.
I feel like the Witchblade might honestly have been a mistake, and I know it feels bad when you already have the Oblivion staff, but if he could have had the BKB one fight earlier, perhaps that could have changed things a little bit, because, I mean, what does it matter that you have the Witchblade, which is nice for damage, if you can't even hit a hero? Then, you know, it's just dead gold, effectively.
As we can see, Roche relatively close to spawning. And OG, if they're able to, I mean, I feel like IG have to contest, surely.
Yeah.
I don't think you can defend, especially once a couple buybacks have been used for IG.
So Lincoln's now coming out for Tomato. He's going to be borderline impossible for the side of G2IG to go on. The only real catch you have is Lasso and the Storm's pull, and you block one of those with Lincoln's, you're probably going to be able to react and get BKB off.
Dire are scanning.
Yep, Seb's inventory is looking very good now.
Oh, BKB also.
Got the, yeah, so Blink is next. I'm not sure if you might be right. He might not be able to finish the game with it, Synderen, because they don't need it. But the BKB should, in theory, close the book on game one for IG unless they're able to get something crazy. I mean, I guess the Basher, which he's not going for on the Pangolier, is another option that we didn't really talk about. As X-Nova brought down.
BZM also going to level up in a big way here. He just went from having a backpack Crystallis to now having a full Daedalus.
Ooh,
and
mechanic on Whisper. Oh my.
You can't contest it now without that, so this is free. And it's also very fast, mind you. It's a good tag team to kill Roche, and they will put the Aegis onto BZM and the cheese onto Tomato, who can get full value out of that cheese. He has a very solid health pool, sitting at 2,500. The boons of the Universal Heroes is that a lot of the items you want to buy also make you tanky.
Yep.
So
nice boon. Well, the BKB is up for nothing to say. Will it be enough, or will there be a black hole on top of him? In which case, it will do basically nothing.
Oh, why don't we just get a Coddle Hags for the push as well? Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, the old Ignis Fatus.
A little more control for OG. They could definitely use another item here.
Yeah, why not? Gleipnir onto BZM. He's the one with the Aegis. Cheese is on Tomato.
Melt the Spell Taunt here, just immediately getting rid of that Gleipnir.
The lanes are relatively pushed, so IG can actually stick around here for a bit more before they have to reset. The mech coming out from Seb. Whisper with the initiation. Arena is there. Already the Pango really low, but gets healed up at the last moment. Black hole onto Do the Storm, and the Weaver are caught inside. Monet is dead. Instant buyback for him. There's nothing to say. Does activate the golden item, but will have to use it in retreat as BZM's Aegis is expired here. And the tier 3 pretty damn low. They're going to try to surround BZM, but a nice glide here on the 3 heroes. Whisper with a huge rebuke on the 3 as well. But BZM is actually melting in the cover here. Looks like they will be able to take out the TA eventually, as Whisper left all alone. Tomato and company trying to do some damage to Monet to get that dieback, but it's not going to happen. So good defense from IG. They lose the tier 3, but the buildings, the range and melee that is, do survive.
It's a good defense, but that cost them a lot. That was 2 core buybacks on the Pango as well as the Weaver. Seb with another great black hole. I don't know how he keeps finding them without even having the dagger. It's just finding Storm and Weaver together should be borderline impossible in this situation, but somehow they were stacked up for just that moment. We got the perfect setup for this engagement. And now there's a very clear path to victory for OG, right? Kill the Weaver or kill the Pango, and you probably have yourself Megas. So they find either of them on the smoke.
Yeah. And I believe Blink will be there for Seb by the time they try to push again anyway. If it was hard enough to get away from him before, it's going to be nigh impossible now.
Yeah. I think OG can probably go with a lot of confidence with just sending Mars in front. Like the amount of resources that G2IG need to spend to kill off Whisper will probably...
Life near opening, focus fire onto Baboka, using the steel totem, but he will die. Does have the buyback intact though.
Arguably IO, the most lore accurate hero to use it on, actually just bounces like a ball. So looked like an actual spell on the hero.
That's true, we just need a basketball hoop to make it all come together. Universes collide. Monet, okay, double bounty, not gonna go for it, wants to go for Seb instead, but we'll back away now. Tomato looking for a straggler. Nothing to say. Has basically no mana. Shackle shot, focus fire, dead. Great pickoff for Tomato on the other side of the map. Why is he even there? Is what Nothing to Say is asking. He does have his buyback, and now they're going to spend basically everything just for this defense. Nothing to Say. Seb actually pops the BKB as JT getting melt strike very low. The mech comes out, but a beautiful arena coming out from Whisper, and that's the death of Baboka again. A dieback for the IO. And this will now be mega creeps in favor of OG. And Monet, another last stand attempt. The last one was there. They do take out BZM, but Tomato and company almost taking out Nothing to Say. He will actually limp back to base, just barely getting out. I'm not sure IG can even chase any longer. Tomato looking for some more snipes, but I mean, the Diffusal Blade is doing quite a bit for JT in the mana burn department, but again, all the barracks are dead. So one more reset for OG. Of course, no Aegis. You have that cheese, though.
It's quite a strange scoreline to look at this. It's 30-10. Half of G2IG's kills are on the TA, and he's still top net. Kind of odd. Not a common sight here, but
yeah, that's true.
BZM, the thing is, G2IG have had to focus him, right? This TA is the target that they have access to and that they feel like they need to kill because of the damage to health ratio, and it's just set up all of OG's other players for really easy fights playing around that. They all get so much freedom. All right, that's a couple of key items coming out here. MKB for,
Yeah, nice Lotus. Will-O-Wisp is there as JT getting very aggressive with the Rolling Thunder, not doing too much damage though. Has to be careful because Tomato's there with the Focus Fire, but had enough shield crash, damage mitigation. Seb getting the Atos, but we see the arena finally coming out from with the BKB. Basically the entire of IG is inside of it right now. Even the Tormentor working against them. They lose 3. Now the silence applied to the Weaver. Down goes Monet again as GGs are called. And OG take game 1 in emphatic fashion.
BZM ends this game with a bottle in his backpack. He was very quick to destroy all his items. Just to make this look like OG only won by 14k gold, but that is without their TA even having anything. So, wow, that was that looked really easy. I'll be honest. I feel like OG just got ahead. This was what the panel were talking about. If the early parts of the game go well, this should be OG cruising, and G2IG, their early moves and the early laning did not work out, and their lineup just doesn't recover particularly well. Not too much in the way of team fight, very much playing around Storm catching heroes, bad catching heroes, but that is item dependent. And guess what? OG were up 1 item on every hero 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
And G2 just couldn't find anything. So very, very one-sided affair here to start the day.
Yeah, G2IG have a lot of rethinking to do because this is an elimination series. They're going to have to talk to the great, legendary Jack Chen, get some advice on how to stay awake. That's the one thing he knows everything about more than anyone else that we know.
He also knows a lot about getting stomped, and I think he has some of the most experience out of anyone with tilt.
Yeah.
So hopefully has some good words.
All right, panel, OG with a 1-0 start.
Yeah, strong start for OG in game 1 of this best-of-3 elimination series. And in case you missed the very start, this series, of course, will also very likely decide which one of these two teams will make it to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup based on points and not having to go through qualifiers. And OG making a great start here. I'm joined by T-Gov, Kezu, and variety streamer Gork. And Gork, you knew from the get-go that OG was going to be winning those lanes, and you proved them right.
Yeah, I was very confident and proud of myself, but yeah, I was surprised how easy it looked in the end. There was no real way for IG to come back. This Enigma 5 was playing like he was a 4, hitting black holes without dagger, like they mentioned on the cast. Yeah, there's not much to say. It was a perfect execution of the strategy, and I think OG are one step ahead right now.
I'm with you, like on the draft, maybe there's something G2IG could have done different, but I really want to highlight OG. I feel like they were always in the right place at the right time. They were clutch with their players where they needed to be, like baiting each other, helping each other out in the game, and it just looked like everything just came together. Ari stacking for BZM, he's top net worth, they have good shard usages. This just looks like a team that if you underestimate them and if they keep up this momentum, they're just going to be cruising right now.
Yeah, I mean, time and time again when you watch them play, when they have a bit of a lead, they are just playing like the entire map. Like Whisper's throwing down an arena, and then Tomato's throwing some power shot to get a quick kill. Meanwhile, then Tomato's TPing elsewhere to then Gleipnir and then focus fire Storm Spirit by himself. Like, at times JT got picked off just because OG was always playing just all parts of the map. Like, to do that while still pressuring is really commendable. And G2IG, they're going to have to do a lot of, recovery, because that first game was so one-sided.
Was there at any point, obviously the lanes completely didn't go the way of G2IG, but was there any point where they could be able to stage a comeback once they were with the backs against the wall against the high ground? Because yes, there were a couple of times where OG backed off from their base, but I felt like that was more because OG chose, you know what, guys, let's just take a little bit of extra time on the map.
I'll happily say that this is a rare time that I'm just saying no. Like when I watch back the highlights and I see, BZM solo killing JT as a Pango mid whilst they're killing the bottom as well, and it's like sub 15, 20 minutes, something like that. It's like, at that point, you don't get those games often. Like OG had just destroyed them from the laning phase.
I think once you've drafted yourself 2-3 losing lanes, there was a time they could have played out, and that is the Weaver IO 25 Storm late game with Refresher. Like strategically they could win, but you can't get there unless you draft stronger lanes than IG did.
In this mid game, they tried some moves with like 1 or 2 smokes, but OG were always in like the right position at the right time, where they even let you do the move because they know that we can just counterplay it. They bait step in mid, they come in with the others, bait it out. So I feel like G2IG, they kind of tried, but OG were just next level. They were just one step ahead.
One step ahead in gameplay, and I bet T-Gov one step ahead in vision as well.
Yeah, of course, as a support player, I never leave my lane, and Kidia. Ward of the game is also very important. This ward here, cosmetically, decent. But what I think we're seeing a lot, time and time again from these teams, once they get an early lead, of course, there's multiple traps here. They throw down this kind of lingering ward in the pit, and because they keep fighting, you just can't de-ward it, right? Because the time that you spend fighting, you then can't de-ward, and then you see all the sweeping motions. In this highlight reel, you actually see 2 wards, one in the dire ancient area and one in the mid lane. But because that both these wards are placed here, if G2IG slows down the game enough, then goes for the D ward, then goes for it's like there's so much stuff for them to do. So these aggressive wards that are just placed down further enables OG to keep playing. So the Kidia ward of the game is just an aggressive ward.
Yeah, that you don't have any time to de-ward.
Exactly.
I think we've all unfortunately been there. Trying to de-ward and then die is not a great strat. Just
you just say worth when you die.
You can try that, but it will almost never be worth. One thing that is also that is fairly unusual, by the way, I felt at least, Kezu, is you normally select the head-to-head, and normally it's like, for example, mid versus mid or carry versus carry. You went for a position 5 versus a mid.
You may be like, Kezu, what the hell? Are you stupid? Why are you showing me this? Because it's not often you see a post 5 Enigma who is actually the one to shut down a mid Storm Spirit. Like, nothing to say, he's 2, 9, and 5. Like, his stats are kind of pathetic, if I'm going to be real. But Seb, no hesitation on this Enigma, and I want to highlight just some of the things that even started this storyline for Nothing to Say in this game. We have like a clip where just already at minute 10, You know, we have some hiccups,
we'll
but don't worry, guys.
we'll
It's
get
coming. It's coming. Like here, minute 10, Seb, boom. First black hole of the game, nothing to say. See you later. You know, you just straight up get wiped out of the game because this stupid Seb, you know, comes to this ruin and like instantly just black holes you without any hesitation. And then moments later, Seb does this. You know, even before the game, they talk about, yeah, we're gonna make this guy retire. And then you just keep trying to jump him throughout the game too, but it's always Seb who just has your number. Minute 10, he kills you. Minute 13, he comes around, they fail the play. Minute 14 later on, they try to jump in and boom again. So over and over, Seb just has his number. And so I just have to say, nothing to say, like dropping the ball a little bit, but just Seb on point.
Yeah, it seems also like nothing to say died so fast that no IO in the world could save him at that point because it's just not enough sustained work.
Yeah. No, not enough sustain and too much focusing Seb.
Too much focusing Seb. I mean, that happens sometimes. And I hope that the team, of course, G2IG can reset for a game number 2 because this is it. Tournament lives on the line. OG 1 game up and to be honest, the crowd is backing OG quite heavily, so they have to give it their all. They have to give top-tier speech, and you know, we're giving them a break. So they have about 15 minutes in between games to talk it through and to come back with a better plan. And while we are also waiting for them to be ready to play, we're gonna see if Pyrian is up to anything right now. And he is not yet up for anything right now, but he will be. He will be in a second. But while we wait for him, I want to touch on something that you said earlier, Gorg, because, you know, draft was done. You said, okay, you know, OG's going to win on the lanes.
Yeah.
Game is basically done. How much of this game then was on the draft? Because it feels like they just didn't set themselves up for success for G2IG.
I mean, it's pretty much as close to 100% as you could do. I think the concept behind it's very nerdy, but the concept behind the Storm pick at last is, I think, the reason you don't put Pango mid is because you want a stronger matchup into the TA. And instead somehow you pick the weaker matchup into the TA, and Pango is already a weak offlaner, so you've already like given up 2 lanes. And strategically, Storm doesn't give you much this patch. It's not like he's an amazing gotcha hero, so I really didn't see what they were thinking there on IG.
Yeah, I don't like the last pick, but counterpoint. If you want to go far in a tournament, you need to be able to win with drafts that are slightly worse or worse than your opponents. And they did not show me that in this game. Like their gameplay needs to also, we need it to go up.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't go up, even if the draft is better, nope, no go.
I love counterpoints.
You're welcome. 1-1.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are now ready to see what Ted is up to, so let's head over to him.
Hi there, I'm here with Carolina, who is one of the cosplayers today. Tell us who you're going to be cosplaying, as if people can't guess.
I'm going to be a Spectre, yes.
And have you cosplayed as Spectre before?
Yes, I was Spectre in Berlin.
Oh wow, in Berlin, I remember that very well. And you've got people helping you here, so how much of an ordeal is it getting all this costume ready?
Around 2 hours, I would say.
And how long did it take you to make the whole thing?
It took, like 1.5 months, 16 hours a day.
Good lord. And I'm assuming you really enjoy cosplay competition then?
Well, overall, I do it professionally, so I don't really compete. But today we are doing a showcase. I'm really excited to go on stage and show it around. Be very shiny and fluffy. Hopefully I won't fall down because I can't see anything in this costume. And I'm going to wear 5-inch heels. I'm a bit scared.
Well, best of luck with that. We're all looking forward to seeing it. So good luck and we'll see you later today. Back to you guys.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to the cosplay showcase, but we're gonna wait a little bit for that. We're gonna have some Dota played before that, and we're gonna have game 2 between OG and G2IG before that, so stick around for that one.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Thinking about the things you did, the things we said. So who's lying now? long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be back, baby. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging, back begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And begging, begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time, yeah, coming. What about if you open up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine.
Seb, what are we doing here?
I'm not sure. Ari calls for a meeting.
So, I suppose you're all wondering why I summoned you here today.
Obviously.
Yeah. So, now that you're in my ends, I think we have to show you some things of how we do things around here. When you go Roche, what do you say?
Let's go Rush.
Wrong. We say, you want to go up north without some cheese? You're having a laugh. VZM, when you want someone to gank mid, what do you say?
Can you gank mid?
Wrong. We say, bloody hell, lads, this numpty's pummeling me. Mind getting over here? And then, guys, if we want to use voice lines, what do? We say, let's give him a piece of our mind and make him right cheesed off. Get it?
Get seen, man.
Get in, man. We're heading to Game 2. OG and G2IG are going head-to-head here. An elimination best-of-3. Winner moves forward. Loser is out. And that is not just of the tournament, but also of the top 8 of the EPT leaderboard. In other words, Rehab Masters on the line. So let's see who takes game number 2, as OG is 1 game up, so they only need 1 more. We're in the draft. We're live with that one. I'm joined by Kezu, by Gorg, and by T-Gov, and we want to see something different coming out from G2IG, and we see exactly that. They are still on Dire's side, but this time their second pick, and we got them opening with a Bane. We got a Pango this time on the side of OG, who's Radiant with first pick, and Gorg, we're coming to you first. How do you feel about these openings?
Well, before I get counterpointed, my left and my right.
Yes.
I'm so ready. I am so ready.
I'm not going to confidently go either way, but I do prefer the Pango pick over the Bane. This is the hero I expected to be contested early in the series.
Counterpoint. Grip. No, I'm not going to try and do it. But no, yeah, I think between the two, I think Pangoliers had a better showing overall throughout Birmingham. I think some teams, specifically maybe even OG, have shown why Bane position 5 can be very good. Yeah. But it does take the correct team with the correct draft to bring it to life. Because if you aren't hitting the nightmares, if you aren't able to hit the grips, you can just fall off in that support role.
This just seems to me like, OG, of course, they do like Pango, but it's kind of like let us show you kids how it's done. We're going to show you how Pango is supposed to be played. G2IG, go with the Bane, which, of course, it's somewhat like a soft counter, a soft, like you don't really love playing into it, but you can definitely craft ways that make it annoying for the Bane. Like maybe you have some Rubik, some easy cancels, an invisible hero. There it is, Mr. Ench.
We said yesterday, the last game, winning lanes was an issue for G2IG. Yeah. Picking a Bane, picking an Enchantress, that is a adaptation from game 1. Like they are going to try and win their lanes this time around.
I think you're definitely going in the right direction. And I also think OG Pangolier pick is worth mentioning that they're also one of the few teams that flex it to offlane with Whisper. And they do it pretty well.
Yeah.
So they're pretty open now. I think they should just respond with 2 supports here.
I could see just like some more team fight and also like some long range poke, like maybe some, some Ari Hoodwinks, maybe some Phoenix. I think Phoenix is pretty chill against both these heroes. Some guy gets gripped, you Sunray, you have more team fight. Your Pango rolls in, you dive in, you drop some eggs. Yeah, seems kind of chill.
Like a CM Hoodwink. I don't know if you want to go both support straight away.
I wouldn't mind it.
Marcy?
Paired up with the Luna.
Oh, a different idea. I like this.
Okay. I mean,
are we falling short there?
Yeah, just a little bit.
No, I actually kind of like this one. Marcy.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. That's a lot of lads. Come on. You know the rule.
He's holding both.
You're holding both. Yo, you have to do it.
Both, bro.
Both, bro. Come on. No, we're not happy you have them. You need to finish them.
Ooh. Oh, the booze.
Don't know if you're aware, Gold, by the way, but the rule is in England, if the camera puts you on, you have to finish your bid, just so you're aware,
Those are big cups.
They are big cups.
The biggest cups.
They know the day can be long. Yesterday, I think some people might have regretted their noon.
Did anybody finish one? Yes.
Yes.
If you finish one, then you have thousands of fans screaming, praising your name forever. You're
that is
the legacy.
For the next 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, let's focus on our draft, because you said that you like the Luna Marcy. Gork, why? Why is this a good?
I think it synergizes well with the sidekick, and also I would say that Luna is one of those heroes that you can get away with picking early as a carry. It doesn't have any super counters anymore. Terrorblade is not played very much. I think the only hero I really like playing as Luna is Faceless Void. I would look at that for if I'm IG right now, because there's also a Pangolier in the mix. I'll give you that team fight you talked about, Kezu, as well.
Like with the Marcy as well, you not only do you buff up Luna, but you find the backline so easily that if
Yeah.
you are going for like a range carry or you're a Bane trying to stand your ground, hit using a grip, this Marcy in the support role will always find you, will always get on top of you, unleash and just murder you.
Yeah.
Like also we've seen both teams that kind of show that they want to play tempo. Now you guys talked about, they show you this edge, they show you Bane, they want to have good lanes. So also like maybe not a steal pick because OG loves Luna, but there's a high chance that G2IG were also looking at Luna themselves. So
I think so.
All in all, these heroes go well together. Looks like G2IG this time around they will take the TA into their own hands.
Yeah. It's a fairly decent matchup, and I think they want to keep going in the direction of winning lanes because last game was such a stomp. They'll at least want to play the game this time around.
Yeah, and they go for the DK as well. Once DK's online, the Ags, the Manta, you are able to deal with these aggressive lands very easily. You just send the illusion out, you slow them down, kind of control the fight just from the kind of the map play that you bring.
And a nice thing about these picks also is that they're all flexing everywhere, quite literally. TA can go safe lane carry, safe lane in mid, and DK can go everywhere pretty much. So
there's a couple heroes that look kind of nasty to me. If people were more open to playing core Bad Rider, I would love this pick. I would also say that Phoenix is still very good. If you want to have some teamfight from your 5, you could lane those together.
Sure.
Because I do like DKTA together. Very strong meta picks. OG showed us last game. They might want to flex it into the Pangolier as well.
What's the Seb hero here though? Like 5 position, he's played some Phoenix before, SD, this type of heroes. We're still yet to see it. Potentially this is his hero getting picked last in the draft now.
Yeah.
Oh, they pick the Brewmaster, providing just additional control within the fights. I think it's also just hurting the Bane again. We've already spoken about how Pango can find him, the Marcy can now find him, a Brew with the split, the Air Panda.
Yeah. It's a miserable Bane game.
It's a miserable Bane game, yeah.
Brewmaster would chug the beer. You're a wizard.
There he is.
Yeah, we'll see Ari most likely playing the Marcy, but last word hasn't been spoken about that yet.
I will be really pissed off if he's not playing the Marcy. Like, this is his specialty hero. He's in England. He's on a stage.
True.
Like, this is his bread and butter. He should be playing it.
Yeah, but the curveballs, we know OG like them.
Time and a place for a curve.
And to be honest, Seb plays everything.
That is true.
Yeah. Notel used to play the POS 5 Brewmaster.
True, true.
I don't want to see any of that.
It would be okay.
Enigma is out. I like those two bans. I mean, OG have a lot of teamfight and stuff that is really being thrown at you. Like this mid-game, there's a roll, there's some Panda split with some Radiance, Luna Aura, Night Vision. I like G2IG's heroes, but there's not enough that tells me they will stop the ball. Oh,
let's go.
The infinite beer.
The infinite beer. Respect.
He's done this before. This guy, he knows what he's trying to do. See that 10 seconds of fame? It's right here.
Oh, it's worth it.
Undisputed winner. Hold. There we go.
Yeah. Beautiful.
They did this for OG.
Yeah.
Well play, guys.
Nice sacrifice.
Good luck, Chuck.
Who's carrying him home, though?
Each other. OG now picking their final hero of the draft. There is a world where they go wacky, but realistically, it is just a Seb position 5 to close it out.
Yeah.
Is there like a... Oh, actually, they banned out the Phoenix, I was going to say.
Yeah, Phoenix and Enigma removed, so G2IG also expecting a position 5 still to be picked up on the side of OG.
And SD was banned as well. Like, these are the...
I think a wild proposition, Nature's Prophet. I'm just feeling it.
For the tempo?
Yeah. Tempo, global presence, way to find the backline.
If you want to be boring, you go like Crystal Maiden. Just
a
bit of lane.
That's pretty good.
It's so casual, just
Nothing wrong with
exists. Well, it depends on how much Seb wants to cook right now. Like,
one hero we've seen with lately also is ET, but I don't think so.
Oh,
I did it.
Very good. He got it.
Nice
he got
call.
There's no way to counterpoint you in this draft.
Nice
call. Nice call.
You want to give some reasoning? Why? Is it just for the map play? Is there anything specific? The lane?
I was just remembering the Seb is level 30 Nature's Prophet. He hasn't played it in a while.
Game 1 Enigma, Game 2 Nature's Prophet. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it fits. It's nice. Like, these heroes on IG are so squishy. If they get sprouted, this position, they've already lost the fight.
It's also like, when in the laning phase, you don't really want to see the Prophet coming into a Marcy lane. It's overwhelming. The Prophet going to a Pango lane, it can be overwhelming. G2IG, their cores are very static. Like, TA wants to push out mid, hit jungle. DK wants to push out his lane, just chill. Like, there's no real overlapping plays that G2IG want to make. So Prophet can exploit that quite nicely.
Yeah.
What do you want here if you're G2IG?
You want a Morphling.
Oh.
We've been talking about Morphling a lot this morning. How does it fit into this draft, do you feel?
I think the most important aspect of this Morphling pick is his free lane against the Whisper Brew. It can be deceptively hard sometimes because these guys are very good at their heroes. But I think that's the main reason why they picked it.
Well, I like the one-to-one matchup against the Luna. You can actually, if I would say it's one of the few heroes that can actually stand your ground later. You can get the shard yourself. G2IG's Tricore is very strong in this game.
Yeah, it is. I'm a little bit concerned of their lack of team fight here, though.
Yeah. Like, the journey for them to become strong is on their supports. If the supports don't make those early moves, win the lanes for them, I am skeptical if they can take a fight. Like, when you're diving mid tier 1, are you asking your DK to TP in, or your TA to come, or Morphling? Like, these three cores are very static. And OG, all their cores, they'll happily at minute 8, minute 9, be together in the same lane, throw their spells out, and it could just be a repeat of the previous game.
I'm afraid for G2IG. Like, similar to last game, there's going to be a Pango roll, there's a Brew split, people are TPing around, you have Luna coming in. Who's answering it from G2IG?
Well, I thought you guys said that with the Bane and the Enchantress pickup in the early stages, their lanes were secured.
But the Prophet now takes it apart because he can then TP and create tri-lanes. We saw how there was a banner about tri-lanes being good.
I mean, it's a good point, Shiva. I think that is their only win condition, at least in the early game, is these two supports. They need to do a lot of work for them. Like,
They need to do everything.
They need to rotate, they need to kill heroes, destroy the mid lane. Yeah, chaos.
This is what they need to do on the G2IG supports here, for sure in this early game. Because, this mid game,
it's done. No way.
No.
Okay, well, that is potentially an uphill battle, but we will see Baboka and Nexnova. It's on their shoulders, and we know they can do it. The question is, will they do it here on this stage? For an answer to that, we're heading over to our commentary duo of Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you, Shiver. Sunspan here with Synderen. Game number 2 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Winner of the series, similar to yesterday, faced off against Falcons, who just continue on with the lower bracket. Obviously not a team that we expected to be in the lower bracket this early, but, well, now it's late, I guess, in the playoffs. But this game number 2, potential elimination game for G2IG, which would mean the wrath of Jack Chen afterwards. That's probably the main motivation not to lose this game for them. What do you think of the lineups?
Yeah, I think what the panel touched upon is basically my read on the situation too. I think G2IG's lineup I guess they have better lanes than they did in the last game, but I think they're very dependent on them going well. Whereas last time around, when OG had the better lanes, it felt like they were also transitioning it very well into the mid game. Here, it almost feels like a necessity for the IG lineup to get ahead so they can compensate for lack of teamfight and lack of ability to defend towers reliably. So definitely looking to Seb in this game as the X factor. The Nature's Prophet, this is the 3rd game we see it. He's 1-1, the hero is. I don't think Seb has played at this tournament. But it is one of his absolute best, so I'm not too surprised to see this team in particular bring it out. And I think the mindset they have around it is exactly that. All right, IG are very lane heavy, let's break it up.
The battle begins.
Yeah, we were casting one yesterday where the Nature's Prophet was picked, and it really didn't work out. It's all about that early game. Make sure you get the Wisdom Runes is, I think, something that we learned, or at least reaffirmed in that best of 3. But yeah, I think the first 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, will really dictate how this game is going to flow to the late game, potentially, for the Nature's Prophet. So BZM on the Pangolier in the mid lane versus Nothing to Say TA. A little bit of swap here. It was the offlane Pango for IG last time, and of course the TA for OG.
Yeah, Nothing to Say has had, I want to say, 1 or 2 really good TA performances this tournament, so should be warmed up on the hero. And let's see if he can do similarly to what BZM managed to do last game. BZM was winning the lane handily and also got some help. This time around, the Pango against TA matchup should be very good for the TA, but Nature's Prophet comes in at the right time, perhaps can swing the matchup in the favor of the Pango with one good move somewhere down the line before TA gets too strong, and if nothing else, maybe at least contest some of the water runes is a possibility. So far so good for BZM in that mid lane. Looks very even.
Yeah, Ari pulling the lane. This is going to be the next patch where these creeps actually meet. It's going to be really messy. Ari playing the Marcy this time. Haven't seen the Hoodwink today, Sinner, which is probably his most well-known hero. He's been playing that a lot as of this last couple years. But how does the Marcy fit into this game?
I think Marcy doesn't have the best matchups even as a support. I think I would be more concerned if they were playing it as a carry on Tomato, as they have done in the past sometimes, because the Bane is a pretty rough matchup. Both Enfeeble as well as Fiend's Grip are really good against you, and the enemy cores, all three of them are relatively tanky, so you're unlikely to just kill them in an Unleash burst. The TA has Refraction that you need to cut through, the Dragonite has a lot of armor, and Morphling, you know, needs no introduction, right? So I think for Ari, this is going to be really interesting to see how he itemizes.
That early rotation, nice Blood Grenade with the Sprout coming in, but Baboka TPs. And now the Blood Grenade being turned against Seb instead. He eats the tree. Looks like he might survive, but looks like Seb does get first blooded by Baboka before Whisper takes out X-Nova on the other side. And BZM with a nice swashbuckle into the shield crash right click, so ends up getting a decent amount of XP in this mid lane, but Seb was the first to fall.
Yeah, Baboka really wanted to deny that water rune, but it's going to cost him his life, so I don't think that was really worth it necessarily. At the same time, when you have these low resources on a hero like Bane, it can be beneficial to die, so you can come back to lane and have impact. Either way, it will be a one-for-one trade, but nothing to say. Should be quite happy with this exchange overall. He will get a little bit of an experience advantage, and of course, avoiding disaster against the early Nature's Prophet rotations is the name of the game here for G2IG. Still, OG's lanes are looking very healthy, in particular the Luna, starting to build a bit of a gap toward JT in the safe lane.
Yeah, and Whisper able to get that kill in this top lane as well, and we've seen how powerful the Brewmasters have been in this tournament. Very fitting with the theme here in Birmingham, but able to get a relatively early Radiance has made a huge difference as this hero, another one of those kind of snowball-y types.
Yeah.
See how this fares for Whisper this time.
It has definitely been a game changer for the Brew that Radiance has got this much better. It feels like the hero doesn't have the same... It's not on a timer as much as it felt like it used to be. This item is just so strong for so long that... We used to have these games in the past where Brewmaster would feel relevant for 25 minutes and then all of a sudden just kind of falls off a cliff. Even in the games where he's counterpicked by carries that can kill the split's just so tanky when you're level 20, and you get there a lot faster because of how good Radiance is, so it doesn't have the same shortcomings as it did in the past.
As JT getting pressured, yeah, and worst case scenario, it's always good for pushing, right? The Earth Panda is absurd with the siege damage. To the point where I'm surprised we don't see the Ags very often on the hero, but that has definitely fallen out of favor. As Whisper, looks like he is opting for the Spirit Vessel first, which we see at time against this Morphling. We're going to see a TP coming in from Seb. We're going to focus on X-Nova for now. He's just going to simply TP out, but Monet, he's now in a 3v1 situation inside the Sprout. He will follow suit with a TP as well.
Yeah, opting to TP to the tier 2 to have the shorter TP duration, since the tier 1 TP was already hogged by the Ench. And yeah, it's nice for them that they get out, but it's 2 TPs forced by just one spell cast effectively from the Nature's Prophet, so I think OG pretty happy with this. It's going to free up a lot of space for Whisper to safely get this full wave, and the Morphling is far behind. Borg was talking about this lane as supposedly being a good one for Morph, but it can be hard against Brew, and
X-Nova getting gone on. Ari will get the kill, and Monet being pressured away again. They don't have the damage to actually kill him, but all the disruption that it can have is very, very valuable against this Morphling. And like we said, the Whisper Spirit Vessel eventually will be a very good pickup against this Morph.
He's got 14 CS minute 5 against these 2 melee heroes together with Ench.
Yeah, they're going to try for the rebound. Sprout again, but he's getting the attribute shift off. Has half mana capacity right now. It's Baboka making his way over. Basically a tri-lane for OG right now, it feels like. As Whisper will continue on. Now they're going to try to focus onto Baboka. A lot easier kill, but the Sprout not able to connect.
Monet is
Monet
not
out of
happy.
lane. Yeah,
this
absolutely.
Is real bad. Keep in mind when this hero was picked, right? They had so much information available and still getting crushed. 29 and 14 on the Brew. He has as many denies as Morphs has last hits right now.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
That's not the expected outcome. When you're playing basically any carry with Ench, you're expected to at least tie. against these two melee heroes, but OG have just completely outplayed them and used the Nature's Prophet to great effect, really showing why they picked this hero in the game.
Do we have a TP mid, just maybe to refill the bottle here as Ahri actually not coming from the fountain, looks like. Looking for a pick-off, but not to be this time. As Whisper left to his own devices, which means X-Nova trying to take advantage with that tomato creep. Already at half HP on Whisper. He does not have that primal split as of yet, but still, the damage output is pitiful from IG. Baboka looking for the 7-minute wisdom, is spotted though. And this will likely turn into a kill. There's a Nightmare comes out to make this a bit annoying, but the rebound stun. One more brain sap for the row, but Baboka brought back into the arms of Whisper, and now Seb secures the wisdom room.
At the very least, G2IG, they do get their own, but it's picked up by the Dragon Knight. So JT will have a fast level 6, but this is going to come at the expense of one of the supports now, because they didn't get to share it among the two supports. Only one of them got the benefit, which I believe was Baboka. So now this is a level 3.5 Ench and a level almost 4 Bane, 7:30 into the game. For comparison, Ahri's almost level 5, and Seb is 4.5, so more than a level advantage on the supports for the side of OG. Lane's looking very solid once more. And this was an IG lineup that needed to do well in lanes, right? Like, I'm really worried for them if they don't get off the ground here, that they have no staying power when we get to minute 15 to 20 when OG start knocking down the tower. It's like, who's going to show up?
Yeah, because we have another rebound attempt, and the Rolling Thunder from BZM. Nothing to say, gets caught off guard. Whisper even making a rotation along with Seb. That's an easy pickoff for OG. Onto the mid laner of IG, and now X-Nova looks like he'll be able to tiptoe away. As Seb, he's going to potentially be the trade here as JT maneuvers over with that dragon form. X-Nova, looks like he picked up that Invis rune earlier. Gets the Centaur creep off onto Ahri. Dispose, but Dragon Tail is there. BZM with a nice shield crash onto 3, but not going to be enough to save Ahri. Whisper coming in with the Cinder Brew. The Primal Split to follow. Baboka's dead. Lifting up one more is nothing to say. Respawns and TPs, but now the surround tactics onto X-Nova. He's basically a creep at this stage of the game. Lift up onto the TA, who's now left alone because the DK has TP'd out, and even Seb coming in with the TP. It's a 4 versus 1 inside the Sprout. Another blood grenade. Nothing to say, dead. Tomato double kill, and likely a tier 1 tower mid. They are playing so aggressive on OG. I mean, this is what it looks like when a Nature's Prophet is successful in the laning stage.
Exactly, and this is what it shows like, or what it looks like when one side has a carry that can rotate and the other one doesn't, right? Like, Monet is never showing up to this. He can't help. So Tomato coming in on the Luna for the big overwhelm. Also, at this nighttime with Lunar Blessing, just really ramping up the pace here, OG. IG will get a little bit of time to breathe now, but already so far behind, losing mid tower minute 9:30 as TA feels really bad. And Dragon Knight has actually done less damage to OG's bottom tower than the Luna has to his, so Tomato has almost managed to take the bot tier 1 while also being mid.
Yeah, it feels like he's just had a completely free game, and now that Spirit Vessel online for Whisper, so the Morphling, I mean, even the DK will suffer the consequences in all likelihood if OG can continue this pressure. Damage rune taken by Baboka, so kind of denied from OG. They have a decent amount of early map control. And we'll see what kind of lead they can mount here, or if IG can try to counteract this in some fashion. I mean, what's the go time for them? Like some sort of blink dagger for DK to try to set something up? He's about 1,000 away.
Yeah, I don't really have a good answer to that question, which is what worries me, is that I don't see the obvious timing here. I think you need levels on supports. I think Bane has to get 6. Dragon Knight, I should say, gets the blink. And then the Dragonlance TA, like maybe you can start stringing something together, but the problem is you can't take 5-on-5s, right? You have to somehow split push the map, try to force skirmishes so that you can either outnumber with your Bane catching in the side lane, or maybe getting some sort of TA trap play with Dragon Knight, like whatever it is. You want to avoid the full-on engagements because you have no tools to deal with a Bruce split and a Pango roll. Until Bane gets 6. When Bane has 6, you can grip the roll, but are you even going to kill him during it is the question?
Seb and company, they want to defend this tier 1 tower. JT looks like the TP will be successful, but Baboka not so lucky. As OG showing that they are not going to be giving up this tier 1 tower without a fight. Of course, with this lead, they have the option to do so, and Now we'll likely try to pressure this tier 1. In fact, should be able to kill it. That siege wagon in tow.
You can see from Seb's item build what the plan is here. OG really looking to group up. He will complete it now, so that will be a very early Vlad's for a full-on 5-man strategy that OG have been have been building for in this game with the strategy. It's just, I think the lanes actually went better than you almost could have hoped. Everything just coming up OG. Expecting them to not wait long before they start thinking about something like either a Roshan or a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think we saw, what, a 13-minute Rosh yesterday? 13, 14 minutes, something like that. I think it was the earliest of the tournament, so
yeah,
definitely not out of the question when you have this kind of a lead. And these aura items to go with it. Baboka's still level 5 at 12 minutes right now for IG. And X-Nova level 5 as well, it seems. Tomato will be showing himself in the top lane.
Radiant are scanning.
Doubling the level of X-Nova right now. Bit rough. And yeah, let's see if OG want to group up and try to take some towers. They definitely have that at their disposal.
Yeah, straight on. Next objective, you know? It's OG understand what game state they're in and what they can force onto G2IG, and I think they understand it just as well. So they're not going to show up to this top lane as it is. They're going to try to just push out bottom with the Dragon Knight. TA is going to farm her triangle. You're looking to still find some sort of meaningful farm on X-Nova's end. The bot tower will fall, so G2IG with their first tower of the game 13 minutes in with DK Ench. It's not great. Yeah, OG, they will even pop the Unleash for this. They know this is not going to turn into a fight, so just want to be done with this as fast as possible. Go to Ahri.
Top tower has fallen.
Yep, and in a minute and a half is when Roche will be on that side, and they have firm control of the entirety of the top side of the map, so that's likely what they're going to be waiting for, or they could just do that as well, but it could just be a backstab type action.
JT has some good vision here to help him out. A little read the plan here and get away. And this is how it's going to be for the next 10 minutes, I think. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse. OG will try to run around the map looking for members of G2IG to kill off in groups of 3 or 4, and Nature's Prophet obviously will be one of those heroes.
Oh, Baboka.
The math there.
Ooh.
Nice sprout.
All right.
Falling Blade on cooldown there for Baboka. Couldn't quite make it in there in time.
X-Nova spotted out. He is level 6, but it matters not. Seb will claim the kill from global range. Tomato very close to the Manta style now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As we have a blink as well, so well, that's actually for the IG side. See how aggressive they want to get with this. The tier 2 tower taking some damage in the bot lane now, but
Hey, isn't it just telling that Ahri does this like this?
Yeah, off cooldown.
Might end up costing him. Doesn't look like it though. He will get away. Nice try from Nothing to Say there, trying to go for the deny attack onto his own trap. He will see him on the next one. Actually, with the dagger, he will get him.
Strike is enough, so Ahri is punished in the end. Nothing to Say, a good read. And Ahri just bad luck walking over.
Yeah, if he would have walked left, he wouldn't have died. But it's like, it's one of those situations you just don't know, right? So you're going to take the chance. It also kind of looked like Nothing to Say didn't expect to get an opportunity. And then all of a sudden, he walked over to Travis like, oh, I actually can still find a kill here, and he will.
Oh, yeah. Very nice pickup for Baboka.
Stealing the wisdom.
Not too shabby.
Minute 15:30.
Yeah. But
against Nature's Prophet, it's very surprising.
That is true. The Nature's Prophet is weird, but typically when you have this kind of a lead, you're not going to be on that side of the map a lot of the time, so
yeah,
could be a good snag, but IG will take anything they can get at this point. This 5K deficit, 16 minutes. It's not growing that much. As I say, that goes to 6. Maybe it is. Museum now with a haster, and X-Nova taking heavy damage from the high ground here. And Ahri is hunting. X-Nova looks to be okay, but the tower is continuing to be pressured and no defense mounted from IG. At what point will they be forced to do so? Can they wait till high ground is the question.
Well, they finally get their first major item on the Morphling, which will be a decent help. Having the Manta, it's going to help him push out waves better. It's going to help him farm faster. This doesn't really seem like a fighting item whatsoever in this circumstance. It's just he will want it as part of his inevitable endgame build regardless in this game, and now he's just going to use it to maximize, stall things out.
Baboka looking for an opening. Might have been spotted.
Yeah, seeing the pings here.
Seb walking in that direction. Baboka on the high ground right now. 4K lead for OG. They do spot Baboka, but nothing stays there. Grip to start things out. BZM gets the Rolling Thunder, but Seb already dead. Nothing to say. He's going to get diffused with Whisper now making his way over with the TP. Baboka is waiting for the Nightmare, but he's just going to TP out instead. That means nothing to say is dead. Oh, Meld Strike. Eventually brought down. So a good attempt from IG. They definitely need to do things like that, but that is, you're giving up a TA for a Nature's Prophet. Not exactly fair.
I just think it's too deep. You're going all the way behind the tier 2 tower on a slow kill, right? The enemy team is going to be responding in time now. Of course, from OG, it's a really good read that BZM is already in the neighborhood. Maybe that could have been a hit and run, but it's easier said than done to get fast kills and get out when you're this deep on the map. OG will be fast to respond, bring the right heroes, and go for that punish. If TA has a Deso, this is maybe a different story. Like, maybe the kills are fast enough that you can actually hit and run it, but not there yet.
So OG comfortable just farming away.
Yep, Whisper approaching Radiance.
And potentially that is the item. That will make them more comfortable to just bulldoze a bit more. Baboka is spotted. Rebound, BZM, casual right click. Another kill to OG's name. Monet will TP out and is going for the new shotgun build. We don't really call it shotgun build anymore, do we?
No.
But it is, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it used to be called the shotgun build was that you fired 2 projectiles back to back, right? Now you fire 1, but it just hits twice. Kinda. Yeah.
It's close enough.
It's good enough, I guess.
Not realistic. Zeb looking for somebody, but we'll just take out the illusions instead. And Tomato starting to look very stacked indeed. Just on his lonesome, a 2,000 gold lead over anyone else in the game. And for Luna, that is typically you're given just a little bit of space and you expand it to a ridiculous degree.
Yeah, it does feel like the fastest farming carry in Dota right now. With a perfectly free game, I think it has had the overall highest GPM we've seen in this tournament. I think we saw a game from Pure ending with over 1,000 GPM on Luna this tournament, one time. I believe that might even have been... Was it on stage? It couldn't have been on stage. They haven't played on stage yet. They played the upper bracket semis off stage. So have yet to be blessed with that later on. Yeah.
Well, OG will group up, and this will be a free Roche.
Really is very clear that G2IG are playing plan... I don't even want to call this plan B, maybe plan C. And we'll find Seb at the very least, and Monet will turn into him to teleport to top for maximum farm efficiency here.
Yep, that's the min-max right there.
When both Dragon Knight and Morph go Manta first item, and you're just cutting waves, this was not the plan to begin with. But it also it shows that IG are willing to adapt and know that they have to pivot away from the original plan with how the lanes went. So at least they're not stuck in their ways and like, okay, we're still going to buy Dragon Knight Dagger. We're still going to look for fights we can't win.
Right.
So I do think this is the right approach for them. Still a very long road to equalizing this game, but this is the way to do it. It just, for a long time in Dota, playing this way has been very hard. Just playing from behind and then playing constant split push until you recover is not easy. But they're keeping the game afloat. Only 4K lead now for OG. With that Tormentor going the way of X-Nova, that will be a nice DPS increase for them.
Yeah, but
once he gets Impetus, I suppose. Doesn't currently have it. Does Sprite actually work?
Against Sprout?
No, if you don't have Impetus skilled. Do you fire an Impetus still?
I
I guess it
I don't know.
works. I don't know,
The
actually.
movement will work for sure.
Yeah.
That's the more important aspect in this
Just
stage
jump
of the game.
backwards and then you fire out a projectile. It just says error. That would be classic Dota.
Tomato, high ground attempt number 1. Fortification is popped from IG. Of course, he has that Aegis to work with for 3.5 minutes. Top lane, though. BZM showing off that Blink Dagger.
Oh, no
Top of
mana.
Monet now. Yeah, Monet very much out of mana. And the rebound from Ari. Good rotation from OG. An extremely important kill to make sure Monet cannot recover in this game number 2.
And it's very elegant how OG set this up, right? They're pushing bottom lane with 3 or 4 heroes at the same time, so it's less obvious for
Whisper,
Monet
though.
to read that.
That'll be some sort of a trade for IG.
That's a quick punish. This is a big kill. This is actually IG favored overall. This is a very, very big Brewmaster streak that they end there. I think he was he 5-0? Yeah. So mega kill gold going the way of JT. Start making some progress here. And I will say, if OG don't manage to get a meaningful like Rex or map advantage by the 30 to 40 minute mark, this IG Tricore is absolutely stupidly strong late game. I definitely think that if they can stay afloat in this fashion for another 15 minutes, I have IG favored to win this game. When Dragon Knight starts getting an Axe in this game, it's going to be outstandingly strong against the OG lineup. Your Morph is starting to get somewhere. The Conda is on the way. TA has had an okay game. So definitely not even remotely close to over yet for the side of G2IG. I think they've done a really good job. OG were up 7K, I want to say 3 minutes ago. And they've just stabilized very well.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, what can OG get out of this Aegis? They still have some time remaining, about 1:40. We'll try to pressure again, this time in the mid lane, as Xnova trying to defend. Has nothing to say, shows himself as well. As Baboka, Seb going in kind of deep there with the Sprout, with the Lucent Beam. Xnova barely able to get out in time. Once this tower goes down again, Luna is a hero you have to really worry about. Ari's the one taking the brunt of the damage right now. Nothing to say with that. Desto deletes him from the map. Tier 3 tower is out. And now Whisper can focus on that melee racks along with Tomato and those Moonglaves. Aegis still intact. They lift up the TA just to buy some time. Second fortification for IG. And now these Brewlings getting quite low, so OG likely having to reset now. Whisper's gonna get Dragon Tail down and bursted. 2 dead now for OG as Seb looks to be the third. And G2IG showing some signs of life, and this is a very important defense for their game. Double kill from Monet as Tomato. And won't be able to get too much. I mean, they get the tier 3, but the Aegis will be expiring of natural causes.
Yeah, so we're seeing the replay here. This is the tail end of it, obviously just obliterating Whisper with this burst damage that they do have between the TA and the Morph. I think OG maybe got a little bit over-aggressive looking to dive there. I get what they were trying to do with the kill on Ench, but when that failed, Ari was in a completely compromised position inside the IG base, got nightmared up forever, and then they just turn and killed him off. And this is effectively equalizing the game. OG were close to getting racks there. Like maybe if you just stay in more tight formation, just play around your brew split and siege the barracks, I think you might have just got the lane, honestly. But with this dive from the supporting cast of OG, it was difficult for the Chorus to confidently connect on it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, at this stage of the game, normally the Brewmaster already has the Radiance, which has made a huge difference there. Obviously, he went for the Spirit Vessel first, but I mean, his farm has not been particularly great if you compare it to the offlaner from IG. There's a 3K separation there.
Yeah, it's one of the big issues when you go for the Vessel over the Radiance, is if you don't snowball the game and you have a couple of missed opportunities, this would definitely have been a better game for Whisper, but I don't remember looking back on this game how impactful the Vessel actually was. Like, I understand why he wants it. It's amazing against all 3 enemy cores, so it definitely is a feels-good pickup, but it still feels like the fights that OG won, they would have won regardless in the same fashion, so it could have been a much, much faster Radiance instead.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing less earn into a big item and then eventual Spirit Vessel, just to be able to get the charges.
Yeah, that would have also been
feels like they just go straight forward if they're going to opt for it at all. It's Monet getting chased up. Getting that Manta off, Lucent Beam, but the grip on top of the Rolling Thunder, that doesn't really help Monet too much as you get the double stun after the fact as Monet will die, but Boca is next. The aggression from OG, not punished this time. The BKB is there for nothing to say for this potential high ground defense, but there is no Aegis, of course. There's OG. See if they have enough time to even opt for something like that.
Tomato approaching Conda as well will definitely be a big increase in OG's long-range damage. Maybe look for some sort of cute play with that plus a swashbuckle to assassinate a support in a fight, for example. Throw a little bit of a Wrath of Nature on top for the finish.
Remember when Yules used to be a very common pickup on the Pango for that role. You basically just got that for free with the Fiend's Grip on the enemy.
Yeah.
That was, I'm not sure if it actually mattered there, but just funny to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, OG with a little bit of a lead, but definitely within striking distance is G2IG. So Jack, Green Barbecue Chen, the legendary figure of Dota 2, doesn't have to fret quite yet. But this is, of course, an elimination game for his team.
Suns fan casts G2IG game without mentioning Jack Chen challenge. Impossible. You just can't do it.
He's just a lovable figure, you know? Always on my mind. Now the next rush we won't know about for another 40 seconds, as I believe the Conda here for Tomato will be delivered very shortly. So that burst damage potential very high.
Yep. Also important for Tomato that he has the Pike. I think this is a very good game to decide to go for this early. If you look at the core-to-core matchups, he has Morph and TA. The panel was talking about how Morph in particular is one of those heroes that can stand up to you, but guess what? You can just get the range advantage by just piking him away if he goes on you, and then suddenly you take full advantage of your low cooldown Lucent Beam Conda build. Oh, nothing to say. This is a big jump. Oh my god, he evaporated.
That was 70 seconds of no TA.
Ari and Tomato just jumped on him together in mid. He was completely alone in the middle of the map. No supporting cast nearby. That is such a huge kill. This could lead to Rax, actually. Just a full minute of control for OG. The waves, not the best, but if they could somehow get this mid-wave in. JT already on the task.
Oh, nice Lucent Beam from Tomato. X-Nova is going to try to make it as hard as possible.
Well, he's wasting some time here. Also has the Pike.
He does, but Tomato very quick. And eventually will bring down Enchanter. Seb actually getting that one.
Yeah, nice kill Shakur from Seb. Very necessary Wrath of Nature there. Surprised they didn't tip him for it.
I mean, that chase alone burned a lot of time on the death timer for TA.
Yeah, for sure. This is G2IG are going to recover from this, but that is a big, big blow to them, and OG with a great find. Still a bit surprised that Nothing to Say left himself vulnerable there in the mid lane and gets punished, but at the same time, you also have to take some risks. You need to push out these waves consistently so that OG can't just run the show. But now G2IG with 2 BKBs approaching the next fight, you know? They have Ags on Dragon Knight, level 18.
Dire's middle barracks.
Leather belt. Sorry, that's a reference you won't get.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You don't like funny things.
Okay.
That's fine.
Appreciate that. Go one cast without insulting me. Impossible for you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, he spotted right after the teleport, and that ward really paying off. 45 seconds on the deck for him, and we'll see where G2IG is. Roche available for the pickings.
This is a really, really crucial moment in this game. Without the second Roche, I think it's going to be difficult for OG to look to high grounding now that all 3 cores of G2IG have effectively come online as much as they needed to.
Smoke is popped. He's going to get Dragon Tailed into the Fiend's Grip. No Primal Split for you. Rolling Thunder a little bit late from BZM. And OG likely having to retreat now in a 3 versus 5 situation. BZM picks up the bounty and we'll be able to get away scot-free, but
40 seconds, TA plus Morph. You know where this is headed.
Oh, yeah.
This is... Yeah, it's just theirs. I don't think OG can do anything about this. They might want to try, but even the Dragon Knight Manta is just causing them trouble and giving information, and this is the most important moment of the game for G2IG. They execute just what they needed to. They find a core kill that doesn't have buyback around the time that Roche is crossing the map. They're now in a very good position in this game, and I say that despite them having an open base.
Yeah, Monet, okay, mana is completely burned. Remember, he just picked up the Aegis, but it's going to be a quick life #1 inside the Sprout, and he is all alone. Can he possibly get out of this? Waveform, onto the other side, close to the fountain is Tomato, continuing with the Lucent Beams. Rebound not able to hit, but the Dispose back into their arms, and just like that, the Aegis completely irrelevant.
Nice Aegis, guys. It would be a shame if you were to just leave it out in the open alone and get punished instantly. Say OG, and yeah, all right. That was going to be a really big advantage for G2IG, but as you say, down the drain. OG don't have it for pushing, but at the very least in the upcoming fight, they have fair conditions, if you will. Now I say Tannig as well. Tomato is big. He is still way ahead of the competition here. And he has to be. He has to compensate for a poor Brew. So this is the hero to watch. All right, straight in.
Roshan banner, will it go down? Absolutely, along with more important objectives like the range racks. And likely the melee to follow. No Morphling for 20 seconds. Does G2IG want to defend? Do they just give up one set for now? The Enfeeble being extremely annoying for Tomato. It's not really doing much damage to the melee racks now. It's BZM having to help out. The Breathe Fire also helping out in the damage mitigation department. Dragon Tail to slow this down. Morphling up in 3 seconds. Spirit Festival applied to JT. And there's a fortification. So somehow G2IG actually defend this for the time being.
Oh, Whisper is compromised right now.
He has the Primal Split, but the Dragon Tail to open up. BZM posturing a bit to make sure that they won't jump his Brewmaster. I feel like we haven't seen the Primal Split in a team fight for a while now because he keeps getting picked off. Seen the solo pickoffs though.
Wait, why do OG have 2 Vlads?
Do they?
Ari just bought Vlad. Seb has Vlad.
Oh dear. Wraith Pact, of course.
Maybe if they have one each, they can make Wraith Pact.
Yes, that's the hidden patch notes.
Seems like a little bit of a miscommunication here. I don't see the rationale, at least, behind having more than one.
One of them is expecting to die early in the fight, so then they have a guaranteed backup.
It's the next level play where Seb TP's in and gets killed, and IG are like, okay, we can chase. They don't have Vlad. And then Ari's like, haha, I also have a Vlad.
That is the item that they're worried about more than anything.
Yeah. It's got to be.
These Luna items irrelevant. Vlad's though, I mean, it's a scary face. It has a skull on it, so understandable.
Yep. What does that have in the Chinese client?
That's true.
How does that look for them? Maybe it's not scary for them at all. Maybe it's like a cute, cuddly teddy bear aura.
Yeah, that's actually possible. I'll have to investigate that after this.
Yeah. Talk to your good friend Jack Chen, aka KBBQ.
That's
probably
true.
Let you know if he wants to talk to you after the series. It will probably be depending on the result.
Yeah, absolutely.
See how.
Will he be enraged or will he be happy-go-lucky?
He was in a good mood yesterday. Then he played some pubs.
That happens.
Big item here. Big item alert for NTS. Huge damage upgrade, and as has been the case for a while in this game, once they do find the catches, G2IG, they can assassinate even carries, or cores rather, really quickly. I think the only hero that should feel relatively safe not to get burst is Tomato. But the Pango, as well as the Brew, can die in a Dragon Tail if TA and Morph just pile on them with everything they have and score a critical strike with the TA in particular.
I mean, out of this 7K lead for OG, 5 of it is Tomato.
You could argue 7, right? If you compare him to the Morph.
Yeah, true.
So, the other cores of IG well ahead of their counterparts. And then Seb is obviously the one keeping the score the way it is. Nature's Prophet will, most circumstances.
A bit on the greedy side, of course. That is the Nature's Prophet style. Tormentor for OG. Who gets the shard? It'll be Ari.
All right. Additional rebound functionality. And the cooldown reduction is nice.
Yeah, that's the standard. I mean, I wonder if he uses this. I mean, he is definitely one of the Marcy specialists, so. I just remember watching a match with Soxa where he deleted the item so he would not gain net worth. That's how much he hated it.
It was worse back then.
It was. He didn't get the cooldown reduction.
Okay.
But I believe this will come down to an eventual Rosh off, but there's quite a bit of time before that actually occurs. BZM with the Arcane Rune has the Basher to swap back in when he's ready to fight. Lead growing a little bit more for OG, though.
Yeah, it's largely just Nature's Prophet, I would say. I think the core matchups are remaining a constant, but Seb is getting so far ahead of the enemy supports by the minute. As is pointed out here by the Observer, he actually has more net worth now than the Brewmaster, so he is also taking something away from Whisper, but it is a net positive, the amount of extra farm that they are finding around the map.
Yeah, and they're going for a double Halberd build for OG. Against the likes of DK, TA, and Morphling.
Yep. Could become a difference maker when the BKBs expire. It is a good call, actually. All of IG's damage is right-click reliant, with the exception of the Adaptive Strike Conda. from Monet. Even Enchantress getting halberded can be very impactful in the right situation. So if you're halberded and you use Sproink, I guess you don't even shoot. I think you just jump.
Yeah,
right?
probably.
I did confirm earlier, by the way, that the Sproink does use your current level of impetus, because he had impetus level 1, and it was on cooldown from shooting, and then when he Sproinked, he fired a regular attack. So those two skills are completely tied together. Seb will take care of business up top, and this Nature's Prophet Pig is allowing OG to stay maybe a little bit more aggressive on the map than usual. This is a very nice hero to have in your roster when you are facing this Manta split push, TA traps. Constant poke and prod around the map from G2IG. Seb can always take care of the trash lane and still connect.
Tomato. They blink away from him. He was all alone right there. Oh my. Very cocky play.
They have fallen into enough OG traps this series already. They're gonna. This is where the mental thing can really get to you, where you start seeing ghosts everywhere, because that last game, every move G2IG tried to make was countered. So now when they see a Luna, they'll just be like, there's no way, right? That he's alone. And sometimes it will be the case, but I don't know if it would have been good for them to even try anything there, to be honest. So. Ari on the way to a BKB. Can almost have it if he sells his Vlads. It will be 2/3 of the way then.
Yeah, that's true. Very important to get rid of that as soon as possible. The stats on it do not matter, apparently. It's Tomato. Onto the high ground they go, and Feeble to start things out, but yeah, they'll just back away.
Yeah, they're trying to bait G2IG to TP back. This is essentially just a macro play. This was not with the intent of taking barracks. They're just hoping that they can psych G2IG out a little bit and force their heroes back to base. Did not work though. They called the bluff and they stayed out on the map.
The Bane solo defended, Cinder, and very impressive from G2IG. And Seb showing himself in the bot lane now.
I think Seb is probably going to go for an AC here, just knowing him and looking at the style of game that this is. It is an incredible aura for the team to have. He could almost have it if he sells his Vlad.
You're really obsessed with selling Vlad, yeah.
That is another path to unlocking it, but I do think that's the best item he can buy here. A lot of the times you'll see Nature's Prophets buy a utility item in the slot, like
X-Nova,
Hex, but
run into by BZM. He's going to use the Rolling Thunder for the Enchantress. Gets the bash on the shield crash with the Aghanim Scepter, but here comes the Dragonite, and we get the Fiend's Grip directly onto BZM, and he's dead just like that. Even the Primal Split used, but now just trying to run away is OG.
Yeah, that's a get the fuck out dad moment if I've ever seen one. OG running away as quickly as they came, and this is... I'm curious to see which direction Baboka takes this. He's actually eyeing up the BKB over the Ags. I think he recognizes, okay, if I'm BKB'd, my grip's going through, right? They're not going to be able to stop it with any BKB piercing ability, with the exception of a Pango Bash. So if he's the guy he's gripping, you know, it's likely staying there.
Yep.
But Seb is not going to AC, by the way. He is planning on a Shiva, which I find a bit surprising when you look at the...
This is a big pickup, though. Third Roche. Yep. So you get Aghanim Scepter now. Who picks it up? Looks like Nothing to Say will be teleporting everywhere.
The good thing about getting Ags from this Roche is that that one doesn't drop in 30 seconds when you get ganked onto the map as the carry.
That is permanent net worth.
Yeah, they're going to keep that one. And wait, who did you say they put it on? They put it on the TA?
Yeah.
I mean, they could have put that on the Bane as well. Would have been quite nice then maybe...
But that's a support, Cinder, and sure.
Yeah, fair. Never mind, I take it back.
You know these core players, what they're like. Insufferable.
I mean, if you look at the way the game is being played, obviously the TA Ags for this game state is really nice. So I don't blame them. I'm saying it was an interesting alternative that would have allowed Baboka to probably not go BKB and spend his gold in an entirely different fashion. They do think the TA Psionic Projection is more valuable.
Well, it makes this gem for Ari way more important now. Being able to kill these traps just provides so much extra map control for OG, but it's going to be hard to find them all.
Damn, Seb has cycled through all the armor items. So he was eyeing up Shivas, then he sold his Vlads and got Lotus.
Oh, he did sell them.
Big up to him for selling the Vlad.
Oh man, I wish we had a replay of that.
And now he's going for the AC. So I am happy to ultimately see him arrive at that, but I guess the Lotus, it's a bit difficult to say which one is more important, right? If he puts Lotus on Pango, he can protect him against the Bane, which is really big. But AC has a lot of teamfight impact, and ultimately he will want both, which is very understandable.
Yeah, it won't protect him after the grip comes out, though. It has to be prematurely used.
G2IG is filling out on the map.
BZM already used his blink into the Dragon Knight's arms. Even the grip extended from Baboka just to ensure the death of BZM, and even an MKB for X-Nova. He is going to start really hurting now on this Ench.
BZM was having such a clean game. He was 4-0-8, and now he's been caught twice back-to-back within 3 minutes. These kills are really big. It's just buying G2IG so much time. And I do think at this point you have to look at this game as one that is quite clearly G2IG favored, the way I see it. Like, they managed to somehow, after having a really terrible start to the game with very weak team fight, they've managed to stall out the game, get to the point where all 3 of their cores are true carries. Like, this is a tri-carry lineup that they're running, and all of them are buying carry items. So the Brewmaster's effectiveness is going to... He's going to fade into irrelevance, I'm a little bit worried about here for the side of OG soon, because Whisper cannot keep up with this level of farm. As a matter of fact, G2IG are going to take matters into their own hands. They push really fast, so OG better get back on time. Dragon Knight plus Morphling can make work of a tower in 5 seconds together. They will force out the glyph and reset and go back to mid and claim that one instead. Look at that pushing speed. That's without the TA and the Deso. Imagine with, they could clean up the base in half a minute.
Yeah,
if OG were to lose a fight without buybacks, the game would just end.
OG really needed to have gotten that, that set of barracks back when they originally pushed, because now no real lane advantage. It's just the range rack, which does basically nothing.
And ideally, one of the second and third Roches, right? That's where I feel like G2IG really stalled out the game. Despite losing the Aegis, at the very least, they took it away from OG's Luna and allowed themselves to play in a fashion that is, I don't know if I want to say it's bold, but...
Are you a little surprised that there's no Lincolns for BZM? I got to hold that thought, though. You might have a bit of action with the Aegis still intact for Monet on the Morphling. JT on the cliff, not to say able to blink out. Now JT showing himself. The Wrath of Nature doing a nice job of keeping them in place. The Rolling Thunder coming in from BZM, focusing on Baboka, but he gets bursted actually after the usage of the BKB. They even delete Nothing to Say with the Eclipse. Now Tomato and company, major advantage in this fight. They find 3 pickoffs, and now Monet gets bashed mid-TP inside the Sprout. That's the Aegis. And OG gonna surround Morphling again. We've seen this before. And somehow OG power up when the enemy gets Aegis.
Just really good play calling to isolate and kill. This Nature's Prophet is fantastic, but getting this Bane instantly is the play here. Look, Tomato, no hesitation, just blinks and pops everything. And the amount of damage instances they have between Ari and Tomato, even the 25 refraction talent, it looked like Nothing to Say didn't even have refraction. He just died in the blink of an eye, so... OG, when they do get the entry into the fight and they find the right targets, they can definitely build something out of it.
Yep, that's mid lane for OG. There's a buyback for the Morphling, but dispose onto the Dragon. That's going to force the buyback now. That's the bash onto JT, already using the BKB. We can see OG.
Oh, he didn't get over the edge.
He didn't get to the low ground. Nothing to Say. Gets the silent. Melt Strike, finally. Couple 4-step use and the Swashbuckle. BZM looks like he might survive as a result. Instead of getting slowed by the Dragon Knight illusions. Tomato and company going to be grouping up, power of friendship and whatnot. Looks like they will be able to get out.
For OG to get out there. They got the Morph and the TA buybacks and Elena Barracks and lost nobody. Saving Private BZM on the way out. That's straight back in.
Yeah, Primal Split, be able to take out the tier 3 easily. JT still in that Dragon form, but not for that much longer. As the buildings are absolutely melting right now. And that's going to be 2 lanes for OG. So fast. This was looking to be IG favored. They have the Aegis, they have the cheese, which still hasn't been used. They lose that team fight horribly, and now they're down 2 sets of racks.
It's all about how fights start. OG being able to find that flank and getting a great Nature's Prophet route into just piling on them.
And now the items starting to flow in favor of OG. Talked about the AC for Seb.
Yep.
Octarine we saw from Whisper, so more primal splits to use.
And Ari starting to become a real threat now as well in this Marcy. We saw how he just made quick work of the TA together with the Luna. Now with BKB, it's going to be even easier.
And he still has the Vlads. He did not delete his.
Yeah, I think it's good they kept one of them.
Yeah, I think so too.
Imagine they miscommunicate and sold it at the same time too.
Yeah,
that would have been really fun. But there is a limit to how wrong it can go for OG, and right now it seems like they can do no wrong anymore. 2 lanes of barracks and in a good control of the map. Definitely now looking to try to finish this one off with the refresh on Brewmaster and Ultimate ready. They can just go for 2 back-to-back pokes, and that is exactly what's going to happen here.
BZM rolling thunder. And we see the primal split can be used to take out the tower easily. The backline defense on Pavelki. He pops the BKB. He's already relatively safe, looking for an opening on the Fiend's Grip. Unable to find one initially as BZM gets to the low ground, but these buildings again are melting. The glaze from the illusions doing so much damage. Looks like Seb is the first to fall though, but there's the grip onto Tomato. A beautiful rebound to 3 as Ari destroying them on the backline, but now he is the one destroyed as no more Luna to play with. 3 for 1, successful defense from IG, or is it? They lose the melee racks, so only 1 range to go to get these mega creeps for OG.
Yeah, it looked like Seb just flat out threw his body at the barracks and died for it. And that gave G2IG a bit of an angle as Ari committed in again. They get some return kills, and they do hold on to 1 range barracks, but you're down 2.5 lanes against Nature's Prophet. It is always going to be dangerous. You have to constantly be on top of your waves now. Any little moment of opportunity, Seb's going to TP in there, spawn some treants, and get to work with his AC. If you don't have Glyph, that barracks can fall in a matter of seconds, even against a support Prophet when he's this farmed.
And remember, the range does not regen at all, so it feels inevitable that that will be killed.
Regeneration. Then you will be seeing the classic against the ropes mega creeps game that IG will definitely not GG out of until they have to.
They have plenty of experience with that. So as they split the uprights with the Dragon Knight.
See what they can get in return. I think OG really don't want to spend core buyback here on the Luna. That is the big one. And they might...
Yeah, but as you see the primal split being used to get the mega creeps, so giving up a lane of racks, even potentially 2, not that big of a deal, as they will certainly wait for the buybacks as Monet gets the melee racks. That is mega creeps for OG now, as Whisper, he's going to get hounded. Might cost him his life as X-Nova on the split screen, spotted by BZM. Looks like they'll find the stun, and eventually the Enchantress will fall. And Whisper able to survive through that.
How did OG break backdoor? I didn't actually see. Which wave did Whisper manage to get into the base there? That's a quite big blunder from the side of G2IG. If you have the 3 enemy heroes dead and you're pushing their base, somebody has to take care that this doesn't happen. I wasn't even looking for it. Maybe it was the same for G2IG. They're like, oh, they can't do this? Somehow, Whisper finds the angle and gets the megas, and now
the real game begins.
You can't ask for better conditions for OG now, except an Aegis and Cheese, which they can think about claiming soon.
The Aegis, the Cheese, the potential Aghanim Scepter, and of course the tier 5 items in 11 minutes that we're definitely going to get to because this is a mega creep game.
Yeah, love that.
Very exciting. I mean, it's really the mega creeps that are the big threat here for G2IG because 11k lead for OG, it's not that substantial in a 50-minute game.
Yeah, this is not about the gold at all. I agree. I think it still, in any given fight, G2IG can definitely win it, but the constant pressure and information advantage that OG is going to have will be worth way more than gold. So it's just a matter of them playing the map correctly and not getting caught off in a weak position. Big item here coming out from Monet could help them in the upcoming fight. So he's probably going to have to just flat out initiate for his TA. I think a problem that G2IG have had in many of their fights is nothing to say, just getting isolated and killed off really quickly by the Luna as well as Marcy. So if other cores can work as a lightning rod for him would be very, very helpful. And Morph with a butter can do just that. Of course, no true strike on any OG hero, I believe, so very valuable this game. Some OG fans in the crowd with the world's smallest little flag, but still says OG on it. You couldn't see it in the camera shot, but you zoomed in enough. I promise you, I've seen them up close.
Yeah, still more polygons than Morphling.
Under a microscope, and it is indeed an OG flag. Down goes Mr. Stoneman, it was inevitable. And they will choose to put the Aegis here on Timato for the push. And of course, lest we forget, have a Roshan's banner here with the Mega Creeps. You love that.
Lest we forget, yes.
Let's see if OG used this to make the creep stronger or to get 1 second of vision at the tier 4 towers in the enemy base. Choices are plenty here.
All right, I will say, we haven't brought it up too much because I'm sick and tired of talking about such an irrelevant item. But when they have Mega Creeps, they do become Gaben Creeps, which are ridiculously powerful.
Well, they're less powerful than they used to be. As we know, Gaben has lost quite a bit of weight. He has really been on a
This bot lane, though, look
very
at that.
inspiring
Look at the swagger
journey.
of these Gaben Creeps. Look at the damage. Just so much heft and juice inside them. Beautifully done. We'll see if they can counteract this with 3 right clicks to the Roshan banner eventually.
Or one-shotting the wave with TA.
Or that. Now look at Enchantress can't deal with it.
They're quite strong.
All right, we have a pause just to really bask in the glory that is the Gaben Creeps. Let's get a cheer for Gaben Creeps, Birmingham. All right, let's put this on a scale. Let's get a cheer for alcohol. Okay. Well, I think we know where that stands. Very, very Birmingham of you guys. That was a quick disconnect, but...
All right, there was a guy in the crowd trying to get a cheer for us, and he got almost nothing. So I think alcohol has taken a very clear first place here.
I think Ari is too young to have alcohol, though, I think. He hasn't let it ruin his life yet, and that's why he is having a successful career as a young lad.
That turned really dark very fast.
Sorry about that. And we're back in the game.
You guys enjoy your beers, lads. I'm sure it's fine.
All right, remember, the Roshan's banner is bot. Very important to keep that in mind. BZM and company. Okay, we're going to get Whisper's ult.
Here we go again.
Apply as much pressure to these tier 4s as possible. That's a lot of damage from the Conda, though, from Monet. I said, my God, all right, well, they tickled the buildings, but they don't regen. That's the important thing. Do this 100 times and they will be able to prevail. Whisper will be able to get out. He can get out of the Primal Split anytime he wants now with that shard anyway. No big deal. Has the refresher, of course, and they do have the refresher shard right now. It's on Tomato. And we'll see. And he actually went for the Eclipse Lucent Beam Mini Stun talent. So a double Eclipse will actually destroy, potentially, especially with the Gaben Creeps.
Yeah, how long is it the interval is between each individual beam? You definitely know this.
You mean 0.25 second stun? Times 2?
I'm saying how much of the time are you stunned if you're solo tanking an Eclipse with this talent? Like, how long does it take in between each beam?
Oh, I mean, you're perma-stun.
Are you sure about this?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Now, that is crazy.
I could have just made that up. I mean,
I think you did.
Like, why would you believe anything that I say? Right, 53 minutes in the game, Cinderin. Will we get to the dream scenario that only I enjoy, apparently? Everybody's complaining about these 60-minute games. That's what I live for. Motto. Level 26. What can he upgrade here? He has, I mean, an eventual refresher orb. He is going for Scotty right now to replace, I mean, I guess the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, Scotty feels real good against Morph, of course. He needs the Moon Shard still. Still a little bit of ways to grow, but...
Oh, yeah. They are constricting the map right now. And OG, I mean, how much time is on this Aegis here? 2 minutes to go. So I assume, wait, what's the timer on Roshan's banner? Is it already dead? Oh, why?
It's still there for another 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Is it? Okay.
They have full overlap.
All right, that's good.
I am actually really proud of myself. I feel like this is the first time I've tried to find the Roshan banner and been successful.
Can we get a petition to have Gaben's face show up on the mini-map? So that at least the casters and the audience can see it.
I definitely think the banner should have a different minimap icon than anything else, right? Like, it'd just be a little flag. It's just a...
Sure, like the OG flag, but not too small.
It's just a... Yeah, okay. It needs to be visible.
2 pixels.
Just a little flag icon, at least for the observers. If you don't want to have it for the teams, that's fine, but... Nothing to say is back. The FPS issue has been resolved. That is a lot of OG... What do you call these? The ones they're holding signs?
Yeah.
Have another word?
That is the word, sign.
Very good. Is there another word for those specific
Extremely
types of
eloquent, as always, as the Primal
Shannon.
Split number 2 comes out. Okay, they're going to push the dragon to the other side. He does not have his dragon form anymore. This might be the go time for OG. As JT, a pathetic human being. You can see the Wrath of Nature doing quite a bit to keep them in place. And I think the tickling of the tower is not too shabby. It's now Tomato coming in. That's going to be 1 tier 4 tower down. They get the Eclipse off. The Dragon Knight taking massive damage, but forced staff to safety. Might be able to get the Fountain on time. Primal split again from Whisper, and now the Ancient is fully exposed. The bash onto Monet, but they find BZN instead. He has the buyback. And the fortification about to drop. JT dies inside the Ancient, but now the Ancient being exposed, being damaged by the likes of OG. Nothing to say, has to try to back away, but a swashbuckler brings him down, and OG take it out, and they take this series 2-0. That means G2IG eliminated and OG move on.
Man, that happened so suddenly. We were just getting lulled into a false feeling of safety for both teams with those 2 pauses when they were having glimpses. And then OG were like, oh, wait, we could also just win. What do you guys think? And yeah, eventually they overpower them. The Roshan's banner was too strong on that wave.
I mean, you were joking about that. That is actually a real thing.
It made a really big difference in that situation for sure. And there's just too much trash for IG to take care of in the base, and they can't do it. OG overwhelmed them with you pointed out the Eclipse. They throw it out. They force all of G2IG's heroes back into the fountain, and in the meantime, tons of structural damage coming out from Brew, from Marcy, from Luna. OG eventually forced their way through the Ancient. 55 minutes is what it took. A very strategic game, I want to say, from both teams in different fashions, but OG definitely proving to be the better team today.
Ari looking for some cheers, Birmingham. Let's hear it for OG as they take this series 2-0, but how do you think they're going to fare against Falcons, Cinder Man? That's going to be their next matchup?
Yeah, that's a very good question. In terms of style, I feel like what they just played against is very different from what Falcons are doing. I think Falcons don't draft this way. They pick way more in the way of team fight and of stronger lanes and more heavy mid-game focus. So I think for OG, the challenge is they're going to be met with more of an even match in the earlier portions of the game. And that's really what they need to focus their preparation on, is how do we handle lanes? How do we not let Falcons get too far ahead in the... I want to say the 0 to 20 minute mark is really where Falcons actually win a lot of their games. OG's laning in this tournament has been really good, so yeah. I do think they have what it takes.
Instead, this game destroying on the Nature's Prophet, honestly. I mean, he turned into a core, as we've seen before, but the laning stage was what really got the ball rolling as he ends the game with 4 kills, 19 assists, and I felt like Tomato just completely untouched. I mean, he died once, but 9, 1, and 10. He had a free laning stage, and Luna is just, in this patch, like, how do you even stop this hero given that kind of early farm?
Tomato actually died once this series.
That's true.
As he went 12-0-14 last game, so what a day for him. So
yeah. Let's go over to Teddy Boy for a nice interview.
Yeah, hi there. I am here with JT from G2IG. You must be very disappointed, but you must also be proud of getting this far in the tournament.
Still not satisfied because maybe we expected more than this, but I mean, life goes on, yeah.
Do you still think Seb should retire?
Maybe not this time.
Maybe not this time. Good, well said. Now, one last thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to all your fans out there who've supported you?
Thanks for supporting. I hope you guys keep support us forever. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for giving us some great Dota. Let's give a round of applause for G2IG. Let's go and talk to OG, who won this series now. I've got the hometown crowd favorite. Ari, my boy. First of all, congratulations on the series win. How great is it to be playing in front of a bunch of fans who are singing your name?
The crowd's amazing. I loved it.
I bet you did. Can we get what is the chant? Ari, Ari, Ari. That must feel good. Do you feel like when you guys get on LAN, you sort of power up? A lot of teams say they do.
Absolutely. I think we play so much better. I mean, maybe not better on LAN, but I think we really love the atmosphere, the high stakes. It's like our team really thrives on this pressure.
And how far, obviously, I know what you're going to say, but how far do you think you guys can go in this tournament?
All the way.
All the way, baby. Thank you, Ari. Thank you, OG. And back to you guys.
Well, at this rate, all the way, I can see it happening. Of course, we'll see OG later today again as they get the honor of playing up against Falcons. But top 4 secured here for a squad, T-Gov, that wasn't even supposed to be here to begin with, and they did it in great fashion.
Yeah, it's how competitive the Western Europe region is. Because again, to remind everyone, OG, they didn't qualify because they lost to Tundra. Where's Tundra in this tournament right now? They're in the next series. Top 3 already locked in. Like, they lost to a team that is doing incredibly well themselves. And yeah, OG, an exceptional series here today. I gotta say though, Seb, JT said about retirement, but I think he played some of the best Dota he's done in this tournament on stage today. It was incredible. The Enigma, the Nature's Prophet, just exceptional stuff from him.
I mean, the way also that they're rotating, like we can see in these clips, like minute 8, Tomatoes mid, Whispers mid, he TPs in on a Nature's Prophet that Mr. George Cow himself called in the panel. Like, they just know what they need to do. And I mean, we've always known OG, the way they win games and what they do is like collapsing together, playing fast, doing stuff that maybe some other teams won't, and they just kind of show it. And if you're not ready, they're just going to blow the map wide open.
I got really worried for OG there for a while. Yeah, the early game execution was great, but IG held on and they did exactly what they needed to do to have a chance to win. OG got caught a few times and maybe felt a little rattled, but at some point they just recomposed and found the 2 perfect fights that just turned around the game for them and sealed the deal.
I think sometimes OG have been in this position of going high ground, diving a little bit too deep, and then like kind of losing track of what they need to do. But this time around, they showed that discipline of finding that reset, being able to actually understand how to win the game. Because in some of their group stage games, they lost these games. So they have improved since groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was also, by the way, our first 2-0 here on the main stage, which is quite unusual, but OG definitely made it worth it. And yeah, I did think at some point there was a shot at the comeback for G2IG, and I think if you think about that, it was mostly around the time where they got the Aegis, they got the Roche, they got it. You said, okay, it's gonna be maybe 3 gamer.
Yeah.
But they lost that Aegis so fast.
Yeah, I mean, Morphling was trying to escape. It was a great catch by OG. Sometimes it's worth taking the fight, even if you don't have the Aegis. I mean, the team fight coming out from OG, that's really what shown this game. They had no tools against IG in a fair fight, and they had to just stall.
Yeah, and that is like one of the things that the best teams will do. They will find this moment to clutch it out. Maybe you're not ready for 5 seconds. That's where the strike Panga roll comes in, Bruce split, they overwhelm you, and suddenly you're like, well, what does this Aegis do if Morph is the only one alive at the very end? So yeah, OG, just a very deserved win here.
Yeah, I do think at the moment, didn't they have 2 Vlads? Is that not bad?
I was going to bring that up.
They did.
I think that might have been a little bit miscommunication. I'm not going to try and stand here and be like, oh, if they play the entire map, 2 Vlads, that's great. There's a top Vlads and a bottom Vlads. No, I think they just accidentally bought 2 Vlads.
Yeah.
It worked out. The difference was big enough.
Yeah. I was worried. They were going for 2 Haliburts as well. I was like, are they even talking to each other?
They muted each other mid-game.
Nah, they were cruising. It felt very smooth. It felt very comfortable for OG, and it makes me a little worried how much this squad has been able to get energy from our crowd as well, Kezu, because we said it at the very start, we know OG levels up, but obviously it's a little bit of a different iteration than what we've seen in the past, but the squad, it has that OG magic. We started the whole panel saying OG magic is back, and here they are, slightly different roster. They do it again.
Yeah, I mean, it just always starts with Seb. Like, people like to meme the speeches and whatnot, but when I was young too, like, there's a lot of nerfs that go into it. Like, people forget how much nerfs actually go into these games. Like, you can level up, but you can also just crumble really as quickly. So I think having the crowd for Ari, having Seb in your team is just like a really nice mix to just take it in and just take the opportunity and boom, slap these opponents and get them out of here.
Yeah, let's close the book a little bit on G2IG as they are eliminated from the tournament, and we said it before this series as well. This was a very important series, not just for in the tournaments, because obviously elimination on the line, but it was also very important because the difference between top 6 and top 4, which the series was for, is just about 1,000 points in the EPT, the ESL Pro Tour, and that means that OG has almost secured the top 8 for being able to make it on points to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, whereas G2IG, they will probably fall just short of that and therefore will have to go through qualifiers. And qualifiers, I think in any region at the moment, it feels so scary because it feels like any team has what it takes to win.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is also like China, they're on the way up. Like, people were maybe underestimating them, but right now you have Azure, Extreme Gaming, you have them as well, G2IG. They're showing that they're getting a lot better. So these qualifiers, they ain't a joke.
Especially when you had so many opportunities to get the points already. Like, you don't want to think about the final qualifiers when you had maybe, 5, 6 tournaments throughout the year. You failed failed, but you've failed to gain enough points throughout that time. That final qualifiers is going to hurt a little bit because you know, like, you had so many chances. Now you only have one shot to get it.
One thing you gotta remember though, that now that OG are qualifying, EU qualifiers getting a little bit easier for people. So teams like Secret are pretty happy seeing this.
That's true. I think
Puppy's back.
Puppy is back. Yeah,
He's in the arena right now,
I'm going
right?
through the list of teams in Western Europe, and would indeed Team Secret be the one that would be on top of your list?
They're definitely up there. I'm trying to think of anything else. Nigma
Are you
is
missing
Ina,
Entity?
so Entity.
Yeah,
Entity.
Entity is a good one.
Yeah, I mean, again, the thing is Western Europe, there's so many teams, and depending on how the qualifiers work, if it's only one slot, and it could technically be anyone's game, and also if there's a patch before those qualifiers, like we're all expecting like some big meaty patch. It doesn't matter if you were good for the last half year. If you're getting some, number patch, no letter shenanigans.
Yeah.
Well, I'm convinced. Team Bald is signing up for this.
All right.
Hey,
there we go.
there
Let's
you
go.
go.
Sounds
You keep
easy.
saying it, but you're never bored. Like, it's the
I got
biggest time in
Sax
history.
on board, and this is easy now.
Is he playing?
2 out of 5.
I convinced him to do the one qualifier with me.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
but there's yet to be determined which qualifier, but it might
Yeah,
be this one.
that might be the one.
Okay,
Sounds like it now.
Heard it here first, so claims made, bold claims made, if I may say. But yeah, there's going to be, of course, a lot more Dota on the docket, and for that we're heading to Pyrian first.
Another day, another birthday, Sheebs, and today it is, of course, the birthday of the baby-faced German on the panel. It's Kezu. Now, could we get everyone in the arena to please sing happy birthday to Kezu to embarrass him? Happy birthday, dear Kezu. Happy birthday to you.
Cringe.
Happy birthday, dear Kezu. Kazoo. Happy birthday to you.
Suns fan.
Huzzah!
See how these candles stayed alight?
Yeah.
They tried harder for me.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I got you a birthday present.
Is it you running down the stairs?
That's right. You got the joke.
Wow, only 2 went out.
Went
All
out
right.
on the way.
Did you make a wish?
Yeah, I wish for us to eat this cake together.
Now.
Let's go, team.
You want to go for
You
it?
and I.
You want to go for it?
We're going in.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go.
There we go.
This is the
Well,
German way of eating
someone
a
has
birthday
to be
cake.
able to talk,
Different
guys.
traditions over
Grab a
there.
bite. Not me. Grab a bite. It's good cake.
Yeah, it's chocolate. It's German chocolate cake.
I think my cake is better than yours, Steven. I'm sorry.
That has a meaning in England, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I love just holding.
Is it about my butt?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I take it back.
Oh, I
It's
think
You're pretty good, cousin.
I mean, it's good, but I disagree. Mine was.
Just keep eating, Gorg.
Can we ask for
Happy
it?
birthday, Kansas. See you.
Thank you, Shannon. You did great.
Thank you, Zin. So, whose birthday is it tomorrow?
We can find someone in the arena,
I'm
probably.
sure we can.
Whose birthday is it tomorrow? Anyone? Anyone?
April 28th.
Right there.
That guy?
Right
Is it
there.
actually your birthday? We can eat.
We
Another
see
one.
your passport, right? Oh, okay.
And your NI number, please.
He's lying.
So it's a great tradition this way. Are you properly embarrassed, Kazu?
Honestly, the first 20 seconds, yeah. But now, after putting my hand in the cake, there's nothing that can be more cringe than that. So I'm back.
Do we still have the tissues here?
No.
No.
I have Greg's.
Gorg has more cake on the table.
Greg's paper.
Yeah, I have it all over the
Here.
for the next panel.
There's cake everywhere here.
There you go. Some Greg's and some cake.
Sorry,
Scoop
guys.
them up.
It's okay. It's okay. Gurk, how did you enjoy your time on the panel?
Well, I came here for the only 2-0.
Yeah.
I'm quick in and out.
Hey, you got
But
cake.
I got cake. And it was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you
Good,
for having me.
And it was great to have you. I don't know if you're leaving just yet. I think we're going to keep you around for a little bit longer. And when someone has a birthday, they have to. But normally they get presents. But you also, is it a Dutch thing that the person whose birthday it is gives things away?
Oh yeah, what are we gonna get?
Huh? What?
What are we gonna give Gorg?
What do I need to give him?
Am I getting something?
What's happening?
I can give you something
I don't
later.
think you guys get anything.
Come on, kids. What's
I
happening?
think the crowd might get something in there. Because I believe, yes, we are. We're heading over to, well, no longer Sir Action Slacks. It's now DHL Man for the DHL drop.
Get ready. Hold up your DHL drop sign now to be a part of the DHL Super Drop happening this Sunday. You can participate whether you're watching from home or in the arena for a chance to win fantastic prizes. Hold up your sign to get selected or type !DHL drop in the chat to participate. Visit the link on the screen for more information.
That's right, Birmingham. We are back once more for another DHL drop. Now, I hope you all have your signs ready, and I hope you at home are spamming the chat relentlessly. Let us go and find our winner for today. Now, don't forget, we're doing a special system this time. You will win today, and you will also get a golden ticket for our grand, big ol' super DHL drop that is happening tomorrow for our grand competition. So, let us begin exploring the arena. Birmingham, you guys still with us here? Only the most dedicated fans, that's right. These guys don't leave their seats. They don't eat, they don't drink, they just Dota. The Drunken Brewmaster, you're here yesterday. You impressed me with your Drunken Brewmasters. Slacks, my beard is better than yours. Not even a competition. Oh my God. I would give it to you, but you've made me angry because you're so beautiful. Moon Prince, a nice Sailor Moon. The Juggernaut. Look at the quality of that mask. That is very, very good. What the puck? Praise the moon of Mayne. The finger lady from yesterday. Fantastic. Pick out gets busted. Oh, poor fool. Let us continue down here. We got someone from over there yesterday. Making mistakes is the path to wisdom. That's a very good one. A nice lesson. Viva Peru. Hell yeah. Herald is the way of life for some. Wow. Okay. This is some art. Look at that themed. Oh my goodness gracious. That's a beautiful brewmaster. I'm going to keep looking around, but I'll stay where you're at, young man. One's in the chat. What about the S? The old high school S? Huh?
Boosting service as well.
Okay, talk to me after the stream, all right? Don't rock, paper, scissors for the drop. All right, I'll give you one. On 3. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, I'm shaking. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I'm sorry, you still lose. No. I'm sorry. Work on your tomorrow, maybe. This is your second time. You're very close. Do you ship teams home DHL Express or Economy? Okay, come on, the young man. They just got eliminated. Very cruel. Okay. Mid lane? 4-man gang. Oh, this is a creative. Oh, I like this one. This is very creative. Me like it. All right. Let's see. Creep wave. One in the chat. 2's in the chat. You two are confusing people, please. Oh, there's so much. Bring back old techies. This is a suck-up sign, but I still. Oh, those boos. Oh, I love it. I'm soaking them in. That's good. An Insania to rule them all. Pick techies. I love Lena's feet. Wonderful. Best of luck with that, young man. All right. Oh, there's so many over here. Oh, my goodness. From the ghastly Erie. He wrote it out very good. What does that say?
Pinoys.
Philippines, yeah. Philippines. Very good, very good. Do it for Greg. They are not sponsoring us. Next year, please. Nerf CM more. Why?
I think they need to nerf CM more because it's too OP.
Okay, a little less movement speed. I came all the way from Germany. Wonderful. Could you say something in German for us?
Ich bin sehr traurig, dass GG schon raus sind.
Wow, das ist sehr gut von mich. Ich mag es. All right, what is that?
Oh, that's a meme. Who knows that?
Wonderful. Oh, can we scream this out, please?
Lockheed Matatang!
Oh, that was actually good. All right, fantastic. My little name is Roshan, literally.
Actually, genuinely is from birth.
Oh my God, is your dad Ice Frog?
I wish he was.
Me too, my friend. What do we? Wow. Okay, big stuck-up sign here. This is beautiful. That's not accurate at all, but it's not even close. We met playing Dota, you two?
We met nearly 4 years ago playing Dota. I stole all of his farm.
Yeah.
That is good. How do you keep your relationship going in such a toxic game?
As minimal laning not together as possible.
That's good. Blame the other ones. That's a good idea. Real Chad's tri-lane. Slacks for Prime Minister. We are looking for Frog Eater. What? Sorry, Sam, I didn't mean to read that one. My goodness. Never been Toronto, but Tokyo is nice. Very good, very good. Let's go, game! Let's go, game! Do the yell, please. The yell that they do in the song, you know. Hell yeah! That was very good. Rhythm with the tism.
Yeah, I'm smooth with it.
Thank you so much for making me say that. And my friend plays Sniper Pause 5. Why is he your friend?
I'm not sure anymore.
Attaboy! I owe you a handshake in the back. Okay, I think I've got it down to 2. I've got it down to 2. I'm gonna come back. I would like a competition. Where's my boy over here? The pick-a-lane guy. Creative execution, a choose-your-own adventure. I like that. And the beautiful art, man. If you could come over here, please. Now, I'm gonna leave it up to the arena on this one, I'm afraid. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you to scream out who you want to win. One more time. We have the beautiful art, very nice, and then we have this man's creativity of the choose your own adventure. Do you think beautiful? Oh, let's have Effie-Bot in the back here, if you could. Gentlemen, please. Effie-Bot gets very lonely, and I must give you the box. If you think beautiful art man should win, let's hear it right now! Woo! And if you think choose your own adventure man should win, let's hear it right now! Well, my ears are very not what they used to be, but I think it might be choose your own adventure man! Ah, thank you so much. And you were wonderful too. Absolutely gorgeous art. I'm so sorry. Here is your box, my friend. Let us see what is inside. Here we go. Open your beautiful drop. Wow, you have presenter hands. The golden ticket for tomorrow, the big competition for the super drop. Hey, the beautiful honey! Congratulations!
Thank you very much, Max.
Any shout outs to anybody?
I'll give it to Effie-Bot, the amazing DHL bot.
Yes, shout out to Effie-Bot. Thank you so much. Out of everyone in the world, shout out to Effie-Bot. That is a true winner right there. Thank you so much. And we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action after this break. DHL, cutting-edge 3D printing technology allows us to create anything we could possibly need to ensure uninterrupted operations. Sweet baby. Oh my. Finally. Even if we don't deserve it. If you think you have better ideas on how to use this tech in the world's largest logistics company, then sign up now.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
when I'm here with you. You know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
Hey baby, it's me Jenkins, and we're going around Birmingham to see who's groovy, baby. Can you tell me a joke?
My life. Go, eat it, eat more, eat them all. They're yours now, eat them.
Hello, good afternoon, good evening.
Good intro. Can you feed me one of those in the most Austin Powers way possible?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Would you like mayonnaise?
I would like some mayonnaise with that, yeah. Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm Fabian. I have like sibling relations to celery. That's pretty cool. And that makes me able to get here.
Sibling relations. Why do you say it like that?
I don't know. I had to like think to the words and I was like, ah.
Can I have some of that?
Come on, now it's your turn to chug.
I'm gonna get fired. What's your favorite British thing?
Not the food, not the weather.
So what's your favorite British thing? You said 2 negatives.
Well, it's pretty hard to find the positive, so I'm thinking.
You know now?
Yes, the accent, the British accent, definitely.
Can you do your best Birmingham accent?
Birmingham.
Birmingham. My partner has never played Dota before in her life.
Don't do it.
But is a fan of yours and has enjoyed and loved your Herald reviews. She is curious to try a game of Dota. Could you give her a piece of advice that would help her in her first game?
Play League of Legends. Don't play Dota. It'll suck your soul. I can see the light behind your eyes. Okay? It will suck the light out of you.
Oh, behave.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Do a Austin Powers line.
Groovy, baby. $1 million. That was shocking.
That was good. You're like my mini-me. I actually have a costume. I got it at a sex store.
I'm tempted now. I'm very tempted now.
You're like a Viking.
What's up, motherfucker?
Well, check this out.
What the fuck?
It's me, Jenkins.
Shit, no way. It's an honor to shake your hand, fella. What a treat.
$1 billion.
$1 billion.
My life.
That's a good character. You should put that in a movie.
Yeah, I think it's a really original, really funny thing.
My wife.
My sister.
Pleasure to meet you.
Sorry. Hi. How are you doing? Good? Yeah?
I'm good. Birmingham.
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 Birmingham. Birmingham. Birmingham. Birmingham. Birmingham. Birmingham.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another episode of Previous Rosters. I'm ODPixel, and today I'll be joined by the fabulous two from G2IG. We have Xnova and JT here with us today. All right guys, it's a super easy game. You guys are going to be great at this. Basically, we're going to go through some teams from 2018 and 2019 ESL 1 Birmingham, and I just want you to tell me what players were on those rosters. So first of all, 2018 ESL 1 Birmingham, could you tell me who was on Fnatic?
I think that's the Jabs DJ roster.
DJ? Yes. Jabs? No.
No.
No Jabs. There was the DJ one? No. No mid one.
Mushi.
No.
No Mushi. Raven?
No.
Ohio?
No.
Ohio.
We've got quite a few players that weren't from SEA on it.
Any tips?
Think of a legendary player that no longer plays the game anymore. Was quite crazy in his plays. The carry.
Is MP?
Oh, 那应该是 yeah.
Yeah. E.
Yeah.
So EE, DJ.
Excalibur?
No. SEA mid. Good player. Still around today.
I bet.
Yes. DJ Arbed, NV, and then the 3 and the 5.
Ice.
No. Both non-SEA players, but played in a few SEA lineups, especially the support.
Is it Dubu?
No.
No Dubu.
From Sweden. The support.
Pi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pi.
And then from America, the offlaner. Legendary offlaner. Doesn't play.
Oh, Universe.
Universe.
Yeah.
Indeed. And then, of course, the coach. Who would coach these lads?
I don't remember.
Howie 2000.
Oh, really?
I was about to say it.
There we go. We'll give you the close. We'll give you the point, JC. Right, this one, I'll be honest, this one's going to be a bit harder. I think at least. Team Spirit in 2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Team Spirit.
Completely different to the current Team Spirit.
No idea.
I don't remember.
The famous players, they're not around today as much anymore. The position 5 was in a lot of Eastern European teams. For a long period, he had glorious hair. No? There's FNG, Illidan, G, DK Phobos Spiver.
Oh, they're in Spirit before?
Yeah.
Oh.
No,
Damn.
you know. This one's easier. 2018, who was on Evil Geniuses?
Go.
Here we go. JT, on the spot.
RTG?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sumil?
Yeah.
AY?
No.
No AI.
Creed?
Yeah.
Fly?
No.
No Fly? Oh no.
Other European
still,
support.
There's still Universe, right?
No.
No Universe.
No, someone else on the offlane. Very famous player. He's here at this LAN.
On what team? Currently?
Well, that'll be giving it away. More well known historically for a different role than offlane, but at this tournament he was doing his offlane. One of the figureheads of the brand, I'd say. Evil Geniuses. Who do you associate with Evil Geniuses? It was Samael. No, Samael.
Yeah, we did say it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. That's...
Never mind. Anyway, did you actually?
Yeah, we said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Well, I'll give you bonus points for that one then. The coach, of course, then was Bob.
Oh.
All right, so you get bonus points. I didn't hear you guys say you started with Samael, did you?
Started with
So you got them all. You said
RTG.
Arteezy, Fear, Samael, Crit. Oh, you didn't say
Oh, we did not say fair. We did not say fair.
You said Fear.
I say Sumil.
No, you said Fear.
Whatever. Whatever.
It's okay, we take it.
I swear you said Fear. Okay, well, yeah, either way, we'll give you both of those. We'll go to 2019. So this was a year later, a year closer to now. So it should be a bit fresher in your mind. You know, it was only 5 years ago. Yesterday. Who's on Forward Gaming?
Sneaking.
Yeah.
MSS.
Yeah.
Yawa.
Yeah.
Resolution.
No.
No?
Another mid. They're here. Good player. American. Plays with UR. Well, yeah, no.
Green?
For a long time, yeah, Quinn.
Yeah.
CCNC, and then, of course, their position 5. We've had his name come up already today. He's not American. Swedish player.
Still Pi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pilot and their coach.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, it was. And now you guys are doing great. The last team. This one's a bit tricky, I'd say. Who was on NIP in 2019 ESL 1 Birmingham?
PVD.
Yeah.
Pata.
No Envy on that one.
Envy.
No.
Pata.
Yep. Butter on the mid. Still need the carry, the offlane, and the 4. All very good players. Still very current. The carry's a bit tricky. Doesn't play carry anymore. But did play carry for a couple of rosters back then. Pretty well. Carry for NIP. Danish player. Ace. Ace back then was on the carry.
Yeah.
And then the offlaner. Very, very popular offlane player.
3-3?
3-3.
Yeah.
And the 4.
So good. This guy.
Who was the 4? Come on, you got this. I believe I can't remember if he even retired or is on a bit of a break right now. Very good player.
Saxa.
Saxa, indeed. And now for bonus points, can you tell me the coach of that team? Bit of a classic name. Doesn't really do, I don't think, Dota anymore. Was a coach, player for the most part for a long time, but did a bit of coaching as well.
Missouri?
No, but you're close. Begins with P. Not Pi like die, but Pi.
Pie Cat?
There we go. JT with the bonus point. Well, that's it, boys. Thank you very much for playing. You got 100 out of 100. Full marks.
Easy.
So that's it, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching another episode of Previous Rosters. I've been Odie Pixel. This has been the fabulous X Nova and JT from G2IG. We'll see you next time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with TI winner Bet Boom, Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, that's very important.
Yeah, that's me.
And we're going to do a fit check or a drip check, depending on what TikTok videos you've been watching. So let's stand up for this. What are you wearing?
Some clothes.
Where'd you get the glasses from?
It's Christian Dior. I bought them in the Turkish airport in Istanbul, I think.
Mm-hmm. How many pairs of glasses do you have?
Like maybe 3 pairs. 1 and 2 pairs I lost.
That's fair. What about the other stuff? What about this jacket? Where'd you get the jacket from?
I got it from Berlin when it was a major, and we lost, and I was so sad, so I went to shopping.
So you did that? You sad shop. You buy stuff when you're sad, make yourself feel better.
Yeah. And satisfied after buying.
And what about? We'll obviously do the rest of it. What about the pants and the shoes?
The shoes I bought in Moscow, like maybe my 2nd or 3rd salary in Spirit, and it was like, yeah, it was like 4 years ago. But I didn't wear them often, and now I'm bored of all my shoes, and that's why I'm wearing them.
Do you like to have a story behind every piece of clothing or fashion item that you have? Is that what you like?
Not really, but some of them have some stories.
How do you put like a full ensemble together? How do you decide that?
I don't really care. I take what I see first, you know.
It's just a feeling thing, like how you play Dota.
Yeah.
Right, just putting words in your mouth and you're disagreeing. That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it here for Toronto, Tokyo and the drip check. Appreciate you taking the time, brother. And back to you.
Thank you.
Hello. You want to do an interview?
No.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Team Bet Boom. You're on Bet Boom, right? What is the difference between Team Bet Boom and Team 9 Pandas?
Name tag.
Name tech?
Yeah. Name Pandas is Panda. Bad Boom is Bad Boom team.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Who's your most favorite teammate that you've ever played with in the history of Dota 2?
It's hard to say, but last time is GPK.
Is it because he carries you?
I think so.
Is he the best mid laner on the planet?
Yeah.
Then why did he lose the Bet Boom Dacha mid laner 1v1 tournament?
He didn't try it.
He just didn't. You just didn't care.
Yeah.
How do you get somebody to care? Like, what if somebody just doesn't care with their life?
Who cares? With my life. Thank you for the interview.
Hey everybody, Slacks here in Birmingham in front of the big Birmingham Bowl. You guys know about that thing. We're going to go talk to people and see if they know about Dota, the real citizens. Hi Dan, hi. You're a local here?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Dota 2?
No.
Have you ever heard of the video game Dota 2?
Nah.
Have you ever heard of League of Legends?
Yeah.
Valve needs to do some advertising, okay? If I hear one more person say like League of Legends, I'm gonna flip out, all right? I don't like that, Birmingham. Step it up. Have you ever heard of Dota?
Yes, it's on TikTok.
Favorite character?
Oh, it has to be Pikachu.
Can you name one hero from the game?
The names are never like standard names. So
Yeah, just say something. I'm sure you'll get it.
Mark.
Have you ever heard of the game Dota 2?
I have not.
Would you go see it?
Probably not.
Do you know what a MOBA is?
Not really.
What's your favorite character in Dota?
In?
Great. Have you ever heard of the game Dota 2?
Yes.
Have you played Dota 2?
I've played Dota 1.
Oh, you played Dota 1. Okay, prove it to me. Name one hero from Dota 1.
Can't remember.
God, we're so close. Have you ever heard of the video game Dota 2?
I have.
No. Yes, you have. Have you played?
I haven't.
There's a video game tournament happening right now in Birmingham, Dota 2 tournament. Would you go?
Probably not.
Can you at least make your hat flap around for me?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of the video game Dota 2?
I've heard of it, yeah.
You've heard of it? Have you ever played it?
Nah.
All right, hello there, what's your name?
Christine?
Have you ever heard of the video game Dota 2?
I dabble in it a bit.
Oh, you dabble, okay, all right. So what do you think about the patch?
Hey, he's a disruptor. He's broken.
Yeah. Me too.
Hey guys, we're back with some new tooltip questionnaires. I'm here with
Tundra, 2 members of Tundra. We've got Whitemon and Pure. Thanks for joining me. So what we're going to do today is we're going to be reading off tooltips, and you have to tell me what's wrong about what I said, like what's different from the actual game. How good is your knowledge of every ability? Like, do you know all the numbers, the cooldowns, how much damage it does? Or are you more of like a field player?
I think I actually know all of the abilities in Dota, all of their, yeah, how they call, like what are they doing, what's like damage, what's their damage, but I'm not sure in the numbers, but
okay.
I can guess.
Okay, are you confident?
Not really.
No, you don't read. You don't read tooltips.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll start things off. First one is for Tinker, Aghanim Shard. March to the machines, enlist an army of robotic minions to destroy enemy units in an area around Tinker. What's wrong?
The spell doesn't exist. I think it's the old shard.
Okay, what is the new shard?
I mean, it was a spell back then. It was a shard. I forgot what's the name.
What shard does Tinker currently have?
Currently he has a shard that
I don't know. It's like
he uses
like teleport, something like that.
Yeah, he uses some spell that teleports you back like for 200.
And then it shrinks your icon.
It makes smaller.
Yeah, makes it
shrinks you.
Yeah,
shrink.
Does it shrink you?
Yeah,
I thought that was laser. The laser eggs shrinks you.
Oh wait.
Doesn't it? I think that's Tinker egg.
Maybe, but yes. In the end, it teleports you. It lowers your range of your spells, for sure. And I'm not sure, maybe it deals like 75 damage, something like that.
Okay. And before it was Warflare, do you remember what the previous one was?
Previous shard was
I think it's the March.
The March?
Yeah, it was the March.
Okay. All right, next one. Ricky's Aghanim Shard. Smoke Cloud Upgrade. Enemies caught in the smoke screen have their armor reduced by 5, reduced vision, and cannot be targeted by allies. What's wrong?
I think the armor reduced. Oh wait, I think it's the reduced vision.
Yeah, that's right. No reduced vision.
Yeah.
And the armor is reduced by 5.
Okay.
Armor
quite
reduced,
good. Yeah. Okay, cool. Next one. Lich Frost Shield. Applies a magical frost shield around the target, reducing all damage against it by 60%. While the shield is active, Ice Magic will affect nearby enemy units every second, dealing 50 damage per second and slowing them by 35%, assuming it's maxed out.
A Whiteman question. Lich
you don't know that one? Did it sound right?
I'm not really playing Lich anymore.
You don't play, oh, that's your excuse? I haven't played Lich in 6 months, so I can't remember what his spell does.
I mean, it's not called Ice Shield, it's called Ice Pike.
Ice Pike? That's the shard.
Yeah.
Well, the Frost Shield ability, just the W. Just casual W. What's wrong? You can't. No guesses?
No idea.
No idea. Or maybe the damage.
What about the damage?
I think it's not that low. I think it's kind of like 60.
That's what I said. I said 60.
Oh, it's 60.
Level 4 is 60. Do you know what the talent is? It's 10%.
Oh yeah.
Puts it up to 70.
Oh, yeah,
That's a 25% damage reduction. It's a valuable shard. All right. No guesses? You want me to tell the answer?
Right.
It says reducing all damage against it by 60%. What is the answer? What does it mean?
The what?
What was your okay? Like, did you figure it out?
Yeah. The frost shield, it's all damage, like not only magic.
It's physical.
It's...
It only blocks physical damage. Okay. Next one. Bane's Fiend's Grip. Grips an enemy unit, disabling it and dealing 150 damage per second, while stealing 3% of the unit's maximum health per second.
It also steals mana.
It's still mana, not health.
That's right. Yeah, it does steal mana, not health. Bonus question. This is not really. I'm just curious if you know. What's the duration of Fiend's Grip right now? How long does it last for?
What, level 1 or level 2? Or
sure. Do you know any of the answers? It's a weird number.
6.5, level 3?
Nope, not that.
No, I think level 3 it's like 8.5 or...
8.5?
Yeah.
No.
You're way off. No. It used to before they reduced all the stun durations.
5.5 maybe.
It was close. 5.75.
Oh.
5.
I was just curious because that one's a weird number. I mean, it used to be so easy, it was just round numbers, right? All right, last question. Lifestealer's Ghoul Frenzy passively causes Lifestealer's attacks to significantly slow enemy movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 25 for 1.5 seconds. Grants you 70 attack speed. What's wrong? You should definitely know this one.
Player.
Good in the meta, no excuse. You probably played him 2 days ago in a pub.
I haven't, but I mean, I know that the spell gives you attack speed, but I don't think it's about 70. It gives you something like 55 maybe on the last player. No?
No, it does give you 70 attack speed, according to this. No other guesses?
Okay, it's slows for sure.
Uh-huh.
Right. Slows gives you attack speed, and that's it.
If it says passively causes lifestealer attacks to significantly slow enemy movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 25 for 1.5 seconds, and grants you 70 attack speed, what's wrong?
It didn't slow your attack speed. It slows your move speed only.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly right. All right, cool. Who do you think did better between the two of you?
I think me.
Yeah, you think you?
Of course. You already
Don't even know your support abilities. Oh, that's good. All right, well, thank you so much for joining me. We'll see how you guys match up against everybody else in competition.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
We'll
thank
see
you.
you.
We're back again with the incredible JT, the very beloved player. JT, I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
You're a very energetic person. Were you always this way when you were younger, or did you just kind of develop that personality as you started playing esports?
I would say maybe after I start playing esport, maybe I got to like more enjoy the thing that I do. So I start to like, I don't know, maybe be more energetic, I would say. Because for esport, I would say, yeah.
Okay. And were you a class clown by any chance where you were in school, or what kind of student were you?
I would say maybe the naughty boy, not doing homework and giving troubles to my friends, teachers. Yeah.
I mean, that explains a lot of how he plays in Dota and how he disturbs people. But speaking of Dota, I know that you like to listen to a lot of music when you play. What kind of music do you listen to? What are your favorite bands?
Blackpink. I like Blackpink so much.
Me too. What's your favorite Blackpink song?
Forever Young, Pink Venom. Basically all the Blackpink music I love so much. Blackpink fans. Rose fans, okay? Rose. Blitz.
I like Rose too. She's my favorite. She's my favorite. Because her voice is so nice, right?
Yeah.
Outside of K-pop, though, do you listen to anything else?
English music? Maybe for now. Like basically all the famous English music I listen as well. Like maybe End of the Night. Like a lot of music. Basically every English music. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome.
Even Chinese music. I listen anything actually. Yeah.
We've got a real music enjoyer here, but that's really nice to hear. A lot of people, when they play a lot of Dota, they don't really balance out their interests and hobbies anymore. So do you think that you have other hobbies too, like outside of listening to music? Are there things that you really enjoy outside of Dota?
I would say maybe travel, like walking around, enjoy life. Like yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay. So have you been to the UK before? Are you going to see anything around here, or you won't have time probably?
I guess we'll not have time. Have to prepare a tournament, this and that. Yeah, no time for this.
But have you ever seen the UK before then?
I've been to London before. I think it's about 4 years ago or 5 years. I'm not sure, but it's to participate tournament as well. Like when I was miniski. I was there in London about 1 week. After that, I got no time as well. Like because all the esports players been to like the world to play tournaments. You got no time to travel. Yeah.
That's true. But if you could take a vacation, where would you go right now? Anywhere in the world.
Maybe Japan. Yeah, Japan is nice. Food is nice. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of Japan?
The food, I think.
Just the food?
Yeah, just the food.
Favorite food?
Maybe ramen. Yeah.
Okay, that's a very good choice. Ramen is the best comfort food, especially if you're playing a lot of Dota, because Dota depresses you. We know that's true. But thank you so much, JT. That's awesome. We are back at ESL in Birmingham with more fantastic and riveting interview content. And we've got Nothing to Say, and of course the wonderful Michelle helping us with the translations. So yeah, how are you? How was your flight?
挺好的.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. How long was it this time around?
这次飞过来大概花了多久时间？
大概15个小时吧。但是我们之前很早就来了，因为我们有打那个精英联赛，所以我们这次是坐车过来的，所以就2小时。
So we took about 15 hours flight previously, but since we have been here for a while, so this time we took the bus to Birmingham and it took us 2 hours.
Okay. How long have you guys been in the UK? I mean, I assume you were playing and boot camping here, but how long have you been away?
那你们这次来到英国有多久了呢？因为我们也知道你们提前在这边就已经很早就开始集训了嘛。
大概已经来了15天吧。
15 days.
15 days. That can be a lot for some people, but it's not abnormal in the esports world. How long have you been away from home before? Like, what was your longest time away from home?
那其实15天的话，可能对我们一些电竞选手来说也不算很久了。那想问一下，你就是离开家大概已经有多久了？这是不是你最久的一次？
这就是算是吧，就是如果这次加打完这个比赛，然后再回去的话，那确实挺久的。
Yeah, this is probably the longest time I've been away from home. Just thinking about us finish ESL Birmingham and go back, I think this is the longest time.
Do you get homesick often? And if you do, what do you do when you feel homesick during tournaments?
那想问一下你，就是平时会想家吗？然后有的时候想家的时候会怎么做？
我就还好吧，就没有那么想，因为现在就专注打，就是工作嘛，专注打游戏、打比赛，所以就想家的话，就可能跟父母那个什么用微信聊聊天这样子。
I'm actually okay. I don't think I'm a homesick person, and I feel like yes, this is my job to playing tournaments to have a good performance. So I just want to focus on my game. But sometimes I do miss my family, and I will just have some chat with them on app.
Okay, that's nice. That's actually really good to hear. So I have a question. When you're not playing Dota, what are your favorite games? What do you play?
那想问一下，就是不玩 Dota 的话，你喜欢玩哪个游戏？
打 CS 吧。没有打 CS。
Counter Strike.
Counter Strike. Okay. Anything else that maybe not competitive game? Anything like fun or cute?
就是除了这种就是电子竞技游戏呢，有什么比较轻松的游戏？
没有就通常可能就看剧比较多吧，就游戏只打 CS。
Not really. I probably only play CS Counter Strike besides Dota, but I do watch a lot of TV series.
What's your favorite TV series? Like how much do you watch? Like, are you a binge watcher or are you the kind of person who watches like one episode a night?
那你最喜欢的 TV 系列剧是哪一个？然后你平时看的这个频率是怎么样？就是一次看个1-2集呢，还是要看很久？
就看动漫吧，就每周会出新的一集，然后就每周看1-2部这样子。
I usually watch anime, and I will watch like 1 or 2 anime series every week because they drop weekly.
Okay, what's your last question? But now I have to know. What's your favorite anime ever? Not of this season, of all time, ever.
那你就是最喜欢的，就不是当季的，你最喜欢的动漫是哪一部？
海贼王。
One Piece.
Good choice. Good answer. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, welcome. We're going to be grilling the players today. Chaps, welcome to the UK. We've got a little test that I want to run by you, see how you do. British slang, phrases and words, and I want you to tell me what they mean if you know. And if you don't, I'd like between you come up with what it could mean. No pressure, just we will kick you out of the country if you get this wrong. First up, bloke.
It's like a guy. It's like a dude, no?
Yeah, easy. Dodgy.
It's like sketchy.
Hey, you guys are crushing it, damn.
Something like this, yeah. You know everything.
He does know
okay, but I feel like that's not a British.
It gets harder. Gobsmacked.
Okay. What does a gobsmash mean?
It's like shocked. Like you cannot believe something that happened.
Were you coached? Have you seen this list?
I don't know. I don't even know what.
All right, it does get harder. Chuffed.
I don't think I've ever heard a word in my
Sounds
life.
like like fucked.
Beep it out.
To get chuffed means to get fucked.
No, but like
this is fucked. Like, oh, this is chuffed.
No, more like someone was supposed to give you something,
right?
But they didn't. So like they
chuffed you.
Yeah, like you got like chuffed.
You got chuffed.
Yeah.
No, chuffed means like really happy. Plonker.
Plonker.
Go again.
Plonker.
Plonker.
Think what it might mean. Come up with a definition.
Could we get like a hint?
Yeah, we need a hint.
You would call someone this.
It's an insult, I'm sure. You're a plonker.
It's definitely maybe like a clown.
Yeah, it's sort of like a gentle way of calling someone a bit of an idiot. Knackered.
That's like drunk.
No, not drunk. No. If I said to you, I am knackered, what would that mean?
You're excited?
Excited?
No, you're like opposite. You're like tired. You're like tired.
You think excited, you think tired? It's tired, it's exhausted.
God damn it.
Okay, but you can also describe something as knackered.
Leonard's way too
like
good at this.
beaten up and busted and like a knackered old car.
How do you know all
Some
this
plonker sold me a knackered old car, I bet he's chuffed with himself, that kind of thing.
I did watch a bunch of seasons of Shameless actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're doing well then.
It's been a while though.
Well, you've done great. So.
I don't know any of this.
All right, on your bike.
On your bike?
Just like, keep going, get back to it.
Get back at it?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think?
That sounds kind of correct.
No, it means like get out of here. On your bike.
Oh no, I've heard that phrase before actually.
You've heard it? Where'd you hear it?
Maybe it's like Kingsman? I don't know.
What is a brolly?
A bro?
A bro?
Go again?
Brolly.
It sounds way too familiar.
Has anyone seen my brolly?
Yeah, I have no idea, but I feel like it's something like...
Where'd I leave my brolly?
Maybe like an umbrella or something like that.
Are you kidding me? I don't know. Are you kidding me? You know.
Is it?
Yes!
Holy shit.
Wait, what was it?
An umbrella.
That is a sick guess.
Nah, I'm not the right person for this. I don't know any of this stuff.
Now we're getting weird. Hair of the dog.
I mean, that's like alcohol, like whiskey or something.
It's close.
Okay.
Any ideas?
No.
If you're hungover, the idea is you have more drinks the next morning.
Yeah.
The hair of the dog that bit you.
Yeah.
So if you drank whiskey the night before, you wake up.
Drink
and the
more.
best cure for a hangover, apparently, is to smash some more whiskey. Don't do that. That's not good
Hair
advice.
of the dog.
Snog. It would be something that you did with someone or had done to you.
Like kissing?
And there you go. Kissing.
Nice.
Exactly right.
I got my one.
You did great. All right, brass monkeys. What's the weather like outside? Brass monkeys.
I've never heard this
It's
one.
crazy or what? Like
Very cold.
Ah.
Yeah, brass monkeys. Brassic.
What?
It means you're broke. You got no money.
Ah.
Or another way to put it, skint. All right.
So easy.
I don't know about that
We should have gotten that one, bro.
You should have got that one. All right, pull the other one.
Pull the other one.
If I said that to someone, what do you think it would mean?
Pull out a gun or something? I don't know.
No.
A gun?
I don't know.
This is like UK slang, not like American.
No.
Yo.
I don't know, like tie again.
Pull the other one means that someone's teasing you or joking you, and you're like, pull the other one. Generally meaning they're pulling your leg. Having a giraffe.
I laugh.
Bam. That was so good.
Nice.
And it
Killed
sounded
it.
so
All right.
easy.
Bob's your uncle.
My uncle's a mafia or what?
Mafia?
Bob's on a
I mean, that sounds like you're joking, you're not serious.
No, it means you've got it. If you were to say to me, how do I get to the hotel? I'd say, oh, you take a left, you go up to the roundabout, you take a right. Bob's your uncle, you're right there. The dog's bollocks.
Dog's bollocks?
You know what bollocks are? Balls.
Yeah.
Now the dog's bollocks.
I've heard bollocks so many times and I forgot.
Well, what does it mean? Is it like good or bad?
It's bad, I think.
For you to decide.
I think bollocks means something bad. I've heard it before.
And bollocks is balls. But what does it mean when you say like the dog's bollocks? That's the question.
You don't know? It means very, very good. For some reason. That's the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Chloe said it to me once and I forgot.
And finally, going up the wooden hill to Bedfordshire.
This one is like straight out of a series.
I don't know, going to the pub?
Sadly not. No ideas?
No ideas.
Going to bed. The wooden hill is the stairs. You're going up the stairs to Bedfordshire.
It's getting late. I gotta go to the
I've got to go up the wooden hill to Bedfordshire, lads, yeah. Well, chaps, honestly, I think that was pretty good. It did get very difficult later on, fair enough. But a very good effort. Team Liquid, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have leave to remain in this country. You've done well enough. Yeah.
I'm so disappointed I didn't get bullocks.
We've had a great appetizer with OG versus G2IG, and now we are ready for the main course because we are here with 2 of the top 3 teams here at ESL 1 Birmingham. We got the upper bracket finals ready for you guys. Bedboom taking on Tundra Esports, and it should be a blockbuster. Now, before we get into it, important announcement that is not applicable to anybody here in Birmingham. Cheers. So, something that ESL has brought back specifically for the upcoming series, the series after that, and for tomorrow the entire day, if you go to the ESL Ember stream, then you can catch Cap and SVG because we brought the newcomer stream back. That's right. So if you have a significant other or a person you'd really love to watch Dota with, but they just don't get it yet. And to be honest, it's very intense watching it on the live stream. If you're straight away going into the stream that you're watching right now, that's intense. So there's a newcomer stream where Cap and SVG will take all the newcomers through the motions and explaining what everything does, and they'll be able to make everything manageable and understandable for even the biggest of noobs. So link it to your noob friends that are actually new to the game so that they can enjoy Dota 2 as well. And next event, they'll be able to join you for a beer and come in here in the arena and have a good time while being able to understand what's happening. And what's happening right now, right here, is of course Bedboom versus Tundra, and I'm here with the full fresh panel, as you already saw. Well, almost, well, not entirely full fresh, because we still got T-Gup and we still got Kezu, but we got Effie on board now as well. Good afternoon, Effie, how you doing?
Pretty good. Excited to watch some good Dota, as usual. It feels like the last series, OG have already shown us that they deserve to be here, and Tundra is another question, right? A lot of people were skeptical about this team making it this far, but it seems like all the teams that were doubted are delivering on the main stage.
Well, Tundra have really surprised me throughout this entire tournament already. I really like what they're doing. I would say that their mid-game is what stands out the most to me. They're very high on the abusing Kanda with a high-range mid, some topspin flare coming in, so I really think they have a good shot in this upcoming series, but Bedboom, they're very scary. They're a scary team.
They are an incredibly scary team, and we have got a little bit of information about Tundra with our US Air Force Wisdom Rune, as we know when Tundra is successful and when they're maybe a little bit least successful. So this could maybe be very helpful for Bedboom, as they're great if a game is shorter than 45 minutes, T-Gov, but longer games, not so much.
I think Tundra have shown us they are exceptionally good at these somewhat scripted games, like Toxin creates the chaos, Whitemon as well, following up behind, always in the perfect position to help out. I think so many teams, they're just not really ready for when the game goes that late. After 50 minutes, after 55 minutes, it is a whole other beast that these teams don't get to practice as often. Like when you're doing your scrims, you're practicing the first 20 minutes, the laning phase. It is that kind of the beast of the late game that I'm expecting some of these teams maybe to struggle, but Tundra clearly is all about winning the game as early as possible and just crushing the teams based on their methodical draft and play.
And with the numbers that we see here, it almost seems, Effie, that Tundra is just so good that they don't reach the late game that often in their game. So their play style screams that they end early.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is actually due to how they've been drafting. So they've been playing pure on these ranged turret type heroes where they've had the most success, like the Lunas and the Drown Rangers. They've been pairing it with a melee hero mostly for Whitemon, and a really strong mid-game hero like Kezu mentioned, how good they are with the Zeus or the Coddle or the Sniper. And because of that, they're just ending a lot earlier than we've seen most teams who are playing the more fling archetypes.
I'm a bit surprised about this stat, to be honest, because I don't think that Tundra are a bad late game team at all. I think it comes back to what we're talking about, that they're just generally ending these games earlier, and then the games that do actually go that long is where they're behind and just don't lose within the 45 minutes.
Yeah, we have got, when we talk about the team, we've got a comment from earlier that we heard from Gorik, was when he looks at Tundra, he's considering Pure to be the best carry at this tournament, which is big praise, of course, and that's why we chose Pure for our spotlight player here. And this is the guy to watch, T-Gov, going into this series.
Yeah, he's having an exceptional tournament so far. I think it really helps that his team is respecting what he wants to do. And I think that is the type of thing, when you have a Pure on your carry, Topson on your mid, right? There are so many statement players that you need to understand the balance between them all. And as much as Pure right now is on screen, high average kills, I think it is the consistency of Toby being in the offlane having to play these offlane heroes that, like, he doesn't get much creativity. He's doing his job, right? And then Whitemon, I think, as I keep praising Whitemon, because if he doesn't have the positioning on his SDs, his Elder Titans, his Clockworks, Pure's dying 3-4 more times in a game. Thompson's aggression is getting picked apart. Like, as much as Pure's here, I think Whitemon really is the unsung hero of this team.
He's the reason why we talk about Pure.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I wonder what Pure's average death stats is, because he's had some games in group stages when he doesn't get on his ranged carry archetype where, I mean, he went to, there was a series in the group stage
He died
where
a lot.
he would play Sven, right? He played Sven twice, and in both games he had over 9 deaths on Sven. So sometimes it feels like while he can be their most explosive player, he can also be their, the player that dies the most on this team.
It could happen, but that is a lot up to the supports, and that means that with sports once again are the unsung heroes. But when I want to talk about Tundra, because Tundra qualified to get here. They qualified like what? 3 months ago? Qualifiers happened very early for this event, Kezu, and they qualified with a different offlaner. And Toby being here, I feel like Toby often is an offlaner that gets a lot of flack. But he's been stepping it up this event.
This guy does get a lot of shit, but now being, he's in this position, first of all, top 3 is already very good. I would say if he has a good performance here, people need to start changing their mind, because people, of course, they can improve. I'm not going to say he is the best offlaner, but he's doing at least always what he has to do. And overall, like, what I want to highlight is kind of the duo of the Topson and Pure. I feel like they need each other to really be enabled. Topson needs the type of carry who will make use of the space, and on the flip side, Pure needs the type of mid laner who makes the space for him to then actually use it.
If they had again, technically it's hard to say because they had mind control before, right? But like, if you had a world-class offlaner who wants to make statement plays, who wants to be, the main character in the, like, that's not going to work out. Like, need kind of that sacrificial guy who he's not going to shine, but again, he does the job. I think that's exactly what Toby does. It brings more light to the mid lane, to the carry lane. And I think it's very important for this team. You don't need to have star players in every single role. We've seen those teams before just crumble time and time again.
Yeah, the thing is, though, he has had standout performances, especially during group stages. Like, he has consistently, to me, looked like the best brewmaster in this tournament. And often his lane is sacked, but he finds a way back into the game. And in a lot of the games that I watched from Tundra during the group stages, he was the reason why they were able to win teamfights. He was the reason why they were able to stay in the game. Particularly referencing the series where Pure is dying more than he should. You had Toby on that brewmaster with the Shivas, the Radiance, the Refresher, just making all the plays happen. So he can deliver.
He can deliver. We got to talk about the other team that's delivering, because BetBoom on the other side, this is a squad that reaches the top of a tournament very frequently. They're star players, they're great, but they haven't been able to take a title, and I feel, Tigov, that this might be the time for them to shine. I say that hesitantly because I feel like I've said that a lot already, but I just feel like they've constantly, every time they get knocked down, they get back up, but they get like a step further.
Yeah, I feel like BetBoom has, at least this tournament, shown a little bit more stability within the knockbacks that they've had. Other tournaments, they've kind of crumbled under that. Sure, they still go far, but you can see that they don't have the true thing in them to get there. But this time around, like Nightfall, I think he's averaging like 2.5 deaths per game, right? Like, you were asking Effie about the whole deaths between the carries. Pure, 4.5, give or take. So it's like 1.5, maybe 2 more deaths on one carry to the other. But I think just the way that BetBoom are playing, this is like their best shot they've had in nearly like a year of winning a tournament. But it would be BetBoom fashion to just lose it and not do it. Just saying. Like, they do this time and time again.
They're really good, and every tournament people say maybe this is the one. At least in the back of my mind, there's always something that will most likely go wrong for them. But eventually, it has to happen. They're way too good as players that, this one-time things have to just go together. I don't know if it's here or if it's not, but BetBoom they're very 50-50 team.
Okay, but hear me out. This could be the one, because they've
technically it could be. They are in the upper bracket, yeah.
They've been playing better than I've ever seen them, especially during group stages. They were smoking better than any other team. They were so impressive with their smokes, when to do it, and their formations that they look a level above other teams.
Yeah, maybe this is the time indeed. I mean, we're making good cases. BetBoom has proven us wrong sometimes here or there, but perhaps this is indeed the time. And we talk a lot about, of course, the teams itself, the players itself. And I can only imagine for you guys, it must be wonderful hearing us talk about them, but I think it's a little bit better when they talk about themselves, or better yet, each other.
I'm very happy with our performances. Like, we're still pretty new team. We had a roster change not long ago, and we have a lot of potential. It shows in our practice and even in our officials, but we still sometimes have we're a bit inconsistent, and I think that's kind of our thing that we need to work on the most.
After first day of the group stage, life wasn't quite good. You know, we made it to 1-3, but yeah, we made some talk in our team. What do we need to like maybe change? And we made it to the upper bracket, honestly. So of course now things got better.
Beating Falcons was like a relief, I guess, because it's the easiest way to get top 3, and now just go next.
The way that we play and our players right now, they're for sure like top 3 in the world, so that's why we managed to make it to the top 3 on almost every tournament.
Pure is basically our captain, kind of the leader of the group. He's the one who drafts and comes up with the way we play the game for the most part. He's very vocal.
I mean we're kind of very good friends still with Pure. All our team, we're still talking to him like every day on this tournament, so yeah, we're in a good relationship. And now we're gonna play against him on the stage. I think it's gonna be super hyped, honestly. We and him, we're waiting for this match.
Playing in front of the crowd is always nice. I don't really let it get to me. It's just another pub.
I mean, that's always nice to be in the upper bracket, you know, especially winning here. First upper bracket round. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to play our match on the stage.
After winning Falcons, it's already 3 grand finals, and then we will meet Falcons again, so hopefully they were right.
Special shout out to Tundra. I mean, they have Pure, and this is our ex-teammate. Like, it's gonna be very hyped to play against him, I think. So, Vanyok, давай захваримся на кулаках.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to see which one of these teams will be going to the grand final? I love Birmingham. Thank you guys so much for being with us here today. It is going to be one heck of a show in our upper bracket. Now, our first team coming out to the stage is no stranger to the upper bracket. Hell, they're no stranger to winning, but this is a whole different iteration. They have skill, they have knowledge, most importantly, they have Thompson. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tundra! And their opponent's a team that is no stranger to fighting as well, but they are looking to get their hands on their first big win. This is a team that we have seen so many times do so amazing, and you know that they are about to bring the boom. Let's bring them out. Put your hands together for Backboom! A lot of history between both these teams, a lot on the line. And at the end of this heart-stopping series, you will know who is going to the grand finals. Could we get one representative from Team BetBoom, please, to the front? As we will have a very gentlemanly exchange of words. And one representative from... This will be good. All right, fantastic. Gentlemen, please, some words before your match begins. Anything to say to your opponents on Tundra? Oh, he's taking it. Please, go ahead. Take it. No, you are Toronto. You.
Okay, all I want to say is not gonna be hard against Run 100 Carry, Toby, and Whiteman squad.
Any words?
I mean, I wanted to do interview with Safe. I don't know why this guy, what's this guy doing here. It's first of all. Second, carry div, what can you do?
Okay. Gentlemen, please. No, I'm not going to do the period flags. I want ultra toxicity, ultra tippings. Please, a handshake, though, before the carnage begins. There we go. May the best team win. May this go to a game 3. And may, one more time, you guys make some noise!
Well, the history, yeah, that might just come to mind. One of the two in the bump there is, of course, Pure's former team that he's going up against, and I have no idea how that swap was, if it was amicable or not. And
I think it was. I think it was, because from my knowledge, and don't take this word for word, but
Reddit clip.
word for word.
Yeah.
No clipping, but from what I was told, they wanted to play with the original squad after TI, but Pure just missed playing carry, and if he got the opportunity to play carry, he wanted to do that.
I mean, he's an incredible carry. It's also very. They were saying that he's very vocal, right? Bedboom already. They have a lot of vocal, a lot of opinions. You have Toronto, Tokyo, Nightfall. They all talk a lot. So it made both teams stronger. So why not maybe some old like OG, EG type stuff where both parties just benefit. So yeah, Tundra just looking good.
Just double check. So Pure's actually ranked 103 right now on the leaderboard.
Woo-hoo! Triple digit.
Nightfall ranked 6. So this is a battle of, is MMR just a number from the carry?
I mean, rank 100 is still very impressive.
It's not ranked 6, is it, Effie?
That is true.
At some point, MMR is just a number.
4 average deaths, you gotta correct that a
That's
little
true.
bit.
Oh, true. Also, rank 100 has the more deaths, actually, so... Oh, damn.
Oh, damn. We're going to find out if that is indeed a difference maker. Speaking of differences, obviously, we talked about the carry matchup, but I think one of the more exciting things is GPK versus Thompson take off, because I feel like both have been shining, although I would say that maybe Thompson has gotten a little bit more flashy during this tournament.
Yeah, I think Thompson will always live or die by the teammates around him. His playstyle is very unique, and if his team understand what he wants to do, then he will look like the Thompson that has won multiple TIs. If his team doesn't really know what or why, then it's a whole different story. We've seen him on other teams, but I think this time around, the moves that Thompson make is solidified by Whiteman, by 9 class, by Toby, always enabling him to do it. And maybe we see the clicks or whatever.
To do, by the way, guys.
Yeah, he's by himself.
I'm with it.
He's just by himself.
He's also repeating. This should be easy for us to learn. Oh, no, never mind.
Oh, it's too late.
The thing about Thompson is he's looked very exceptional on the more annoying mid-heroes of this patch, like the snipers and the Zeus. I think after XM, he's probably the best sniper. I mean, some may even claim that he's better, but he's been so consistent with his performances on those heroes that it has to be on Bedboom's mind. Like, are we going to take the sniper for ourselves? Are we going to solve it with our first pick?
Mid lane is very tempo heavy, I would say. Like, that's what defines the meta. It's your mid player really like opening up the map. Tempo, Thompson, it's like basically the one thing that this guy really brought to Dota back in the day with his exceptional playstyle. Okay, so they do ban out the Coddle. They don't want to give it to Bedboom, who will also take out the Brewmaster. Not the most surprising first phase bans. Maybe the Monkey King, but Tundra, they flex it. Thompson, the best Monkey King in the world, so you don't want to give it to them.
I believe I saw a stat which was against Tundra, it's always been banned. I believe that's
16 times or something?
Yeah, so it's just one of those heroes that at the moment, it is just getting default banned. Maybe if Tundra, the next series they play, be it best of 5, be it best of 3 lower bracket, teams might use this, not banning it to craft some beautiful strategy, but for now, it is banned out and we get to see Pangolier once again.
Pango just... very nice hero to always have. I feel like there's not much wrong when you do end up taking this hero. Of course, there are some matchups that are very annoying, some Bloodseekers, maybe Faceless Voids later down the line. But overall, just solid. Nice for your draft, good foundation.
And it's just nice versus Shadow Demon, because typically these big ult supports like SD, Vayne, etc., they tend to counter Pango, but not Shadow Demon. Like, he doesn't care about the Purge. He's always going to have mobility, and he's going to always have a means to jump on the Shadow Demon in the back to prevent any defensive disruptions.
It's our third game of Pango today, guys, out of 3. I just don't want to see it later today as well. I'm already hitting my peak for...
The hero is good, what can you do?
Please ban it.
We'll see if it keeps winning.
Oh, and he did. And he did. Congratulations.
So where do we take it from here? Bedboom likely afraid that Tundra would have opened the phase, perhaps with a Luna later down the line. I'm not too surprised. They are the best Luna team at this tournament.
Yeah, having a Shadow Demon for yourself is a little bit of a means to offset that, even though now it's getting banned out. But Tundra have looked the best with the archetype that I talked about before. You know, Whitemon on a Clock, on an ET, Pure on a Drow Ranger, a Morphling, a Luna, just these ranged carries.
Yeah. I mean, Whitemon just seems like the type of body, the one you talked about, ET being banned out, whereas 9 class, I feel he's also like, I love the way he plays teamfights. So he's generally the like range 4 that then joins Topson and Pure in like this mid game. Some Rubik, some Hoodwinks, you know, long range, maybe some Gleipnir stealing some spells. So I wouldn't be too surprised about any of those picks coming out.
I like the fact that at least for Tundra, they have this like offense and defense with their supports. Like Whitemon, I expect him to be in a position to enable his team in some capacity. Whilst 9 class, like he's looking for that kill opportunity, looking for the how can I bring Topson more into the game. So having both your supports have different playstyles, unlike other teams where supports kind of blend into just the support crew, is refreshing to see.
And for Batman, a lot of their staples are still in the pool. Like their tiny plus Enigma combination could still be there. The sniper that we talked about also still in question.
Bedboom's Tiny is really, really nasty. I feel like unless Tundra have a cool idea of what then to put there, I would probably prefer to just see it being banned out. Unless they feel like they really need to cover this Pango with one more ban.
They have a single ban, and this is why drafting is so difficult in this position when you are second pick, because your first 4 bans, after you've done that, you have a single ban before your the enemy has pretty much revealed everything. And they go for the Enigma ban.
Yeah, they banned that out.
I think when you take out the Enigma, you're also kind of tempering the threat of the Tiny. Because it just looks like a better hero when it can synergize so well with a laning hero like Enigma. Also, it is a flex for Bedboom. They don't necessarily just play it on Miro. Toronto Tokyo has played it.
I mean, I wonder how highly they rate the Clockwork here. I know they love Clock, and it's generally like good against SD in the game, but the laning stage of SD versus Clock is fairly SD favored. It's also something that Falcons did show us yesterday. So even though it fits their type, let's see, they'll just go with a casual Rubik. Makes sense.
Yep. When you pick Rubik, here, we already said about how 9 class wants to join fights. You have the Pango, you expect Topson to make these moves. And Toby, he's often been the hero, the player that likes utilizing the Centaurs, the Kunkurs, even the Zoo heroes. Zoo plus Rubik is a really good lane. So this Rubik pick just keeps Toby's hero pool alive, where you're not forcing him to have to think about certain stuff. And Bedboom, they respond with the Dragon Knight, and then the Mirana. Looking at Falcons just a little bit, but very, very potent. We saw the Bane Mirana before. SD Mirana does the same thing. If they get themselves into a map where they control stuff, then it is very, very powerful.
Yeah, this is a very Falcons-esque draft, like you mentioned, T. Great job, guys.
4 people.
Well done.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, 5.
We have joiners.
6, 7.
It's the way.
It's a chain reaction. And it's 4. Keep going, lads. Come on, lads. Come on, keep going left. Please say there's more lads to the left after this guy.
We're at the end.
We're at the end.
It will never end.
He's doing it.
Beautiful. A rampage plus 2 of beers.
Yeah.
Triple rampage
triple
of beers.
rampage.
I don't know how everyone's just so willing to do it here, too.
Welcome to England.
We're in the UK.
I have been told that it's unironically part of the culture.
Okay.
Which,
Yeah, so we book Fridays off so that we can be here day 1. Our day 1 turnout was exceptional. We often Mondays as well. It's whatever. It's just Monday. So yeah, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be drinking. We'll be enjoying the day.
I can see that. Yeah, Tundra do go for the archetype we talked about, range carry on Pure, plus the Whitemon Clock. As Bedboom, they take a page out of Falcon's book, but these heroes in combination, the Shadow Demon plus the Mirana, you just know there's going to be a lot of pressure on that mid lane. That's easy. These supports are going to be rotating mid, they're going to have a setup on the DK, and they're going to be able to pressure the enemy mid laner, which pretty much looks like a Pango for now, but this hero has been flexed to offlane.
Yeah, Bedboom just wants to go for the Beastmaster. This Pango, if you're forcing him to react, he's not playing his own game. He's not invading the enemy jungle. He's not pressuring what Bedboom wants to do. And instead, now, he's going to look towards Beastmaster. Oh, maybe I'll go for a free kill. But you go to him, then you get roared, Beastmaster runs away. You're just delaying the Pangoliers' freedoms in the game.
Miro's Beast is also very good. Like, he's going to lane with some SDs. He's going to be fine at the lane against some Morph Clock. He's got some more joiners.
I feel
Come on, need a triple kill. 1.
It's hard
2.
to do in a bottle.
There we go. Good lads. You made the country proud.
So with the Beastmaster, I think Miro just makes the call when he sees the enemy safe lane. He doesn't even think about it as a hero, like in terms of gameplay or matchups. He just sees, can I play the lane on this Beastmaster? I will have impact. And if you're playing against this Morphling plus Clock, you are not really threatened as a Beastmaster. Your boars do a lot on this lane. Clock can't really fight into them.
I also like it for the mid game. You're going to have some Roche potential. You know that Tundra, with Pango Morph, it's very easy for them too. I would love for Bedboom, like I'm kind of eyeing this type of hero where if you roar this Pango during a roll, that he's actually threatened to potentially die. Like maybe a range carry, you make use of your Beastmaster aura. I don't know if Drow is maybe hard to pick because they have a clock, but if you cover it, it's something you could think about.
I like the Centaur ban there from Bedboom. Again, when you see Rubik, it's such a default position 4 that it just complements pretty much any offlane hero here, and the toolkit as well. Damage reduction from Fateball, the defensive tools from Lift, really just brings the heroes to light. Do you think that Bedboom has used the tournament meta to think about DK carry, or is this just a mid laner? I think myself it's probably just a mid.
Yeah, I would lean more towards it just being a GPK hero.
I think when you have supports like SD and Mirana that can always come to your lane and make it so that you get a kill on the enemy mid laner into a tower, then you just put the DK mid. Because SD and Mirana, they're not going to stay on their lanes after a certain point. They're going to be looking towards playing around this DK. And Void gets banned out would have been a great pick for Bedboom here. I like the Drow idea. Honestly, they haven't played it during this tournament, but this is a Tundra specialty hero, so I'm sure they've thought about it and considered it for themselves. There's also the Weaver that we saw yesterday that Falcons brought out with a draft like this. What the Weaver gave them was very early Roche and very early aggression.
Weaver tempo is good, and Weaver has looked very, very good. I'm just kind of look like if they want Drow Ranger, you likely have to ban out a hero like I would maybe Lycan. I would say you're not very well equipped to deal with a Zoo type of boy running in. You want to make sure your Drow can stand her ground. I'm sure there's other options, but that's the one that I'm eyeing for now.
Yeah, I think right now if Tundra see a weak carry, then 100% like this Lycan pick to catapult Tundra into making moves. Sure, Beast might pressure one side of the map, but if you throw the Lycan doing the same thing, it's too much.
No, that's how you get the effects going. Shout out to the lighting engineer. Fun fact about the lights for people at home. The lights change in the arena based on if it's night or day in-game. Very cool.
But Tundra have to solve the Beastmaster tempo, because if you're looking at a Beastmaster DK with 2 supports,
Okay.
you need something that can play into that kind of tower aggression.
And instant Zeus.
So it is the Pango being flexed offlane here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every time we look at Pangolin offlane, it's can it play the lane where it isn't going to die or get pushed out? A PL is a farming carry. So Pangolin should be able to live throughout that one. You pick the Zeus to deal with the PL in some degree, but PL in this game, there's no perfect lockdown for him. If he can get to Diffusal, Ags, plus whatnot, it is going to be very obnoxious to try and kill him off with the Moonlight Shadow and the Sage from SD as well. Yeah, I like the PL pick. And I respect the fact that Tundra did go very aggressive with the Zeus. Instant Zeus pick. They just didn't care.
The thing about the Zeus, though, is I am concerned for its safety, because we've talked about the SD Mirana setups playing with that mid lane. There's going to be a lot of threat on this hero early on. It is very easy to punish, and there is going to be a lot of presence in this mid lane. And what Tundra are going to need to offset that is an early level 6 from the Pango. You're going to need Toby to be able to rotate in when these dives are happening. And it just feels like Tundra's draft, for that reason, is going to be harder to pull off than Bedboom's.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Toby to when in the early game this GPK, DK hits level 6 and they're pressuring mid, that he can try to offset that. I do like the Zeus a lot. I'm having a very hard time deciding between the two teams. I will have to stick with Pure and Thompson's type of mid game where they play with the high range, but honestly, this game is really up in the air. This is gameplay only in the mid game.
That's what we like.
We did say coming into this that Toby wasn't really like a star player. He did his job. In this game, I think he needs to be a star player. He needs to pop off. He needs to do all the stuff for Tundra to feel good in this game, because if he has a bad game, Bedboom are just going to, relish this game one.
Well, I think all of what your guys are saying is obviously very smart, but it's also meaning that we're going to have a very close back and forth game in our hands where everybody is putting everything on everything to try and get that first game in the bag. Winner here in this best of 3 will secure top 2 grand finals here at ESL 1 Birmingham. So there's a lot on the line. And because there's a lot on the line, we bring out the big voices. So let's head over to OD Pixel and Fog for this upper bracket finals.
Thank you very much, Steve, and hello, Birmingham. We cannot wait to get into the action with this one. Tundra up against BetBoom. Folks, this is going to be the top of the top in terms of the level of Dota we're going to witness here.
I mean, we're blessed with an epileptic kid. If those people that remember that name, of course, Nightfall, his old name, playing his Phantom Lancer, one of his legendary carries that he's... this guy has thousands of games on this hero, if I'm not mistaken, across all of his Smurfs and whatnot, so super comfortable pick. We saw Pure, of course. He's playing his Morphling again. He had some very successful games on this, and Thompson playing a nice scaling Zeus, which can do well versus a PL in a lot of instances. But let's see if they can withstand the pressure that BetBoom has, because their draft just looks terrifying.
Yeah, look at this. GPK, Dragon Knight, Mirror on the Beastmaster. There's going to be a lot of pushing, a lot of early towers being potentially taken, unless Tundra can sort of form together the defenses. I mean, they have heroes that are going to be able to enter into these early fights pretty soon in the game, right? You've got like the Clockwork, the Pango. These can really start the brawls and maybe be that D push that they need to relieve the pressure and give time for Pure to be able to carry this on his morph.
Yeah, time will definitely be needed, because that pressure is going to come early. Beastmaster, DK, they're going to force the issue. These lanes, they look quite strong too, right? The SD, the Beastmaster, if they, which ideally they will, but they'll probably set those one up, versus a Clock and a Morphling. I've seen a lot of times now this SD versus the Clock in lane. The Clock just can't do anything. You use Battery Assault, he puts you under, fights you with illusions, or just gets the illusions of the carry and throws them on you, and it's problematic. So let's see how Tundra looks to solve the issues of this here too, as picking an early Rubik as well. Looking at the spells he can steal.
Yeah, what's it ended up like?
I mean, there's some decent stuns and stuff. If he can get Roar, it's probably the best one, but we'll see what 9 class is able to get on this hero, because it's not like there's some godly one that he can actually get.
Oh, we will see BetBoom. They don't want to try and fight around this bounty. As soon as the shield crash was coming in, they back away.
And let's see these wards that are placed out very early. So double sentries placed around the Ancients, of course, and the hard camp, so wanting to prevent stacks coming out from Save and from Yarrow. So it looks like to me like they're trying to smash this bottom lane, right? Whitemon really wants to put the pressure on with Pure so that they have to go back to stack, but then they can't because they're blocked up. So I'm going to be looking at this bottom lane quite a bit here.
For Pure, what does sort of the outlook of the whole game look like for him? If they don't get run over in the early stages, is it a pretty simple morph game, or is the PL always going to have that kind of favorable matchup in some parts?
I haven't seen that matchup actually in quite a long time, to be honest with you, so not 100% sure, but it doesn't look the easiest for Pure by any means. He's playing versus the SD also, which is pretty obnoxious. Just being able to save targets over and over again. There's hard lockdown as well.
There's a lot, right? There's Dragon Tail into the Roar, potential follow-ups, Arrow from Mirana. If they can start the jump on him, it's going to take a lot in terms of items and moves for Tundra to try and bail him out of those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how that one plays out.
And on this top lane, how's pressure going to be on the PL in this early stage? Obviously, Nightfall coming in with the last pick. Has it ended up a situation where he should be fine as the carry on these early waves?
I mean, they do have the harassment that's constantly coming from the Mirana, but I've been seeing these offlane Pangos do better versus these illusion heroes. As we saw yesterday in particular, JT versus the Naga kind of smashed the game, so have to watch the first couple waves how he's able to do. I think Toby should be pretty fine up here.
Will be likely to be difficult for Toronto Tokyo to make any crazy early moves. Nightfall probably going to need to be babysat for quite some time against these two with the spam that they have.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty passive lane from the side of BetBoom, I'd imagine. Unless there's a big mistake that comes out from Tundra, just feeding Tangos to the PL, making sure that he can keep that farm going. I see Toronto Tokyo started with 6, and he bought an immediate extra 3, so just wanting to pass those over. Yeah, Nightfall looks like he should be pretty good, actually, to be able to get this farm consistent versus Toby.
And then the mid lane, Thompson versus GPK on this Zeus versus DK. Nothing crazy is going to be happening over here, right? This is free farm for the both of them, for the most part.
The only thing that could happen is maybe a rotation, right? Because there's very strong rotations, I would say, from the side of BetBoom, and SD and a Mirana could look to swing over and get a catch.
The CS so far, we do see with the pressure that Save and Mirror are being able to put on this bottom lane, it's just a bit of a slower start for Pure.
Let's see if they can get any of these boars to get the deny. Can they get the second one? Nope. Playing it really nicely down here on the side of BetBoom.
That's a strong lane.
Very strong one.
Not going to be an easy start for Pure. They're trying to see each time if they can try and get in potentially onto Save.
It's just never easy to do so. Between the illusions and the boar and the hawk and everything, it's going to be pretty difficult for Whitemon to really use Battery Assault too effectively, even though it does, of course, extra damage to these creeps and whatnot. Its illusions don't care.
Top lane just trying to get this lane in a bit of a better position.
Ouch, Pure missed the money creep, just that pause, I think, actually. It kind of hurts.
Lotuses, it looks like it's going to be both claimed here from BetBoom. So on top of getting a bit of CS advantage here in the first few waves, especially, they'll be able to get those as well to keep the pressure going.
Very difficult, of course, to get on top of Toronto Tokyo at these early stages. He's perfectly fine. He's got wands, he's got Lotus.
Oh, cool. We see GPK do the gloves before the second bracer on the DK this time around, just to ensure these last hits. I love when people do the gloves. I feel like I talk about it quite a bit, so won't talk too much about it. The attack speed is so nice when you're not under pressure in a lane from a hero. You'll just be able to CS so much nicer because you're high base damage and reducing the damage of the enemy mid laner.
Absolutely, yeah. That's just for the early levels of spam with the arc lightning. It's not going to threaten this DK at all now with those early items on GPK.
Not at all.
Here perfectly safe. Pure's got to be a bit careful.
He's dropping low.
Let's be cautious here with the shifting. As the pressure just continues to build up on this bottom lane. Now soon we'll start to see the tier 1 take a bit of damage here.
Yeah, now it's like those 2 sentries that they did place. You know, Whitemon buying extra sentries to block those ancient stuff. They're not even going back to go for the stacks. He should be able to clean up the board here. Nicely done from Whitemon, but now
maybe try and look from that. Cogs are down. I mean, as hard as it is for him to go on them, it's also very difficult for them to turn, as long as the cogs are always available for him.
Pure's, the lane is not in the best position here for Pure. He's going to eat a ton of harassment stepping up here. And it's going to continue pushing out. I see another wave coming forward. So a slow start for Pure. But Nightfall also is getting slowed down a little bit up here from the pressure from the two of them.
Pretty similar.
Yeah, it's pretty similar. Bracer picked up on PL. He's just safer though, right? Like he's missing some last hits and stuff like that, but he's full HP, so under no real kill threat on the side of Nightfall. Pure, I guess, technically isn't either, as long as he plays it safe. These Morphling players are just very good at doing. 5 minutes, nice and slow. GPK actually buying himself a blood grenade. This is kind of cool. I think I've seen him do this before on the mid DK where he goes for kills by himself.
Okay, well, yes, you get with the 6, the other dragon form, and then you just kind of full commit.
Yeah,
maybe even look for the dive play.
I've seen a couple players even do it on like, and this is some time ago, but like mid Earthshakers and stuff. You just go for the commit. You go for that big kill. Could work out. As long as the rotation comes, we'll have to see around that 6-minute power run who's going to make the first move.
Yeah, if you get Toronto Tokyo in the neighborhood and he's able to line up an arrow off the back of Dragon Tail setup, absolute chance at kill potential in the mid. Of course, the TPs in return could definitely bail out Topson if he gets gone upon, if Whitemon gets in, is able to push them back with the cogs. Should be able to give enough space to allow Topson to get out of that sort of attempt from BetBoom.
And here comes this move already. Double supports from BetBoom. Imagine we'll see the Tundra supports look to start moving too. But it's DK level 6 with the catapult wave already shoving in.
Tundra will have to bring a few over if they do want to try and stop BetBoom from taking control of the power room, but as it is indeed with the 2 supports, it's an easy pick up here for GPK. They'll get himself the Dragon Form and the illusion.
Topson, be careful how far you step up here too.
They really want to look for the dive here. If they can get any sort of setup, they'll be straight in onto Topson. So Tundra as a team, they've got to be prepared.
They have to know. None of the supports have shown in the side lane for like 40 seconds, so.
Save.
He's trying to stay far back, but
and
he's
here's
caught.
the TPs. Immediately they're ready. The arrow connection will be there, but Whitemon's in with the TP. He'll step over towards GPK with the battery and stop.
They got him anyway.
Topson's been brought down. Now let's see if they can turn over for more. Whitemon backing off under the tier 2. Same to be said for 9 class. Whitemon's going to fall pretty low. Should be fine, but BetBoom getting away with that move. It did indeed look like
he
Tundra
knew.
were ready for it, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. Nothing could be done there in order to save Topson.
Honestly, he was in his best of a position I feel like you could have. He was so far back and still gets caught from it there. Nice arrow from Toronto Tokyo. Wisdom runes. Looks like 9 class already set up for his. 2 TPs forced to try to react. And how much mid tower actually only took like 600 damage, but still something there from that first DK form.
They'll return back to the side lanes, the supports the BetBoom, but you can absolutely imagine that when that 8 minutes comes there again, they could look to do a very similar play. I mean, if Tundra weren't able to stop it happening with the TPs that they brought in previously,
Pure! Oh my god, he stayed too low, level 3 axes.
Oh, I hope we can get a replay of that one.
I think he had an extra stack on him too.
You don't expect that to happen.
He tanked him point blank. He just tried to hit Nero.
What happened there? We'll see if we can get that. It's not going to look pretty, I'll tell you that. And we've got it right here.
All right, look, he just tanked it. He had 4 stacks already, so he took the 6th stack.
Completely just caught by surprise by that damage. I mean, that's a huge kill there for Mira to get, level 6.
Yeah.
Getting a solo kill against the Morph like that before you've got the Roar online. I mean, this is the dream for Mira as Beastmaster.
It's like more than the dream, right? Like being able to get a Dominator this early, like we're talking about the pressure that BetBoom's able to apply. There's not really the easiest ways for them to deal with a DK plus a Helm of a Helm of Dominator / Overlord
That's
early.
crazy.
That's really big for this side of BetBoom.
A rare mistake there from Pure. A carry player that's, in terms of his mechanics, have been pretty perfect this event.
Something you just don't expect, right? Those max axes. Maybe he thought it was just level 2 axes or something, level 3 board, but Miero, I love this build. Big magic damage versus that Morph.
If it's going to catch him by surprise like that, it's worth it every time, that build.
For sure.
Back to the lane, Whitemont. Ready here with Pure. Making sure that that sort of situation doesn't arise again, and if that sort of move's attempted, Whitemont will be able to disrupt it with the cogs and maybe even try and threaten Mira, but as you say, it's going to be hard. The fact that he's got this early Helm.
But the one thing is, like, at the same time, look, I'm just keep looking at Nightfall's farm, and he's actually still behind Pure. So he's getting slowed down quite a lot just from that. I mean, it's mostly been Toby just sitting up here playing versus him. Nightfall's actually queued up the Midas. This might be one of the first Midases I feel like I'm seeing on one of these carries.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in terms of when we've sort of seen PLs in the past, right, this has been a build that they do like to go sometimes, and everything going off to a pretty good start elsewhere. Definitely reason to believe that Nightfall can look to play the scaling game and go for this Midas into Ags.
Yeah, he's just going for full greed. He just wants to play that, the eventual point where the PL versus Morphling matchup becomes used to become pretty impossible for Morphling, so. If his team is having such a good time in the mid lane and the off lane, yeah, he definitely feels like he can go greed. A slow-paced game, though.
And non-class. Now Whitemont, they were looking to see if they can maybe get some sort of setup or grab around the tier 1, but Boomer not giving it to them.
Difficult when you're playing versus the Shadow Demon as well, too. If you just overstep your bounds a little bit, he gets a save. Things could quickly turn on your head. GPK soon blink.
It's going to be so close.
Yeah,
and at that point, you can move around the map with sort of just 3 of these heroes, and the sort of jump kill potential is going to be very high, very early on from BetBoom.
And the side of Tundra overall, like they don't really have that clear-cut initiator. It's going to be Toby rolling in with a Rolling Thunder from the sidelines, but it's not a blink stun into some follow-up. It's going to be a little bit slower for them to build up that kind of catch and chase. It's going to take quite a long time for them to have that natural initiator. I mean, Whitemon, yes, he'll have his hook shot soon, but hook-shotting into this BetBoom lineup could be pretty scary. Once they start getting these timings, of course. But farm is still keeping pretty consistent, so.
They've just got a lot of difficult heroes to kill.
Yeah.
Even if you get the jump on them, they're likely to be able to survive, turn it around, or just straight up escape.
Yep, Miranda just leaps away, PL just doppels away. A lot of difficult ways for them to die. His GPK amplified damage, and he's got the blink, so could see some rotations coming out soon. Save. He continues to just getting these big stacks going to enable the Beastmaster in the meantime, but Catapult Wave, it's coming in. Do they want to make a move over here? See where GPK looks to go at this blink reveal.
Top lane would probably be the easier one to connect with. They do have pretty good vision themselves going down the river towards the bottom side of the map, though, BetBoom. So maybe that will be where he tries to play.
So right now they seem content with just finishing up these stacks, getting this timing here. This is giving time, though. Toby, I believe his defusal is soon finished. Yeah, a lot of stacks.
Farm, of course, still very close. And we'll see now that the 6 has been hit here on the clock. They're ready to go for some sort of a move. Whitemont ready to swing over with Thompson, see if they can burst through one of these heroes.
They've got good ways to scout. That's what the Clock and the Zeus, we've seen this combo kind of picked up a lot more. I think Tundra more than anyone, just to be able to find heroes. Nightfall.
It would be the dream catch here. They get the setup. Hook. Oh! It's a swing and a miss there from Whitemont. They needed that to hit.
Did the slow, I mean, maybe the slow just tricked him a little bit there, the phylactery slow. That's a painful miss. And now the rotation, let's see where BetBoom looks to punish with that. Since they see a Zeus ult and a Clockwork Hood shot used, they're going to just hit mid-tower and pressure bottom.
Straight in with the push. I mean, the TP's going to be coming in, but Toronto Tokyo is here as well.
I mean, bottom tower is dead in seconds. It's a Dark Troll Summoner push.
9 class. He's going to be set up upon here by the disruption into the arrow. TPs are coming in, but with the damage and control that GPK can offer up, it's a quick pick.
And Whitemon, I can't believe he finishes this TP.
It's a little bit scary, especially with the tier 1 tower falling as low as it is, as GPK is just going to be able to continue with this push. Take this tower, and we are now starting to see that gold lead show itself here in favor of BetBoom with the way that they are just And kind of crushing this early game.
Yeah, out-pressuring it and out-efficiencying with the stacks, at least from what we've seen.
And the fact that Nightfall's going to be running this Midas, which is currently on its way out to him.
Yep.
There's a lot of problems that are building up that Tundra, they've got to try and find some answers for soon.
Absolutely. Yeah, because Pure does. We'll have to see, of course, that matchup. I mean, assume the PL, of course, still does excellent versus the Morph because things haven't changed too much for it. So if he's able to get away with this and get these items online while his team just pressures, it's going to be pretty damn nice for this Phantom Lancer. Miro? That's a good catch.
To hit. And Miro, I don't think he's getting out of this one. He's trying to turn with
the roar off.
He might have a chance to escape. The backup comes in. A disruption saves there from Stave, but Toby has the Rolling Thunder. Another lightning bolt comes down.
Stolen roar.
First kill. It's enough to try for a setup on a GPK, but GPK is still very, very tanky here. They're in with the swashbuckle.
Shredded.
Jump forward with the shield crash. Tundra, they'll get themselves on the scoreboard as Thompson finds a double kill.
9 class finds the best steal in the game. He actually does get the roar, able to lock down this DK, who isn't able to actually finish any target. GPK blinked forward to try to finish off, I believe, the clockwork, and actually just puts himself in a worse position.
Yeah, they needed that big time.
Toby.
Here, Tundra.
Yeah, Toby coming in clutch, really. His damage is, I mean, nothing to laugh at there. You saw even the DK taking quite some damage.
Able to set up the fight perfectly for Thompson to just get his complete toolkit off without any sort of pressure on him.
Yeah, look at that.
The damage is done, and Thompson gets a very nice burst of gold.
Let's bring things back to 0.
BetBoom likely to be much more careful about how they go around those jumps next time.
Yeah, perhaps looking to maybe finish up the... Maybe they just finish up the Helm of Overlord.
I think so. I mean,
I think that's probably the
They're
timing.
making so many stacks for him with these Ancients. He does continue to get very, very good farm. Is it, as you can see, going to be a catch-up game for Nightfall, but with the Midas, he should be able to close that gap at the moment.
I'm still surprised how poor he actually is. I feel like he's been left alone for quite some time, and he's still not able to keep up with the rest of the cores. He will eventually, of course, but still just surprising to see that he is at the bottom when he has literally, it feels like he's gotten very little pressure on him except for that one rotation that they put.
Yeah, when you have the hook shot. I mean, leaps are at the ready.
Yeah, he's
not going to get them the kill here. Toronto, Tokyo, perfectly fine. Moonlight Shadows up. He's away. Pure. He's going to go straight for the Lincolns this game by the looks of it. Make sure he has that protection against the initiation from BetBoom.
Very good Lincoln's game. Yeah. Roar disruption. DK stun. Always going to provide him a ton of extra sustain and survivability. Game slowing down a little bit. Hook shot going to be back up in about 20 seconds. Tundra still positioned on bottom, looking for Miero perhaps one more time.
They do show, of course, with Toby, so unlikely that Miero's going to step up too far. It's going to certainly suspect that something's being planned around here.
Oh, this is cool.
And Tundra, indeed, they'll play with that knowledge that BetBoom's going to assume that the play's down bottom in mind. They'll look to swing over towards the top side, see if they can maybe find something big. Of course, Nightfall's relatively close, but with the Thunder God's Wrath being popped, he's going to know they're after him. So Tundra, they'll settle for save instead.
Whoa! I mean, the roar is probably about to be ending. Yeah, the steal is gone, but that's still 2 ultis used. That's a Rolling Thunder and a hook shot, so the other cores on BetBoom probably can feel some safety now off of that. I mean, but Tundra will take any kill they can get. It still feels really good whenever they can get any of these to make the space for Pure. He's under no pressure when all these heroes keep dying.
Farming quite aggressively here, Pure. I mean, once he has the Lincolns, he should be able to do so. So it will be tricky for BetBoom to get the setup onto him.
Tundra's making the quicker moves right now. BetBoom, of course, they're getting that farm. You see it just continues to build up if there's any downtime there where Tundra's not making a move, but Tundra's still kind of hunting.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the hook shot back up in 10 seconds.
Bit difficult now for them to get a kill here onto GPK on Miero. The Helm of the Overlord is done and the Mage Slayer is done, so quite a lot tankier.
BetBoom, they're going to take a bit of a page out of the Book of Tundra. They'll also smoke up and take the Twin Gate to try and catch them by surprise top, or indeed maybe look for the Roshan.
Yeah, I think it's going to get scanned though, so immediate scan does come out. Looks like they wanted to set up for a kill perhaps first.
They did see earlier that Pure was farming, pushing out this top area of the map.
Look at this vision. It's right on top of him. Oh,
they get that jump open. He should be pretty dead.
Oh, he's gone.
PK is pretty much able to do it alone. Gets him with the Dragon Tail stun. An easy kill here for the Dragon Knight.
And it's the last 40 seconds of the ward too. That's the picture-perfect moment there for BetBoom.
And now, what, back up and Roche, or not quite yet?
Probably could. They can look to threaten it for sure. Yeah, with the Helm of Overlord, it always allows you to get this. Interesting to point out too, I don't think I've ever seen anybody buy this item first. Toronto Tokyo bought the Ring of Taras as one of his first items because he's just rushing a pipe.
That's pretty well.
It's like one of the worst items on item value in the game. Yeah, but once you upgrade it,
yes. If he could get, I mean, which will probably be one of the quicker pipes, at least in this position on Mirana, that will obviously add a lot to the early push and definitely make things difficult when it comes to trying to come in with the deep push. Now, suddenly there's Zeus and Rocket Flares and Fade Bolt. That's not going to stop BetBoom from knocking at your doorstep.
I mean, it's a really cool approach, right? Because usually you just see like the mech picked up usually, but this game it's so much better for a pipe. Even though it's such a difficult item to purchase in most games, yeah, it is very valuable. Nightfall, Aghanim's is about to be finished, so he can actually look to start getting involved himself too.
Yeah, and his farm's just going to skyrocket.
Yeah,
you know,
now
once
he's tied.
The Midas Axe is online, this PL will likely very soon hit the top spot, unless somehow Tundra are able to make a move to try and get on top of this PL. But with the Aegis in the hands of BetBoom on the Dragonaut and GPK, it's pretty difficult for Tundra to enter in onto BetBoom's side of the map right now.
Absolutely. They did get a nice ward down during those last moments, though. When Pure was dying, I did see White Mom sneak into the Ancient side, he did get a ward down. So if any way there was for them to get him on Nightfall, it's with that ward that they have right now.
Blink Dagger also picked up now here on the way out for save, so it'll be much easier for him to get in a position with the disruptions to make it that little bit harder for Tundra to have a chance of bursting on someone and going on them at the start of a fight.
And Toby's just gone for more of like a selfish build. He's gone down to just the Ags build, which is going to be great to clear, of course, these summons and these illusions inside the fight, but not having that follow-up now for the Whitemon. They kind of just have to be in the perfect position around Whitemon if he does find a hook shot. Not having that secondary follow-up just yet.
Radiant's middle tower.
Everyone's just getting that farm going. I'm just seeing the supports farming a lot more.
I mean, they're close to their items, right? As you say, you know, Toronto Tokyo is only about 300 gold away from having this completed pipe.
And the impact of these two supports just feels very strong. Unless 9 class is able to somehow get these godly steals, which is pretty difficult this game, it's really mostly the roar. It does feel difficult for them to have the similar impact of the other two supports, especially with BetBoom scaling with the blink on save. He's always going to be in position. See if Tundra can find anything here with this rotation.
They're looking towards bottom.
It looks like they were kind of thinking about smoking, but then opted against
It's just
lanes.
super hard for them to make a move on anyone. They see Toronto Tokyo was pushing out the waves, but it's not really the hero you want to be making the gank towards.
No, it's just tough heroes to really set up for, as you were saying from earlier. They're just elusive.
Yeah.
They might just have to settle for this if they see him, but he's already got his pipe finished. It's got to be one of the earlier support pipes, I think, that we've seen. Because I don't think we've seen that many, at least first item picked up.
And they've still got a good amount of time to try and push with it. Still about 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis for GPK.
Yeah, look, I think they might look to group up a little bit here soon.
Yeah, their 5-man group up at this stage is going to be incredibly strong and very difficult for Tundra to stop.
It's just, do they actually have to group up is the question. Maybe they just look to fight it anyway.
Might be like, let's keep farming, boys.
It could be.
He's having the point. He's at this point of the game where
Nightfall, he shows himself.
See if they can burst him. They've got a doppelganger away.
Moonlight Shadow, the hook shot.
It's a good angle from Whitemon. The Rolling Thunder's in. They should get him. They're clearing out the illusions. They'll be able to clear out him. It's a big kill. Exactly what they need, and will give them a chance to take their tier 1 tower. They'll slow down Nightfall's farm.
They might be able to take Tormentor too. Wisdom Rune is already claimed, but I think they can at least deny this one away with that move. Nicely done. Good trap. 4-4. He's so quiet. Still a very slow-paced game, but very nice moves coming out there.
Scaling potential, of course, it is still there, and, you know, whenever there's this Zeus in the game, and when Topson has the Shard and the Manta, the way he's going to be able to kind of push waves out, cut waves,
and he's always
make it difficult for the map to get into a position where BetBoom will be able to shove down a lane with the 5 of them.
And hey, if the Morph isn't able to address or deal with the PL, Topson could be able to if he's actually able to survive in these fights.
I mean, as we were saying at the start, you know, back in the day, Zeus already had its strengths against PL. Nowadays, with the right-click capabilities as well, it's something else to add in there that will help clear through the illusions.
I'm so curious to see how this is all going to kick off when they all just start, when the team fights actually start happening rather than these small individual little pickoffs. Mant, I believe, done now for GPK. BKB's done for Miero. I mean, BB and BetBoom is still hitting some big timings, but Tundra, they're also just kind of matching these timings.
Yeah, it's all going to kick off pretty soon, you can only imagine.
Toby.
Maybe not with this Aegis, though, because only a minute left on the Aegis here for GPK. Ah, never mind, they do want to try. They've got 40 seconds left to go with this.
They got 3 item timings, right? BKB, Manta, Actually 4, including the pipe.
I mean, they're going to be so strong around the pipe. Thompson, he's
Thompson
down the lane. There's the jump for GPK. He's not able to get in with the dragon.
Toby's quick.
Another turnaround. Whitemon, he's in with a hook shot over towards Miro. They'll turn and focus the clockwork first. They'll burn down with the demonic purge. BKB's pot. Miro.
The roar on Thompson.
They've got the control on the Thompson. They're closing
Stolen.
the gap. They're setting up here with the disruption. They'll be able to surround Thompson. They'll bring the Zeus down as well.
And more.
GPK, he's not done. Dives the tier 2. Gets the jump in over towards the Rubik because he'll try and run away with the pig pole. He's back up to the high ground.
GPK.
He's diving pretty deep here. Aegis is going to go away in a couple of seconds. They'll pull back.
Look at their health. I mean, the pipe absolutely coming into play. I just saw Zeus not able to get many spells off, of course, but I see a Rolling Thunder come in and nobody's really taking too much damage.
I mean, this is the power that you'd expect from BetBoom with the group up potential they have.
Especially if Thompson gets caught, the fight's going to be super difficult. He provides all the damage in the early game right now.
And that was a fight where the initiation, it wasn't a clean initiation either, but it didn't matter in the long run. They're still able to persist and chase him down and get the big kill.
Yeah, Miro just somehow finding the angle to get that roar. It was stolen again, honestly. 9 class finds a secondary steal, but from that point, the fight was already over. They got completely surrounded on Thompson. 5K lead. Good strike there from BetBoom.
Looking at Toronto in the mid, but yeah, with the pipe even on his own, he's not an easy target to go for. Let's see if BetBoom's able to hold on to tier 1 as Tundra are approaching.
BKB up in 20.
Dire's middle tower is under
On Miro. And no one really can hit this tower. I mean, Toby's trying to, but this is a little awkward for a Pango to walk up and hit this one.
And they are in the neighborhood, BetBoom. They can bring the fight if they want to.
How's Pure doing? Butterfly's soon finished. He's getting his good farm here. But is it going to be enough versus this? Just how much BetBoom is starting to accumulate as a team overall. Blink now on Toby, so easier way to follow up at least on these hook shots.
And to just sort of get in position to be able to clear through the illusions of Nightfall in these team fights when Nightfall does start to get more involved. They'll have some pretty solid, like, kind of illusion clear. If they can survive long enough to get the spells off.
They're feeling their strength right now. Moonlight Shadow to cruise across the map. They want to find a pick off here. Toby, can he hide? He can. Next few moments just feel like, yeah, BetBoom just dictating the pace, looking for these constant kills, while Tundra maybe needing a little bit more time before they want Pure to start getting involved too. I'm wondering when the timing for him to get involved is. Maybe this Butterfly will be enough. They're going to go for it, so. They have a haste rune as well on Thompson. This could be a difference maker if he can distance himself.
This really could be the sort of make or break team fight here.
Yeah.
Tier 2.
Toby.
Fortification, they'll scout things out with Thunder goes right. They're going to use
Stolen
the
roar still.
Straight in onto Miro. They've killed the Beastmaster.
They hung on to that roar.
Already, you can see Whitemon just going straight for Nightfall on the back of the fight. They're trying to chase and catch this PL. Nightfall will turn with the diffuser blade slow, but they're closing the gap in. They've got the lift up with the telekinesis. Nightfall, he's falling low. Get the doppelganger off, but it won't matter. He'll go down. Tundra, they'll hold.
Beautiful. 9 class, the stolen roar. Miro can't move, just gets fully locked down and get on Nightfall as well. Can they turn it into more? 10 seconds, Roche could spawn. Such good defensive plays. Perfect. What more could you ask for from the Rubik? The literal best spell that he can steal. He's had it now twice, and he held it for that last fight.
Brilliant smoke play.
Yeah.
From Tundra at a time where they had to hit, and they certainly did. Couldn't allow BetBoom to continue to get this momentum. They shut down a bit of the lead that BetBoom was building up.
Hey, Nightfall, he's looking fragile. That's 2 times now he just gets surrounded. He has no help from his teammates, and he's just gone.
Let's see if they try and make a move quickly again here, BetBoom. I mean, as you say, the Roshan is going to be of huge interest to both teams. We'll see it come back up in just under a minute.
Feels like initiation really is going to be the name of the game for this one. Who gets the jump first? Who's able to pick off one of these targets? As we saw there, if Tundra gets the initiation, just one target's just dead, and they have to just just disperse. Probably going to be the same case in the other way. But vision is definitely a problem, I would say, for BetBoom. Playing versus this Zeus and Clockwork, it is a bit difficult for them to get that jump in some of these instances. Still getting great farm, though. Ags DK, level 18 finished. Another timing hit. Perhaps they're going to look to fight right back, get their own initiation.
Themselves, maybe they're thinking about maybe making this move from the mid. Top lane, the tower's gone. Tundra, they get out and they're able to take down a tier 2 themselves.
Roshan in 10 seconds.
That's going to be a huge fight around the pit, absolutely.
Let's see.
A little bit of a pause here. Hopefully we're able to get the game back on pretty soon, as this is a pretty pivotal moment.
Yeah, these are super tense moments.
Position-wise, Tundra, obviously in the place to start. I mean, do you imagine it, when they see it come back up, will they go straight in and try and do it quickly, or do you kind of hover around and look to set up for the fight first?
For Tundra, I think they probably want to set up for the fight.
Yeah.
They have the Zeus Thunder Gods. It's initiation, right? I think it's really going to be who gets the jump first. If Toby's able to get free rolling Thunders off, then the fight's going to be problematic for BetBoom. But if Toby dies at the start,
and who do you if you're Tundra, who do you ideally want to lock down first? You want to just
Miro.
get Miro so he
I think
can't
Miro.
roll?
Yeah. I mean, ideally any of the cores first, but I think Miro's probably one of the more important ones.
Boom's heading in, save. He's going to blink it aggressively, just drops himself. Isn't able to get any sort of setup. Tundra, they'll retreat. They're backing off. They don't want to take the fight with the information that's been given to them right now.
That's going to give them the rush.
They're playing fully defensive here. I mean, is this sort of understandable why they are as scared as they are? I mean, they're going to smoke them, try and make it back over. Maybe they can get back in time.
Toby's considering at the least. They're going to have rockets to scout.
And in turn,
Boom's actually
it's
scared.
enough to scare BetBoom off. Both teams very, very scared about how they go about committing for this Roshan.
Both teams want the jump so badly. And the vision right now, I mean, looking at the way that Tundra's placed these wards, they have some really nice sneaky ones. I've never actually seen this one above there. Yeah, right there. That's a good one. Just out of vision of the Sentry.
And Tundra's still under the cover of smoke.
They see everybody.
They're getting a really good wrap around
Everybody.
the east. They're trying to set things up. They're going to look into the tree line. They'll be able to find the two.
They're on a boat.
They'll be able to get the jump ball straight back. Nightfall. It's a beautiful initiation from Tundra, and they're ready to go for more. They've caught GPK in the cogs. Miro, he TP's out. He wants to be part of none of this.
Oh my God, what a game-winning ward. Look at this. I mean, this ward is just next level. That just catches them perfectly.
It really could be as big as game-winning as you say, because the whole momentum is going to shift in their advantage now. They're going to be able to get this Roshan.
Oh, that was beautiful. Like, they literally just saw the two, like, they saw two people just standing on top of each other. They just get the perfect jump from Toby.
It really was. It's not a chance at all for BetBoom to fight back when they get jumped like that.
Can't even get a single spell off, it seems. I think, yeah, there's a Dragon Tail and a Breathe Fire.
But check this out again.
Smashed. Look at them. They're hugging each other. Picture perfect.
Super easy for Pure and Toby to just lay down the damage onto the both of them.
Nightfall, he looks so squishy. Again and again and again if they get on him. And now an Aegis and a Cheese.
A very, very good smoke there. And maybe one that BetBoom weren't anticipating completely because of the fact that Tundra, they backed off initially pretty far, but then at the same time, they were very quick to get back out and get round behind them. It pays off. 9-6. Tundra now with a 3K lead. Aegis and Cheese in their hands.
And Pure now having a massive separation between him and Nightfall. Full BKB finished after Butterfly. Nightfall can't fight him. He cannot fight him toe-to-toe anymore. Level 20 is also picked up, so he's got the waveform attack targets, which is one of the biggest talents you can have versus a PL also.
In the mid, they're trying to go on them. I mean,
look at Pure, though.
Follow up. They go through straight away onto Toronto Tokyo. They burst him immediately, and now with the hook shot.
Pure's got no fear.
They get the lockdown. The pushback is a quick couple of kills. Tundra really getting the ball rolling now.
They blew this game open. That one play there, getting that dream initiation, shutting them down again, getting Aegis and Cheese. Pure now has such a big item advantage. He feels so safe. He can just get involved. He can just jump forward. He just waveformed in aggressively because he's got BKB.
I mean, they might be ready to push the high ground. Still nearly 4 minutes on this Aegis. Tundra now to position 30 minutes in that they're the ones threatening the base of BetBoom. Fortification comes to an end.
How do you stop here?
And Nightfall just not ready to fight right now. And very, very far behind his counterpart here, that 5K gold plus between the two carries.
Brax is just dropping. Pure can just stand his ground, even versus these illusions. Miro still not up an arrow. Dodges it. Backdoor does kick back in. He's got 5 stacks of poison, but he's sitting healthy.
There we go. The Granite Golem doing his job down mid.
Nicely done.
I mean, that will
keeps the racks alive.
The racks going down.
A nice micro.
Heads up stuff here from Miro.
I didn't even notice it.
They do still have the creep wave coming in on the bottom lane. So Tundra, they can maybe turn to look to taking this tier 2 and maybe trying to make the move towards the high ground from this angle instead.
Don't think they have to leave though by any means. Pure has this Paladin Storm, so he's just healing right back up to full off the creeps. And with Butterfly BKB, he feels more than safe. I mean, they could just keep going. Go for the Tormentor.
The Tormentor again. Absolutely. Taking a lot away from BetBoom here. An 11,000 gold lead. BetBoom Now that they're playing from this sort of position, I mean, you can only imagine with the way that they wanted to approach this with their draft, their strategy. They wanted to be ahead, falling behind this badly at 31 minutes in. It's not going to be easy to recover from.
Yeah, it feels like they've lost that timing that they ideally wanted with their auras, just building up and overall massing and getting that gold advantage. It just didn't really end up happening. Tundra just finds two incredible fights. And now there's just such a clear separation between those cores. And Pure doing, of course, that strength morph all the way up to full, grab shield rune, shift back down, and then how the hell do you kill him? You could just walk in, actually, versus your entire team, potentially.
I mean, yeah, they're certainly going to want to go again.
I mean, look at this. I'm pretty sure he's quite unkillable at this point here with this.
That boom.
And this ward, another ward that's just a sneaky position. Look at Whitemon. It's the vision. He sees entire Bet Boom lineup walking back to the base.
Pure, absolutely ready to just step up there in the mid if he wants to. We'll see how much respect he feels he needs to give. I mean, yeah, he knows how unkillable he is. He's going to walk up.
His effective HP is through the roof when he's got this shield rune.
I mean, how can they stop him? They're slowly getting through the shield rune. They'll get a good amount of stun onto him. So if they can pressure him the walls, but Toby's in ready to back him up. Jumps forward with the shield crash.
Just to secure it.
Oh, the backdoor protection's kicked back in.
Okay.
The back off, Roy's out on the Thompson. They go straight for the Zeus.
They got Thompson. He stepped up too far.
They're going to look to try and chase him for more. They'll turn over to Toby. Nightfall's in on top of him. It's going to be a second kill here for Bet Boom. The defense is good.
How did they catch Thompson there? Was that I guess it was the blink reveal.
Yeah, Pure is going to go for the BKB TP out with Waveform. He's away. Whitemon also able to pull himself back to safety with the hook shot. So the rest of them get out.
Those are big. Catching both cores there. I had to just with blink roar. I guess he just didn't see it coming from the side. Thompson's the one who gets caught. And now Nightfall actually able to attack for once. I think that's the first fight that I've seen him be able to play as hero.
You know, whereas with the sort of the farm difference, it's not really easy for him to do anything about Pure right now. But the other heroes, if his team's able to land these stuns, as soon as Nightfall surrounds them with his illusions, and will still be able to clean up these kills.
9 class.
Oh.
He's got the glimmer. Okay, he's all right. Definitely don't want to give up too many of these kills to this Phantom Lancer.
It's going to be quite the potential for late game battles here between Pure and Nightfall this game, especially with that push there for being shut down. They keep the racks alive again.
I'm surprised. I cannot believe they just keep this racks alive.
I don't know if once again it was Miro cutting the waves or something, but the fact that this backdoor protection keeps kicking back in, it's put a stop to the push twice.
And gives them a good alleviation to be able to get that farm back. A 6K swing just off of that defense there. Tormentors, though, continue just going for Tundra. They've got all their shards. Now they're just getting that golden XP. Thompson has to stay further back.
It's a lot of their damage right now. A lot of their sort of split damage. I mean, Pure, he can kind of focus one target, and with the insane amount of farm he has, he will kill them. But dealing with sort of just a 5-man presence of Bet Boom, they need Thompson alive.
Dire are scanning.
And Pure has damage scaling up even more now with a completed Daedalus. Well, spending up for that does mean he won't be playing with buyback.
No phylactery.
And no Aegis right now.
He's playing to kill the PL, right? He's playing for the waveform attack target with the Daedalus and stuff like that, rather than going for your phylactery single target since he's playing versus PL. It's probably the few times that you do see a Morphling kind of change the build, I feel. And I guess versus the summons too, right? He's playing versus the golems and the boars and hawks and etc. and stuff like that, so that's cool.
It's going to get hard to burst the PL though with Nightfall close to the heart. He is getting big.
Especially if Thompson's dead. If Thompson's alive, then that's going to be different, right? They'll be able to always go for this kill onto the PL, but they're giving Thompson all the XP too. They really want him to get that level 20 talent. Level 19 right now down bottom. That'll help him pierce through those tanky heroes a little bit better.
I imagine both teams in a game where the back and forth has been as such. They'll probably wait for the next Roshan. We're going to see when it's going to be back up in a minute.
And look to keep, the name of the game is still going to be initiation of who gets those jumps and who's able to find those backline targets.
And for Miro, we've got to keep eyes on him, continuing to sort of make the micro happen, get these, the creep cutting done. So even when Tundra's approaching the base, they only have limited time to try and pressure the buildings.
Pretty cool rune. There's an amplified damage up top. PL not the best holder of it, of course, but GPK could look to grab that one up. GPK also has his Octarine finished, and he's got his 20 talent too, so he is quite a bit of a threat too. He's very obnoxious for these supports.
Thompson, of course, didn't get the cheese off in the last fight, so we'll still have that
Yeah, you got
Ready to
full chain stunned. Level 25 already hit on Pure. So 4 levels ahead of the PL.
They're going to head out. It's getting close to the point where Roshan may respawn, so BetBoom, they know that this is the time where they do start to have to take these risks leaving the base. Thunderbolt's Rest going to be popped. And Thompson knows what's up.
What item timings do they have too? They did get, I mean, GPK has the amp damage and his Octarine, so maybe looking to try to catch that before that Roche does spawn. And
I mean, they want to smoke up themselves here, Tundra.
They seem to know where they are. 9 class in the front line.
It's risky. I mean, it's up to sort of the telekinesis or the hook shot in terms of just getting that initiation. But even then, BetBoom have ways to respond to it with the potential disruption saves.
They have vision here on the side. I think they just saw Pure for a second. BetBoom looking to set up here. And they get a big jump.
Miro would be a pretty good target, but he's going to be the one to get the jump.
They're on Toby.
They go straight for the Pango. The Roar into the arrow. It connects perfectly, but Whitemon is in with the hook shot. He's got the cogs out onto the Pure. He's fighting back. He's killed off Miro. You see him try and jump to the side, turns into the PL. He's looking towards Nightfall.
He's trying to disengage.
He'll get the Spirit Lance out over towards him. He continues to close the gap and saves him with the save with that disruption to try and help Nightfall out here. But Pure remains on top of him. Nightfall's
GPK's on top of
the doppelganger. GPK forcing over towards the Zeus. Thompson's able to heal back up to full HP, and now he can turn and dish out the damage to GPK as they'll chase out the Dragon Knight. GPK has to run. It's Pure.
Can he get away?
Tries to close the gap once more with Waveform. GPK trying to juke around the trees, but there's no one else to run. Pure able to claim another hit with the help of Thompson's damage. Now Nightfall. Going to try and tackle this here with Toronto Tokyo, trying to take on the 3 of them. They'll go for top.
They're hitting the real hero.
They killed the Zeus, but Pure, he's able to snipe Toronto Tokyo with another waveform. Now he looks back up to Nightfall. Nightfall's able to kill off Whitemon with the illusions. It's 4 dead on Tundra.
They're
Only
kiting.
Pure remains.
They're just kiting. Pure's now isolated. Nightfall
For the waveform TP. They won't do anything to stop it. They don't. He's away. Pure will manage to make it out of there, but the casualties are high in that fight.
Honestly, Aviana's Feather just did so much work for Nightfall. I didn't see if he got it like during the fight or something like that, but this evasion actually allows him to stand his ground in the fight longer than I expected. Full vision, of course, too, in that one.
That really was the difference maker. The fact that they just couldn't kill the Nightfall PL.
It was close, too.
Yeah, Pure's best efforts. He was chasing Nightfall pretty much throughout the whole fight, killing off supports left, right, and center. He tried to focus the PL, but couldn't do it on his own. Nightfall gets away.
In that fight, too, like where it gets toward the dire side on that hill, he was hitting the real PL with almost all his hits and the evasion. I'm pretty sure it was like 3, 4, 5 different evasions that came out there, because Pure hits hard. He has a data.
This could be big, though. I mean, Toby's going to pop the Rolling Thunder just in case they were trying to sneak the Roshan with the 3 of them on BetBoom that were alive.
That means there's no Rolling Thunder for the fight.
And BetBoom's going to be back up with GPK in 5 seconds. Toronto Tokyo's back in the game in 10 seconds, and they obviously pushing out this top lane with the illusions. They know where Pure and Toby are.
2 item reveals as well, too. Hex now finished up on Miro with the Timeless Relic. This Roar and this Hex.
I mean, this opening. Yeah, they popped the leak because they get the disruption into the Hex.
They got him.
Pure's gone.
That's the reveal.
And now they're ready to go for more. They're going to look over towards Toby. They get it with the start of the Mindbreaker, I believe, and Toby's got us.
Holy crap. 90 seconds.
I mean, that's huge. Miro able to do it there now. Indeed, they've got the setup to go over towards Roshan. Look to take it. It's going to hit the 40 minutes, head to the other side of the map. They can prepare down bottom.
He did
get
not
that Roshan, get the push going.
He had no idea this was coming.
Big reveal.
I think the courier was dead for some time. He had a ton of gold saved up on this Beastmaster. Full purchases, and they have an Orchid, so the lockdown is there.
Yeah.
And now it's a Roche, so back the other way we go. BetBoom finding a huge window back into this game. And it's a pretty big one, too, a Refresher Shard.
It is.
Pretty massive that they can get. I mean, double Roar, double Hex. Could be massive.
Yeah, I think Miro's going to want to take that, absolutely. And they only have, there's 3 of them up right now in Tundra. They'll scout it out. I mean, maybe they could go for some sort of hookshot steal.
It's dying too
fast. If he wants to, Whitemon.
He's not in range. It's too far.
Can't make it in time.
Still not in range.
They've got him.
Just not in range.
He just picked up here for Nightfall. And indeed, Miro, he's got that Refresher Shard, so already, that clutch play there, coming in with the Hex. Next time, he's going to be able to do it twice.
And he can self-break the Lincolns now at this point. He can go for just a Blink Hex, Refresh, Roar Hex, and just go for that, because he doesn't need the full instance of Disable. If they catch, honestly, even maybe one of these Disables pre-BKB on the Morph, he could just die.
Absolutely. If they get the jump on either Pure or Thompson at the start of the fight, it's going to be very difficult for Tundra to fight 4 versus 5. Eliminating one of these cores could set up for BetBoom themselves to get back on with the push.
Initiations.
I mean, a crazy game so far. 15-14, less than 1k gold difference.
We expected these to go the distance in most of them with BetBoom versus Tundra, and we're getting it.
Stuff. Yeah, absolutely are.
The PL versus Morph matchup, of course, now starting to really kick into play.
Thompson the full refresher. So again, if he can get in position and get his spells off, it's going to be a crazy amount of damage.
He got Timeless Relic too, right? Yeah. And they got all their
It's a
neutrals.
loss.
Yeah, Tundra just, I think, got 3 or 4 of their tier 4 neutrals, and Aviana Feather also for Pure.
Well, let's see if Tundra's prepared for this, because Bet Boom smoked up. Tundra likely to anticipate this. They're sitting on the high ground here, staying in the base. They know that Bet Boom, with this Aegis Cheese Refresher shot, they're going to be trying for these sort of plays.
Nightfall also hits 25 now. So Pure, he was 4 level advantage over the PL in those last few moments, and just from these 2 quick instances, this PL now completely caught up. And that's going to make it a lot harder for them to catch him. This Doppelganger
Smoke
CD.
dispels here. Tono Tokyo steps over in the range of Whitemon and Pure.
Nightfall. They know where he is. He's got the Aegis.
Very, very hard target to kill now.
Deep Vision also, as we saw. I don't know when, I guess Save placed this deep ward all the way on the left side right now. This could catch Tundra off guard. Tundra right now having the ward control here around the Ancients, but that left ward, it's spotting out the Pango right now. So they do have some good information being given from it. That was a very sneaky placement
And
from the
they're
SC.
trying to sort of push forward and push them into that area. They're going to get the jump over towards Whitemon. They'll look to get the clock first, but Toby is in with the rolling
Big roll.
Gets the jump on the 2 of them. He's controlling Nightfall GPK, but they will still lose Whitemon. He's got buyback available if he wants
Pure
to try and
Hex
get
one.
back in on this fight.
He's okay.
He's shifting up into strength. Very, very tanky.
He's done. Arrowed.
It's a long stun. Can they save Pure?
They cannot. 100 seconds.
The game for 100. Bet Boom gets the kill. They'll try and push him for more. Nightfall falling low. And some destruction comes down because he does still have that Aegis to protect him.
He's
He'll be
alive.
able to reset, jump out of the base.
He got hit by a full duration arrow, and then I think roared afterwards as well
secondary
too.
one came in, I think.
He got full controlled.
And they had nothing to get him out of that. He's dead for 80 seconds.
I mean, the fights are so chaotic. There's so many things around him. I'm sure they couldn't even get to click on him with any of their abilities. He literally just got arrowed, roar, hexed, arrowed, full CC'd.
And they're absolutely going to want to push this up to the high ground. They've still got the Aegis to play with Bet Boom. They lost nothing in terms of lives in that last play. The tier 2 is going to be going down. Let's see how Tundra's high ground defense is. They've got to try and pull it together without Pure for nearly a minute.
Topson has to be very careful with his positioning.
If he gets jumped, it's going to be game over.
They do have, I mean, fantastic ways, of course, to clear the wave. Tower not taking much damage whatsoever here, just yet.
Sending in the illusions. It's pushing Tundra back. It's hard for them to step up. They're at the least going to lose tier 3. Fortification there. I mean, they're going to jump onto the Pango.
Nice lift.
They'll try and lift him back to safety. They've got the Glimmer as well. No detection on the front line, so he'll be able to back up to the fountain. Toby will live for now.
Nice save from 9 class.
But the tier 3's gone. The racks are exposed. Jump forward. There's the
They get the roar.
Miro. He gets the perfect jump once again. Topson's out.
They got what they came for, 80 seconds. Now they can keep pushing.
These 2 crucial heroes dead without the money for buyback.
10 seconds, Pure is going to respawn. Might just buy back and give the respect to it. They got so much out of these moves.
They get the barracks.
That's what, 2 fights where Pure is unable to do a single thing.
We've seen Tundra being able to sort of swing the game back in their favor before, but now it's at a tougher point than ever.
There's just too much control for this Morphling. Miro's itemization is perfect. I love this, honestly, love this Hex.
Now ready to go down the mid.
40 seconds, they want to try to force as much as they can.
Let's see what they can do. 40 seconds on the respawn for Topson and about 40 seconds as well on the Aegis timer here still for Nightfall.
These rockets don't do much.
Tier 3's gone, they're also pressuring the bottom as well here with the illusions.
Pure's not even in here. He's like, I'm just gonna farm. I'm doing nothing, just watching them push.
It's just so hard for anyone to step up and start the deep push here on Tundra.
Pure 800 from buyback, Zeus 200 from buyback when they do respawn.
Nice, the mid-rack's going. They'll be able to get them. Bet Boom. They'll probably back off now. Topson respawning, the Aegis about to expire, but they certainly got way more than they came for here in favor of themselves. 12k lead now, 2 sets of racks taken. The items just continue to fly out for Bet Boom.
Nice, so impressive. Now they're gonna have continuous momentum, just always shoving in that mid and top. They can just set up for bottom. A full Aghanims now on the SD as well. They just got so rich.
Just what I've been waiting.
Oh, and an Arcane Rune, of course, too, for the DK. And hitting his level 25 as well, too, so AoE Dragon Tail, so even more forms of control to be able to trip up this Morph.
Overwhelming Blink as well. I mean, he's as good as ready to end this one, GPK.
And I think for the first time in the game also, seeing Nightfall, he's top net worth.
Yeah.
Even though it's
He
taken
got
this
there.
long, but he's
He
gotten
got
there. And it's starting to look real strong for him.
And this is the sort of positions that, Nightfall on his PL, he doesn't tend to lose games.
No.
At this point,
Although it's been a long
trying
time.
to finish it.
Yeah.
That's a tower. Slowly falling. Tundra, what can they pull together here on the high ground? They've got everybody up, and they do have buybacks available on Thompson and Pure.
It's getting whittled down, though. All these illusions, the Raxes are dropping.
And what do you do about this Dragon Knight?
They're
These
dropping quick.
illusions Just doing it, taking down the Rax on their own.
And Pure has to show himself to clear the illusions, but it's so scary when he shows.
I mean, Toby and 9class, they're trying to get him from the side.
Oh my, every time Pure shows, I'm so scared. They insta-break the Lincolns, and he just has to be at the ready for some type of save and protection. But he has to be the one to clear these illus. Nobody else can.
They try with the jump. It's a good jump here for Toby. He's able to get it with a stun onto the two of them. Turn over towards Toronto, Tokyo, but leap away. The pot the Thunder goes Raph. Tundra. They're going to try and chase Bedboom out. The hook's there from Whitemon.
It's
but immediately silenced. He's brought down low. They'll kill off the clockwork. Whitemon out for 90.
It's
no
way too
buyback.
far.
Now saved. Money Purge over towards Toby. He's able to swashbuckle to the side. Now it's a 4 versus 5 defense that Tundra's going to have to try and put together. They're already struggling with the 5 of them available.
And Miro just is holding on to that roar, waiting for the opportunity.
And the
If Pure
Rax are
steps
gone.
up.
The pressure here from the Manta of the DK. It'll do it. The Mega Creeps are out.
Wow. Save definitely feeling himself now after this.
Such a difficult game now for Tundra. They're up against the Mega Creeps. They're already, as we saw, struggling to pull together a defense when they weren't having the Mega Creeps against them. Now that they're there,
Honestly, I'm watching Thompson spamming every single spell to attempt to push these illusions off, and he just can't. Piped illusions just with this DK magic resist, they just stand there. Yeah, they just take no damage from him.
a refresher of Miro, so we saw what he was able to do, the refresher shard. Now he's got the orb himself. A good jump, a good stun, a good hex from him. We'll close the game up.
I mean, yeah, Pure needs the longest BKB as possible, so buys out that refresher to try to have it. It's just so scary because every time I'm seeing him show, it's just even for a fraction of a second, he could just die. They break the Lincolns, they get the CC, and he's just dead.
Roshan, minute till it's up.
Dire are scanning.
Likely that Bedboom may wait it out, and I think highly likely that Tundra are going to do whatever they can to try and get the waves pushed out so they can look for the fight around the Roshan. I don't know if sitting back and taking the last fight on the high ground is going to be favorable to them. They've got to try and do what they did before, but now obviously in a much more difficult fashion.
Yeah.
See if they can get some sort of wraparound, get some sort of crazy jump to catch Bedboom by surprise.
The problem is they're that much tankier now, though, too, right? 5,000 HP DK, 4,000 HP on the PL compared to that long time ago where they were just squishy when they jumped on top of them. And Bedboom, all they really have to do at this point is hug. Nobody has to leave each other. All these lanes are going to push in naturally. And they just have to wait for this Roche, wait for Tundra to come and meet them.
We'll see how hungry Tundra are to make a risky move.
They have to shove this bottom wave super far if they're going to look to do that.
At the moment, they've got Toby on the case. Trying to get that wave pushed out.
He's scared, though, I think. I think he's also like, we don't see anybody on the map. If he shoves that lane, he could just get caught, and I don't believe that he does have buyback. Yeah, he doesn't, so they need everything they can get on Tundra to try to withstand this pressure.
Bedboom able to position themselves now between the Roshan and the base, knowing that if Tundra's going to make a play, it's going to be in this direction.
Rocket to scout. They will see that the Roche is up on the side of Tundra. Top lane and mid are in a pretty okay position if they want to attempt, but Bedboom actually isn't going for that Roche just yet. They're looking to go for a kill. They see Pure. Another arcane rune for GPK.
Tundra might not expect this.
It's a bait.
Pure's going to jump on.
It's a bait.
He gets caught. Straight into the catch here. He's out. They'll turn over towards 9 class. It's going to be 2 dead. Toby has to roll away with the Thunder. But that could be it as he's out for 90. Pure doesn't have buyback gold.
That's got to be it.
They're ready to run it down mid or run it down the bottom lane here. Bedboom, that's the kill that they needed.
Thompson shows himself.
Just desperately trying to push the waves out. And Miro, he's got him with the Hex. The disruption setup's there for saves. They surround Thompson. He's out. He does have buyback, but it would just be the 3 of them against the 5-man push coming in from Bedboom.
Bedboom shot calling, just next level. How many fights is this now? What, 3-4 times I feel like Pure just got get to do nothing. Absolutely nothing.
GPK's in. There'll be the buyback from Whitemon. They've got to try it. 4 versus 5 in top. The pots are refreshed in the second round of Thunder God's Wrath, but they're in with the stun over the walls. 9 class caught with the Hex. He's gone. As they can continue to beat down onto the tier 4s, clear out the creep wave. Tundra now 3 versus 5. What do they have left? GPK in with the stun. The stun is the roar as well. They're on to Thompson. Thompson's gone. White Mud as well. This is going to be game. GG is called. BetBoom will take game 1.
Wow, what a turnaround too. It looked like Tundra found their momentum at around that 40-minute mark or something, 30 to 40 minutes. They were fighting hard for like 10, 15 minutes or so, and then BetBoom, what seems like it took like one or two fights, 1 or 2 mistakes from Tundra. They capitalized on it massively. That was huge. Honestly, Miero ends 2-4 and 18, but just a blink.
The setup, it really was
one stun.
The fact that they had that sort of superior catch and they knew how to use it. It didn't matter that there were sort of mid-game situations where Tundra were able to punch back pretty hard. At the end of the day, if they get these sort of jumps on Pure, on Toby, on Thompson, on any of these cores, it's always going to be pretty much impossible for Tundra to turn the fights around. They just didn't have the abilities to really save one another. Whoever got jumped by BetBoom, they were out of the fight.
Yeah, and I believe the panel was saying a couple of times too, is like Tundra, when they're getting to like this mid game and like the mid-late game and stuff like that, they do thrive. But once it gets to that later game, they've had a couple struggles, and BetBoom, they love these late games. We've seen them thrive on them, and this one, it's another example.
And you know, Nightfall on his PL, a couple of fights in the mid game where he was caught out, but his PL is pretty top of the world. He knows when to sort of say, hey guys, I got to sit back, get my items, get my farm online. And then sort of beyond that kind of catch where Tundra were able to jump him up by the Roche Pit, he just got his game back on track massively and became this threat that at a certain point, he was able to follow up on the stuns, always do the damage, and nobody in Tundra could really go on him.
No, not at all. There was just too many distractions. They had so many different things that they had to deal with. It felt like it just, one fight, it feels like it took for BetBoom to fully swing this one back. And then it was just consecutive catches onto Pure because of their itemization. Hot stuff. Miero, I mean, this Beastmaster is definitely something to fear.
I think certainly so. Well, we'll see what happens in the next draft. It's going to be very interesting to see how Tundra try and swing back, because this game 1, BetBoom, they certainly had their number, and BetBoom will get the first win in this best of 3.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. Yes, BetBoom take it, and a lot of patience in this game. I feel like we watched a game where the balance was so precarious that any kind of wrong initiation would swing it one way or the other. And at the end of the day, it was BetBoom that had the longest breath and were able to wait until the mistake coming out from Tundra. And once you punish that, Effie, it just felt like the moment they took the lead, they just never let go.
And BetBoom are such a composed late game team. I think they're probably the scariest team to go up against in the late game, because you will often see them in these situations where they have to make the perfect move or the perfect play, or just be incredibly patient and wait for an opportunity. And it seems like they always find those windows, even when they're losing. And when Tundra went high ground that one time with the Aegis on the Morph, they found the perfect pick on the Zeus, right? They didn't even think about the Morph. Like, they tried to beat him down initially, but then they just switched targets, Dragon-tailed the Zeus, got the Roran, and that was the start of their comeback.
And like that's top tier Dota. I feel like you keep vibe checking each other. Like, you try to force out mistakes from your opponents, and towards the late game, Tundra, they failed the vibe check like 2-3 times in a row. The instant blink hex from Miero to like come back in the game. Because once they really did that, the game was just really in their hands. Because before that, Tundra actually made a lot of good moves, a lot of good smoke initiations as well. But after those 2-3 moves, honestly, they had no coming back against BetBoom anymore.
Yeah, I felt like that first highlight we saw in the package was the most important moment for BetBoom, right? Like the fact that you pick off the Morphling, you kind of prevented that 11k net worth lead that Tundra had from just being built up and utilizing the clock, the Zeus, to constantly find the heroes and find pickoffs. Like, they get the perfect kill. They do have the better scaling, I feel, with the DK, with the PL. Like, they want to get themselves in that position, but that pickoff just opens up the next Roshan, opens up the entire game, and just the individual skill that they have, it is so disciplined that when you get to late game, you expect this team to win compared to some of the volatilities of other teams.
Yep. It did feel like Tundra were towing a very fine line there, where it got to a point where, yes, the Morphling was playing excellent. They found their fights, they found their windows, but 1 or 2 mistakes, and that would have been the end of it. Because like T mentioned, the scaling was so good. And even the scaling on the side of the supports, the Tundra supports fall off really hard. If you're a Clock versus Summons heroes, there's not really that much you can do outside of hookshot in and then die. And if you're a Rubik and you only have 1 spell to steal that could potentially impact a team fight, you're also falling off.
the 30-minute window, like when they did go for the high ground, it's a lot of the times like how much pressure is on you. Maybe because Miero was pulling the wave, so like kind of putting a timer on you to finish this push. Like maybe that's what really like tips it over, where it's like, oh guys, we need to go. Pure starts hitting, people overcommit, suddenly boom, they find Thompson, they turn the game around. It's like, it's about these small things that you find in those specific moments that can really pressure your enemy team.
Yeah, for a long time, it was, for the start, it was Tundra in the lead because BetBoom was just biding their time, waiting for the right moment, which they did find. But being able to be ahead for as long as they did, a lot of that was on the back of vision, which didn't only come from wards, didn't even come from clockwork flares.
No, yeah, it came from it's a bit of a potentially boring one, you know, who knows? Kiddie award of the game. It was actually, bam, look at that, Zeus ultimate. Just trying to change it a bit, because we just keep talking about wards the entire time, but I think with the Zeus ult, with the rocket flare, I couldn't pick both, so I had to pick one, but the reason why Tundra is able to excel is utilizing the vision that Zeus ult gives, right? Like you want Rubik to steal that perfect one spell, it is with the vision from Zeus. The Morphling wants to shotgun someone, you need to have that vision before, and I think Tundra, they did exceptionally well at placing that vision. It was only a single pickoff that really gave BetBoom the entire momentum, but the entire game, it felt like you see all these clips. Zeus ult into initiation, the reaction speed for Tundra, they see a single moment of like positioning, they're instantly capitalizing it. Yes, they lost the game. It's the first time we've done a Kiddie award of the game for a losing team, but you have to respect how good Zeus is right now in Birmingham, not only because of the damage you do, but everyone knows it, everyone in the arena knows it. You press the fucking button, everyone's in the vision. You see everyone, right? Like, it is going to be the ward of the game.
It was the word of the game. I will say, though, if we're talking about the most valuable player of the game, I think a lot of people would point towards the newest addition for BetBoom Miero, because we believe he's also featured for your head-to-head.
Yeah, in my Ace of Predator, we need to, honestly, we can even look at both the offlaners. Toby, we said he needed to have a very good performance, and even though his KDA is 249, he did very well on his Pango. Like, he was the driving force, but Miero, he's the man of the match. He laned well. Somehow he called Pure of Guard where he gets a solo kill on him. His item build was incredible. He very likely called for his team to take Roach with the Overlord timing too. And then later, the way they brought back the game was the Hex. It was really the key to come back in this game, and it all stemmed from his nice gameplay and good itemization throughout the game.
Yeah, I think one thing about BetBoom is, even in a game where they were down 11k gold at some point, they only gave away 15 kills total in a 51-minute game. Like, sometimes you have, like, the support player that dies a couple times, or the off-laner that goes sacrificial to make space. Like, they all universally were making the correct moves to buy enough time to find that pickoff. And the fact, again, it was only 15 deaths in total for BetBoom. It is extremely commendable in these types of games. You feed away a couple too many kills, suddenly you've lost a lane at racks, or you've lost a bigger objective. So, as a team, they really do understand how to stall out the game under the pressure of this, Tundra mid-game to get to the point where all their scaling comes online.
For sure, but I wonder what kind of approach BetBoom will have in the game 2 versus Tundra, because they do have to respect that when Tundra got their heroes, they put up that much of a fight, and they put in so much early game pressure. So the question is, are you going to keep giving them their archetype of heroes? Are you going to keep giving Pure the ranged carry for the next game? Do you feel comfortable because you beat it, or do you think that maybe you're just a hair away from losing?
The Morph and Luna and the Zeus probably as well are heroes that I would like for them to consider maybe a little bit more, take out one of them. The supports giving them the clock Rubik, I would say, is okay, especially having beat some of them. You have the confidence going into the next game. But like you said, I feel like the biggest skill for BetBoom is knowing how to eventually win the game. It's the biggest skill of the top teams. No matter the situation, you know what you need to do to come back and win.
Yeah, we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2, because there is a lot to think about for both teams going into that second game of our best of 3 in our winners bracket finals. But while we wait for that, we are checking in with Slacks, who is somewhere, and I don't know where, so let's find him.
Yell, Slacks.
Hello, yes, Cheever, you never know where I am. I could be anywhere. I could be right behind you, under the desk, attacking. You never know, but I do know that we have a lot of people still in the arena today waiting for the next game. However, yesterday was a very long day. People got very tired. We had people sleeping, so I thought that we would fix this. Hello, sir.
Hello.
This is my boss, and I had to put him on camera because he has to carry my monsters. How are you?
Great.
What, am I doing a good job?
You're doing a fantastic job, Slacks.
Look what a great liar he is. That's why you get hired right there, baby. So I want to walk around down here, do a crowd vibe check, and see who is looking sleepy. Does anybody have a friend that's starting to get sleepy in here? Yeah, he Slacks. That's very nice. Just Thor. Okay, thank you very much. Any of you tired? Are you feeling okay?
Not at all. Not absolutely knackered.
Okay, well, come on, there you go. There's a free enjoy. Whoa, we got an actual sleeper here. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Where? What? We got an actual sleeper somewhere? Where at? Oh, shit. This is a very precarious situation here. Look at this. Hello, bro. There you go, young man. Awaken. How you feeling?
Nice.
Well, crack it open, bro. Don't read the label, just go for it. Yes. Any drinky? Oh! You don't have to do the whole thing. Oh my goodness gracious. That is terrifying. Okay, thank you very much, man. Welcome. Can you guys imagine sleeping and then the first thing you see and hear is me? We got one right. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Good morning, sweet boy. There you go. It's for you, my little baby. There you go, sweet baby. Good drinky. Everybody else. That is the stuff on Nightmares right there. Bless. All right, what else do we have here? Okay, fantastic. Well, it looks like, I'm surprised, most people are still awake. Birmingham, are you guys still awake? Fantastic. Well, you better be, because we have a lot more action yet to come. So, crowd still feeling good? Still full energy? How are my panelists?
But we're full of energy for sure. Don't you worry about that, Slacks, especially because we are in the middle of our blockbuster today. And I hope the teams are full of energy because game number 2 coming your way very soon. Bedboom and Tundra. Stay tuned.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Turn my life on its head. How rude.
Today we are going to find out how many people know about Dota 2, home of esports, right here in the United Kingdom or wherever the hell we are. Let's go find out. Let's go annoy some people. Locals. Local news. Can I interview you for 20 seconds? No? Do you play video games, sir? You do? Gamer, come back. Ladies, hello, I'm with the news. Can I talk to you for 20 seconds? Don't be afraid. Excuse me, local news. Can I talk to you for 30 seconds about video games? No, thank you. Okay, no problem. I didn't even ask you. Not a lot of people talking so far. Most people are very afraid when I approach them. I don't know why. Would you ever watch a video game tournament?
Yes, I would.
In person?
Yes.
Well, would you like a free ticket?
Yes, please.
I don't have one. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
What video game? Give me examples.
Hentai job.
Hentai job? Did you just say hentai job? We're holding a big video game tournament called Dota 2.
Come on, put me on. We win money.
Yeah, millions.
Wallah, put me on.
Would you watch a Dota 2 tournament if it was here live?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Well, it's happening this weekend.
Where?
I don't know, like an hour or so. I think we're live.
Where, as in like, where?
Yeah, Birmingham.
To be like, a venue?
I don't know. Come. Oh, I'm sorry. I got my wallet thing in there. UK, Britain. Are we still in the UK? I don't know how the Brexit thing worked. Are we not? Where are we? Is this England or Europe? Okay.
My name is Bises.
Fantastic. What's your name?
Rashish Rasta.
Do you play video games?
Not yet.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Best of luck to you. Enjoy. Oh, you got a lot of stuff. I'll give you a nice bump or. That was pretty cringe. Sorry, guys. Do you know what League of Legends is?
Yeah.
Okay, get out of here, Alan. Thanks a lot for your time. Perfect, great. How come your boys they're not coming over here?
They get nervous. I get nervous.
All right. Film those cowards before they leave. They didn't come on the camera.
Big up ESL.
Big up.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm not good at ending interviews. Woo!
Big up ESL.
We're getting ready for game number 2 here in our upper bracket finals. We got Tundra, we got BetBoom, and we are in the middle already, and it is BetBoom that is one game away from securing their spot in the grand finals here at ESL 1 Birmingham. And the draft is live. And we talked a lot about how the teams would adapt, and we're in the middle of witnessing any kind of adaptation as we have an opening Batrider T-Gov. Unusual.
Yeah, and it's first pick overall, so it's not as if it's like a response to Kunkka is just, Tundra entering the draft with, this is our Batrider. I'm intrigued to know if they actually are able to play it in other roles. So far, at Birmingham, they've only played it in the 4 position for the 9 class.
But he's looked so good on it, right? Every time I see 9 class play Batrider, I feel like he has such a high understanding of how to use the hero effectively, when to be farming, when to be stacking, the wraparound angles so that you can get Lausos that you shouldn't be able to get early on before your Blink Dagger. He's got the hero down.
It's definitely one of his Siggy heroes. Like, he understands that, okay, sometimes I need to give myself some space. He will like stack Ancients and help the lane and have like this nice balance of back and forth. And he usually has a very early Blink Dagger, like some 10, 11, 12 minutes. So it's a good tool for them in the mid game to always know that, okay, this is how we can start the fight to take it on our terms. BetBoom, take a very, I would say, casual and classic. Kunkka also just helping yourself with the fight. So all in all, both teams should be pretty happy.
Yeah, Batrider as well, only having a 37% win rate so far at Birmingham, 16 games. So it's not been the strongest that we've seen Batrider from previous tournaments, but again, Tundra respecting the player-hero combo rather than the the wider meta.
And speaking of player-hero combos, the Brewmaster that Tundra has looked exceptionally good on was left in the pool this time around.
One thing about Kunkka is I think teams that were jumping on the hero very early on in Birmingham, we weren't seeing people threaten it in multiple lanes. He was able to go to off lane and still farm that lane. I think at least nowadays, we're seeing a lot more emphasis on the 5 position, being able to bully the Kunkka, the mid lane bullying the Kunkka. So you pick it early on, you're trying to flex it, but you're running into like an Undying +1 lane or some Raze or like super obnoxious heroes. And I'm intrigued to know if Tundra want to try and start countering this hero this early on.
And the nice thing about this Kunkka too is it's a very good hero against some tops and specialty mids, right? Like the Puck, like the Sniper. This is always going to give you a solution early on within the draft.
I wonder if the Zeus has a lot to do with a potential like maybe Luna coming out for Tundra. I think that they're very good at this hero. We all know how strong the hero is, like early tempo. Most of the time when I have seen Kunkka struggle, it's against some of the more aggressive lanes that he has also been talking about. Whereas Bedboom, they're just sticking to very similar to last game. Good team fight. You have some X-Mark set up for the Mirana. Very casual. Look to play the map. Looks good.
I wonder if Tundra are still looking at this Brewmaster for Toby. Like I mentioned, he's just looked a cut above all of his other heroes on this hero in particular.
They are.
I mean, do they have solutions for it yet? Not necessarily, but I mean, Disruptor is banned out, so you don't have that AoE silence for the Brew, but I would imagine any kind of like burst damage or follow-up stun could work here for Bedboom.
They did ban out the Lifestealer, which is good already as well to cover the Brew. I'm not sure actually if Nightfall has played Weaver, but Weaver would be, in my opinion, quite a banging pick against both Brew and Bat.
That's a lot of Mirana fans out there, and they get what they wish for here.
The cameraman is really trying to force us. He's even like slow zooming, but no, okay, not happening.
We got another clockwork coming out from Tundra. I did feel like Whitemon had a good game there, especially at the start. You saw exactly what he was meant to do, catching out that PL. The couple of times that they did manage to kill him was on the back of his clockwork.
Yeah, I think if this Kunkka is going to offlane, having a clock, having a Bat Rider, his heroes, they can kill off the Kunkka, but also with the Brew when he hits 6 with that split, again, massive kill potential. So I'm expecting Tundra to be way more aggressive this time around, with just even with the first 3 heroes that they got.
And also Luna, still in the pool. Are Bedboom going to be taking it here themselves, or are they just going to give it away? Because if you're giving away Clock plus Luna and Brewmaster to Tundra, you've played into their hands.
You should also pick the carry and most likely save hero here, just to keep the Kunkka flex open to then ultimately use it very nicely later in the draft against Tundra. So any, Luna plus whatever save hero wants, maybe a hero that, you know, where you're maybe looking at some Force Staff or some more burst damage, like into this X-Mark arrow combo.
We've seen like maybe the save Muerta coming into play a little bit. I'm thinking they need some really easy spell that allows them to, if we find Brew, we're preventing him from splitting. Or if Clock jumps in, now we kill him off. Because right now you cannot rely on a Torrent or the arrow. Like these aren't reliable stuns to annoy this Brewmaster. And that's why I lean more on the silences. At least when I look at Save's hero pool, it's not like I'm going to be looking at, like, you're not going with like a Lion here or something.
Yeah. I feel like Bedboom, they have to be eyeing this Luna for this phase.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
mean, the reason they're taking so long is they could be considering the Weaver that you talked about, Kazu, or even their Tiny that was ignored in the last game.
I guess the only, because I love Save's Tiny, but maybe they would be more happy with like a range 4 here to make it easier for the Kunkka to be in the offlane later. I'm not sure, but Weaver is very good, of course. Brew, Bat, you know, you don't really care about them. You can outmaneuver them. You have AoE damage. You're never really in a lot of threat. But this safe hero is, I really wonder what they're thinking.
No, it's still like the idea of the Muerta. Super high impact in the early fights, can scale. With the Weavers falling off potentially in the late game, the Muerta will transition to become a core. At Bedboom, they really want to try and win their lanes, and they actually do go for the Lion. It's a hero that we mentioned a little bit, but into Clock, into Bat, it can be a little bit spooky because they're very backline finding heroes. It's about who jumps who, really, between these two drafts.
But I do think they needed it because they still haven't dealt with the Brew within the draft. I mean, this hero should be able to get it split off no matter what, unless you have this save hero where he blink hexes, blink stuns. They have the follow-up Finger of Death to burst it, because this Brew is going to be such an issue. And your carry isn't one of those carries that naturally kills Rulings. It's not like a Luna or Sven that are just going to beat down on it.
And happy birthday, Cam, whoever that is.
Happy birthday, Cam.
Happy birthday, Cam.
We have a cake. We have 2 spare cakes, actually.
1.5.
True, we did start eating this.
Good enough for Cam, I think.
Yeah.
But Lion gives you the good answer, as Effie talked about, to potentially kill the Brew, burst him out. But yeah, Luna comes out, Weaver, Luna. Not too surprised to see both these carries in the stage.
We trade this crowd very well.
I don't know if you can hear it if you're watching online, but right now the arena is very wholesomely singing happy birthday as well.
Yes.
I feel like what Tundra should be looking at for themselves is more range damage. Because so far, if you're looking at Tundra's heroes, there are some high committal heroes where they throw themselves into the meat of the team fight. You're going to have this Clockwork hookshotting in, you're going to have the Brulings in, you're going to have the Bat Rider lassoing in. And then when you have heroes that are like that, you're going to get Torrent Stormed. That's the issue with Kunkka. You need long-range heroes to play around the Torrent Storm, or you just have to completely disengage.
Yeah, Sniper Kotter are the 2 heroes that Tundra most likely are leaning most towards. In this position, when we describe this hero, or this type of hero, it's always, these are the big 2. Sniper is your physical option, sometimes Magic if you want to go for like the Kanda Axe build, and then Keeper Light. You can buy, you have Vessel, you can go Orchid if you want, even the Hex down the line, the control you bring, the speed that you play, it is super obnoxious to deal with.
I'm trying to find this hero that's good for this exact thing, but is also good against a potential Kanka if he were to go mid. And I can't really find one that's perfect, but I can just find heroes that fit within like their structure of what they want. I was thinking maybe Klings. I feel like Puck is still in the pool, with the sniper having been taken out as well.
It's why they didn't ban the Kotal, because Kunkka is very good against Kotal in the mid lane with the X marks.
Yeah.
It's banned out already.
Where is it?
Oh yeah, it's the very first ban.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Thanks.
You just don't want to give that hero to GPK. He's a monster on it.
Yeah.
But the issue with Puck here, though, is it's already solved within Batman's draft
Yeah,
by
it's hard.
Lion. Like,
Yeah.
this Lion pick does cover for Puck. I mean, this may sound crazy, but I think Invoker is probably really solid for Tundra here.
Yeah, some
Invoker would be
Lunas.
spicy. I mean, it's kind of soft answer by the Kanka too, but I would say at the end of the day, you need to pick what's good and kind of like be confident that maybe the clock can cover for it, the Brewmaster teamfight, like you have them going in.
The whole argument with the Puck pick, for example, is Lion is your key lockdown right now. If there's a Brew and a Puck, if you're locking down one, then the Brew will pop off. If you're locking down the Brew, then the Puck's going to pop off. So it doesn't really matter too much, and we'll see which Tundra's going for. They even ban out some Miro specialties with the Enigma and Lycan to close out their draft. That is the one thing that Tundra is maybe a little bit scared of. They need just a little bit of time for these heroes to become exceptional. Like, Brew wants to farm a Radiance, Luna wants to get a Manta and a Kanda.
What's it gonna be, Thompson?
Pugna! Oh, okay.
That is a Thompson Flare hero.
Yeah.
It's also range
Oh, and the
damage.
Hype Man!
It'll also give you that range damage that you're looking for, that early game tower push, that line up with the Nether Ward, that fall when you get together with Luna. But it is kind of a hit or miss hero, right? Because towards the late game, this hero gets solved very easily, especially when Weaver picks up a Nullifier.
I have seen Thompson like try some pretty interesting build that I haven't seen anyone else do, like some Witchblade, like actually right-click with some Luna Aura. Maybe he will look towards that later as well to give himself some survivability, perhaps. Definitely one of the heroes I cannot give a lot of analysis on, because Thompson he's something else. No one else would have picked Pugna in this slot.
And it's like here for BetBoom now, if you go for, like, let's say a Storm to jump the backline or something, you are just going to lose your tower. You can't protect it as much. There's Pugna in the mid lane. Whatever moves you naturally want to make, you have to consider pushing out your way, preventing the Pugna from standing on that high ground, chipping away at your tower. You want to bring supports to the mid lane. We'll see if it works out. Just like we'll see if this lad can finish his pint.
He believes in himself.
He does, he does.
And with good reason.
He does. The cup toss is truly an art form, and he did well on GPK. Going for the Pangolier. I was mentioning some backline with a Storm. They go for, of course, the tried and tested, the Birmingham specialty, which is the Pangolier. There isn't the perfect lockdown for Tundra to lock him down. If the game goes super late, then it will be harder for Thompson to stand his ground. I think this will be, again, that Thompson might need to think about a BKB just to enjoy the late game, but yeah, refreshing drafts.
It can fight into the Brewmaster as well, which is going to be very important for BetBoom. And the follow-up lockdown, like you mentioned, will be very valuable. The only question mark for me is how does it do on lane versus Pugna? Because we don't really see Pugna mids very often. But I imagine you just, you get your runes and you rotate. You're not necessarily focusing too much on the mid lane.
You probably, perhaps you slightly lose, like with some Luna Aura or like Pugna spamming you, but both teams have very nice supports that can move around the map. Honestly, this is another draft for me that is very up in the open. I would say it's very like gameplay dependent. How do the lanes go? How do the teams rotate on like very early with their supports? Like what moves can they really make happen? I'm hoping for game 3. I'm slightly leaning Tundra. I can only go off of instinct.
I think Tundra just got their bread and butter. They got their Clock plus Luna. They got their Toby Brew. They have their 9-class Batrider, so they're very comfortable. The only question mark is the X factor of this mid Pugna. We never see it. We know Thompson loves it, but there's just not information to go off of here. But if Thompson can pop off, then I expect Tundra to take us to game 3.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to know if GPK won't rotate as much just to protect his mid tower, and what supports can have freedom to come to mid. If you kill Thompson Pugna a couple times, he'll lose his confidence in trying to be, as aggressive. He always will do it, but I think if you can shut him down just a little bit, then it's just a Pugna who's not really a core, but kind of slotting into that kind of slightly more farm than a support.
Well, let's see. Let's keep our eyes focused on that mid lane and see how game number 2 of this series will play itself out. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Stevie. Yes, we're getting ready here to get into the action of game 2 between Tundra and BetBoom. Fog, I'm very excited to see Thompson bringing out the Pugna.
Pugna's back.
But I gotta say, in terms of the draft, it does not look like an easy Pugna game.
No, we'll have to see how much they can get out of the lane, how much he can snowball. I think I heard someone, I don't remember who said it on a panel, but a BKB probably necessary at some points in this game on the Pugna, because a casual torrent, just a Pango rolling thunder, whatnot, could be quite debilitating for him. But we'll have to see. I mean, it's in Topson's hands, so who knows what he's going to do. I'm super excited to see it. I'm super excited to see aggressive plays coming out too. I think this one, I keep saying this, I'm probably going to be wrong again, but this one should have more action.
Okay.
I think this one last one we had what, 4-4 at
About
almost
like
20 minutes? I think this one will have quite a bit more.
Okay.
I think Batrider also just thrives on aggression, and I mean, yes, he thrives on stacks as well too, but for me, whenever I see a Batrider 4 compared to most of these like Rubik 4s, it feels like he can get so much more done in the early game. So I'm going to be looking at 9 class in particular for Tundra in the early game.
Let's have a look, see if we get some action even around the bounty runes. Yep. Both teams very ready to fight here really with the level 1.
I actually got to check something too, because I was looking through a bunch of the BetBoom games. I think I saw them play like, what, 1 or 2 of these Weaver games, but not a whole lot. It's been rising, of course, in popularity, but let's see what build Nightfall is going to be looking to go.
Let's see how Topson can do in this mid matchup. Tundra will be able to make sure that Nightfall's not able to steal that bounty, just a 2 for 2.
All things balanced. Yeah, let's see how these lanes go down. It's a Weaver Mirana, very strong lane versus a Batrider and a Brewmaster. This could be a bit of a difficult one. Just that right-click harassment constantly. Let's see how Toby withstands this pressure this time. Last time he did great on the Pangolier. This one does feel like it's going to be a little bit harder since he's not playing versus a PL. Super passive hero in the laning phase. Weaver will be looking to pressure you. Well, on the other side, we'll have to see how Miro does, in particular versus the Luna and the Clockwork, because this is a super powerful lane that we've seen dominate in this tournament. So these safe lanes could get pretty volatile.
And what about the mid matchup? Any chance for outplay here between these two on the Pango versus Pugna?
I don't think I've seen this one so often, but it feels like Pugna should have a pretty good time in this one. Weidmon taking quite a beating. He'll be a little bit careful there.
Yeah, not easy to trade at the level 1. Once they've got a couple of levels, as you say, though, yeah, Luna Clock should be able to see if they can set things up, especially on towards save. If Whitemon's able to close the gap, likely that Pure can bring in the right click to bring that line down.
Hey, Bolt. It's going to be some crazy aggression that comes out save. Got another stun at the ready. Miro playing it nicely. This is how you pretty much have to play when you're playing versus Clock. You have to help out your 4 position a lot to tank some of those battery assaults. And yeah, I feel like Topson should come out a decent amount ahead, but we'll have to see, because I've seen a lot of these Pangos also just kind of match a lot of these matchups. Even though you get harassed so much, you're able to just constantly push in. So perhaps not.
And we saw last game how good BetBoom was at bringing in the early support rotations to pressure Topson under his tower. And this game on a Pugna is definitely one of those heroes that could be vulnerable to those early aggressive moves.
Squishy hero, for sure.
On top, one will be able to get a bit of a pull going there. Trying to keep that man in as best a position as he can hit for his Luna.
9 class has hard camp open. He's also starting to stack a little bit too already down here. So he's starting to prep himself just to get some type of ways to be able to farm with Firefly, just in case this lane does get pretty problematic, which it does feel like it will be for this Brewmaster. Nice arrow from Tokyo. I guess that's why he also didn't want to block the camp. He can always just stop the pull just by doing that.
I guess the thing is, in this mid lane, if GPK is able to keep it close and get up towards the 6, he can start to mess around with Topson.
Absolutely. There's going to be that kill threat, especially one rotation. Even if the Rolling Thunder, if Topson's just in a bad position, he just gets chain bonked. Could definitely get brought down. 17-0 on Topson. 2 CS ahead. Torrent, it's going to connect. Pure.
Going to be able to maybe bring him down, and they've got the Hex to follow things up.
They got him.
Blood for Miro.
What a play from Miro.
And this man had a beautiful game 1. If they set him up for success at the beginning of this one, you can expect big things to come out from the Kun Cup.
Yeah, can definitely see some pretty chaotic stuff happening, like a core Pugna playing versus an early Torrent Storm. Right, if this Kun Cup, I mean, he will go for that build, of course, so if he gets it super early, could definitely feel some concerns for this hero.
Bottom lane.
Toby.
I mean, they've got high kill potential.
Ton of damage.
And the arrow connects. He's got the stick charges, but it won't save him. BetBoom getting these early kills with these strong plays that they can pull off with this laning setup.
It's very, very strong side lanes. I mean, both sides, it's, like I said, volatile. Bottom, of course, BetBoom has much better kill threat constantly versus them.
And GPK continues to keep this mid matchup pretty even.
Yeah, he's just keeping it dead even. So unable to pressure him. He's got the bracer. So in the past, Pugna versus some of these melee heroes can really thrive getting extra denies with Decrepify and stuff like that. Topson has 0, which is actually pretty huge. I feel like I used to see these Decreps actually cause more issues, but Pango just has ways to clear waves, even if you're Decrepified, so. Yeah, so far, really nice for GPK. Yeah, Toby, it's just going to be a really slow start for this Brewmaster, so we'll see how they try to get him back into the game.
On this top lane, White and Pure for all the potential they could have here. And using Sniper on the creep. I mean, Miro just, he can't really be gone on. I mean, Whitemon's considering it, but
They
it's
keep
just
trying.
so easy for these two to turn.
I love the save, you know, sometimes you do just need like mana drain God. No, you get Hex in this lane for sure too. We saw them get the kill with it, but also it's going to prevent any aggressive plays from Whitemon to push forward here. Pure's still farming really well though. He's 20 and 8, but did die the once in comparison to the Weaver, who he will not die down here. He has no risk at all.
And on the other side, Tundra there, absolutely at risk as Nightfall. To chase 9 class down, he'll live, but it's not easy for these two to play this lane right now.
Yeah, this is a bit rough. I think 9 class is just going to have to go start getting those stacks started as the Bat Rider just to be able to enable himself in the Brew. Yeah, he's got a triple stack at least on that hard camp.
I think a lot's going to fall down to what Topson can do with this Pugna.
Yeah. The one thing is, though, is that also Batboom can leave Nightfall alone. So the rotation from Toronto Tokyo can be pretty free for that power rune in the mid lane to look to pressure onto Topson as well. Let's see who wants to pressure first. Topson, he does have a catapult wave. Do they want to look to hit this tower at all with it, since he can always just spam in and force GPK a little bit back? GPK buying a raindrop. Love it. You know, we're playing versus these spammers. Yeah, Tokyo's already in the area.
Definitely going to amp up the pressure here. 6 minutes coming up on the clock.
He just arrows the catapult. Okay. So he just doesn't want any pressure onto the mid lane. And can still linger in the area, maybe get some stacks going and camp for the rune, since the Weaver's under no threat whatsoever.
If they get the angle of the setup here with the Rolling Thunder.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Topson's got to be careful.
And both teams, I mean, this time Tundra bringing more in around the 6 minute than they did last time.
Oop, but guess who gets it? Tokyo.
And he's able to snipe it. He'll pick that one up.
And he's just fine. Nice steal.
Obviously, with the way that the side lanes are going, Betboom, their 2 cores. Mirror up top and Nightfall down bottom. They do not mind being left on their own, so a lot of kind of room for their supports to make these moves, and both of these heroes are still going to farm just fine on their own.
Yeah, usually at like the 5 minutes, I tend to talk about the Lunar Blessing, like AoE damage for the whole team, the global, but it's not really helping these lanes whatsoever with the heroes that they have. The Brew doesn't really get too much out of it until 6. The Pugna as well too as mid. They catch him. He's way too far up.
I mean, as I said, it doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy game for
really
Topson on his Pugna.
And it's the last pick Pugna as well too.
They went all in on it.
Just see what effect it does have. Wisdom runes, looks like they're already starting to set up for it. Tokyo, he's scouting at the moment, just looking at these stacks. They will be able to get a 2-for-2 exchanges. See, Nightfall, he was thinking about it, but can't quite go for it. All right, Tokyo, just arrow all the big creeps, right? I think that's what he's going to plan to do. I think they have to go over and clear these stacks immediately now on the side of Tundra so they don't lose them.
Getting up towards the top lane.
Aggressive moves.
I'll get the setup onto Pure.
Toronto Tokyo's up here. He's level 5. It's a high burst damage from this Miranda if they can catch Pure.
Amaro back up in a few seconds, but Pure backing away.
He's getting slowed down on this Luna quite a lot already here.
Dire's bottom tower
It's Kunkka, they can't push him out of lane. Phase double bracer, his damage is no joke and soon to be 6.
All 3 lanes going pretty perfectly for Betboom.
It's a pretty dominant start for them. And difficult for Tundra to make these rotations to look to pressure and fix these lanes too, because how do you want to gank something like a Weaver, let's say? You really don't have the option with your heroes whatsoever, so Nightfall is kind of out of the question.
Is under attack.
Could perhaps look for mid, but you still need some levels, right? Bat Rider's going to need that level 6 before you look to really set up onto a Pango or a Kunkka.
Topson will get the haste. Not a bad rune here to try and make a play with this Pugna.
Maybe just force his bottom. That's the other thing that the one thing that Pugna can do, of course, is just force towers completely. Maybe not go for setting up of kills, but just bully someone out of lane. See where he goes. Aggressive wards being placed by Tokyo. It is scouted. Stone will be taken out right away, but they've pushed Pure out of the lane.
It has to hit the jungle. Not a chance if he shows his face on that top lane. The 3 of them will kill him very easily.
Boat's already online. Brew does have split available also on Toby. As we've said, you know, he is getting pressured consistently here from Nightfall, and 1,000 difference of gold between him and his counterpart of the Kunkka just from these lanes. Looks like it's mid. Topson just going to blast that one out.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower.
He's got the haste
is
too
under
to protect himself, so as long as he sees where the Rolling Thunder's coming from, he should, in theory, be safe.
Make the move over, just grab the bounty rune to refuel.
Night Class trying to steal some stacks. I think he saw a double or triple.
Dire's top tower.
Thompson, looks to help out as well.
Yeah, they'll get a good chunk of them. Probably, yeah, just wait for Night Class to have 6. Then they'll probably look to make a move with him, at least with the lasso. But until then, pretty limited moves that they can move with their lineup.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Upon a loyal warrior.
GPK, he knows he can sort of play forward. It's not easy for Tundra really to be able to punish.
Night Class in 6. Now they potentially have kill threat on these lanes.
I'll see where he looks to go. He'll hover around mid for now. Closing the gap though on these heroes is not going to be easy.
No, probably going to smoke though. I think he has to start making something happen for his side lanes.
Oh, they know something's coming. Save.
Okay, waiting for Power Rune.
In position here.
Radiant
Set something up. The
scanning.
scan will hit. Save. Right, stun. He's not going to find the power in top. Class tries for the knockback. Won't be able to commit with the lasso.
That's a nice rune. Arcane secured for GPK.
Tundra still not quite able to find anything with these moves. They're getting space to catch up with the cause. Of course, Thompson, he is there at the top net worth. And Pure, he's caught back up perfectly. The farm's good on the Luna.
Yep, and Toby, he's got his talisman. He hasn't died. He's only died the once in the bottom lane. It could have been worse. Versus these double ranges constantly harassing him. And I mean, Night Class has pretty much just been jungling for the last 7 minutes, so. Definitely not the greatest, of course, here for Toby, but with the lane that he was up against, not too shabby. But Betboom, just these stacks, just watching it. Miro now work on them. These huge stacks that Save has been preparing for him. It's already cleared right through them.
If they can get the 6 on Save, I mean, as soon as that's there, just about a creep worth of XP away, they can definitely look to try and set something up.
They have crazy
move
burst.
with Miro, he gets it with the catch, got the completed blade mail.
I mean,
ready to frontline.
Their lineup has an insane amount of burst damage. Tundra's, it's a little bit slower where that burst is going to come from. It's mostly just Thompson. Betboom have the Kunkka, they have this the Lion who's very, very farmed, and GPK, of course, as we see. They all have a pretty good nuke between the 4 of them, besides that Weaver.
And once again, kind of for Tundra's lineup, until the items are there, they will not have the best means of saving one another if they get jumped. Not going to be easy to bail them out. I mean, sure, there's a Decrepify, but you say with the burst, that doesn't really... It's not really likely Thompson's going to be able to save people in these positions.
No.
Where are you watching?
And we'll see. They've managed to hold back and ensure that they don't get caught out as of yet. As I say, very likely that we'll see Betboom try for something now that the 6 is there on Save.
Easy, yeah, just easier for them to naturally set up for these kills. They have Bruce Split, they have the lasso up on 9 class, but getting on top of the heroes might be a little bit difficult. Toronto Tokyo has a leap. They actually have Save here too.
They're going to have good burst. 9 class, he's getting low, and
He's
they'll
gone.
finish him. GPK's able to jump over. They look towards Toby. He has got Split if he feels threatened, and he'll have
He
to
just has
use
to
it.
use it. And these could just die.
I mean, he's got to run. He's going to quickly lose 3 of them. It's just down to the Earth Panda. Will get away, and that's a Primal Split having to be popped just to get out of there.
Oh, this is looking problematic.
I think she's looking rougher than the first game's opening, and that was also tough.
Yeah, GPK already has Diffusal Blade finished up, and that was an Arcane Rune Rolling Thunder, and Pure steps up.
Got the setup. Miro, it's the Lucid Beam that will disrupt the boat hitting, but the Torrent still connects.
5 heroes.
He is very, very dead, Pure.
Nightfall will take that one, and instant Moonlight Shadow to hunt more. They're cruising through this early game.
I mean, if Save gets the catch onto Thompson,
one stun is all it takes.
He's going to be able to get it, and he's still got the finger ready if the burst is required. They don't even need it. They get the drag back into the combo.
Oh, this
it's a
is
double kill for
disastrous.
Nightfall. 9 class on the run, but they'll get him as well.
Doesn't even use the finger.
I mean, yeah, Save holding back because he knows he can let all those kills go to his carry.
Oh, this is brutal. The last pick, Pug Knights, it's not working out right now. 2 deaths on him
It was
immediately
such a
when he
risky
shows.
pick.
Nightfall, that's the dream. The
It
Weaver
really
shows
is.
up, gets a triple kill on 2 of the big cores. And they forced the Bruce Split, so that was honestly the biggest hit I feel like they could have done.
I mean, what on earth what do they do? What do Tundra do in this sort of position? They'll be able to push the tier 1 tower so they get something.
It's a great question. Whitemon and 9 class and the Pug Knight feels like have to just kind of run around together somehow to try to reestablish this game, but where do they go and who do they kill?
Tower is under attack.
This is looking real difficult.
Has fallen.
That Beam is so strong right now.
So tanky too. This Kunkka has, what, almost 2,000 HP. Pango, they're just difficult to kill. It's like the Lion is the easy one to kill, but that's not a target you want to go for. They may try to think for Tundra if they want to just like try to wait maybe for like a blink on 9 class and just be very patient and try to let them overextend, but BetBoom is just going to get so much out of the map in those moments. But I don't know if Tundra can actually make a move until they have a blink on this bat, as we've seen. He tried 2 or 3 times now, like a smoke into looking for a lasso, and it just fell flat on his face.
Now, BetBoom have just always been ready for it.
They have been. So for Tundra, yeah, just some time. They're going to have to wait for Radiance, wait for Blink, and then perhaps wait for those timings, because BetBoom has just smashed this early game, and they're not going to slow down.
Oh, absolutely not.
Another smoke.
We're seeing sort of how, you know, Reserve Save's been with his finger usage. He's not needed to pop it, so it's still ready to go.
Just so much burst. They have a ton of damage in their draft.
Let's see what he can find out here. Save, GPK, and Toronto Tokyo on the hunt.
Oh, they're expecting Pure to be around here. Creeps are going to be respawning soon. They see him down bottom. Might just look for the dive.
I mean, this would be the top kill. To continue to cause a lot of issues for Tundra's game plan.
They've got deep vision too. They seem, yeah, they know exactly where he is.
Moonlight to close the gap. They know to check up here. They're going to be able to find the opening. Swashbuckle into the stun. Pure is caught by the arrow. The Rolling Thunder as well. He's gone. Another kill for Nightfall.
He just doesn't even use the finger. He knows he doesn't need it. Team's able to just clean him up. They are slowing down this Luna so much.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Whitemon also, he's been found.
He certainly has. Amira's able to swing across, offer up the combo. Just complete and utter domination from BetBoom in this early game.
Tundra recognizing, though, that there's no way that they can help. Nobody even attempts to go for the TP. 9 class is trying to finish that blink. They're trying to finish the Radiant Sun Brew, but items are just starting to funnel in. Aghanims is more than halfway there for Miero. He's on Thompson again.
I mean, these quick moves, these quick setups, they just can't seem to stop it. The Torrent into the stun. Thompson's gone this time, so they will drop the finger. They'll get the Hex out on Toby. Toby will be able to pop the Primal Split.
Oh my god.
Lasso's there. Save. They'll finally get themselves a kill here, Tundras. They bring down the Lion.
But it's just the Lion, and they gotta run. Toby can even get away. Keeping that Earth Panda alive 4 seconds, they
Mirror
know.
on top of it. We'll be able to throw Mirror back up into the air, but Nightfall's still in and on top of him. As Swashbuckle's there, he's speedy here, and he does have the backup at 9 class, so they'll be able to make sure that they cannot continue to dive here, BetBoom.
Pure's like, great job, team. Thank you so much. I'm getting some space finally. Able to hit the bottom tower a little bit, but again and again, Thompson, that's 3 times he's just been caught from any disable, and he's just instantly dead. The follow-up is there every single time from BetBoom.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, with 9 class getting the kill, it does give them the goal to get the blink.
Okay. Will they have the follow-up now at this point? They're going to have bring numbers to be able to have that, but they have to have the Pugna. I think Thompson has to just play very aggressive.
He's trying to here, has to sort of slide away as GPK and Nightfall turn upon him. They'll look to themselves for Whitemon instead. As Whitemon, he'll fall. Thompson, he's got to be careful. I mean, Miro, he's looking to close in for the setup
He's
with the
caught
X-Mark.
again.
He's got it. The X-Mark into the Torrent combos there. 9 class trying to push them out with the Flame Break, but the boat comes in. There's not a chance here for Thompson as he's dead again.
The 0 and 4. They just have all the answers for this Pugna. Literally 1 catch, anything. If he gets hit by literally 1 stun, they always just have it as just... They don't seem scared of anything on BetBoom.
I mean, and they shouldn't be.
And they shouldn't. They're so tanky. They can lose their Lion, but that's just about it. Nobody else is even coming close to dying.
Tundra definitely feeling the struggles here. They went all in, as I say, on this final pick, Pugna, but it's just not looking to work out.
Nope. The lanes have just completely crumbled, and it's caused massive problems now into this mid game with these Aghanims. Yeah, Pango soon has Aghanims, and Kunkka's about to have his finished up. It just makes the fights even more impossible.
He's jumped forward. I mean, Save's able to turn with the setup. It's just going to be another one for BetBoom.
Kill after kill after kill, 13-1.
With his completed Blink Dagger as well. He's ready to start making even more aggressive plays, find the setup.
And they just have, look at this, they see Pure immediately. And just swing toward him. They also were blocking camps as well on the right side to prevent Pure from finding any farm.
Shot across, they're going to try and see if they can take down Nightfall. Nightfall's got the time lapse.
Nice Cogs.
Cogs will push it back, they'll get it.
Beautifully done by Whitemon.
Big kill for Tundra.
That's as perfect as it could be from the Clockwork.
And the money going to Toby as well, so that's going to help him get that Radiance completed. A big catch for Tundra.
Much needed. Instant smoke though. BetBoom looking to strike back.
They're looking for Pure. Might be blocked off here by 9 class. They'll settle for the back.
but they'll have him with ease. Not having to commit a finger again or a Rolling Thunder, so can look to keep pressuring down toward bottom. Pure wanted to go farm down there, but immediately gets pushed back toward his jungle.
Full Ags on Mira.
Full Ags, oh my god.
I mean,
I think like for Topson, if there's a fight that he just needs BKB. Like, how do you play versus Kunkka Torrent Storm as a Pugna? Feels very, very impossible. If the fight is, you know.
I mean, yeah, he's going to go straight for it after his 4-star.
He has to.
Phylactery, but it's a while away.
Yeah. Bet Boom, they're just going to keep smoking, looking for these constant plays. I mean, everything is pretty much at the ready for them. Pure is still very far from his BKB to protect himself, too. Radiant's on the brew, but split on cooldown for 60 seconds.
Oh, look at this move here from Bet Boom. Could catch out some of Tundra as they back off from this push.
Scan does catch them. Able to get themselves away. Pure able to survive and get himself a very sneaky TP position. Secondary Ags finished up. Roche soon to be on the horizon, it feels like, for Bet Boom.
Illusion.
I think he's had, I want to say, almost all the runes too on the side of GPK. It happens when you do get this full map control, but besides like I think the one haste that I saw on Topson, I think it's been majority on GPK. Maybe one shield, I think, for Topson too, but 14-2. Complete control.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And they just keep blocking Ancients. I think they did it again just now. So Pure, he'll farm that right side once, but afterwards it's not going to respawn.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Pushing in both the mid and the top lane here. Ready to set up off the back of a Moonlight.
Topson was able to finish the bottom tower. Can he sneak himself away? Miero's looking.
If the X mark's there, there's going to be very little to get him out of the combo. He's going straight out. Nicely done there through the twin gate.
He gets
but
X.
they'll see the vision. They set up with the Torrent. They'll be able to drag him back with the X. Miro, very nicely done there, hunting for him in the tree line. That will make sure they get the kill.
Not a single one of the Torrents from Torrent Storm hit him, but it didn't matter anyway. They had the follow-up.
Radiant are scanning.
Nice play, nice awareness. Gets the Torrent for vision. Pure is getting space. That is the one thing that Tundra is happy about. Almost at this BKB. Of course, the rest of the heroes getting hunted constantly, but Pure probably saying thank you to his team as he is level 16, while Nightfall almost only level 15. So we're still seeing that power of the Luna farm.
I bet Boom continues to do a good job this series with just going for these early Tormentor steals.
Everything at the ready again. Wisdom Rune.
And a TP back save. Won't be able to stop Whitemon from picking up the Wisdom Rune. But Whitemon, he's certainly going to die for it. As Bet Boom, they'll be able to get the kill. Pure. Ooh. Oh, and then Miro nearly able to find him there.
So close.
Turn around the corner, but Pure's out of there.
Truly a game of cat and mouse. Tundra just trying their best to avoid as much as possible. Nightfall, he's looking for some hunt. Can't quite catch onto Topson in 9th class. He already has his Lincolns finished up, so this Weaver, very difficult to kill, but we could still see it happen if Whitemon's able to do those godly kind of cog plays. Has to be kind of an overextension from Nightfall, though. BKB finished for Pure, so a lot more survivable, but doesn't matter. Bet Boom, they still just want to look for these fights.
See what catch they can get. Toby's going to show himself around the tier 2. He knows that it's tough for them to go on him when he has to split up.
Yeah, he's on Void Brawler as well, too, so he's got that extra status resistance right now.
They're wrapping around. Trying to scout things out here with the Torrent. They're going to try and do with the Hex.
The lasso.
Can they burst through him though? The arrow does connect. They're in with the Rolling Thunder as well. They've killed off 9 glass. Toby will manage to get the split off in time. GPK
the mark.
Turns over towards
They're Pure.
Got the control. GPK gets the angle to roll over towards the Luna. Pure, he's falling low. Nightfall.
20 HP.
They finds him. He's able to finish him off. Take down Pure. As Bet Boom, they can continue the cleanup. They'll look towards Topson. The X-Mark drag back into the Torrent, kills him off. Toby's been trying to kill off Toronto. Tokyo get the stun, but Toronto
he can't finish him.
He's able to get away.
Okay.
Finally, he'll fall. But Tundra, they've lost 4. They're going to lose 5. Bet Boom get the team wipe.
What a wraparound. Toby even gets his split off, but it doesn't matter. Pure is dead before the fight even starts. He's at what? It was like 10% HP before he even gets BKB off. Full panic and run away. Beautiful play again from Bet Boom. A couple spells there from Tundra not hitting. I think the Clockwork Hookshot ends up not connecting onto Miero. Perhaps could have at least gotten one trade kill there, or a secondary trade kill, but a clean fight, Bet Boom. They got on Pure.
They really did. Pure only able to get the BKB off towards the very end of the fight, and it was all too late.
Dire's middle
He did like 1,000 damage. I mean, Toby did 4K, but pretty much nobody else was able to get any spells off. Just BetBoom surrounding them. Nightfall?
Trying with a hookshot in, but it's going to get caught by the creep. They'll pop the Lincolns.
Ooh, nice try from Whitemon. Trying to get in front for the bounce back, but unable to. 21-3. Roshan still bottom for about a minute. They want to look to force it on the side of BetBoom. But maybe also just feeling confident to look for these kills.
And Tundra cannot afford another fight to occur where Pure's not able to get to play. They have to, Pure's got to make sure that he's ready to react, get that BKB off, and the rest of the team have to be in some sort of formation that forces BetBoom to go on the others.
And it's still always going to be difficult for him because, of course, he's behind, but he's playing into very tanky heroes. He's playing into Rum, which is always going to cause issues for something like Luna to commit and kill. And then there's also Guardian Greaves. So a ton of sustain that BetBoom has on their heroes versus some limited farm that Tundra has right now. Yeah, I really like their itemization again.
They'll back away. Tundra, BetBoom. Almost certainly going to look to go again here. 4 minutes to play with Zages.
Yeah, swinging over perhaps for a Tormentor if they'd like to. And then look to go pressure. They have a smoke available too right after it, so. Yeah, Nightfall just massive. But keeping up in pace, actually ahead of the Luna is just, I mean, huge. Something not many heroes can do. Nightfall's been able to do it just because he has 8 kills under his belt.
I'd like to go as soon as Toronto Tokyo wants to make the move with the Moonlight Shadow.
I mean, they have this deep vision. This ward was not taken out, Owen. It's a cliff ward that was not taken away, and it's there at 3 minutes already, and they have the secondary one up top, so they have absolutely full information right now.
Tundra definitely feeling the pressure.
Full BKB now on Miero. Top's in. He's got his BKB.
He's gonna have to pop it. BKB into the TP out, Thompson makes it away.
Can 9 Class get away though?
I don't think he can. GPK is in on top of him. They'll take out the bat.
Is under attack.
Well, that's the showing of the BKB for Thompson. 80 seconds, not gonna have it.
Pure still just doing his absolute best to try and find these positions to safely farm.
Save is on top of Toby, and he's got rotations coming in. Miero is coming over, but they feel like this is enough with GPK coming over for sure.
They know where he is. He's in the trees. They'll try and scout it out over the Torrent Vision, jump forward and save. They have the opening stun. Can they stop him from getting the split off? He's going to be
He gets it off. He might be able to kill Save with this.
He's going to turn straight over towards Save indeed. Torrent will throw out a couple of the pandas as Save. Caught by another stone.
He's kiting.
I mean, they're clearing through the pandas pretty quickly though.
It's going to be close.
Down to the earth, panda. Save will die. But Toby, he'll lose his life in return for it.
Save will take that. But Toby might also say he'll take that too.
I mean, they're going to see if they can maybe swing across to check through the jungle and see if they can find Pure.
They saw him for a second.
Pure, he'll have to BKB TP. So he's going to try and see if he can take down Toronto Tokyo. They're going to have the X mark.
It's going to be getting him.
Be able to pull him back. Straight back over into the Torrent.
Oh, Miero, honestly. From last game to this one, this man is just killing it.
Completely ruining them.
But they're tipping toe. I think he must have scouted him. I think maybe an arrow must have scouted. I didn't actually get to see what saw Pure because he was hiding in the trees. He was hiding in the jungle and something caught vision. So I assume it might have been something like that.
BetBoom.
Radiant are scanning.
Thompson shows up top. He has BKB available.
Pretty far.
Might just have to use it
He's
again.
Got to do it again just to TP.
All right, where's the Bashers queued up? I mean, GPK actually has his Basher already, so next time.
I mean, and that's the thing as well, especially with the BKB starting to go low, it's going to be even easier for Miero to make these X-Mark plays. And in the mid, Miero's able to just run down and kill off 9 Class.
Yeah.
It's getting messy now.
It's been messy. 25-4.
And they've got eyes on Whitemon. It's going to be another one here. BetBoom.
Tundra
absolutely stomping their way towards the grand finals here.
Tundra just can't make an aggressive move themselves the entire game. It's just been them on the back foot since before the lane.
Jump for Thompson on the high ground.
There's no BKB.
There's the jump for Save as well.
And he's just gone.
It's rough.
0-7 on the last big Pugna. BetBoom just have all the answers. X back to base. He's going to come right back, and they can start sieging. Pure. He gets bashed.
They're going to get the jump on him.
He's getting chain-stunned.
He steps up the ground with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to get pushed back.
He's gone.
He's gone.
One bash. into a Hex. See you later.
We'll see how much they want to withstand, but they may tap out soon. This is getting painful. Toby's gone.
Another tidal wave. They're just dying in the base, one by one. Toronto Tokyo walking in, standing under the towers.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wow, this is a clinic.
It really is. Game one, it's certainly had a bit of back and forth, but this game two, there is nothing close about it whatsoever.
Feels like, for me, in the games that I saw, this might be one of the most one-sided ones because there's just been, it feels like very little chance for Tundra to come back or even get any kills on most of these cores. They got the one on Nightfall, and that's it.
And I think, again, just with the draft, it's sort of difficult to see the vision that Tundra must have had coming into this one.
Yeah,
what the plan was, I guess the confidence was there. They felt that Thompson may be able to pop off, maybe do much better in that mid matchup than ended up going down.
Perhaps, yeah.
He was able to potentially accelerate to a point where he can make these moves around the maps, take early towers. It just really didn't happen this game.
And to be honest, with BetBoom, they really took advantage of every time I saw what Thompson was blasting a tower. There was instant TPs, like 3 heroes would TP, get an X set up onto him, and he's just dead at that point. Super fragile versus all this burst that they have. Greaves, Pipe. Yeah, they're just cruising toward the victory.
Maybe on the high ground, maybe with a lasso, dragging someone back
into the fountain.
Into the fountain.
Feels like a fountain is necessary at this point.
I think so. It's not been a pretty game there. You see on the desk, everybody taking heavy hits this game on Tundra.
Radiant are scanning.
Just such quick moves. Let's see what BetBoom looks to do. I mean, they can pretty much do whatever they want, it feels like, on this map in Tundra. Do they have a timing that they're going to be hitting at least, even though they're at this deficit? I mean, they have the phylactery, maybe Pure's 20 talent, and then you just try to go for it or something, but doesn't feel like fighting outside of the base is an option at all.
I mean, and of course for BetBoom, they'll fight wherever they want.
Absolutely. Super tanky, tons of damage, tons of control.
Let's see who they find. Whoever they do is likely to die.
Miro's just charging in, no fear whatsoever.
Look over towards the trees. Why must able to push back with the cogs? They do tell me.
Nightfall, but he's gone.
They're going to get the time lapse off. They'll get the lasso on to Miro. And Miro's able to put the BKB, get his full combo.
Pure's tag.
They've got the Hex on the Pure.
He's gone.
Pure, he's getting burst though. Get the BKB off, but it's too late. Pure's dead. Once again, just couldn't get the BKB off earlier in the fight. Don't stand a chance. Thompson, he'll look to TP out. He'll make it away. But they've lost 2. And they're likely to lose Toby as well here. The split comes to an end. It's going to be 3 more kills for BetBoom.
They're way too far ahead. Nobody drops too low. Kunkka drops to about half HP, but they've got Pipe, they've got Greaves, they've got the Rum. They just commit full on top and Pure. BKB's down to 6 seconds. Can't deal the damage fast enough.
And even in that sort of position where you could tell, Tundra, they were kind of prepared for what was coming. They knew that this sort of move was being made by BetBoom. But it didn't matter, even if they're set up in that high ground position, they're just so far behind. It's so hard to do anything. And lucky to TP out there. Toronto Tokyo nearly catches Whitemon with that.
They could have, like, maybe if they had one extra form of disable, kill Nightfall, but I don't even think that solves the issue. They probably all just get wiped afterwards, and they didn't have that disable, so Nightfall just time lapses, runs right back in, and cleans up. 23k deficit.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
They're still going to try. 9 class, he is smoking up. They're looking for another effort.
Double damage.
So they will lose their Tormentor once again. Another shard this time, a nice one over the way of save.
Who's been an absolute menace this game, honestly, Save. These hexes, these stuns, just always seems to be in the right position at the right time. Toronto.
Toronto Tokyo. And they'll get it.
And that's a gem.
A little bit of something. A very little bit of something.
Very little bit. At least they'll be able to take out some of these wards, right? Get rid of some of this pesky vision that's on their side. They'll take anything they can get at this point.
Looking for these little pickoffs. It's something that they can do, especially if they find a support. Finding a core might not be anywhere near as clear if they're actually going to be able to get that kill. In the team fights, it's just going to be terrifying. Nightfall He's very likely to have the Daedalus completed for the next fight, so if they don't deal with this Weaver, he will kill everybody.
Yeah. Level 21. Roshan is up too, so he's probably going to just have an Aegis as well to boot for that next fight.
I bet Boom. I mean, as soon as Toronto Tokyo's back up, they'll be ready to go again. I mean, maybe they'll even be ready to go before him. They're that strong right now. They have that much of a lead.
They're waiting for him. They're sticking together, not giving any opportunity to Tundra. As soon as he starts respawning, they're going to look to start going. They saw the rocket as well fly over, so they should know. Yeah, he's back up.
And it's off.
That will be an easy Roshan.
Tundra, at least they know that's happening, so they can just farm the map and try to get at least a little bit out of the time that they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, Pure's doing it as best as he can.
Oh, but they see Pure. Save is on him immediately.
And they've got the opening.
They've got the chain
There
started.
is some backup here for Pure. GPK's in with the Rolling Thunder. This time Pure will get the BKB off nice and early.
But he can't TP.
They're going to continue to chase. They're going to have the X-Bar trap up, but the Lasso is there to try and disrupt the combo of the Kunkka.
But Pure's dead.
The combo connects still. As Pure's out, the rest of Tundra have to run once more.
They save again and again, just finding these catches, these hacks.
And Toby here, under the cover of the split, he's trying to run, but they're in on top of him. The bash is coming. It's just going to be 3 more kills once again for BetBoom.
Just so fast to make the moves. Pure tries to seize an opportunity just to get a little bit of extra farm. And yeah, he's under a ward. They didn't check that spot with the gem that they had recovered. So just a quick hex and... Jeez, yeah, these guys are just so good at getting these catches. Save in particular. This game just... It feels like he's everywhere on this line.
And they're ready to run it down the mid. They maybe even look to just end the game.
I think they could, yeah.
We'll see what they want to take, how careful they want to play it. They'll look towards the bottom set of racks first. They're still at tier 2 on the top lane.
Toronto Tokyo will force that one in while his team forces bottom. Thompson gets popped by Bash.
GPK is ready to try and follow up on it. Put the BKB, Thompson. GPK into the trees, so he's going to find the angle perfectly onto Whitemon. It's a dead clockwork.
Relentless aggression. The second Thompson shows, it's just, they instantly just jump his face.
Goes back up. He's going to TP in aggressively.
They see him. They saw exactly where he was.
Trying to get out with the smoke. He's trying to do something crazy, but they're able to get the opening onto it. There's going to be the buyback from Whitemon. Decrepify offered up here as Thompson's going to try and do his best to save Pure. Will allow Pure to put the BKB. Turns over towards Nightfall. Nightfall's able to get the time-lapse off. As Nightfall's perfectly fine.
The torrent.
They drag him back in. Pure, they decrepify the heals. Thompson trying his best to keep Pure alive, but Thompson's gone down. The tidal wave brings them back. GG is called. BetBoom will be moving on straight to the grand final.
Well deserved, honestly. This game was absolutely insane. They just kicked it up a notch. They just put the pressure on 10. Honestly, I've never seen such fast-paced games like this. In this meta right now, I feel like we rarely see a team just sweep the map like that and get kill after kill. They were keeping up the 1 kill a minute. It's 40 kills at 36 minutes. They were just cruising through, finding absolutely everybody. It's not like like you were saying, it's not like somebody has, you know, 1 death, someone's avoiding the ganks or something on Tundra. Everybody is getting picked off.
Everyone was suffering on Tundra. They really were that game. And yeah, for BetBoom to do it here in the upper bracket final.
Big deal.
I mean, just goes to show sort of the level of Dota that these lads can achieve when everything just sort of lands and hits right, especially with the setup again. With this draft, I think BetBoom, they certainly had set themselves up for success. Tundra, they tried to come in with that Tundra flair, that Thompson flair, and it didn't work today.
Yeah, honestly, the individual play from BetBoom was just through the roof today. The top lane in particular, you can see that there's potentially maybe some, you know, this Clockwork Luna lane, we've seen it do excellent in a lot of instances. We've seen it even shut down something like Kunkka. But this time around, Miro ends 10-0-17.
He's had a great series.
Dave is 4-2-28. Like, they absolutely decimated all 3 of these lanes. It's spectacular to see.
Yeah, I mean, moving forward to the grand finals, this team is going to be quite the challenge for whoever manages to get up there to go against them. Because when everything goes flawlessly from the start and they get ahead, it's just so hard to shut this team down. We saw in Game 1, Tundra giving a pretty good effort of disrupting that sort of advantage that BetBoom were getting. But in this game too, Tundra just unable to really do much at all. Yeah, Pure was trying his best to keep up in farm, but even with the items he had, BetBoom able to find these jumps and these beginnings to the team fights that meant that Pure just didn't get to play the fights at all.
Yeah, and the last pick, Pugna just, Thompson may have seen something this time, but nothing worked out for him at all. They just had his number in every single moment.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll get to see Tundra continue to have a bit of a chance as they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket. But as for BetBoom, going straight forward to that grand finals, and I believe we'll be able to head over to the stage to hear from them right now.
Thank you so much, Odie Pickle. Yes, indeed, I am here in Miero. Well done. What an amazing series, but more importantly, what an amazing game. What are you guys eating today? Where did this come from? This is a bet boom I have not seen in quite some time.
We are just doing our job.
Just doing your job. Your job is a kill a minute? That's your job?
For sure.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you're on the way to the grand finals now. Congratulations. Not to take away from your win here, but last time we saw you guys in the grand finals, didn't go too hot. Feeling pretty good now, though. What's going to change this time? You guys ready for this?
For sure, we're ready. Yeah.
All right, all right. Were you expecting that series to go like that? I mean, Tundra, oh, there we go. Woo, the fans are ready. Tundra's a very, tough team. Were you expecting to beat them like that?
We was preparing a lot for this team. So, yeah, the game was a bit rough, the first one.
Yeah.
So the second one was easy.
Well, it was mostly you that saved that first game, as the Beastmaster with the sheepstick. Were the boys impressed? Were they happy with you? Who was the MVP of game one?
The second game?
Both of them.
Both. I think it's safe.
Oh, save. Oh, the MVP. Now he just looks angry after. Okay, but no worries. All right, any words out there to the fans that are now going to see you in the grand finals?
I just wanna say happy birthday, Alexander Svirinov. It's our show.
Oh, very nice. And anything for these peeps right here? Thank yous or anything?
Yeah. Thanks for support, all of you. I love you.
Ah, fantastic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, let's give it up one more time for our first going to the grand finals. Bet boom! Let me hear it!
Yeah. Thank you very much. Congratulations to Bet Boom for being our first grand finalist here at ESL 1 Birmingham, and in quite the fashion as well. I feel like this was, Kazir, this was a beatdown.
Yeah, maybe we can question the Pugner pick a little bit, but I don't really want to go there. At the end of the day, gameplay triumphs everything. And the way that Bedboom played in this game is honestly quite nasty. They get a kill top on Luna while they're level 2 with some random blind torrent where they just start there. They rotate perfectly. Nightfall is fine on bottom. They leave him alone. They go top. They take, this just looked like some OpenAI textbook gameplay. Tundra tried, but once Thompson has such a bad early game, honestly, I don't know where they can take it from here.
I was losing a little bit of faith in Kunkka before we got into this series. Seeing it go to offlane, seeing it get bullied so many times, and then in this game, it's all right, you know what? Of course, it's an incredibly good hero. It's why it's getting banned. Miro just popped off perfectly with this hero. He's playing into a pretty difficult lane of the Puck Luna, but the way that he moves with his team just activates everyone else. He had an incredible series.
Yeah, and honestly, he did what he could on that lane alongside Save, whereas the safe lane on the Nightfall Weaver, that went super well, which just enabled Bedboom's gameplay so much because heroes could just rotate around. And we saw how heavily the Pugna was shut down. Every time Pugna just stepped up a little, tried to do a push, they brought the Pugna top to push the top tier 1, but he just insta-killed. And Tundra just couldn't do what they wanted with this last pick, unfortunately.
No, I kind of feel like something more was needed, Tigov. And there was just nothing coming out.
Yeah, now we get to what we kind of want to talk about here is the Pugna pick, right? You have a Brew in the offlane, you've got a Luna in the carry. If your Brew's having a rough time, he needs to lean on someone to have a good time. If Pugna isn't also having that moment because he's not had the best lane, there's no real layering of the cores, right? Brew's recovering, Pugna's recovering, Luna's farming. And because of that, that's why we see Weaver run around the map, Lion run around the map, and you could argue if it was any other hero from the mid lane that could potentially alleviate that pressure, different game. But because it's the Pugna, because he's playing from behind, and his team's all needing to farm and recover, it is just lose 3 lanes, lose the game type philosophy here.
Yeah, it was a tough game for Thunder for sure. I am sure though we're gonna see them kick it up into gear for tomorrow. They're in the low bracket, they're not out. We can take a quick look at the bracket and see where we stand, because we do, of course, we don't eliminate anyone here at the moment. We got Tundra moving to the lower bracket. They don't know their opponents yet, and neither does Bedboom, but they both make it to the final day. There is, of course, that chance that they'll go back up against each other later in another grand finals, but I believe that there is a couple of teams that would like to have a say about that, because Falcons and OG, one of these two teams will also make it to that final day. And I think, I don't know, it's time to crown our lower bracket king. I feel like that's going to be the match. The match that's upcoming, Kezu, will be the one to decide who is our lower bracket king.
Yeah, and I'm really not sure. I feel like if I'm Bepom right now, I pray that Falcons lose the next game, because I'm not sure if the other teams can really take it to them. But there's just something about these LAN events where you have this one guy that people are leaning on, and it's also OG, who are just like this team with, you know, the type of magic that they do sometimes bring. So I'm just hoping for a 2-1, but yeah. I'm feeling it. I think it's coming to OG.
I know something about OG. At LAN events, they just bring that X factor. Some things just click, the wheels start turning, and they're just stomping everybody without other teams even realizing. So I wouldn't count them out of this lower bracket. I think Falcons are an incredibly strong team, incredibly dominant, and they're always going to be the favorites going into whichever matchup they play. But I mean, you've got OG, the whole crowd is rooting for Ari. I think that might just elevate their gameplay.
Yeah, we'll take them to the next level. T, any final words?
I mean, of course, OG, British crowd, you expect it. You know, if OG do get eliminated, my one request to the arena is please adopt a different underdog maybe to, you know, battle up in the lower bracket. Don't just go, you know what, OG's out, like please, we don't really have anyone else, so yes. Just be loud, just scream, just adopt someone, please, just again, a great crowd so far.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about OG Falcons here, which is in the future, because there's going to be something else happening before OG versus Falcons, our lower bracket, I guess, somewhat, lower bracket, not lower bracket finals, lower bracket semifinals, there you go. But first, we will have the Gidia cosplay showcase. And it's going to be fantastic, so it's definitely something you should try to get into the arena here for, because there's a lot of people that put a lot of effort into the cosplays you are about to witness. So stick around, stay tuned, grab a seat, and we'll be back soon with the cosplay.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
My head's gone. Yeah, it's treasure. Been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Luscious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I'd swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I be here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I be here with you?
me. Your every face I see in the air. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo! Bring it on, baby, come on. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart. Ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. Tell me what's in your mind, trust me, I'm around. You can't let me down, so baby, come round. What's on your mind, trust me, I'm around. You can't let me down, so baby, come on. Bring it on, depend upon. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel on and on, ready to fly to your heart. Ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. On the way, by my side, never leave me here now. Even somehow, oh bitch, it is worth it. When I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future. I'll never lose it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for another treasured part of our tournament right here. It is time for the Kadia Cosplay Showcase! Who's ready to see some cosplayers? We have some fantastic cosplayers here today. Many are coming over to show you their fantastic art in the world of cosplay. Watch out for these beautiful costumes, these beautiful animations, the whole 9 yards. Of course, I may love cosplay, but I don't know too much about it. I'm a very dumb boy. So I do have a fantastic panel for you guys here today that is going to be talking over these cosplays and telling you all about their incredible journey of building them all.
That's right, Slacks. We're going to be able to look at all these under a microscope. Cork, you a cosplay authority by any chance?
I love cosplay.
I knew it. I had a feeling. I got Effie and Purge standing by as well. Slacks, I want to get this show underway. Show me all of these beautiful cosplays.
Absolutely. Well, coming up first, my friends, please put your hands together for a very mysterious little fae. It is brown as your Dark Willow!
All right, so take a guess, Purge. How many games do you think she has on Dark Willow? She actually told me. She's a grandmaster, I'll tell you that much.
I'm sure she randoms every game. So, what is it, 50?
No.
It's gonna take more than that.
1,400 games Purge on Dark Willow, and I just love watching Bronwyn's cosplays. She cosplayed at the last 2 ESL events as well. She always does an amazing job, and I even got to share a slice of pink cake with her last tournament.
Fantastic. I really love the Jax work on that. That is some detail over to our boy Jax. Coming up next, someone that has been to many of our competitions before and has truly a jaw-dropping one here today. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hooves together for Peachy X Bell as Enchantress.
Wow.
The legs are moving in the back.
Yeah, look at that 2-part costume. The winter fur has come in for the cold as well. A lot of attention to detail on this one.
Yo, she navigated the stairs. Look at this. That's usually the most challenging part for these hooved ones.
Very impressive. That is a real Ench set too, I think. I've seen that.
It's the Sheep Chantress.
It is.
Chantress.
And the colors are so pretty. I just love the detail in the embroidery. You can see the sparkles and the little gold trims.
Yeah.
It looks beautiful.
That was awesome! Wow, fantastic! That is unbelievable, the way that the legs move in the back and the passing over the stairs. I am not gonna lie, that I have no idea how that works. Okay, fantastic. Coming up next, a very special guest. I don't have a name for this one, but apparently somebody did Io. So let's welcome Io. Io to the stage, please.
Wait, he looks familiar.
He even has a health bar above a full HP Io.
This is our highest ranked MMR player. 8,300 MMR went into this cosplay.
That's right, Mr. T-Gov on the Io, who apparently he tried to make a spherical Io, but then ended up just being the companion cube instead.
Yeah. Not wearing underwear, I saw. Not committed to the bit, I see.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for not coming fully nude under that T-Governor. We really appreciate it. Coming up next is a fantastic cosplay from someone that you would never see coming if you are a Position 5 support until they murder you. Let us welcome to the stage, Corinne Diaz, your Spectre!
This one we saw briefly at Berlin. I died to her, actually. But she's got a weapon this time. Every single time I'm in awe. The LEDs and the little hula hooping animation.
Yeah. She's fully committing to it.
Spent 1.5 months on this, 16 hours a day to make this cosplay.
Wow.
And apparently her sewing machine broke 10 hours before she had to be here.
Spectre Io, that's a combination. They're laning.
Wonderful. The first time anyone's ever wanted to be tethered to T-Governor here live on the stage.
Let's hope she doesn't haunt away.
This is what we need to make Spectre relevant, because she has been uncontested in Birmingham, but right now I'm saying that she's a top pick.
She's got the stance down too, and look at the details on that weapon.
Yeah.
And this is a Spectre that will kill you if you get haunted.
Relocate her out, T-Gov.
Oh, what a nice relocate. Watch the edge there, my friends. That is one very beautiful Spectre. Thank you so much for your incredible cosplay. Here's the hardest part. And she nails it! Wow! First time I've seen a Spectre ever do anything right in one of my game experiences. Thank you so much. Coming up next, we have a fantastic Templar assassin, Young G! Welcome!
I love the attention to makeup here, I feel. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
I mean, she looks great, right? Just like TA, and apparently this cosplay is made out of multiple different things. The belt is made out of foam, and the cosplayer Yangi, she said that she just fell in love with the set because of the oriental vibe it gives off, and you can really see that love and that attention to detail here.
Now you can see the gradients on her kimono under her arms, especially difficult to do.
That was absolutely fantastic. The animations are perfect. Thank you so much. All right, coming up next, we have Edge Troll as your Dragon Knight.
Wow. This is the Pact of the Wormblood set for Dragon Knight here. Spent 6 weeks putting this cosplay together.
That took 6 weeks? That's incredibly fast for this.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Super impressive.
And a weapon also. And the pose. Let's go.
Yep.
The breathe fire.
That was a loading screen breathe fire.
He's
Yes,
done.
what? That's whenever you boot up Dota for the first time you see this guy.
And this is one of our higher MMR cosplayers who's immortal too.
Yeah.
Wow, an immortal player that has free time and is social. That's incredible. That's really the greatest thing I've ever seen. Thank you so much. Coming up next, it is a very, very good cosplay from someone who has done it many times. Welcome, Belle, as your Arcana Drow.
I love the size of the crossbow she's wearing and the expression on her face. I really can see the draw ranger there.
Yeah, she looks icy cold, ice in her veins, Nami, and she picked this cosplay just out of love for this hero, her favorite carry to play. You can see that she's got the stances down too, lots of experience there.
Straight out of the loadout screen. I love the little blood splatter on her face too. Looks amazing.
The cape's great.
Oh, everything about that was absolutely perfect. The stance, the cosplay, and that look. Only my wife gives me a look like that. Absolutely detested. All right, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Thomas Finn.
Oh, he's ulted up right
yoked,
now.
Hell yeah.
I feel the god strength coming out of this man.
What do you think, Work, as a carry player? Is he going to cleave right through them?
This is super detailed. I love it.
This dude's the most farmed Sven I've ever seen.
Oh.
Apparently, making a sword this big tends to have some issues. As you can see, a little bit of a struggle here, but overall looks incredible.
Fantastic job, Sven. Absolutely. Allow me, Sven, make sure. Oh my, this is straight muscle. It's like touching an NFL player. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Sven. Woo! All right, coming up next, we have Amber Millie as Marana.
This is her first ever cosplay. What a debut. It's her favorite hero, though, and she did it justice 100%.
You can tell with a big smile on her face and the confidence. She looks beautiful, and apparently all of that silver on the trim is
There's a star
hand-sewn. That is hand-sewn.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Absolutely fantastic. You could not get further away from the original Marana model. Looks absolutely lovely. That model is something else.
That's
okay,
high
anyway.
praise.
Coming up next, it's Arcana as the Drow Ranger.
Now this one apparently originated by, I wanted to try making a bow, and then clearly decided why not put a whole cosplay on top of it.
Looks great, and it's the first cosplay that she made on her own. So this is a really, really big and cool thing that she's doing here.
I love the material she chose to use.
Fantastic. Nice greaves there. As we move on to our next one, we're going to see Marty come out as another Templar Assassin.
Looks fantastic. This is her first cosplay, I believe. Spent about a month working on it.
I'm so hyped. She says that she's not ranked.
Great animation.
We have an unranked player who knows Templar Assassins through and through, though.
That is amazing, though. I love all the first-time cosplayers we're seeing today.
The debuts are amazing.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. A career in cosplay coming up for sure. As we move on to our next, we're going to see cardboard cosplay Maya, as Death Prophet.
Oh, the movements are good. I'm terrified.
Cool tip about this, the hands glow in the dark on this cosplay.
And that makeup is incredible. And the contacts, too. It looks
amazing.
very realistic. And she has been cosplaying for the last 10 years. So this is one of our veteran cosplayers here today.
Yeah, but apparently she's only been playing Dota for the last year, so we're very glad to bring her into the fold. She's going to bring spirit siphons like this.
Very spooky here tonight.
Yeah.
Come to me, my ladies, my beautiful ladies.
You can't tell she has played 1 year. Looks like she played Death Prophet all the time.
I can imagine the rainbow.
I will always give out points for taunts. Thank you so much. Incredible cosplay, incredible animations as well. Fantastic so far. You guys having fun so far? All right, all right. Let's get ready for our next one then. We're going to see Anais as Bounty Hunter.
She chose this hero because of, quote, degen brain rot and was in a fever dream for most of the crafting.
I'll be honest, I've not seen many Bounty Hunter cosplays before. This is a new one for me. That skin is just straight up painted.
Yeah, it looks great.
Looks super authentic. No detail missed there.
That's incredible. She's got the shuriken on the back
I like
also.
It. The backpack looks great.
And those ears are sticking out over the hair as well. What a cool interpretation.
The sass as well. That is someone that would steal gold from you, you feel like.
That's the first time in my entire career where I've called upon a bounty hunter and they have actually showed up. So thank you so much. As we move on to our next, we're going to call out Sonnet as Mercy.
Wow.
The pose. The pose.
It's amazing looking for a first-time cosplay. She did a great job.
Yeah.
Oh, this is her first cosplay, too. Amazing. She's got the character down, too. That's the most important thing about Marcy.
Yeah. Doesn't have to say much. I mean, this is Marcy to a T.
Cape looks great.
It's not even a wig. That's her own hair, which was apparently the most complicated part.
What? That was her own hair?
That was her real hair, my man.
And I hate it when people have hair. Lucky. So much you can do with it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Nellarina as a Arcana Wind Ranger, fully completed Arcana.
Well, that's a hard Arcana to get
Yeah, wait, how much damage do you have to deal to get to that?
Did you authentically farm this, or would she pay some bot service to collect that damage?
This is a real...
Looks great. You can really see the love and effort put into this. And apparently it was a very welcome distraction by our cosplayer who just enjoyed putting the time into it.
Yeah, it looks really good.
A lot of things apparently went wrong since when she started building this in January, but it looks flawless now.
Absolutely flawless. I have to say that was the only Wind Ranger I've ever seen that I didn't hate. Well done. Well done. We move on to our next one, and we're going to see catastrophic cosplays coming to you as a Monkey King.
Wow.
Let's go.
That is great. I love the hair on this one.
I mean, all the pieces are fantastic. The staff looks great. The clothing pieces, the shoes.
So I saw this one backstage earlier, and her staff is bouncing on the step. Look, it bends.
There it is.
It's like kind of properly like the game. It's amazing.
And apparently the top of the staff is actually crafted out of tinfoil, which isn't a material we're used to seeing very often by cosplayers.
Tinfoil? Are you kidding me? Tinfoil? That is absolutely insane. All right. Coming up next, it is Donarion as your young Snapfire. Young Snapfire.
I love the ears so much.
That is better than Baby Yoda.
The hair looks perfect too. Amazing.
I'm loving all these alternate interpretations of heroes that we know. Young Snapfire. I need this persona. And she actually does have cookies in her basket. And she homemade them as well. So get on her good side and maybe you can get some Fire Snap cookies.
Look at that baby Mortimer too in a basket. It is so cute.
He actually does have cookies. I can smell them. They're delicious. Please let me eat those. Coming up next, we have, oh boy, this makes me feel good reading this. We have Bloom coming out as Omni Knight!
Yo, the omniscience graces us.
That is a real knight in shining armor right there.
And
Big hammer.
What a jump, maybe too eager of a jump.
That's okay. That's what Omni Knight is for. He's here for the support, the mental support. He doesn't despair here.
And his defense is made of scrap and old bits and paper mache, so.
And it's the opposite of what we had. This guy's actually been playing for 10 years, and this is his first time cosplaying.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Please stand over here. And this has been a dream of mine my entire life, sir. May I crown you truly a holy warrior. There you are, my friend. Thank you so much. Omniscience bless you. Coming up next, we have Duskrin as your vengeful spirit.
Wings look great.
Oh, you gotta respect the eye makeup.
Yeah, and the contacts as well. That is a very, I can feel the vengeance aura emanating. And this one has actually been in the works for a while, as I'm sure many people in the audience were expecting to show up to an ESL 1 Birmingham 2020. That's how long ago she started working on this cosplay.
And the details of the wings too, they look very accurate. And apparently the hair was a bit of an issue because she had to actually style this wig upwards with tons of product.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for your incredible work there. As we welcome to the stage, Satanizen as a vengeful spirit.
Oh, we got the illusion also?
Wow.
Let's go.
Again, more beautiful wings. These vengeful spirit wings are so nice to look at.
Oh,
she's a bottle.
She's supporting you, Slack.
You refilled your bottle, Slack. Say thank you.
I can even see, look, she has a salve on her belt as well.
I think that's a dust there. That's a good support.
She definitely has a trusty shovel.
Better than my supports.
Drop the bottle so that the mid can pick it up. Oh, the feathers, the taunt!
Wow. And can pick something off the ground. That's hard to do in most cosplays.
Yeah, for real.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. Watch the stairs there. As we now welcome to the stage our unfortunately last cosplayer, let us bring out Rehab G Naked as Way, the Anti-Main.
What a beautiful way. We've seen a lot of ways over the years, but she just looks incredible. She's got the attitude down.
Yeah.
The wig is amazing.
Yeah, every single, I consider this to be Way's default set now. I don't even remember what she used to look like, but every single time I see this set, this attitude, that sass.
Look at the details on those ropes too. That took a lot of work.
That's her 11th Dota cosplay.
Wow. Oh, that's right. If anyone remembers from Berlin, this is the Night Stalker from Berlin, actually.
That's her. That was amazing too. Banger cosplays.
Fantastic, everybody. Well, before we close out, I would just like to go ahead and give you guys a nice shot of every single one of our cosplayers here today. Absolutely fantastic job by everybody. Let's take a look down the line one more time. And ladies and gentlemen in the arena, can we give one more big ol' applause as we make our way down? Let's check out everybody one more time. Absolutely fantastic work. Cosplay is such a great, great part of our community. So many dedicated fans working so tirelessly just to showcase this incredible work that they did and such a huge amount of passion that we have seen here today. Thank you so much to all of our wonderful cosplayers that joined us, and please come cosplay for us at our next event. We'd love to see you guys. Woo! Absolutely fantastic. Everybody, you don't have to clap on this next one, but everybody. Hey guys, thank you so much. Well, that will just about do it for our Kadia Cosplay Showcase. Fantastic work. Okay, one more. Birmingham, give it up for all of our cosplayers. And we will return to our panel. Thank you so much.
Take all the wealth, let's begin. Now turn awake, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with two-time TI winner. You say your name.
Hi, I'm Tobias.
Tobias, aka Topson. Who are you playing with this tournament?
Playing with Tundra.
Tundra Esports. Would you rather be boiled alive or drown?
Probably boiled alive. That's probably faster. I'm not sure.
That's not the answer I was expecting.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I haven't thought about that too much. So, not sure. Not sure.
Have you heard about like if you put a frog in water and then you slowly boil them, that they don't even realize that they're being boiled alive? Do you think that would work with humans as well?
I doubt it. Yeah. If it's like really fast, like if it's like really hot, then you mean boiled alive in water? Maybe it's gonna take a while. Maybe it's gonna hurt a lot. I mean, drowning sucks too, though. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think it's fair when you're asking a question like this? Like, could I say I'd be boiled alive, but in lava? Like, is that a fair way of phrasing the question, do you think?
Yeah, maybe then I would choose the lava instead of getting drowned, you know, that's probably easier way out.
So you're going for like the quickest method.
Yeah.
Why don't you stream more?
I'm lazy, bored. It's boring. Maybe if I need the money at some point, I'll turn it on again, you know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time out. Topson, it was great to meet you. Great interview. And I'll be straight back to the panel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back here at ESL 1 Birmingham, and the off lane is a rough role. You are truly sent into the dungeon of Dota 2 and the worst, most difficult lane that there is. And so in real life, they're also sent to the dungeon. So we're going to do an interview here with Toby, who is the offlaner of Team Tundra. But first, we have to go find him. Hey, Toby, good to see you.
Hi, what's up?
What did you do to get put in the dungeon here?
Fed first blood one too many times.
Is that, who's the most likely role to feed first blood in Dota 2, would you say?
Post 5.
So why did you do it then?
My post 5 is just better.
Who's your pos 5?
A white mon.
Is he the best pos 5 you've ever played with?
Yes. Shout out to Fishman.
Well, I think I know who the domineering one is that put him here. Of course, after Fishman, after Whitemon, it's been rough for you in terms of brutal position 5s. Who's the worst player you've ever played with?
It's gotta be me.
That's a good answer. That was a test. You're allowed to leave the dungeon. Congratulations. This is Toby from Team Tundra. We're going to talk about things. Have you ever done an ice bath before?
No.
What about sauna?
Yes, many saunas. Yeah. No ice baths.
Are you the type of guy that can like stay in a sauna for a really, really long time and you're fine?
If really long time is 8 minutes, yeah.
What about you, 9 Class? Are you a sauna guy or an ice bath type of guy?
No.
Neither.
No.
Why are you laughing? It's not a funny question. Who's the worst person to get in a pub on Europe West?
Worst one? I don't know. Don't want to blame anyone.
Is it a long list? Are you choosing between like multiple people right now? Is what you're doing?
Let's say
Did you ever prior have pub beef with anybody on your team?
In my team?
Yeah.
Not really.
What about on the other teams that are here at the tournament?
Yeah, a lot of teams, but I don't know. I can't choose one.
Have you ever gotten me in a pub?
Huh?
Have you ever played with me in a pub?
No.
That's not true. Have you ever played with me in a pub?
Of course.
Do you like it?
I don't.
Don't answer that. Do you have any current pub beef with anybody, or have you moved past that part of your life?
Everyone just muted.
Is that the best way to gain MMR? You just mute and just play your own game?
No, it's not, but fuck them.
Really uncovering a lot here in this interview, ladies and gentlemen. This has been The Staircase with Tundra, and back to you.
Some wise words out of Toby, a way to live your life. But he's got some time to think for himself because he's going to be facing off against the winners of our current series. Welcome back, everyone, to ESL 1 Birmingham 2024, where we're getting into the lower bracket semifinal. It's Falcons taking on OG. My name's Tsunami, and I've got a brand new panel joining me. It's Purge, it's Effie, and it's Dr. Evil. How many,
Good to be here, Tsunami.
What are you holding the world hostage for right now?
For the Gabe Newell lost a lot of weight. Congratulations, Gabe Newell. You worked out. You did it. What was the question?
$1 million.
$1 million.
He did it, everyone. He said the line. He said the line. I'm so happy. But I specifically want all of your doctorly expertise on our series coming up because it's an elimination series. And yet again, Falcons got to sit back and relax while they watched their opponent slug it out at the beginning of the day. For OG, however, Purge, it was a 2-0. The first 2-0 of the entire event over G2IG.
Yeah, they looked super confident against G2IG. G2IG just looked a little bit weaker. OG was playing the map consistently. They had draft advantages. They had a couple moments where they were losing, but they were kind of in firm control both games. And they were looking like that OG Magic times a little bit.
They really hit their stride today. They played such a clean early game. The rotations coming out of sub in particular were very good this entire tournament, but they still seem to be continuing today. So OG might be a very fearsome foe here.
I think so too. I mean, Ari presents a real problem for teams out here. Just the fact that he's willing to play whatever, and he just says, like, if you let me get my best hero, I'm just gonna keep picking it until you ban it. And now, instead of having like 1 or 2 of these, he's not a specialty guy anymore. He's got like 10. And apparently that's enough to do very well in major tournaments, Tsunami.
Yeah, OG has a history of that with ATF formerly being on their team. It was another player that had so many signatures that you had to constantly ban out. But now ATF is on Falcons. And Falcons, we got to see them get a victory over Team Liquid. Did you have a favorite coming into that series, Purge? I know we oftentimes think, Falcons best team in the world, but Liquid always so good. It's a 50-50. Was that your mentality coming into this series?
I mean, I changed my mind a lot of times while I was watching it develop. Before it started, I just assumed Falcons would get top 3 in this tournament. Getting knocked down right away was kind of surprising. So I thought, maybe they're faltering a little bit. They had the roster swap. They haven't been scrimming. Liquid's looking pretty good. They're gelling finally, but ultimately, Team Falcons was the better team, and Team Liquid kind of got dismantled in the third game. They picked Team Falcons picked their bread and butter. Team Liquid tried some weirder support heroes, and it just didn't look close in the third game.
I agree. I think this could very easily be one of those tournaments where we see a lower bracket winner coming out, winning the whole thing. I feel very bad for all the teams that had to run into both Liquid and Falcons in the lower bracket. I think, some things went down. Like, for instance, with Falcons, the not scrimming, that clearly was some part of a problem for them, but they look extremely good currently. So, like, the Dota they played yesterday was some of the best Dota I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, you anecdotally even said at the end of this series of Liquid versus Falcons, you were like, is this the highest skill series that we've seen so
far?
far?
I was kind of more referring to like the second game, because I feel like in all of the fights, I was just sitting, up in the rafters and talking to my mini-me, and we were like, there's so much happening in these fights. Like there's a 4-staff from one person on a target who has like a 4-staff on cooldown, and then their 4-staff comes off cooldown into a Glimmer Cape. Somebody survives at 10% HP. They come back in, they turn the fight off of that survival. Like it was such a classic Falcons game where they win fights that they probably otherwise shouldn't have just by like really outclassing Liquid. But then Liquid on the other side was also playing that really high level of Dota where like both teams were just completely in the zone yesterday.
And I have to attribute a great deal of that victory, as always, to Crit, who we actually got a chance to speak to a little while ago.
No, I'm very happy with our results. I think it's about as good as it can be. I think even this last loss that we had in the last tournament we just played, Elite League, I think was good for us as well. I think we got the most out of it. We're happy to play grand finals because at the end of the day, like if you make it to the grand finals, you're playing as many games as you can, and I think it's also fine for us to lose one. Like we hadn't lost a grand final until then, so I think a little bit of a lesson learned is also very helpful. So I think it's been pretty ideal for us. Like we've won enough tournaments to hopefully be secure enough to go to the big tournaments coming up later, and I think that's the main goal, to go to TI and Riyadh. So I'm very happy. I mean, for this event, we have not had that much preparation just because we've had a lot of visa problems. We've had like 2 days of practice overall, so it's not ideal, but at the same time, like we're confident in our ideas. I wouldn't say we expect to win, but like if we don't win, like that's not a good result for us. I think I'd be happy if we play well and then go as far as possible and get as many games as possible on stage. Yeah, I mean, I'd say Amar is definitely like, he's like the clown of the team in a good way. Like he's definitely the funniest guy. I mean, it's kind of hard because Skeeter is also kind of the same. Like Skeeter's like the lighthearted version, and then Amar is just naturally funny. I don't know. Amar is just, yeah, he's a bit of a clown of the team. I think the biggest thing for our team is probably that we all came into this team with like, we wanted to win. Like we made this team to be a top team, and we were all a little bit uncomfortable at first coming in because we didn't really know each other, and then we had to kind of like, we went to bootcamp in Jordan, which is like, for us, it was like a very new thing, you know? And it was pretty fast after TI, so people had to cancel their plans and stuff to play qualifiers, and then I think it was a lot of like being thrown off balance, and then we all kind of knew we made a sacrifice to make this team like as good as we can, and I think that kind of put us together and made us what we are. Yeah.
A lot of love for his teammates. Oftentimes I see these rosters come together and it's a super team. So many super teams I've seen come out of China and Western Europe. I'm like, wow, a bunch of S-tier players on this roster, and then they fall to pieces. And then sometimes they do well, like Falcons did, and then I'm like, whatever, it's a honeymoon period. It won't last. This one is seeming to last. I don't know what the magic is, Purge, but somehow they are not only being able to bring together amazing players, but maintain consistency over multiple months.
Yeah, that's just super, super hard to do. A lot of the teams of their caliber, you do expect them to kind of fall off, but they haven't. Winning 3 tournaments in a row right after forming is an incredible accomplishment. And the fact that they're doing humbly and in a decent, well, that was a lie. I'm sorry, they was not fully humble.
Some of them are doing it humbly.
A couple of them.
A few of them, yeah.
A couple of them are doing it humbly.
Not all.
And it's good to watch their success, but I'm curious to see how it's going to keep going for the next couple of months, because they've got a long road to get to the finals here.
I do think that it helps, though, that we've been in this patch for so long now, because they are the ones who kind of set the meta for this patch with the Razor, DK, Timbersaw flexes. That was them. They were the nuisances who brought these heroes to the front line. So it's no surprise that they are still, reigning champions towards the end of the patch as well.
All right, here's another question, perhaps a platitude. Is this the best specialty team that we've ever seen in Dota? That just like epitomizes that they just pick their specialty stuff and don't care if they get countered or whatever, and everybody else copies them. Like they have so many grandmasters. Is there a team you can think of that's more like that than Falcons?
No, because anytime I can think of it in the past, it would be maybe 1 or 2 players. But the fact that Skitter, Malrine, and ATF have so much overlap between each other in their specialties,
yeah.
I think it's unique that we've never really had that
true.
before.
That allows them to do what they do, is the overlap.
but perhaps they might hit a brick wall when they're going up against OG. Specifically, they might hit a brick wall in the first 10 minutes, because I want to take a look at our US Air Force Wisdom rune for this series. It's how fast and how aggressive OG are. 5.86 kills on average, the most of any team at this event, just at the 10-minute mark out of OG.
Yeah, OG are a highly aggro team. They're just playing for kills after the landing stage first.
Yeah, they're just all over the place, kind of Gaming Gladiators-esque. The whole, like, rotate your carries through their twin gates to get kills, whispers all over the place. BZM's great at ganking. Seb played Nature's Prophet earlier today, was constantly all over the place. So, yeah, they're just very, very aggressive.
I think a lot of the early aggression that we've seen coming out of OG just comes from their support duo. The support duo of Ari and Seb, they play to oppress the enemy. I think I've seen them run around, leave their lanes earlier than any other support duo in the game. So their heroes need to be looked at and kind of shut down. But the question is, how do you do it? Because Seb has been busting out so many different supports this tournament. They've even last picked him as support sometimes. And we even saw Nature's Prophet earlier, Jenkins, which everyone thought was a dead hero.
Yeah, and I like that both of their support players are very capable if they have a really good game and like scaling, you know? You might go some Gleipnir, Orchid, Nature's Prophet, or play some Enchantress, build like really good scaling items on that. Ari obviously plays the Marcy a ton. He'll go BKB Basher if he has to, or maybe he'll go for like Aetherlens Blink. Like these players are perfectly okay taking a snowball early game that they're having because they're doing these good ganks, setting up their cores, but then also setting up to carry the game themselves.
Well, I know that one thing is for sure that is consistent is that OG has never shied away whenever the push comes to shove, whenever the intensity gets high. If there's anything that I know OG is famous for, they do not shake under pressure.
Yeah, and they started a new strategy earlier today.
Here we go. Fuck the analysis. Chug that beer.
Maguire Maritime, we don't ship where we sleep.
He might be shitting pretty soon. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good lad.
Wonderful. So yeah, the new strat that OG was executing earlier today, they were going hard on the chat wheel lines. The voice wheel lines. We've seen some muted voice wheels the last year, but yeah, they're bringing it back.
Yeah, but
is that going to make a difference? It's gotten more extreme.
OG does it when they're winning, and part of the reason why you probably haven't heard them doing it because they have not looked this good in a while. They've been muted for a while.
That could be it.
The pieces have really connected, it feels like, for this OG roster.
Yeah.
I mean, Whisper he was widely considered the highest skill offlaner in the world for a very long time. Everybody was looking at this player. He was the beacon of the teams that he played on in South America, and then when he was brought over to OG, everybody expected so much out of him.
Yeah.
But it only seems to have clicked for him with the addition of Ari Jenkins.
And I think what's more impressive about Whisper is that he was considered the best offlaner in the world when South America was considered an extremely weak region. And Ari is the highest MMR player of all time, given the amount of time that he's put into the game. So like this, hypothetically, should be maybe the best offlane duo that exists in Dota right now.
And it may be the best place for OG to have a home crowd advantage. Birmingham, are you ready to see our teams? Let's bring them out then.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a match I know I have been waiting for. Have you been waiting for this match as well? That is right, my friends. We have two teams, both on opposite sides of the group stage, now being able to go head to head. I am so pumped for this one, man. Okay, anyway. Let's just give it a moment and have the time that we need, and we will welcome our first team. He said that he wanted any fan to be called the Nesters. Perhaps we have many Nesters here today that will soon grow up to be beautiful eagles. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Team Falcons! And their opponents Perhaps you've heard of them before. A team that many of you have been cheering for, featuring the one United Kingdom player that is good at Dota, baby! Let's bring him out! Bring me that applause for OG! Been dominating through this tournament, but the last time that these two went head-to-head, OG obliterated them. And today, we will settle this feud and see which one of these two teams is going home. Can I please get a representative from Team OG? Oh dear. They're sending their best. And for, oh shit, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, so much history, gentlemen. Any words for each other? I know you guys hate each other. No, very good friends, right? Any words?
Amarda Sakar.
That's it? That'll work. Amar, any words?
And I have two things to say. First, we're gonna see who actually carried our last two victories together. And the second thing, I will break your face.
Oh! Gracious! Gentlemen, please, a shake of the hands, a little bit of sportsmanship before the blood's in. There we go! Ladies and gentlemen, please go to your... All right, that will do! Save it for the arena, my friends! Birmingham, are you ready for this match, baby? Let's hear it! Oh, yeah! Back to you.
ATF out here saying ESL won Stockholm in 2022. That was all me. Malaysia, after that was all me. BZM just riding the coattails. I don't know how likely that is, Purge. It's big talk coming out of him, though.
It is. I'm happy to hear some stronger words than some of the ones we've had in the past. But man, they're both extremely talented players. But ATF he's got to be the higher rated in his position right now. He's so fantastic. BZM's also so good, though. So I just can't. I hope they kill each other in game.
Yeah, and for our newer viewers who have recently started following Dota, the banter or trash talk, if you will, came from when Amar and BZM were teammates on the dominant OG roster of a couple of years back. They won multiple majors together.
And then creep wave history even before that, a long legacy between these lovers turned to enemies, I can only imagine. And now Elimination faces one of these two. The winner, however, gets to go on to face Tundra, but that's a whole day away. OG versus Falcons. Now, we mentioned some of the other picks that we saw coming out of the series earlier today against G2IG. I kind of have my eyes on Seb for OG Jenkins, or Dr. Evil, because that last pick, Nature's Prophet, came out of nowhere. He's been doing work on the Bane. I never really have to care this much about a support, but OG are making me.
That's just the Seb style, isn't it? Even if he stands in for a team at a tournament, he just plays his heroes. It's funny, he's playing against Falcons, the team with all these Grandmaster heroes. Seb is the original guy for that. He just stands in for a team or plays offlane, and he's Windrunner. Nobody else plays that hero as an offlane. He switches to 5. He plays Windrunner. He just wants to play his heroes. He played the offlane IO as well, because that's just the Seb hero. It's what he does.
And the thing about Seb is it really feels like he just approaches the game differently than any other player we've had in Dota. You can see when, for example, when he was playing against Extreme Gaming and his Vayne just kept getting killed, he bought that Shadow Amulet. He hid in the trees, Shadow Amuleted for 30 seconds and got the grip on Ame's Gyrocopter. And it just seems like he's the type of player to always pull out these miraculous plays that just change the game entirely.
And that kind of high skill is really difficult to do in a long-term pace. I mean, BZM, very young player. Now he started playing when he was 16. He replaced other good mid players. But Seb is still here on a very, very, very good team. making amazing plays, and that's so hard to do.
And I have to imagine it's moments like these that he can relish in front of the crowd, which makes him come out of retirement every time, because this is what Dota players live for. Game number 1 beginning. Again, I will remind you, elimination on the line. And also for OG, a lot of points on the line as they hope to make it closer to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. But for right now, they're just going to take things easy and make it through this BO3.
T-Gov is banned?
T-Gov is banned. No IO is going to be present in this series, or at least game 1. And Razor,
I think the nudity is what got him banned.
I knew it. Got the Twitch stream
Kicked
banned.
out of the venue.
OG take out that DK, which carried Falcons to victory versus Liquid yesterday, was let through in all 3 games.
Yeah, finally someone respects it.
Yeah, it's weird to see teams letting it through so much. I mean, I guess because in the games, it doesn't look like crazy dominant. It's just something that they really rely on. It's like, it feels like a backbone type hero, you know? It's not something that's really flashy, but clearly they utilize it extremely well with all the other heroes.
It's a draft asset, which I can imagine Coach AUI 2000 probably appreciates having in his pocket.
Yeah, if he did any research, definitely he would know that. But the rest of the team has definitely figured out that DK is a draft asset.
He does research it. Jenkins, I will not take you besmirching AUI's good
Well,
name.
I couldn't carry Fart Studios, so I don't know what this guy's doing.
Yeah, well, that's a skill issue for you.
The thing about the DK ban, though, is there are so many things that you have to worry about when you're drafting against Falcons that often it is the hero that you let through, because there's still the gyro you have to think about. There's still the Pango that you have to think about, which teams often will choose to take out over this DK.
I like the SD ban as well. This just feels like... It always feels like a mistake when teams let that through against Falcons. Like, both Snay and Crit played so well. And even if it's on Snay and he's like some, bottom net worth hero, he hits these crucial saves in fights where it's like frame perfect and turns the entire fight. That is exactly how Falcons likes to win their games, is they win these fights they're not supposed to by just outskilling you in them.
Well, they open up with the Pango, a little expensive because they had to ban protect it right before they picked it with the Bloodseeker ban. But if that gives them the formula they want to win fights, it's great. We saw Pango versus TA earlier today. Seemed pretty effective for the Pangolier.
Templar Assassin is just shooting up in the ranks of popularity. I assumed that it was going to be a Luna event this entire time during the playoffs. Somehow Templar Assassin is taking her place.
The thing about a TA this early for OG, though, is you are playing against Falcons, and they do have somebody who loves to play Viper in Amar, and a lot of teams will look at this Viper and consider it one of the easiest approaches to TA in a draft, because it follows her to either the mid lane or to the safe lane.
Right, it removes the flex, which is obviously very important for both of these teams. I think honestly, if they're first phase picking it, I would be very surprised if they don't ban the Viper against Amar. Like that would seem like a huge blunder to me, or something that they specifically prepared for. Like maybe they're gonna start tri-lane against the Viper, something like that, bait him, try to get a couple of kills on him. Because we have seen a few games where Amar plays the Viper that he is bottom net worth because people do focus him, and then he ends up winning anyway. But it does look like there's an opening into the game.
It can really change the game for TA a lot because it just gets her really far behind. And until she gets a decent amount of net worth, Pango is effective against her because you just roll at her. But once she gets enough net worth, then it kind of goes the other way. You start, 5-shotting the Pango as he's rolling through combat. So keeping TA down would definitely be helpful. And the Viper's got to be something on their mind.
There's got to be a lot on their minds too, right, for both teams, because so many heroes have been let through this ban phase. You still see the Luna out in the open. You still see the Coddle out in the open. The Kunkka is also out in the open here.
Brewmaster as well.
And you cannot forget about that Whisper Brewmaster, especially paired with Ari's Marcy.
They can't stop drinking out there.
Oh, come on. If there was ever a game to do it, it's this one.
I should start charging my mid players to refill their bottle. Like $8.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, at least one of Seb's supports, or rather two, I guess, the Disruptor and the Bane get taken out. And OG let the Viper go through. Instead, they opt to ban the Doom.
Well, I'm surprised to see the Doom even made it through to the second phase, honestly.
Yeah, it's something Amar's been playing a lot. Some teams ban it first phase, and in some ways it's also very good against TA in laning phase-wise. Tons of damage over time, value there. Pretty easy to buy armor items. And if you just doom the TA, that solves a lot of the problem.
Dire team pick.
A little steal there with the OG, the Mars over there. Whisper, also one of the best Mars players in the world. It's definitely going to be a highly contested hero in this series.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I would say, like, if Falcons did end up getting it, Mars is very good against TA in the game in terms of
10 seconds remaining.
mid to late game. Maybe not so much in the laning stage. I think TA would do fine. But the Mars preventing the projectiles from entering the arena and the spear into arena combo takes off the refraction charges, so they kind of have to block pick this.
Yes, OG did show us earlier today that they have a coddle flex up their sleeve. I mean,
Yeah.
it looks like a great game to just pick the coddle if you're OG. If it goes mid, it can match Pango's pace and outpace them even. We've seen it multiple times. And you can flex it to play with Mars on the offlane. It's still a wonderful lane for Mars.
I agree, and I think like what we saw Liquid do yesterday, what they were doing a lot is they would pick the coddle with like TA or Luna. These are two very early game type carries that are like super explosive at 15, 20 minutes. You have the coddle that just destroys the game from like the 5 to 15 minute mark, set up perfectly to end the game with the TA or the Luna. So I think that would make a lot of sense for the OG draft in terms of tempo. I was wondering if they were going to do this. I mean, this is like one of the classic hard counters to TA. Obviously, every one of Veno's abilities takes off their refraction charges. It's just, and they played on position 5. There's probably a Snake King hero. It's just a very hard commitment to like, I'm going to make this TA's life hell. It's really good against Mars in the offlane. I think that's probably why they did it, because it's good against both of these heroes.
I was going to say, is it worth it to pick it as a 5 if it's not going to directly lane against it? Like, in later stages of the fight, sure, the damage over time could be good, but by the time it gets BKB, it just feels like not a good matchup.
I think with the way that Snake King has played it, it's looked consistently impressive. He always finds a way to have impact and have farm. And the thing about Veno versus Blink initiators like Mars is that he can be a huge nuisance. If you're setting up in areas with Veno's wards, it makes it harder for OG to find that Blink in because they're going to be scouted out, Blink's going to be cancelled, and things along those lines.
What do you guys think it's doubling down too much on countering this TA to pick a Viper to do some Viper Hoodwink lane? Like I'm looking at Brew otherwise as a good laner with the Hoodwink for Amar.
I could Honka also.
I could see it working. They have decent disables between Pango and the Hoodwink, so they wouldn't be hurt too badly if they go more that way, but...
Kunkka seems good as well, actually, because, drop the arena, you put a circle down, Kunkka puts you an even better circle down. That is one of the old classic counters.
Circles do counter circle
They do.
traditionally.
Kunkka has the best circle in the game, in my opinion.
He has another circle that counters refraction. Each one of these torrents are going to burn off refraction
Instant.
charges.
Yeah, it's legit, like in a second, you take it off.
I think Viper is excessive at this point. You don't want to look at it, and instead you need something for a potential backline jump. You need something that can either jump on the supports or just control the TA. Because Tango itself is not going to be enough.
Well, what if they switch the TA to mid and you commit this hard to countering the TA carry and they just switch carry? Would that be a possible solution that OG can go for?
Honestly, I'm considering this TA to be mid because BZM has been playing it a lot, and Tomato has not played it a single time this event.
5 seconds remaining.
And especially now that the Veno's on the field,
yeah,
even more discouraged.
Yeah,
Does the coddle come out here?
I could still see it. Okay, they also, okay. Mirana, not really a block pick, I would say. You're probably thinking if you're OG that Falcons has already picked their 2 supports. But very good with the Mars. Spear into arrow setup. Good chain stun for Hoodwink and Pango, who definitely need to be stunned in the game.
Yeah.
I like it.
Follow-up disable on the Mars, but the thing about Mirana is she's looked the best this tournament with another support that sets up for her, and they move around together.
Yeah.
We saw Falcons popularize it with the Shadow Demon, just applying that pressure to mid. But if it is the TA mid, it's not like a DK that's going to set up for a Mirana rotation. It seems a lot harder to pull this Mirana off.
Yeah. This is interesting. I will say, people really don't like Naga.
Skitter's sitting there with a big smile on his mouth. He doesn't care about you.
To be fair, she's a little different from the old Naga. That was way more boring. I'd rather see this one. But I was thinking with the Mirana, actually, it does make a little more sense the more that I think about it. The Mirana ulti is one of the best ways of traversing through the Veno wards in some area that he's controlling and killing him. You can get on the back line. Otherwise, running through the wards is like hell for most of these heroes.
To be honest, I'm not sold on the Mirana, but I hope they can pull it off with some really good Moonlight Shadows. But this Naga pick by Falcons, wow, this creates so many problems for OG. Outside of the core-to-core matchup of TA Naga being incredibly Naga favored, she has a really good lane against Mars. Mars isn't one of the heroes that does great against Naga at any stage of the game, really. And there's going to be the issue of the lane's constantly being pushed out. So when you have heroes like Mars who want to play with their teams, play with the Moonlight Shadow, play with the smokes, you know what kind of hero counteracts that? It's Naga Siren, because she's consistently pushing out 3 lanes at the same time.
That is very true. It is honestly very frustrating as a Mars to play against Naga in the lane. Like, You can always shove the wave, especially with Rubik, Fade Bolt, double Mars nuke. But the Naga can just send illusions and push into your tower and then farm all the jungle camps. So even though Mars will get his farm, if it's played right, the Naga will get way more farm.
Yeah.
And then you have the good matchup against the TA.
She's buying time for herself and her team. And as she gets more and more items, it becomes harder to deal with. The other thing I really like about the Naga Siren here is the ability to interrupt the team fight that OG is going to be presenting. They're going to want to layer their stuns with stuns. And Song can really help set things up for the team if things go bad.
Yep, drinking is truly the holiest thing that you can do in life.
The Omniscient smiles upon us all. Oh, she's nether swapping that beer.
I mean, you could swap with him and he'd make him do it.
Hey, yo, let's go. All right, OG, cross off a few things you have to do against Falcons. You gotta ban ATF's Timbersaw, and you gotta ban the Maureen Huskar as well. And Falcons, they take out one of the solutions to a Naga Siren by banning out the Leshrac. But we don't quite know where this Templar Assassin's going yet, so there could be a mid lane ban or a carry ban.
Do you guys think OG could be eyeballing the Kunkka just as extra AoE damage and team fight versus the Naga?
I like that. It'd give them another setup for Arrow as well.
So Kunkka mid versus a Pango. I mean, it does decent in the lane.
Because the Lesh is taken out, and usually that's just the ideal hero versus Naga in these kinds of situations.
Yeah, that'd be a great pick. Where's the Zeus at? Zeus is still around.
Yeah, after day one of playoffs, I'm just not really seeing Zeus be very popular on stage.
I would be a little surprised if there wasn't a Zeus ban here. I totally get that it's fallen off a little bit, but come on, against Naga Siren, Hoodwink as well, one nuke, she's like half HP, Pangolier, it's good against him in lane.
And Coddle as well, still in the pool if they
Coddle
want to
and
run
Zeus.
this TA on the safe lane.
Yeah, they have two very good options. Zeus is better in the late game versus the Naga, and in the early game, the Coddle is going to provide a lot more tempo. So it just depends on at what window of the game do they want to win.
Is Coddle against Naga safe? Because I feel like she's just going to get on top of you, and you'll have to get a defensive item.
Ooh, the Kunkka steal. Very, very heads up by Falcons here, and it does a lot for their draft as well. It gives them a very stable offlaner, a means to teamfight themselves because they kind of lack that. All they had really going for them was Pango's Rolling Thunder, but now you're going to have the area control of the Torrent Storm and kind of a means to counter Mars Arena, right? Mars blinks in, tries to take the fight over. You've got your Kunkka boat.
We got the circles.
You got a circle and you got a sphere.
It's a bit tough for OG because I think that they really were looking at this Kunkka. So now they just have to use the rest of their time to pick something they maybe didn't consider.
Maybe they were considering a Radiance buyer because Falcons ban out the Lifestealer as another option.
Yeah, Lifestealer would have been pretty good against Naga.
Everyone in the crowd winces when they see that win rate.
I mean, it is a good Monkey King game on paper, right?
Yeah.
It lanes well versus Kunkka. Melee versus melee matchups always go in the way of Monkey King. It's going to give them the teamfight stacking, so you're going to have the Wukong on top of the arena.
2 circles.
And it is a carry
Sure.
that can go late game versus Kunkka. It does well compared to a lot of other carries. The track record is bad though, Jenkins. 0-6.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like that strong of a hero. It's really hard to hard counter in the off lane right now. There's always creep cutting shenanigans that you can do, and the laning supports are very strong. Rubik Mars will do very. That's the other side. Kunkka will always be able to push out the lane, especially with a Hoodwink who can throw her nukes in there as well. It does give them 2 carries in the TA and the Monkey King. Like, these are 2 very traditional style carries. But I still wouldn't want to go late game against a Kunkka, right? Like, Kunkka's not going to do a lot of... I was going to say he's not going to do a lot of damage in the late game, but he actually does with Torrent Storm. Like, I prefer Falcon scaling, to be honest, even though OG has 2 carries.
I think that if OG can dominate their lanes like they did earlier today, they have a lot of nice ways to play this game. An early blink on the Whisper Mars would do so much because you have these 2 really susceptible supports at dying first in the Hoodwink and the Veno. They don't have a really good means to protect themselves. But OG's entry into the game is going to be very dependent on surviving the lanes.
There's a lot of vision opportunities for both teams between the Monkey King, between Mirana's ulti. They've got TA traps on the other side. They have to deal with illusions, constantly pushing out lanes. They've got to deal with the Plague Wards. So these fights, I feel like it's going to be hard to get the jump on either team without them knowing about it.
deep cover espionage coming out of both teams because I've seen so many games this entire tournament be determined by who gets the jump first. Which circles are superior, Jenkins, is what I'm ultimately thinking this fight comes down to.
I think Falcon circles are superior. Anytime I think Kunkka is not a superior circle, he presses Torrent Storm, and then I'm convinced.
All right then, Birmingham, I would like you to all raise your circles of glasses, because are you ready for this game? Then let's send it to our casters, Gareth and Lacoste, game number 1.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, there's an age-old UK Dota saying, buried in the archives of the in-house leagues, written on the scriptures, no one is good. We've all become casters, social media managers, coaches, etc. But one man has risen above it all. Not only good, but on a path to greatness. Ari here on OG, but Lacoste, he's up against some serious competition in the Falcons.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be a hype series. Okay, let's go. I think that I think OG with the 24 pick with this Monkey King, I don't like it. This hero didn't win a single game so far at ESL 1 Birmingham, and I think he's going to be running into a lot of issues. Playing into Kunkka, playing into Venomancer, this overtime damage is something that he does not like to play into. So let's see what they're going to be able to do with it, because I know a lot of teams try to play with it and just didn't work out. Every single time, it seems like it's a good Monkey King game. It pretty similar looks to a Troll when you're like, oh, last pick Troll, so it seems really good, but the hero does absolutely nothing. And let's see, way past her bedtime, old man, Skitter says. Raffle in the old chat.
Oh, we love this. This is what Dota's all about. No, none of that censorship. We've got the old chat banter going already. No, please pause or good game only. We've got the big boys bantering it out.
The battle
Good stuff. This might be a bit of a contest on this bottom rune as well. Oh, Falcons. Pretty much everyone down there, bar the Naga Siren, who not only gets a bounty rune, but denies one too. So technically 3-1 favoring Falcons early days.
That's not how it works, but okay, let's call it 3-1.
What then, 2-0? -1? Look at ourselves underway. Pango against Templar Assassin, BZM, that first pick, TA. Well, you've been saying, with the Kunkka, the Song, the Venomancer potentially answered. But we do like this, a bit of tech from the TA going Meld Strike level 1 to get early harassment onto Malrine, get some early last hits in here.
Yeah, BZM, he looked really good in the previous series that they played earlier against the G2X IG, managed by legendary Jack Chen. So let's see if they're going to be able to, replicate what they did, because BZM, he completely popped off. It's a good matchup for him, and I want to see what he's going to be able to do with this one, rushing this Dragon Lance, Blink Dagger, and then playing off a 15-minute shard. Something that does destroy Pango is this long-duration silence, so he can't get his spells off.
And to stand your ground, hit into that Rolling Thunder when you got the long-range physical damage as well. And always great to see, BZM applying that early pressure, because we so often talk about Malrine in that mid lane, stacking denies, getting a big advantage in the early laning stage. 3 lanes though, of course, in Dota 2. Up in this top lane, Snaking and Skitter laning up against Ari and Whisper. Panel saying it's going to be one of the highest skill off-lane duos that we've seen, in quite some time for sure. And down bottom.
Yeah, they've been really popping off. This duo looked extremely good. Want to see what Damar's going to be able to get out of this lane, because this is not an easy lane. He has a little bit of protection coming out from Hoodwink, and also to go back about Templar Assassin, this overtime damage that does killers. Same goes for Monkey King. Templar Assassin, top lane, Snake.
Ari and Whisper, there it is. First blood out of the Mars.
Good start. That's their killer lane. They do have definitely a kill threat in this one. A lot of stuns, a lot of burst damage. Veno needs to be careful, because he doesn't have too much protection coming out from his carry. This is not your, Sven from the safe lane that can throw a stun, that has Warcry available. So if Snaking's caught in a bad position, he might die again. This is the power of position 5 Cuckoomancer. Like, sometimes it can look really good, but sometimes it can be really bad. And look at his itemization. Double earn, double boots of speed for Snaking in his quick buy.
He's going to need lots of items to get stuff done in this lane. And already we see the classic OG move, right? Build morale, spam tips on your teammates, boost yourselves up, lift everybody. Now, high tide raises all ships, and that's what OG are looking for here. Amar and Crit down at bottom, that Kunkka and Hoodwink currently doing pretty well for themselves. 14-1 for Amar. We've seen Seb snipe out a couple of range creeps, and we'll get rid of that sentry ward as well for now. And Tomato, this lane meant to be going pretty well for the Monkey King, right? This last pick Monkey up against the Kunkka to get up in his face, cause some issues.
Yeah, Amar, whenever he plays Kunkka, he tends to get a lot from the lane. Like, even when he's playing into bad matchups, he tends to do well. Currently on top of the CS chart. That's a little bit surprising, I would say, considering what he's playing into.
Is that the fear of Crit Hoodwink? Because that has been a spectacular hero combination throughout this tournament, hasn't it?
Yeah, both him and Ari, they've been like the best Tinies, best position for Hoodwinks in this tournament, I would say.
Yeah, 9 times at this event, 6-3 record for Crit. So this is going to be the 10th one. We'll see if he can continue that incredible run. BZM taking a bit of a beating in that mid lane, but just trading blows there back into Malrine. Yeah, 14-4 for the Pango. BZM starting to pull ahead in that laning stage with a new wave coming into his tower too. Creep wave under that bottom tier 1 as well, so Tomato going to have that easy free farm time. Did you fall out of the nest as a baby? Now, Falcon's really going for this nesting meme, aren't they?
Wait, where did you see that?
Yeah, you all chatted it. There's a chat wheel line.
Oh, okay. I thought I had a player muted. All good, all good.
You wouldn't dare mute Crit. Come on now. I also like the fact that panel brought up circles. That's another old UK Dota meme. You know, pick circles, win lands.
They do have a lot of circles, but I feel like damage coming out from Falcons, this overtime damage where they can reset multiple times with Kunkka, with his Aghanim Scepter, Veno, when the ulti starts to kick in, and also Nagasar. And I think they want to, counter these 2 circles when Arena is dropped pre-BKBs with the Wukong's command, so they can easily fall back, come back into a fight.
It's like the big red reset button, right? Say, hang on, just chill this one out. Look for that turnaround. Try and utilize that Pango's Rolling Thunder after the fact. Well, looks like we should be getting back underway shortly. Just a quick little tech pause. Back into that laning stage. Now, dead even in these first 4 minutes. Pango, the only one maybe slightly lagging behind. A couple of waves behind the TA in that mid lane. So far, so good for BZM. Although now we're in Birmingham, should it be BZM?
Yeah. Oh. You can feel the difference now in the mid lane. There's a huge amount of CS coming out from BZM, 23-6 compared to Pango, who only has 14-6. 14-4, never mind. It's okay to lie sometimes. Maybe not on a big stage when there's, thousands of people watching, but...
Just make up the numbers. That's a pretty tough one for Malrine. We'll look for that 6-minute move. Now, 5 minutes 30, get the supports to come in, guard that active rune, and maybe you'll have this Pango level 6 to actually use the Rolling Thunder. Get a good core kill there, could turn the tides in that mid lane. Skitter having a pretty decent time up top. Snaking's 1 death hasn't really bothered the lane too much. Put yourself in harm's way to give the Nagasar that good last hit time up top. But the Mars, of course, the victor out of that lane at 27-5. And every time we look mid, Malrine is just being shoved away from creep waves.
He's going to need some kind of a help.
Yeah, even before 5 minutes 30. So it's way before that 6-minute rune, and they're going to have to help him out against BZM because he's just being bullied.
No runes, and Snaking will go back because there's not much happening. Seems like BZM has a pretty good read what's going on. He's been missing from the lane for quite some time, and Skitter in the top lane, left alone, sitting at 26 CS. Not a killer lane for them by any means.
No, this is a sit back, wait for your timings kind of game. Nagasar and very much a get to Manta Orchid, then play the game kind of hero. As Snaking is out in the open once again. Isolated, surrounded, but in comes the Nagasar and the spear across trying to defend Ari. Oh, can they deny him? Whisper's done it! Great little play out of this top lane. I mean, this is that high skill cap the panel we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the difference. And also Mars, he is level 5 right now. This top lane is really struggling. Already a 1k gold lead for OG. Things are going to be even more difficult. I think Skeeter's going to need to collect as much XP as he can in this lane and try to bail. Crit in trouble now.
Yeah,
there is trap.
That's the trap, the slow, the arrow misses, but it doesn't matter.
It was the zoning arrow.
3-0 for OG, first 6 minutes. Incredible scenes. That's getting a little bit out of control. I mean, once Whisper hits 6 and starts moving around, look at him. Hey, he's having the time of his life.
And might use some chat wheels, might use the old chat as well. They said it's his past bedtime. He should be in bed, but might need Nagasaren to sleep in because he looks very awake at the moment.
It's all down to those little socks. It's a good luck charm so far for OG. And BZM now being turned on by Snaking and Malrine, but a wise TP home. Looks like he's safe and sound, away from the danger, because there are no stuns.
Just TP out, it's that easy. I mean, they do have very limited amount of stuns early on. Crit, lurking around his XP rune, wants to pick it up. Seems like there's not going to be a steal attempt. Usually when around 7-minute mark, you want to play aggressive if you know one of the supports is missing. So that's your like good 15, 20, sometimes even 30 seconds where you can try to go and kill the enemy offlaner.
And that's also going to be a problem in that mid game, right? Speaking of heroes being missing off the map, this Moonlight Shadow, we've seen it from Falcons themselves, now in the hands of OG. This Moonlight Shadow gets them into great positions.
Yeah, such a powerful tool. I remember during the Omega League, we had an interview with Puppy who was talking about, you know, why did they pick Mirana against Venomancer? Because that was definitely not a hero that was popular. So Moonlight Shadow allows you to move around the map, because Veno can be very annoying. You can't invade, you can't go for these, like, unless you have smokes. But yeah, very difficult to do. You need to save those smokes, but with Moonlight Shadow, it does allow you to move across the map invisible every 2 minutes.
Yeah, free entry to a lot of these fights. That's some good stacks up from OG as well. And we've seen plenty from Falcons and OG to bring up the numbers for their Lunas, TAs, heroes that flash farm through the forest very quickly. And the top of the net worth is still that Mars though. And Snaking, well, he's walked in here towards BZM. Good lift from Ari, he's going to stealth Malrine back. Rolling Thunder still going to come in onto BZM though. Crashing towards the TA, Snaking being focused down by Seb and Whisper on the right-hand side. Malrine, the fairy fire, BZM still alive. Malrine can't get the job done. Refraction's back up, and down he goes.
The bubble, the second refraction, and Malrine collecting the tip for immediately from OG.
Could have some more.
That was such a cool move. OG, they're ready to react immediately. Bubble, Magic Stick, Fairy Fire, Strength Trend, and also Refraction just came off cooldown. He was also waiting. He did not want to pop it immediately so that the overtime damage from Venomancer doesn't take it off immediately.
Where did Whisper come from? Where did Tomato come from? They're TPing to these tier 1s, filtering in one by one aggressively. Incredible start. 5-0. Still only, 1 to 2k net worth lead, but this could build in the coming minutes. Amar still having the best time on Falcons though, being left alone in that bottom lane, even though he was against the Monkey King, still able to play aggressively here with the X-Torrent into Crit and Snaking's move. Tomato in some serious trouble. He has a Lotus that he swapped into his inventory, but it's not coming off cooldown fast enough. In comes the Arrow Starstorm though, with the lift back into tower. Snaking gonna get dragged to his death.
At least they get something in return. Killing Snaking, he definitely needs levels. Level 5 Veno right now, but most importantly, Falcons, they did get a kill there. Amar, first usage of the both, going into Blade Mail. We see that quite often from Kunkka. This is your farming tool, because naked Aghanim Scepter feels a bit of lackluster.
Yeah, you're just running around, Ogre Axe, a Staff of Wizardry. What am I doing with these items? Just a bit of stats. Blade Mail lets you fight, lets you farm. Nice intermediary item. Malrine, he's needed some serious help in this game. Sub 4k net worth currently. Scouted out by the TA trap, but he's going to get himself the shield rune. Shield crash, stolen by the Rubik for now.
That's a lot of shield.
It's a fair amount. There's another one there as well. Crit picks up a safety bubble. Tons of shields and protections with Seeds of Serenity from Mirana as these tier 1 items start to get into the hands of the supports. What's the plan now for OG? Is it kind of sit back and farm your stacks? Do they want to make another move? React to what the Falcons are bringing.
Bushwhack.
A Bushwhack on 2, X onto Seb, but I think Falcons realizing this isn't a move that can dive properly onto tier 1 with just 2 heroes.
Amar saw Rubik and did not want to commit with his, even though it was a good Bushwhack, he can't land his combo because it's going to be stolen first of all, and also it's going to get interrupted by the lift.
Yeah, here's the problem, if you don't have that aggressive vision, it's kind of hard to play into that bottom lane as Falcons. Another stack of the medium camp being built up. Not able to connect onto a target just yet though. BZM, he looks pretty safe for now. He's going to see them moving across his traps in a couple of seconds.
Continues to farm up. This Dragonlance Blink Dagger has looked superior in so many games from Mid-Templar Assassins, and then picking up the Shard at 15 minutes to be able to control the team fight, getting that initial jump. And also, most importantly, I would say, Whisper is the one who's having the flawless game so far. 1-0-1, 11 minutes, but did manage to get a lot of gold. So if he decides to go for a Blink Dagger immediately, that's going to be their tools of initiation. Still no Wukong's command. He is level 8 Monkey King, continues to farm up, going into Maelstrom. We've seen, Mjolnirs a lot of the times, but I think this is going to be Gleipnir, something that's either kind of pioneered as well on some heroes that are not as popular, like Troll with the Gleipnir. We've seen it yesterday, looked really good.
Yeah, it sure did. This kind of free route farming ability, decent scaling into mid-game. But yeah, on that topic of Whisper, he's had some difficult games this tournament. You're thinking about his Underlord, even his Timbersaw has had struggles. But here on his Mars, great form of initiation to get the circles down and try and battle into Falcons. Coming out of that laning stage, very hot.
Dire's middle tower.
Dragonlance already up for BZM, getting pretty quickly into his next item as well. Tier 1 towers standing pretty tall across the board as well. Both teams kind of edging towards them, but not wanting to commit.
Yeah, nobody killed the tower yet. That's a bit of a surprising one, I would say. So Whisper, he did pick up his Blink Dagger and he showed it in the top lane. Usually you want to go for a smoke, but they feel very comfortable farming right now. They know that Veno is not having a game, and you also have Nagastarin, who doesn't tend to join unless you have 2 items. It's pretty much always you get the Manta style, then you go into Orchid, and then you want to take a fight. So you can control the backlines, kill off the supports immediately. Pre-BKB is going to be such a powerful tool.
Hell, even Ari, look at him. He's got 3,200 net worth. He's almost doubling up the Venomancer at this point. He's having a great game. That offlane has come out of that OG top lane very, very nicely for themselves. Maybe a little bit worrying that Tomato is quite far behind his counterpart, but he's got plenty of time here to catch up.
They're giving the bottom lane to Snaking. He tends to, scale. He's a pretty greedy position 5 player, and I think it's very important that he gets the Spirit Vessel. Overtime damage against Refraction, great against Monkey King as well, canceling the Blink Daggers. Amar.
Blade Mail up. The boat is out. Again, OG respecting this, biding their time before looking for that moment to strike. Boundless in with a jump from Tomato, and the Moonlight Shadow allowing them to move heroes across the map quickly to take down Amar. And that's
Nobody
Tomato
to back him up.
recovering nicely.
Falcons, they were not ready to take a fight. There was still no Diffusal Blade on Pango. It just got delivered, so that's going to be big item, even though it's been delayed. Like, usually you get that between 10 and 12 minute mark if you're having a good game on Pango, but Malrine, he's been pretty silent. Not involved in any of the kills. I mean, they have 1 kill only.
Yeah, not a fair comparison right now, is it? Well, there's the arena from Whisper. They found Skitter forcing the song. He's going to try TP out, but Ari... Oh, he doesn't get it.
It's not in range.
Well, Rubik's song a bit shorter than the Nagastarin's one.
It's shorter than you'd think.
Unlucky, mate. I still booted him out of lane, though. At the very least, had to dip back into Fountain.
Hey, I want to see that again.
Yeah,
so
but
he steals it.
He pops the song, and then he moves. He gets slapped by it, but the Naga doesn't. That must be a pixel away, mustn't it?
That's an interesting one.
Very rarely do we see that. That's a good attempt from Ari, though. Incredible state of mind there to steal it and try it. It does still mean, Naga booted out of lane, gives BZM and Whisper the free time to come and pressure that tier 1. Looks like we'll finally get a tower drop here. And this has been a real turn of events as well, because in previous series, we've had Falcons make the first move non-stop. That 10 to 20 minute period has been them just hammering the nail into the coffin of their opponents.
Double leap.
Seb, he's going to try and dodge this with a double leap. Doesn't have any remaining, but he's dodged the bushwhack. X-Mark, no. Amar, yes. Finally gets the grab on this Mirana. Well, drag Seb back into Malrine's damage, and Crit will finish him off.
They just doubled their kills, so not too bad for Falcons. I mean, Falcons, they are a team that know how to play from behind. They can also, farm up. They can slow things down. These are ex-Tundra members. This is how they won TI when they're in a little bit of a pickle. They know how to get the most out of the map. You have Venomancer, you have Nagastarin, so these heroes can easily push the lanes. You have Venomancer sitting at one lane saying, whatever, I don't care if you kill me. And then you have Pango, who one-shots the creep wave, Konka as well. Their heroes don't need to show for a long time in the lane to kill the creep waves.
Man, they can just pop into action quickly, but that's a 3-man trap
silence.
With a silence. Whisper does have Arena, but didn't make the move. Looked like he didn't have the opportunity to find the jump he wanted, but now he's got Arena
on the very edge.
On the Pangolier, great catch onto him. Malrine trying to escape, but with that lift back up, the Torrent buys a bit of time, and Malrine is out of there. Tomato forced to Wukong's command, zoning Falcons away. It looks like they want to fight back into it, though, with a Blade Mail and a move forward from Amar. Catching Tomato and dragging him back into the boat.
Stolen boat.
And now an ensnare on the step as well. Skitter runs forward. Falcons finally finding their groove and getting the aggression they need.
It looked like a really good initiation from OG, but Malrine gets the shield crash onto multiple heroes and does have haste available that he just picked up. So no control, even though they don't have like a real save, there was no Song of the Siren available, they get the boat, so it makes them much more tankier. OG, they need to approach these fights with more caution, I would say, because Venowards, he's been very annoying. Snaking, he's playing the whole map pretty much.
Yeah, definitely need to be a bit more delicate arriving into these fights. Yeah, Plague Wards all over the place. Tomato arriving a little bit late. Can be a challenge playing this Monkey King into so much vision and so much of this little bits of damage coming out at you.
So much damage over time as well. Pre-BKB.
He's found X mark on him. There's TPs coming in though. OG want to fight this, it looks like. Whisper's waiting on the left-hand side.
No
Finding
Arena.
his time and going back in to take down Snaking and his courier. Denied Ari as well.
I don't think that should be a thing. Like, Venomancer is already a very bad hero. Control bug. Okay. You never know with these players whether there's a bug or, you know, they love to all chat, they love to use the voice lines, they love to tip immediately when something happens. But, yeah, OG getting a kill out of that one. But, again, that was the 5th kill on Snaking. I don't think he cares too much about it.
There's our boy. He's doing great for himself so far this game. He has been denied a couple of times. BZM's T8 popping off as well. But yeah, definitely a very OG thing, right? Get under the skin of your opponents. It's all part of the game. The tilt factor. We get back into things. 8-4, 1K lead. Dead close match here. Falcons still looking to hit their timing with that Naga though, right? That's the fear for OG. Once Skitter gets that Orchid, we could see solo kills, we could see big fights come out. And right now...
Oh, that's a big one. If they can get him, he's not getting out of this one.
Pre-Orchid even. Straight onto BZM to slay the TA.
Falcons, they're getting a lot from the map in the last couple of minutes. They managed to stabilize, and lanes are constantly pushed in. This is something that Panel also did mention. You have a Venomancer, you have a Naga Siren. These heroes are very good at playing off the map. You have Hoodwink. Crit, he's also known to be very greedy as a position 4, so sometimes you'll see him pick up Road of Atos and then start to scale up, so he can one-shot the creep waves later with his Q. Let's see if they can find something here.
Oh, they spot Snaking and Crit. Arena on the Hoodwink down south to bring him down while Snaking look like he's being burst down as Tomato will throw the Golden Dragons and Monkey statues at the Venom support. Amar is in though with the Rolling Thunder in the bot. They've got the Monkey locked in place and taken out.
They're using way too many
things. Oh, it's their turn now.
Oh, can't target. He can't.
That is a very important reason to pause, let's be real.
Okay, cannot hit Monkey. They did not buy DLC with no bugs for $3.99, so they need to get it. And Amar is quick with that one.
Oh, we've had a few of these, right? Can't click the Monkey King because he goes into that mischief mode and suddenly he's not a hero anymore. Hopefully everything's all sorted out and they can start targeting everyone they want to.
Things are looking good for Falcons right now. Yes. They managed to stabilize. There's Orchid that is coming out on Naga Siren right now. And also Malrine managed to pick up a Blink Dagger, so he can get out of trouble. He can be that Blink initiator. And this time around, there was no like big value coming out from Song of the Siren, but every single time they use Arena pre-BKB, this is going to be their reset tool.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have knocked the wind out of OG's sails the past couple of minutes. They've not had these Moonlight Shadow into Blink Arenas on big core targets. And you've been saying it, Naga, Pango, Kunkka kind of hiding themselves off the map in the fog, not showing to OG's initiation. And now they've got a real big tool in the hands of Amar. Immediately going to be using it as well. Yeah, OG's Monkey King, 8K net worth, really dragging his heels back behind the rest of the pack. Having some struggles picking up his core items. And it might go from bad to worse for him, but Seb is going to tank the gank, it looks like. Immediate balance onto the Mirana. Tomato's going to leap away safely.
He wanted to finish off that camp. Could have been a disaster if he gets caught by that X mark. Immediately deeping. This is something that Falcons are really good at, playing two different sides of the map. Oh, BZM still their stacks. Amar,
that's not yours, is it now, BZM?
Not too happy about that one.
That belongs to the Falcons. That's their nest, their eggs. And this TA all caught up in the water park. Oh, the Torrents didn't quite clip him. The TA going to come out of the meltdown spot and stop and netted.
Now Team Falcons in full control of this game. Malrine with the XP and an extra smiley in the old chat.
Is that a you beat me in lane, but I'll beat you in game kind of situation?
Yeah, looks like it. They could also, you know, finish off this tower in the bottom lane. It's pretty low, and maybe even look to go for Roche with the next Thorin Storm, because they feel really strong right now. Snaking did finish off the mech, so that's going to be super tanky. And look at all these illusions. Like, look what's happening on the minimap, because they're constantly showing the waves, the scouting things out, planting some deep observer wards.
It's a lot to deal with. There's a lot of noise on the map. But Whisper is here to try and silence that noise with an Arena Spear to bring down Malrine. The killing spree removed, and Seb picks up the kill. Almost 1,000 gold to OG just from that one pickoff.
Big streak.
Are fortified. Radiant's
It's just
bottom
OG kind of putting out fires, right? There's all this stuff on the map you've got to be contending and dealing with non-stop, kind of pruning away the nonsense from Falcons. And really,
I think he's going to need a BKB in this game. Does have a Mithril Hammer available, but with all this damage over time, playing into Kunkka, you get hit by one Torrent. Everything takes off your refraction charges instantly. Venomancer, Torrent, also Bushwhack, which is maxed out.
all the
2 seconds
Riptide.
of Bushwhack, like every 0.3 seconds, it removes 1 instance of your refraction, so that's gone instantly.
That's nasty. And Crit is going to get that Wisdom Rune just before
Radiant's top
it could have been
tower is under
stolen.
attack.
And now, that pendulum has swung. 3k lead for Falcons after OG had a spectacular first 10, 15 minutes even. But Tomato's starting to hit his stride now.
Malrine with the shard, so if they don't jump him straight away, if they don't burst him from 100 to 0, he gets the roll up, he gets the Rolling Thunder. Tomato, he has no BKB immediately with the Wukongs.
Seriously problematic for
They're
him.
focusing him down.
The Wukongs is there, a bit of protection for him. Spear across, Whisper trying to defend him, but the monkey's gone and Seb will follow him into the grave. Whisper has to BKB TP. No way of catching him, so Falcons immediately looking for the next target. But Ari's out, but our BZM, he's stuck down here. Trying to refract TP out, but the storm will stop him in his tracks. Surrounded by the Falcons, ripped limb from limb. And now we're starting to see the real strength of this Dire squad.
You can see that they're not afraid to fight even Wukong's command. They have this boat buff, they also have Rolling Thunder, so they roll in and they just instantly kill Monkey King. I think Tomato, he might regret going for this Gleipnir straight away without having a BKB, so he can't stand his ground and take a fight. Maybe a Maelstrom into a BKB would have been a safer choice, and now this Roshan, it does belong to Falcons.
Yeah, because now Tomato feels like he's in a kind of 3-item situation. He's got to get BKB, he's got to get Aghanim stepped up.
He's so far away from it.
A long, long time coming. And looks like it's just going to be a freebie here for the Falcons. Who gets this one? Is this for Malrine? Does Skitter need it?
Skitter made a slot, but he's also going to have Heart, so I don't think he's going to be the one picking it up, because I don't think they can burst him down. In terms of burst damage, you need the Templar Assassin, you need Mars plus Monkey to get on Naga Siren and try to kill her, and I don't think that's happening.
God, that Naga Siren is fat. Massive, massive Skitter. 16k net worth, almost. And yeah, that says it right there. 3 minutes faster than patch average.
Making, he managed to recover.
What's he got?
He was having 1k gold at 10 minutes, and now he is more farmed than every single support in this game.
And that comeback swing, incredible from the Falcons this game.
Mato needs to catch up. He needs to be able to get some extra farm.
Yeah, it's difficult getting out on the map though. Like you've been saying, the noise and chaos. Difficult to kind of find a level-headed way to get out on the map and find that farm. We're going to start seeing OG heroes, getting into the outer ring on the Dire side just to gather what they can.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I do still have a few heroes in fighting shape though. TA and Mars absolutely can get on top of Malrine here.
That's why they give him Aegis.
First death. Boat's coming.
Ready with the boat.
Bushwhack misses, and they've got a Wukong's command with a great boundless strike. Malrine being threatened in the double circles. Oh, the Venn diagram of doom, clearing them out. Kunkka and Malrine annihilated. Monkey surviving that sharpshooter too.
He's going to be able to live.
The Song of the Siren trying to hit that big reset button. TP out with the rest of your lads, but in comes Whisper to catch the cherry on top. No stragglers, and he's done the DX lowercase as well. Oh, the BM.
Making who wants to get the last hit. It's going to be BZM. This is the power. Double circle from OG. We see him action first time. 25 minutes it took them to get this big team fight ultis going.
Crowd absolutely loving it.
They love the big combos. Malrine unable to get anything done. They managed to silence him off immediately after he respawns. Doesn't get the blink off.
Ari with stolen swashbuckle, just sprinting across the map very quickly. OG trying to repurpose themselves, taking a fight and winning it, nice, but on your doorstep by a tier 2, not the best place to pivot from. So quickly trying to get across the map to open things up and find space for themselves elsewhere.
OG, they needed this fight desperately because they need to have those BKBs available. There is now one available on Templar Assassin, 9-second BKB. Mars already used his twice, but Monkey is very close to his, so that's going to be his big item.
Yeah, we need that impact from Tomato. Almost all ultis ready for Falcons.
0 BKBs on Falcons.
Yeah. 2 over on OG. Song not ready, but the rest of the ultis are pretty much green lit here for Falcons to take the next fight. Aghanim Scepter a couple hundred away from Malrine too, very close to it. And with that whole change of the swashbuckle, kind of nerfing his diffuser blade in early game, but late game with Aghanim Scepter, he does so much damage.
Yeah, you're still doing a lot, even though you're burning less mana overall with the swashbuckle, but you still have those hits from the Aghanim Scepter, and he's about to finish it off, so that's going to be big burst of damage in a team fight, and a lot of extra swashbuckles here, losing a lot of mana, and they're not done. They want to pressure this tower. Skeeter leading the charge.
Ari got himself the shard, increase that throw range, save your teammates, maybe get them out of a Kunkka initiation. Bottom tier 2, no deja vu. Looks like Falcons there setting up for a take while OG ignoring the move, playing the opposing side of the map. Trying to mirror Falcons and get themselves that next round of items.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's a sneaky one.
Without BKBs on
He's
Falcons,
pinged out.
they will not be able to counter these double circles that they have.
I mean, they saw Crit come and do that, didn't they? They knew exactly what he was up to. Yeah, immediate sentry from Seb. Oh, is that out of range? Oh dear, that's unlucky. Barely.
I like how this one feels.
That's going to give them a lot of vision, and this also gives you a little bit of a security that you think, false sense of security, because you think, oh, we just planted down a center ward, but you don't have the vision.
In we go.
Arena's in.
Rolling up, turning around on a dime.
Not the target that you want to go for, not the easiest target to kill anyway.
I just leaped away. Is that Malrine with an arcane rune, though? Yeah. So we'll have that Rolling Thunder back up in, 45 seconds? Not a big deal. He pokes, he prods, he says hello. In a situation, another universe, maybe OG overreact, bring TPs down there. Very nice to see them kind of just leave Seb alone, knowing he's safe. Continue playing the rest of the map. Tomato still in last place for core net worth, though. And Whisper's dropped down in that pecking order as well. This Naga Siren, even the Kunkka and Pango just accelerating so quickly due to the fact that, like you mentioned, they insta-clear creep waves. They've opened this map for themselves.
Waves of every single time across the river. This is something that OG is going to struggle with. I think it needs to be, Templar Assassin pushing out one wave. You have Mars one-shotting the creep wave, and then try to go for some smoke play or Moonlight Shadow play.
Is this one of those games where TA Ags is actually good? So she can TP around to traps and try and split push and deal with the Naga Siren? I'm not saying she has to buy it right now, but
Eventually, sure. But it's a lot of gold to invest to BZM. As BKB available, gets bushwhacked.
Oh,
they're focusing him down.
Straight in from Whisper, though.
Ari
defending the TA. BZM had to BKB up as Ari's going to get clipped by the X-Mark, dodges the torrent, Yule's up. He's dusted now, though, and surrounded by the Falcons. Netted, rooted, caught up by Crit. Ari down for 50 seconds as Whisper on the edge blinks away from Malrine's jump.
These bushwhacks from Crit, they always hit, always on the edge. Looks like it's gonna miss, but 99% of the time it does connect. He's too good on a hero.
Yeah, this is where things get scary. Being hemmed back in your base, herded into the Radiant side. OG getting a little stuck in the mud.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Falcons have so much freedom to play pretty wide across the map. But now we've got the triple BKB threat from OG, right? We've got that team fight capability.
They need to execute the combo. We've seen how powerful it is in the previous team fight, but that's the only time.
Yeah, no Arena, no Moonlight, and BZM did, use that BKB defensively. So a 30-second window here for Falcons to try and play aggressively. Amar incredibly tanky. It walks off the damage from BZM.
Both teams having Gem, they want to see the Moonlight Shadow, and OG, they want to get rid of these, annoying things. And I think it's more valuable from Falcons because you are playing against TA, and also you do have Moonlight Shadow and, of course, the Observer Wards. We see that quite often recently where both teams feel like, okay, we need to get rid of the enemy vision.
It's kind of like first Roshan, not a big deal, but when we get into that second and third Roshan, you especially want to have vision around the pit. Playing into those tight terrain areas in the corners of the map can be very challenging. A pretty big pickup for Whisper here. Feels quite early. We'll see what he gets done with it. TA Trap spots Amar, but doesn't catch him with the slow.
Radiant's top
OG trying to edge forward. Falcons very difficult team to approach, and Amar is incredibly quick on the fingers. BKBs to dodge the spear. Whisper with a nice attempt, but I don't think you can pull off these flashy plays against the Falcons.
Falcons, they want to take the fight.
Malrine rolls straight on in. Another Yule's up from Ari, but that's just going to delay the inevitable demise of the Rubik. But Malrine, he's stuck in the corner, does crash back up to high ground as Whisper's moved in with an arena down. BKB'd up, they blow up Malrine. Storm of the Soren's out though, catching Moran and the Monkey King. The Falcons want to continue this with a Torrent timing, trying to catch them up with the ensnare. The Torrent's there, the Torrent Storm as well. Monkey's BKB'd and will run away. OG backing up away from Falcon's aggression. Whisper with the Wukongs, spearing the Kunkka into the crystals. They've got a lot of damage, but Timada's the one taking a beating. Gets the Kunkka, but down he goes.
Oh, Gem on the ground. Amara's pinging it.
Kiss gonna get it. BZM can't. He's got to run away from this Nagasaren right now. Snaking has it. Whisper still looking for this next round of spells. But the Plague Wards and Rod of Aethos.
You can't blink.
You can't move. You're stuck there, yet again just being taken down little by the Naga Illusions.
Man, Crit is doing some God's work in this game, using Road of Aethos, setting things up with the Bushwhack. And also something that we didn't mention is Nagasaren, she did pick up a shard. That's like one of the earlier shards that we've seen on Nagasaren, I would say, because you want to heal them up as much as you can. They pop a BKB. During the arena, they have only heroes with the BKBs who can attack it, so very good pickup. When your BKBs are down in OG, if they don't kill 2 or 3 heroes, they're going to have some serious issues.
Free money for Snaking, just walking around killing off these TA traps now as well. He's already 10k net worth. He's going to start overtaking the Rubik and the Mars in a matter of moments. Falcon setting up. This is the important one. 2 minutes till night time. We'll see if they get themselves in position for it.
I want to see the heat map. I don't know if we can see it from all OG members, but want to see... I just want to point out that they do not cross the river. Maybe one hero in the top lane, but bottom and mid, it belongs to Falcons.
Serrado's potentially in a spot of bother here. He's got BKB and Moonlight Shadow. It's just Malrine toying with him again. Rolling in aggressively. Trying to unsettle OG and force reactions, and to be fair, he did that. 5 members down here. Trying to react to the Pango's moves. Just so difficult to approach them. Plague Wards, Illusions. Oh yeah, even the Kobold's having a go. He downed that instantly. What a lad!
Chug.
What's he drinking though? It's got to be Monster, hasn't it?
Definitely, the lad needs some energy.
Go on, show us what you got. No, he's off screen now.
They're ready to take it.
High ground vision.
Take the fight, but Observer Ward on the high ground, immediately going to get devorded by that Venom Ward.
Such a challenge. So many hurdles, so many hoops to jump over and through.
Amara, he's going to be super tanky. Craggy Coat as his neutral item will have 40+ armor in a fight with the Blade Mail, with the Rum buff, so going to be very... If he gets that off, I don't think they can burst him. There is no real save besides the Force Stab, but that's not going to get you out of the arena.
Damn, what was it, 5 minutes ago we saw him walk into this Radiant Triangle, get hit by BZM a couple of times, it just tickled him. Fairly fell into things. OG definitely going to have some struggles in this next fight. Roshan lets loose the roar. He's moving though. Hey, he's migrating off to
going?
His nighttime home.
Maybe they can feel it.
Trying to get through the Twin Gate. Hey, hang on. He's going through channeling. He's nearly dead. Finally ticks over and falls on the doorstep of the dire side of the map.
He denied it.
What?
He denied the Aegis.
No. How?
I don't know. With Venom words, I guess. What a shitty hero. What is this?
What? It's KYXY in this game.
Oh.
Hang on, Skip. That's not very nice. How's that happened? He's just attacking, control attack onto the 8. Oh no. Oh no.
Ooh, they say they don't need it, but we'll see about that one.
I mean, did they do it on purpose? Surely not.
Not sure.
I mean, that is...
When was the last time?
That is next level BM.
KYXY, one of the TIs, TI1 or TI2.
It's like TI2 or something, wasn't it? What was it? He's on Zenith or something? Yeah, back in the day.
I believe so. Oh, this game's getting spicy.
Well, they've got cheese at least. They've got cheese, but no Aegis. And I guess in a lot of these games, we've seen the Aegis get lost immediately after being taken. Well, Falcons, if that was on purpose, next level BM really going for it here. And Whisper going to BKB TP out of the Pango's roll. Gets back home safe and sound. But that is BKB expended for this next fight that is inevitably coming.
It's all about those BKBs. For Falcons, they know they already have 2 BKBs, and there's one queued up for Crit. He's still far away from it. He understands that he needs to be able to get out of the arena. Most of the damage, you know, that's going to hold him in place. These traps, these stuns. If he can get out of it, if he can get out of the arena and Wukongs, they can reset, especially with the Song of the Siren, and come back into a fight and then win it.
Nice place for the Dire to play from as well. Radiant Triangle, do that pincer movement into mid and top. Whisper doesn't have BKB, don't forget. Has Refresher Orb, so could reset. Doesn't want to though, does he? But he's clipped by the turret and might have to just to survive.
There's the
Turns
refresher.
around. Yeah, BKB TP yet again from Whisper just to stay alive.
Next mark. He's coming back.
Is he? Oh
He
God,
is.
you're right. He's dragged back into them.
Oh my God,
That
this is just a disaster for OG. We've seen Lion top of the Reddit a couple of days ago where the guy uses Refresher to plants down the second observer ward and then blinks out. There's another one on Reddit. This Lion guy is too good.
Oh, super sad for
Blink
Whisper.
in, refresh, blink out. So no Refresher, BKB down to 6 seconds on Mars.
Yeah, I mean, we were praising Whisper having a great laning stage, but things have fallen apart here quickly for OG. Tomato also having to BKB TP as they're just trying to split this map.
Who's going to queue up the Basher first? Do you think it's going to be Amar or is it going to be Malrine? Malrine, you think so?
Maybe even Crit. Crit's going to be like, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm buying a Bastion myself. Octarine call for Malrine's up now.
The lanes are constantly pushed in. Look at the minimap. All 3 sides. Illusions are going in.
That is bloody hard.
Scouting things out. Skeeter.
X-Mark. Amar has caught BZM, but he's got BKB. And I believe, yeah, the TP home. And it's just been non-stop defensive BKBs from OG, trying to delay the moves from Falcons. And this is Falcons without Aegis. Imagine if they had it.
They say they don't need it.
Mental.
Marine, super tanky, level 20 Pango. Cheese available, Octarine core lowering the cooldown.
Radiant are
With
scanning.
Mindbreaker. Back in the days, Pango did have Lucky Shot with Disarm, Silence, and Minus Armor. What an ability.
I mean, is this how teams are trying to beat OG? Early in the tournament, we had Bet Boom not banning a hero and then accidentally picking Lifestealer. Now Falcons are denying their Aegis. OG have been the kings of banter and BM, but it looks like they've met some stiff competition this tournament so far.
Yeah, Bet Boom, they definitely didn't plan to pick Lifestealer on the offlane. Lanes are a huge issue. They just can't fix it. They don't have anything that kills off illusions instantly. There's the boat. No BKB available on him.
Every time you use that BKB defensively, you've got that massive window where with a Torrent Storm from Amar, clipping Tomato, and BZM has to refract a BKB a blink away, while Tomato's getting focused by Malrine. Another BKB TP. He's back to Fountain, but the Falcons are just swarming over the map. Look at this Nugget illusions in the bloody Fountain on the Radiant side of the map.
He might be killing some couriers with it.
They are everywhere. Everywhere and nowhere.
They can't deal with those Naga Siren illusions. This is the 40 minutes, so every 5 minutes there's going to be a double catapult wave, and they want to kill it off instantly, maybe even go for one push. Roshan's going to respawn potentially in 3 minutes, but yeah, they don't even need Aegis. It's all about these other items. Cheese, Roshan's banner, very important.
Good curious snipe from Ari. Playing in behind enemy lines. Doing a bit of reconnaissance there and getting a curious snipe
The
as he
flying scroll. That actually
away.
exists. Did you know, Gary?
Yeah. Yeah, they've got those kind of flappy, like frog legs between their arms and legs, don't they? They fly across the canopy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Playing so forward though. Falcons not a care in the world right now.
There's the Basher queued up on Malrine. Finally, he doesn't have the gold for it, but eventually will get it. He's getting sick of these BKB TPs out.
Is under attack.
Bottom lane again, pushed in.
Skitter has had a perfect game so far, and it looks like it's only going to continue getting better and better. BZM's had to early BKB to dodge away from Malrine. Whisper BKBs to try and get on top of Skitter. Arena Spear is there, but that's a tanky Naga Siren. He refreshes up, double Arena, but then what? BZM and Whisper, the one's in trouble. Surrounded again by Falcons. BZM's TA is done for. Dead for 90, Tomato comes in, but the Falcons are too strong.
That's a great way to reset things. Peter even going through Wukong's command. He's feeling it. He's feeling that they can take this fight.
Just dive in the base. 4-step back, throws the multis at them, nearly catch them with a tidal wave. Whispers in with an Arena Spear, nearly brings down Snaking. Puts himself in danger though as he's bushbacked back into Skitter's damage.
Nobody's dying, but Falcons are really low, but they can't finish them off without Wukongs, without these double arenas. They don't have enough. They continue to push.
I don't know how much OG have left in them. They are out of gas.
Oh, the perfect timing from Falcons. We did mention that 40-minute, the double catapult wave. They did approach, and look at what happened in the bottom lane. These two catapults almost killed the tower.
We've got Aghanim Scepter up on Skitter now as well. Racks are falling. OG's base in tatters. No buybacks. Bunch of heroes dead for just under a minute. And the Falcons clearing it out.
That's the last left from OG.
It might be lights out in game one. We'll see what they can do to try and pull things back here. OG
Long
with
35 seconds without Mars. He is their control.
Maybe one last-ditch effort, but you're going to be playing into Mega Creeps more than likely here in game one.
All in tidal wave. Maybe he can pull him into the fountain.
It's possible.
Tidal wave into telekinesis.
He gets out the silence, but the X mark is there. Dragging Step back in, forced staff over the Naga Siren, but caught up in the roots and stuns yet again. BZM's alive, blinks away from some of the control, but clipped by the torrent still by Amar. And this final lane is falling. Skitter's still frontlining. Naga Siren feeling real strong right now.
Can they get it before?
OG going for a last chance here with the Wukongs and the BKBs. The Arena from Whisper.
One is getting out.
They've got a spawn with the Siren here from Skitter to hold them all back. Nobody dying on Falcon's side. There is no follow-up whatsoever. BZM, hey, he's got one. Venomancer's down.
Thinking about buying back for sure on Veno.
But in comes Malrine now.
They get a kill, he's gonna buy.
Right down the throats of OG. BZM trying to back up, Gleipnir control, sharpshooter just misses. But Amara's in deep, forcing them back, and Skitter looking for that final barracks.
That's Mega Creeps right now. Ooh, in terms of dealing with Mega Creeps, they don't have the best heroes in the game. Sure, you have Gleipnir on your Monkey King, Templar Assassin, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna be enough. And Roshan is gonna be up pretty soon.
And it's not just Mega Creeps, is it? I mean, there's a reason the crowd boos Naga Siren. It's such a difficult hero to play into. No matter if you're ahead or behind, these illusions are atrocious.
Toxic hero, but we gotta give credit to Peter. I think he's the best Naga Siren player in the world. This is why the game looks so difficult for OG.
Is that a perfect game so far?
Yeah, didn't die a single time.
4-0-12. Incredible. Through the gate they go. It is nearly nighttime. Roshan should be rearing his ugly head very shortly. He's in his summer home for now. And this, reeks of desperation right now for OG with what BZM's got queued up. They need damage. They need something to help them come back into this game.
Oh, they might catch him here. BZM.
If he's
no
caught,
BKB for 5.
He is Ninja Gear smoked, so obscuring his positioning from the Kunkka. TP's ready. He's going to clear out this additional wave, though. Oh, no, he hits it once, and then he backs away. A little, oh!
They caught him.
He's clipped.
Peter.
He's stunned up.
He's not getting out of this one. They have Relin, they have Aghanim Scepter on Naga, and Basher available on Pango.
Yeah, BKB all you want. Get to high ground, but Malreen's got the gap closed. Chase BZM until the cows come home. Templar Assassin. Tidal Wave.
Pulled back in.
Into the corner of the base. And Skitter continues that streak. The creep wave boys.
Spicy, yeah, absolutely. And I was looking at the Mar. Maybe he's going to give Gem to Pangolier. This is something that they did do some weeks ago. These guys are too good. All these micro plays that they do.
What can you do? Sometimes it just doesn't work out for you. I mean, this Venom Hunter is now pretty massive as well. Obviously almost at the pipe. Tons of protection here against that magic damage out of OG. Tomato, you know, always a worry when you get to 46 minutes in the game and you've barely mentioned one of the position 1 carries. Tomato has had a really rough time.
Needs 1 CS for that level 25 talent, so it's going to be a bigger ring. He does pack a punch with the Aghanim Scepter, with Monkey King Bar, BKB. He wants to stand his ground, Stormcrafter. So you're going to be fighting inside Wukongs, but they need to get stuff done during Wukong's command. They need to get multiple kills.
Are they going to deny this one?
I think they will. Never mind, Malrine is like, nah.
Most serious.
If Malrine is the most serious guy in your team.
This one's mine, boys. Yeah, I mean, we've seen this combo, right? That Venn diagram, the big circles, Wukongs plus the arenas has worked out for them decently in the earlier fights. But the past 20 minutes, it's been a rarity to actually have that proper connection from OG. If they're in their base, though, you know, you don't have to leave, right? You are choosing where you're fighting, or, well, the choice has been made for you. But you can choose where you're going to be laying these spells down. Maybe makes execution a little easier for OG.
Pango is now level 25 with Octarine, and that level 25 talent, he does have Rolling Thunder on less than 50-second cooldown, so we'll be seeing multiple of those in a team fight. With the buybacks and everything, they're going in.
And look at how they struggle with the Mega Creeps as Malrine rolls right onto BZM.
The BKBs
try and pierce into the heart of OG's base. Malrine poking here, knowing he has that second life through the Aegis.
Chip damage onto tower with Nagastar and Illusions, Venom wards as well.
And these
Their
Mega Creeps
game is too good. Mega Creeps as well approaching.
Playing past the Plague wards, very challenging as well. Massive wave approaching bottom lane as Falcons shove in top. 3 Tormentor for them, it looks like. Nothing lost here by Falcons, no redundancy.
Yeah, Snaking probably gets it. Now it's going to be crit, but Snaking did get Aghanim Scepter upgrades from the previous Roche.
Oh, yeah.
So he wants to go in and die pretty much. Overtime damage is going to be there.
Hey, Whisper.
He's going in.
He's gone in. The first arena, Wukong's there. The circle's overlapping now, but Kunkka's so tanky with the Storm of the Siren helping him out. Tomato trying to get the damage in, but now he's surrounded. Monkey King and Mars in serious trouble as they are obliterated by the Falcons. Okay, Skitter picks up a double. The Stolen Song does very little. 2 heroes dead with no buyback. And it looks like the Falcons closing this one out. Ari down, Skitter is owning.
Skitter having a perfect game, and the GGs are going to be dropped in the old chat. Man, this series is going to be spicy. Coming into the second game, a lot of old chat denied Aegis. They did not deny the third one, but yeah, the boys are feeling it.
They absolutely are the apex predators coming into this. A lane deficit. OG started to look good, but the Falcons so good at coming back, picking those moments, knowing when they're unkillable and when they can just eviscerate their opponents with that immediate jump and initiation.
It was all about that reset. If they can get a reset after Arena is down, after they use the Monkey King ulti, and if if they don't get those kills during 2 big ultis, they're gonna heal up. They have Guardian Greaves, they have Shard and Nagastar, and they have the tankiness as well coming out from Kunkka. Very disruptive team fights, and this is what Team Falcon's lineup was built for.
And it's a best of 3. We are down in that lower bracket. Elimination time potentially. Falcons 1 foot into that next round. Can maybe move into the grand finals, but OG with a couple of chances left. Definitely going to get spicy here. Excited to see how that banter and all chat develops. Maybe we'll see some more, Aegis denies or funny shenanigans and business going on. Any big stats you want to look at there?
Skeeter's the big one, and also I think we've got to give credit to Snake because he had a pretty bad early game. He was the lowest hero in the game in terms of network, but managed to do so much in terms of map vision.
Well, let's pass it back to Tsunami and Dr. Evil and the rest of the panel.
Yeah, Falcons were up to something sinister in this game for sure. It doesn't even matter if they get rid of an Aegis here and there. They still claim the victory. And another stat, another number gets added to Monkey King. 0-6, now 0-7. And Effie, I think we're starting to notice a trend that Monkey King may not be the idea that a lot of teams are going for.
Yeah, this hero is just not working. I mean, this was OG's overall last pick, and while it did make sense, it never really got its entry point into the game. It didn't really do well in lane, even though it's playing against Kunkka, who's a melee hero. Later on, it was just getting Veno ulted from a distance, getting X, getting torrented. And we did see that when Monkey King managed to stack his Wukong on top of Arena, heroes did die, but that connection never happened as much as they needed it to.
I find it to be kind of an underwhelming ultimate in a lot of cases. It's kind of hard to fight through it, but I don't feel like I see it doing like a massive amount of damage by itself. For Monkey to get a lot of value winning the laning stage is a lot of what you're aiming for, and that didn't really happen. He was behind for a lot of the early game, and that made his hero even less impactful, and he was the hero that kind of needed to be able to deal with the Naga Siren, because they didn't have other heroes that did that, so that kind of just put them in a worse place. But just amazing team fighting from Falcons is really what pulled them through.
I think we should just call it what it is here, Purge.
What is it?
And Effie and Neil.
A hostage situation?
Monkey King is bad. This is not a good hero. Tomato just really likes playing it. They tried to pull something out. It didn't work. Other than that, I don't really see the crazy synergies in the draft with this last pick. I don't necessarily understand the timings if you're not playing to win the lane and then snowball off of that. You have two carry type heroes, right, in the TA and the Monkey King, but you're playing into a late game that is still better than yours. Like the Kunkka Torrent refresher with the Pango rolling, Octarine, probably also a refresher at some point. I don't even think they win if they go to the late game with two carries. So I don't see the synergy in the draft. It really looked like to me like we're going to win the lanes and snowball off of this, but they couldn't.
Which, if they do win the lanes, then I guess the idea of the Monkey King is we can now siege high ground, for example. We put our circle down, and you can't really fight us in the circle, not only because Monkey King has the offensive power of the monkeys hitting you, but he has so much armor, which you theoretically would imagine Naga would cut down through most heroes. Monkey King could sustain it, but it all predicates on getting out of the laning phase.
I mean, I would imagine so, but OG did get out of laning phase. They had a really nice lead, because Whisper and Ahri popped off top. BZM was TA versus Pango, so that was good net worth for them, and there were net worth on OG's cores. They just never really turned it into anything, because even though they did win 2 lanes, the bot lane went very well for Falcons, and they were able to just chase, make some kills happen early on, and then while they were making those kills happen off of Kunkka, off of Hoodwink, Naga's game stabilized, just outfarmed everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Whisper even had a 30-minute refresher. Like, it was crazy when he did that double, what the heck is his ulti called?
Arena.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's it. We're in one right now. Yo, shout-outs to the Arena.
Shout-outs to the Arena. Woo! Resorts World Arena.
But the thing is,
Better
even
than
the
Mars
double
Arena.
arena didn't do anything, right? Because there's
Yeah.
no follow-up damage.
Yeah, it felt like they weren't connecting things together perfectly. It felt like Whisper was often near the enemy team, kind of looking for things, but his teammates were busy dealing with Naga illusions and things like that, and thus they weren't able to get together as a squad and, put the circles in the third dimension.
Would need Monkey Kings with freaking laser beams on their heads, Jenkins, is I think OG are a little bit miffed. They had the last pick opportunity. There were a lot of heroes available. They could have even flexed a few heroes, but they committed to the Monkey King, and it bit them in the face. So now you go into game number 2. Are you going to start prioritizing Tomato further? What's the thing that you're wanting to repair as you look forward in this series?
To be honest, thinking about this game, I don't think they're going to be too worried. It's just, to me, it felt like a draft issue. Like, looking back, I'm looking at the heroes, and it's like, what's the play here? Monkey King stun into arrow in the lane or something like that, or Monkey King jumping in and scouting, and you hit some double arena spear. It's like the things that I was having to fabricate in my mind for them to win the game against a Naga that's pushing all these lanes, a Kunkka who has 4,000 HP, Octarine core, BKB, they tried to kill him, they double speared him, it didn't work. The amount of things that had to happen perfectly, it's just, at that point, it's a bad draft.
I don't think that's entirely fair, though, because they did have a net worth advantage from the laning stage, which doesn't necessarily make it a bad
So
draft.
then why didn't they win?
Because they didn't really
I
do
feel like
much.
it's because
right?
they don't have, there's nothing to do with the heroes that they have. It just felt like a 2-carry lineup.
The thing is, they didn't play exceptionally well at some point, because we saw most of the net worth being on that TA early on, and then we saw TA dying, farming Dire Ancients right side, getting caught by the Kunkka. Like, dying there when you're top net worth really throws just the giant freaking thorn on the side of your team if you're doing something like that. So I wouldn't even say that was the cleanest performance from OG, because they definitely did have an entry point into the game. They just played sloppy and didn't facilitate it.
I don't think the Monkey and the Murano were the best combo. I just think it was a Naga problem, personally. If it's a different carry, I think it's a different game.
Who solves the Naga?
The band.
That's what OG has to figure out, because I have to imagine it may show up again in game 2. But for right now, I want to see what's going out right now in the crowd, so I'm going to tune in with Flax.
Thank you so much. Yes, my friends, it's time for another crowd vibe check. We'll take a look around. Now, I did meet a very interesting person here. This man, what's your name again, sir?
Feature.
Oh, very good. He has been drawing Dota characters all day and handing them out. Can you show the camera some of your art? A local artist here. I mean, that's pretty good. What else we got? Beautiful. Don't scroll too far. All right, that's fun. That's very good. All right, so I had a funny idea. I thought I would find somebody and see if you could draw a picture of them with their favorite hero. Do you think that could work?
I think that's doable, yeah.
All right. Sir, what is your name?
Nihada.
All right, what is your favorite hero?
Zeus.
Do you think you could draw this man with Zeus by the time I'm back with my vibe check?
Yeah.
All right, get started right now. All right, we'll be right back. Go sit next to him. He's got to look at your beautiful, pristine face. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have OG in the building, and it pains me to say, this might be one of the last times you guys can cheer for them. This might be one of the last times you can motivate them. So I have a prize here from Ace of Predator. They're going to be giving out a prize to whoever can do the best OG cheer. Who can get these guys motivated to win this next game? Does anyone want to try? Raise those hands. Is that raising hands? You will motivate? Okay. It's a contest, fam. Do we have a speech you could give? Seb hardly ever gets speeches himself, as he's constantly giving speeches to others. Can you motivate OG for us?
I can't motivate, but I can give a chant.
A chant, all right, I'll try it. Let's go for the chant. OG, it's working. Very good, very good. All right, now I must find someone to compete against you. We will see. Can anyone else give a rousing speech to OG? Oh, the hand shot up immediately. Very dedicated. Okay, what do we have here, my friend?
You did it in TI8, you did it in TI9, you could do it again for the home crowd. Come on, Ari, and big up OG!
Very, very nice. All right, crowd, I'm gonna have to leave it to you. Who is gonna win? Would you like our first competitor here? Let's hear it if you think they should win! And our second OG fan, let's hear it! Woo, that was close, You know what? Screw it, give them both one. All right, let's go. They can both win. Congratulations, you guys get some Acer swag. There you go. Would you like to open it for us? What's in there? Show us a little segment here. What do we got?
We have, what have we got here? A premium mouse pad.
Do you play Dota?
Do I collect mouse pads?
Sure.
Well, no, but...
Well, now you do, young man. There you go, fantastic. What's the next one?
We also have, a controller to play Dota on, right?
Your teammates will love that. Still better than a Steam Deck. All right, next. Oh my God, cut the cam. All right, wait.
And I guess Twitch,
That's just a little bauble for you. A little Rainbow Six bauble.
Bobblehead. Well, okay, yeah.
All right. Fantastic. Now let's go and check back in with our artist here. I'm gonna run back and see how the quick sketch went. Art is incredible to me. I could never draw anything as a child, and thus why I play video games. Very depressing. No actual skills. All right, your time is up. How did it go? Oh, wow. Okay, are you all ready? Let's see the art. Okay, that's a very nice looking Zeus. I mean, that guy had like 30 seconds. Well done. I'm gonna give you a little prize too. Well done on the Zeus art. All right, thank you guys so much. Yes, we are doing art, we are doing cheering, we are doing everything here as we wait for our next game. So, let's see how the next one goes. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Flax, and everyone in the crowd, the talented artists, the talented chants, and of course, all the talented, excited people here for the Dota. You want to be here for game number 2 because elimination is on the line. Stick around, everyone, and we will be back with game number 2 of Team Falcons versus OG.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me, you never know. I can be forgiving, I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey, I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby, betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 2 of Team Falcons versus OG, where OG are now on the brink of elimination for the very first time this tournament. They shouldn't have even been here in the first place, and yet they came through groups topping it. Didn't even have to go through a tiebreaker, 6-4 record out of that, and make their way to the upper bracket and get knocked down immediately by BetBoom Team. But who could blame them? They're a grand finalist team now with BetBoom Team. After that, they faced off against G2IG a few hours ago, and maybe, yet again, we're seeing stamina be an issue, as Falcons were able to claim their victory over Liquid, who also had to do 2 series in one day.
Yeah, and because OG is first pick this time around, they just opt to take the Shadow Demon for themselves while banning out the Pango that they gave away in game 1.
Still banning out the other flex heroes, of course, the Dragon Knight and the Razor, and frankly, Pango is becoming more of a flex in the last day or two than we've seen prior to that. So
It's
just a safe opening.
It's such a nuisance, honestly, Mallory playing this hero. Like, he'll play it into literally anything. It feels like he always has a game, gets an early Diffusal Blade, Aghanim Scepter. His late game is crazy. He wins the team fights. Like, they're relying on it a lot. See if Falcons can play without it.
You gotta pick your poisons when you're dealing with Falcons, and as a result, the Doom goes through, and they pick it up in response to the Shadow Demon. Meanwhile, the other bands from Falcons, they take out the Chen, the Io, the Disruptor, and the Luna.
5 seconds.
Seems like a pretty fair opening. Both teams have something that they're comfortable with. Amar's Doom has been fantastic. He's one of the offlaners that's very happy to pick it right now because it just makes team fights easier. Something else that Pango does great. Doom, some carry. It's pretty much always going to be effective in a team fight.
Yeah, I wonder if a hero that OG are looking at for themselves now is the Naga, because when you typically lose to a hero, you start to consider it in the draft. Is it going to come out? Do we need to take it ourselves? And they have a really sick Naga player in Tomato. I mean, before this tournament, they were consistently trying to run Naga drafts at Dream League.
The more that I see Doom into Naga, though, the more I like the Doom side of that. Like the Shivas and Scorched Earth, you can often find the real Naga illusion. And it feels like at some point in the game, the real Naga gets caught by the Doom, and it's just a complete disaster. And in lane, Doom has like decent armor. You can get creeps to deal with the Naga. I know that was like traditionally considered like a good hero against the Doom, but the more the meta evolves, the more I like the Doom. I mean, Doom is just an OP hero.
Yeah, one of my main apprehensions, though, is I feel like anytime I see a Falcons first pick, I'm like, oh, this hero could go in like a minimum of 2 different lanes. Doom is very telegraphed. It has to pretty much go to ATF.
This is the one. Yeah, this is the one that's not telegraphed, or that is telegraphed.
But it provides so much that even that isn't a reason to not pick it. Often teams are banning Doom in that first phase versus him. I wonder if OG are considering their Brewmaster, right? It constantly gets banned against them, but now that they have the Shadow Demon opener, where they couldn't really reveal their flex early on, they don't have to do that this time around. They can just show the brew.
I mean, I would like it. I think Whisper's Brewmaster is fantastic. He's very good at pivoting both ways, whatever he needs to do in the game. Whether it's Spirit Vessel, like we saw earlier today, or just a really fast Radiance. His timings are always good, and it gives him great team fight.
And it would theoretically match the timings of Doom pretty well as well. Both heroes come online similarly, have similar cooldowns, but Falcons, meanwhile, they pick up crits, Hoodwink. Yet again, heroes that don't have very much flex. I feel like Falcons are going pretty linear with these choices.
They haven't played it yet on Whisper, but Centaur with SD is a classic combo, and it's one of the few heroes that feels really good against Doom because you press R and you run away from the Doom. But like I said, Whisper has not opted to play it. I like the idea of the Brewmaster. I also think that's a matchup that is not that bad, but they go for the Mag. Okay. Well, this is Whisper's most played hero in the tournament.
He has looked very stylish on it. We've seen him just pop off entirely on the lane, but I do feel that it's a bit dependent on whatever the matchup is, and it's kind of blind right now. Falcons are in a position to not pick a carry that's susceptible to getting skewered back and dying.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's been a ton of like catch and pull a hero back type heroes that have been popular in this tournament. Disruptor and Kunkka are 2 big ones. Magnus can do it as well, but he also gives steroids to his carries, so this should help Tomato's hero pool be a little bit more flexible as the draft continues, and it also protects him a little bit against a potential Naga pick if it does come out.
Yeah, of carry pairings that Tomato has gone for with the Whisper Magnus, he did Morphling twice, he did Muerta one time, and he did Chaos Knight one time.
Yeah, I mean, none of these are actually Magnus pairings. Like,
yeah, exactly.
People don't actually... honestly, it's all about the skewer back these days. And I like that idea into the Doom as well, because you're not playing to like commit to fights. You're playing to like pick and choose the fights that are good for you. So I think this actually makes sense. You're just playing to poke. Hoodwink, though, is a very good hero at poking. Tiny Mag, all right, dude.
You have any experience with this?
My mini-me is very excited right now. You see him smiling. This is, well, OG's lost, but this is going to be the most fun game of the tournament. They're going to be skewering, tossing and skewering back into the tower and onto high grounds.
I don't agree that they've lost. It's a good pairing. We've seen a lot of teams make it work.
You win the laning stage and you lose the game. That's how it usually goes.
Also, I want to add on to what you guys talked about. Tomato has also played Troll as a pairing with the Magnus. They ran it during group stages. It looked incredibly good, especially because it was versus a melee offlaner. And again, they are in a position to pick Troll versus a melee offlaner in Doom.
I'm a little scared about him getting Doom, though, because then it kind of undercuts his ultimate a little bit. Then you can't lifesteal from it. It makes him just like a delayed death kind of a thing. That part's a little spooky, but I would like to see that pairing with Magnus.
The really annoying heroes to play against as Tiny Mag are...
As an authority on
As an authority. Rubik is probably the most annoying one because stealing spells from either of these heroes are really good. And I was going to say, Weaver or Faceless Void. The carry is that you get skewered into tower and you don't care. You get skewered onto a high ground and you don't care because you just press R. Or you Sakuchi out. So I would suspect a Rubik. Well, it's Falcons. Maybe not.
Could be an Oracle. They did run it yesterday versus Liquid.
Oracle's a little susceptible to getting skewered himself is the only issue in lane. It's nice to pick these. If you just get a safe lane that doesn't care about these tower skewers, like, legitimately, it feels so worthless.
Oh.
Very interesting. So similar to Oracle or Rubik, Wyvern provides something versus Magnus, which is a way to combo break, right? When Magnus blinks in to skewer back, you can stop it with a Winter's Curse. And if you don't stop the skewer back, you can just Winter's Curse on top of an RP and counter-initiate. You can also just protect whichever target with Cold Embrace.
Yeah, and Cold Embrace is probably Winter Wyvern's weakest skill for the last couple of months, but like you said, if there's a Magnus in the game, amplifying somebody's physical damage, Cold Embrace is like guaranteed to be at least a little useful.
Right, that was my thought exactly, is like most of the traditional pairings are not good against Wyvern. They actually preempt the CK. I mean, this is one of the hardest counters in the game to Chaos Knight. You turn all the illusions against somebody. Even the CK can get himself killed with the Winter's Curse.
Yeah, and even outside of that, Cold Embrace makes his life hell. How is he going to damage a target?
BSJ.
Focused on the camera. Perfect eye contact.
Yeah.
Beer Slam Jamma?
Amazing.
As expected, of course, fellow panelist BSJ. But I think that even when CK is countered in a game and he's picked up, basically what the team that picks him up is saying is that we are going to roam. We're going to play very heavy on rotations, and we want a carry that can sit on its lane comfortably and have sustenance there. So CK does do very well versus Doom in that regard.
5 seconds remaining.
How about in what I'm assuming to be the carry-to-carry matchup, CK versus Weaver? What is Weaver's shard now? It has changed like a million times.
You Sakuchi through somebody, and once you leave Sakuchi, you shoot them with the Geminate attack. So usually you'll walk through them and then attack yourself, which gives you 3 total attacks.
And so everything that gets hit by the Sakuchi also gets hit by a Geminate?
Correct, after you exit it.
So it's some way that Weaver can deal with AoE?
It's a little bit, but I'm more worried for Weaver in these moments where Winter's Curse is down and Cold Embrace is down, because CK does tons of single target damage. You can easily blow up a Weaver at most stages of the game with a little bit of help, so...
For sure.
It's going to make it a little harder for Weaver to play this game.
If you stun this Weaver and you see him, that Weaver's dying in 2 shots before it can even time-lapse to the CK. But the thing is, the CK, there are solutions within Falcon's draft for it. Like Jenkins mentioned, the Wyvern is a hard counter, but also the Hoodwink. She has an AoE stun, which typically CK does not like playing against. And a sneaky hero that hides in the tree line isn't a hero that CK sees and initiates on first.
And she'll eventually get a Gleipnir if the game is going well enough, which also... AoE root for all the illusions, and then clears the illusions as well with the proc.
And then my one question also regarding Weaver, is Revenant's Approach a dead item? Does anyone buy this anymore or no?
I don't think you buy this.
I don't think so. No, I think the answer is no. Not being able to crit with it really killed the item, because Weaver wants to build the data list.
It'd probably help against some of these pesky heroes like Naga Siren or Morphling. Still, it's just not as good, and teams will always abuse the strongest item in the game, and that's just not going to be Revenant's approach right now.
some of the strongest heroes in the game get banned out. Falcons take out the Zeus and the Coddle as mid lane options for OG. And OG take out the Timbersaw, and of course, you gotta worry about the Huskar.
Of the meta mid laners left, okay, that's not the one I
That's
expected.
the classic BZM meta mid laner Earth Spirit.
I was gonna call it Kunkka, but in comes the Air Spirit. Okay, this provides them with catch in case something like a sniper comes up last too, but it gives them a lot of backline control on heroes like Hoodwink, Wyvern, and Weaver. Air Spirit, even though he's been nerfed, is probably one of like the top 3 backline controllers in the game because his cooldowns are so low, and he's just in your face forcing you to cast spells on him. So he does excel in that regard.
I think at this point, OG just has the better team fight. The first 3 picks from Falcons, there's some stuff going for them. They have good heroes for what they're up against. But between the crazy dive that's going to happen between Magnus, Tiny, and Earth Spirit, like it's going to be hard for Falcons to take these team fights.
They do have 4 melee heroes versus Wyvern. That never feels
Yeah, that's really...
True.
I'm just looking at this and thinking, like, dude, OG is really cool. Like, this is such a balls to the wall. We're just all inning on, like, killing you and skirmishing draft, picking into counters. Like, they don't care. They're tiny mags skewering you back. It's going to be all about those skirmishes. For Falcons, the 2 Malorine heroes that are left are Puck and Lina, and neither of them really feel that great.
Banned out.
Puck is... Okay, so it's Lina, and it doesn't feel good into...
He needs a frontliner.
Into tiny mag. Like, that is the best hero to toss skewer back in the game. She does not want to be skewered back, and she's so squishy, and she's worth committing to.
They need a frontliner mid that can initiate or something like that. And Earthshaker will do some, gives them some great AoE against the CK, some much needed lockdown that they were missing.
This is so old school. This is the patch of the melee mid laners
Oh,
by
yeah.
Blade Mail Heart.
Right.
Every time Earth Spirit mid was picked, Earthshaker was always the counter because Earth Spirit does not lane into Earthshaker successfully. Enchant Totem is a very, very difficult tool to CS against. Also, it's a really great hero versus Chaos Knight. So this Shaker pick, 10 out of 10.
I agree. I totally forgot about that patch. That was like the hero to counter the Earth Spirit with in the mid lane when it was the melee hero patch. I was thinking about Earthshaker as a 4, and then I realized there were 2 support picks already coming out from Falcons just because it's so good at the, against the CK and against Tiny Mag. It's really annoying too because you combo break, right? With just a fissure, it's enough to combo break. So it feels like an amazing Earthshaker game.
It's going to have amazing farm priority as well. Malrine definitely going to be able to, I don't know, I have to imagine, give some crowd pleaser echo slams. Or maybe it's not such a crowd pleaser since it's going against OG.
I'm just thinking about how this Earthshaker can potentially be threatened because this hero, when it gets items, very difficult to play against, especially if you're a melee hero lineup. 4 melee heroes, you're begging for an Earthshaker. But let's say OG supports rotate on it early on, or if they even bring in Whisper. Earthshaker, before he gets items, before his Ags or his Blink, he hates getting skewered back, right? But then again, if you're getting skewered back into 4 melee heroes, does that feel bad?
I like that idea, actually. I think that like Team Spirit is a team that does this very well, where if they're playing against a mid laner that can't be killed with the 2 supports, they'll rotate the off laner. They'll rotate Collapsin. Obviously, this is a 2-time TI winning team. They do something right. I think that is actually what they should do on OG. I think that Magnus and Tiny should rotate to mid at some point and try to shut Malorine down because I don't think the supports can do it. I think they need the Tiny Mag.
Purge, what you feeling?
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Demonic Purge is going to be fantastic against him until he gets his items. Ags is going to make him survivable, but it's going to be a really good game.
All right, Birmingham, this time I want your boos. Is this going to be the last game of the night? Then you want to go to a game 3? Let's get into it. Gareth and Lacoste, take it away for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Let's get into it. I mean, here in Britain, we love a good hometown crowd, hometown player, and a good underdog story as well. OG a game down against the Falcons. A lot up against them, but this team fight lineup that they've built for themselves looks pretty strong. But Lacoste, Earthshaker last pick.
There may be many Earths, but there is only one Earthshaker.
He is the biggest hero at lands. He destroys people in lanes. Can OG defeat him?
Oh man, I can't believe that they brought it up as a 24 pick, and this one's such a godly Earthshaker game. I think Effie kind of nailed it there, saying that we go a couple of patches back with the Blade Mail, with the Heart meta, and oh, what is that going on?
What does that mean? Need a translator out here.
Oh, we don't know, but what we do know is that Earthshaker should dominate this mid matchup, and I feel like they were trying to figure out how to stop these abilities that can displace you. These displacement tools from OG, this is Tiny, this is Magnus as well. Earth Spirit can also kick you in. So they can basically kick you from tier 2 tower up to the tier 4 tower, not even kidding.
Yeah, back into Fountain.
So Wyvern, really good pick with the Winter's Curse, and also Earthshaker with just the Fissure block to stop that aggression when Magnus jumps in, when Tiny goes in, so they don't get the second round of spells.
Yeah, yet again, Falcons, a lot of counter initiation tools here to try and deal with OG's aggression and their early moves. But this is the kind of lineup from OG, you know, we've seen this from Team Spirit in the past. A lot of teams have tried to replicate it. Even if laning stage and mid-game goes poorly, these displacement tools when you are defending your base are incredibly strong and can halt the Falcons' moves up onto high ground.
You also have Shadow Demon to set things up with the disruption. So if OG is defending the high ground, even with 15, 20k gold down, this lineup can still make a comeback. But let's see the mid lane. I think that's going to be the big one for me to watch, because Malrine, he's the most aggressive mid player. He's sitting at, what, 15 solo kills so far? So this guy is really good and starts to put up some pressure with the Enchant Totem.
Yeah, he absolutely loves dominating his lanes through denies, and Earthshaker, one of the best heroes to do that. Already at 3 denies for Malrine, as BZM just says, screw creeps, I'm going to hit you in the face.
He's also going to deny. In the lane. 2 denies on BZM. It's very hard to go against Enchant Totem, and this is also, you don't need a Fissure. You're going to be putting Aftershock, putting multiple points into Enchant Totem so that you can easily out-CS him, out-harass him, playing into melee hero. Not an easy lane for BZM by any means.
And then what about the carries? We've talked about the team fight, the catch, the displacement. Weaver against Chaos Knight in this kind of game, is it troubling for Skitter against so much control? CK burst damage pretty big.
In terms of lockdown, they have Tiny, they have Earth Spirit. I think they also needed something from the mid lane, some low cooldown stun, low cooldown silence, and this is why Earth Spirit was picked. But Skeeter, he showed in the previous game what he can do when he's off to a really good start, and this time around, sitting at 7 CS already. Going into that Gleipnir, I don't think that's going to be an easy game for CK by any means. He's playing into Doom, he's playing into Wyvern, so stopping them, you know, his aggression, he can easily get solo killed, playing into Echo Slam. Weaver does buy a Gleipnir, so that's going to be another way to deal with those illusions. I feel like OG, they will need to use this CK ulti before, because if you're the one who's getting jumped, it's going to be very difficult for him to like get that off.
Right, yeah, that's very true. And BZM so far, giving as good as he's been taking here. Pretty much dead even. 4-6 and 4-5 in the mid lane. They're ignoring their own last hits to get denies.
The last hits, it's all about those denies.
Oh, there's Malrine with another one. Very irritating mid lane, apparently for both of them to try and get their CS values up. Down at bottom, toss back into skewer play. Whisper drags Skitter in with a shockwave as well. A lot of damage, but no kill. Does put Skitter in that kind of nasty threshold spot, so pops the magic stick as quickly as possible.
You gotta be careful, but that's a valuable point in the Cold Embrace. This is a lot of heal. This is, if you have 800 HP, this is 180 total for 50 mana.
Mid lane last hit value just looks so funny. You know, it was 4 and 7 a second ago. Finally, we're getting some big numbers on the actual hits on creeps. There's tons of denies. As we start getting more and more points on that Enchant Totem, though, things get a little more difficult for BZM to go toe-to-toe.
Crit did steal enemy bounty runes, so there's not going to be bottle refill available for BZM.
That's interesting.
At least on his side of the map.
Some interesting wards there as well from the Falcons, right? Double observers. We do have one from OG watching for that northern access point. But that top rune looks very important for Falcons and the moves around. Crit. Might be in danger here now. Turned on and flame. Amar seems tanky enough to walk it off. He's got the goblet full of lovely liquid. Kobold speed creep.
Hoodwink is a very squishy hero. If he's caught outside, doesn't have point in scurry, he can easily be killed. And trying to set things up with the disruption, Seb, I think there's going to get a lot of value. And this is a new tech build from Shadow Demon, because the extra damage that you get from disruption on those illusions, so you're not maxing out your Shadow Poison, instead you're lowering the cooldown onto disruption and try to play slightly more aggressive. They're a bit low on mana. Dimato does have Magic Stick and Healing Lotus available, and there's that heal.
Toss back, again, in towards Whisper, avalanching up the Wyvern. Not gonna move any further. Skewer was already utilized there by Whisper, so they didn't have the full combo.
Snaking still thinking about what he wants to get on level 3, whether he wants to lower the cooldown or Arctic Burn, and now picks it up, level 2.
Seb wide out in the open now. Crit and Amar held back with a disruption. Tomato could maybe stop the advance of Amar, but it seems like it's not worth stopping him.
He's gonna run him down.
Seb is gonna waste their time though.
Eudora.
Position 5 kill, they're using blood grenades, using scorched earth, they're chasing him until the end of the earth with a bushwhack.
Bushwhack onto two of them.
BZM as well. Body blocks though under the tower, meaning Amar taking a lot of hits. But they get the kill onto Seb nonetheless. But that's dragged them out of the wave. That's given Tomato a very nice time.
Yeah, Seb.
You can feel it, they're chasing him across the map.
I think that's worth it for Doom. Like, he's getting some of that XP, and we see these offlaners getting involved relatively early on. Malrine with the Enchant Totem, level 5 still.
Oh, the bottle refill attempted here. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, Snaking dropping. Cold embraces himself, and the Swarm's in the lane. In the mid lane, BZM is dead. Malrine is going to Echo Slam this one and look for Seb as well.
What a fight. They're playing with the catapult as well in the mid lane, so that's going to be some good damage. No TP for Shadow Demon.
What spells we got left? Another Skewer after Avalanche. Skidder going to turn and fight back into Whisper with a bushwhack. Crit arrives on the scene of the crime to take down Whisper.
Crit saves the day.
He's dead as well.
Man, Crit is really on the money with his rotations throughout this whole tournament. He's been very active early on, involved in all 5 kills for Falcons.
And this is going to be his best hero, right? The best hero appearing in the tournament. Currently sat at 10-3 for the Hoodwink. This could be the 11th win. Incredible stuff out of Crit so far. Well, a mild net worth lead here for the Falcons. 1K as they are 5-2 ahead of OG. And a kill on BZM here could be huge. Another one where he's gone too deep. Malrine. Oh, the lowercase XD with the smiley face.
He has to add that smiley. In the end, it's Malrine. Level 7 Earthshaker after this creep wave.
24-10. Weaver 11 denies for Skitter down on the bottom lane as well. This is the laning stage of Falcons that they are so known for, and yeah, despair for BZM in that middle lane.
He knows that he messed up going underneath the tower. Like, this lane is not playable. Another Echo Slam will be available in 50.
Let's see what they can do with it.
Such a great start for Malrine.
Big wave here for Skitter to gather up. Wisdom Rune spawning. Yeah, no contest, everyone very honorable in taking their own Brain Rune. Snaking. A bit of chip damage onto Whisper. No real kill threat though from the Weaver and the Wyvern. Again, Falcons much more about that counter initiation rather than setting up moves on their own right now. It is down to OG.
I want to see who's going to make the move. It has to be BZM. Does have Haste Rune available in the bottle. Level 6.
He's surfing on his way somewhere. We'll see where he ends up. And Radiant scanned that top tier 1, trying to figure out where Tomato and Seb are. OG playing off the map, kind of hiding where they're moving to right now. So a little spooky out there for Falcons. And that's why they are dipping.
BZM pinging out the mid lane. There's a rotation from Tiny. Trying to get a disruption off.
With the magnetize and disruption, they're setting up with Tiny's move. Avalanche.
They need to be careful. There's the salami if necessary.
And there it is to take down Ari. Crit came in again in the nick of time to stop the aggression. Falcons are so good at bringing the numbers just to stop and halt OG's moves.
You're going on to Earthshaker, who's super tanky. Just relax, guys. We've seen that one before yesterday. Power Treads plus Magic Wand. He does have 1500 HP on Earthshaker, so pretty difficult hero to kill.
And it's only 8.5 minutes in, but this is a game where Falcons are finding their groove very early on, and that's a scary
bushwhack.
Scary prospect for OG. Seb gets Doom. Amar, the Seb hater, going to take down the Shadow Demon one more time. Tomato with a bit of backup arriving, but BZM doesn't connect with a roll.
Fight damage misses.
Oh, they can't find him.
Oh, a little bit of XP. Earth Spirit. Some hotkey issues potentially. We haven't seen this one. Malrine says, pause for yourself.
Ooh, that's a bit cheeky.
Oh, what's going on with this game? Falcons, they started this new trend, and BZM... I don't know, because I know that BZM is one of the players that doesn't use a mouse pad. I don't know if that's still a thing. Yeah, but that was definitely a thing like a year ago.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, forget the mouse pad.
During DPC, I remember having an interview with him, and we did ask him about it. And he's like, you know, maybe the table is not what it's a bit different surface. Who knows? But missing that boulder,
definitely having some trouble.
very costly.
I mean, we're starting to see the difference in net worth now really becoming very apparent. 4K for Tomato. He's had a good laning stage, but the 3 Radiant cores right up at the top, about 1,000 ahead of their counterparts in that Magnus and Earth Spirit, who are down at 3,000 for themselves. And Crit, having had such a great early game,
Crit is all over the place.
Already.
He's going to be level 6 by 9 minutes. Having Sharpshooter, they already used Doom, killed off that Shadow Demon, so yeah, a lot of aggression coming out early from Falcons, and they do have a really good scaling draft. Looking at the Earthshaker, 800 gold away from his Blink Dagger.
Oh, this is the kind of draft, though, where OG can pull out some magic. They're known for their scrappy, chaotic team fighting. Tiny, Magnus, Earth Spirit, Chaos Knight. That Shadow Demons buy a bit of time. Once we get into mid-game, they could pull out some incredible plays, but they're going to need all the help that they can get in this game, too. Get it down, your son. Hey!
He got it.
Good job. Yeah, 3K lead here as we finally get Seb back into the game. Dead for another 12 seconds. But what's the next big move for OG?
They need to use BZM. Like, he needs to be active, and he's the one saying go, because right now, he needs to be setting things up. Tiny also not having that good of a game. When you're playing position for Tiny, you want to be active. Only having 7 last hits on Tiny, has no gold whatsoever, 9 minutes. So that Blink Dagger is going to be super delayed. He did make some stacks, so that he's going to get gold from it, but other than that, it's going to be very difficult to make the move. So he needs to play off this Earth Spirit and try to get something done on the map.
And we're seeing Whisper not going for that double Wraithband Echo Saber greedy build. He knows how important this Magnus and the initiation tools are. Straight into the blink for Whisper. Crit playing back up top with Amar. OG again just trying to hide off the map, playing fog, not show themselves and maybe make a move. They could surprise the Falcons. Malrine, what is he? 500 gold away from that first big item.
They're gonna think twice before going on him one more time. If they bring 3 heroes, you could see how OG were scared, so they immediately split up, and he's not too afraid to use Echo Slam onto one just to secure the kill.
All right, just look at that mid diff. Level 6 on Earth Spirit, level 9 on Malrine.
Massive difference.
Snaking, tucking himself down in that bottom lane. Always looking to protect Snaking. And Crit roaming around, you said it. You know, he's everywhere and nowhere. The Hoodwink just comes out of the woodwork, throws a bushwhack at you, and suddenly your team fight's over. And he has been spot on every single game he's been on this little squirrel. Pretty cool little observer board there. Not on top of the column on the spire, but just to the left of it from the Falcons, watching around that bottom rune spot.
There's the move. BZM still thinking about finding something, but Falcons, they are a very difficult team to gank. Their map awareness is really through the roof.
Yeah, it seems like it's sit back and farm, get your Blade Mail on BZM, get your Blink onto Whisper. And maybe we actually see Falcons to be the ones to make the first move.
There's that Blink.
Straight onto the Shadow Demon, easy as you like to take down Seb again. He pops a pretty full wand, but it is inevitable. He will perish.
Malrine was thinking about maybe using the Echo Slam, but does not want to commit, so we'll have that available. Good thing for OG is that Tomato's having a good farm. He's farming up level 8 on CK, Armlet just about to be finished, and then this is a new tech on CK. Instead of going for Echo Saber, you do go for Orchid, so you can be the one controlling, pretty much playing like a Naga Siren, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from Gaming Gladiators, right? They went on that pretty long streak, 13 wins in a row as Whisper just about gets away from the bushwhack, but Malrine's in with the chain stun.
He faked it.
They save him up with the disruption. Now Malrine stuck in behind enemy lines as Whisper and Ari, joined by Tomato, trying to catch up to him. Throwing the tree in the shockwave, poison as well, but Malrine looks like he's out of there with another blink ready.
Curse not available. He needs 1 CS. Tomato with the TP rotation. They need to find something. While all this is happening, Amar in the top lanes, like, guys, keep them busy. I'm about to finish off my Shiva's Guard in the next minute or two.
I mean, what's he at now? 5.5k? Amar the farmer just picking up everything in that top lane. He's got backup arriving as well. Both supports going to help him out to shove that tier 1. Desperate times call for desperate measures. A good roll in from BZM.
Shield rune.
Catching up onto Malrine. He's got Echo Slam here, so you've got to be a little wary of your positioning and what you're doing, because he'll turn, but he'll die. Great pickoff here, as a roll-in bypasses that disruption, straight onto snaking. BZM keeps the magnetized going to get the second kill, it looks like, for OG.
Seb tipping Malrine immediately. They need to get back into the game. They need to get the spirits high back in the team, and that's how they're going to do it. Ari and Crit.
Why, hello there. Who's inside the Roshan pit? Oh, he gets away. I think they'll know there's high ground vision because Amar lifted his hands to try and throw the Doom. Now he chucks it at him. Ari dead to rights, but maybe. Nah, they're not going to follow through and get a secondary kill. Just leave Tiny to die. No reaction from OG. Cancel the TP. Let him fall.
OG, they did manage to stabilize a little bit, getting this big kill onto Earthshaker. He did use Echo Slam in the previous fight, so will not have it available. It's all about stacking. You have Empower, you have a Shadow Demon, so you can easily, stack and clear those stacks on top of it. Whisper getting close to his first item.
Oh, he's got to make use of that. But he might be delayed.
They're already behind him.
They're going to catch up to him with Malrine again, making the jump. Swarm and connection from the Bushwhack makes it look so easy for the Falcons. And BZM's come to try and help out, but I just don't know if he can do too much. The Glyph delays that push on the tier 1 at least.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, hang on.
Scan.
14th minute.
OG bringing the numbers.
Crit
Roll
dodges.
misses.
Roll does not land. Now Malrine is on top of Ari. A Tiny moving forward, trying to connect onto Skitter there, but Malrine half HP, trying to turn and fight back, but he's actually being caught out by Reality Rift, and damage from OG takes him down again.
With the Blade Mail, getting those kills. Amar in the top lane. Doom off cooldown in another 50 seconds. D'Amato, he's been playing off the map for quite some time. He wants to finish off that Orchid, so... I'm alone, bro, he says. Let's see if Amar decides to go for it. He's going.
Come at me. Amar the Seb hater. He's going to self-disrupt on Seb here, but surrounded by Crit. Oh, no Hoodwink. And Amar's Doom to bring him down. A dominating Doom now up in his top lane. But yeah, you're mentioning Tomato, top of the net worth. Or was for a little bit until Doom gets that kill. OG have kind of shifted their infrastructure, right, to give Tomato a much better game compared to game 1.
Yeah, he's almost the one with the most farm. Kind of difficult to deal with Amar. He's having a pretty free game. 4 kills, 0 deaths on him. Shiva's guard, 15 minutes. This has to be one of the fastest Shivas we've seen so far at the tournament.
Oh, it's incredibly speedy. Recipe coming out on that courier. And that's the moment it matters, right? When it hits your inventory. 15 minutes, 18 seconds. You were right, look at that. 6 minutes 40, faster than patch average.
Every single time Scorched Earth is off cooldown, Amar starts to use it, continues to farm up. Nice bait from Seb.
Where's the old chat? That's not me, bro. Just a tiny illusion.
Radiant are scanning.
It's Whisper time now, surely. This is where they have to unlock their potential, OG. The skewer backs. Dr. Evil was talking about it on the panel, and he knows all about these kind of things.
Connected. Immediately, Skeeter tries to go away. He knows that something's cooking.
Radiant structures are
It's a pretty nice time to coincide your items as well as OG. 16 minutes in, getting some pretty big pickoff items. Maybe they can find somebody. Another fast grab there for Tomato. Skitter, he spent his Shikuchi.
Oh, he doesn't know.
They get spotted. The Blink RP with the stars on top. They're going to take down the Weaver, easy as you like. Great kill for OG.
OG was so patient. They wanted him to scan connected, and they're like, yeah, is he going to run away? The rest of the team is farming on a different side of the map. Waiting for some big items. Ari very far away from his Blink Dagger, but got a little bit of a gold from that one.
Seb's game plan so far is just to be the bait. He's been dangling himself in front of these Falcons heroes and dying so his team can get bigger and better things across the map elsewhere. Amar.
The vision from that Shiva's.
This bait, are they going to fall for it? The TP's, the Rainbow Power Rangers coming in to save the captain. No dive from the Falcons, so Seb is safe and sound.
Using Disruption on himself and also having Shadow Demon Amulet, so that's going to be a little bit of protection.
Well, they've whittled away that net worth lead now. OG finding themselves a bit of comfort in this mid-game. Laning stage look pretty sad, but a bit of wiggle room there for OG to fight back, get some punches.
OG, they have the tools to try to bait with those illusions, Shadow Demon, CK ulti, and I think Tomato is going to play with his ulti every single time it's off cooldown. Use it, try to get the one lane pushed in, pushed out. Skeeter, this time around, he's not going to fall for it. Gleipnir now finished. That's going to be the big tool to keep them in place, try to set things up for a curse, for Echo Slam.
A lot of poking on this map from OG, trying to play into their own vision. Kind of challenging to press into tier 1 mid, though, when you are playing into those big teamfight ultis you're mentioning. Whisper, he's going to give it a crack here, though, but Crit scurrying out of the grasp of the Magnus. And Falcons trying to turn this around, but with no bushwhack.
Oh, Skeeter, he found Seb. Ooh, that was close. Shukuchi was already used.
Seb glimmered up, trying to make the great escape here away from 3 cores. Demonic Purge down, the Blink Echo in. Tiny and Shadow Demon caught up as Ari will toss the Earthshaker around, but it's lights out for the Tiny. Turn to Gravel.
They didn't commit with too much. We're still yet to see a Winter's Curse. It's going to be used very defensively, and the value from the Cold Embrace. Most of their damage, a lot of physical damage. They have some, of course, from the Earth Spirit, from Tiny, but I think you can still survive. If you get the good Curse, if you get the good Cold Embrace, and trying to set things up on Malrine. That silence from Tomato, getting them another kill.
Yeah, this Tomato CK having a great old time. I do start getting the control from Falcons, though, with the Rods of Atos, the Gleipnirs. Just look at how quickly this mid-Earthshaker disappears.
Is under attack.
Good vision game from OG. One on the high ground, one also scouting things out behind tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and Tomato will finish off. Ooh, that was close. Almost finished off the tower. 2 HP. Amar will get a deny.
There it is.
Has been denied.
It's kind of incredible the way that Seb's been playing that kind of bait style, right? Dangling himself in front of people. Sure, he's died a couple of times, but it also means Shadow Demon is finding farm on the map that otherwise just wouldn't be grabbed. He's got 5k net worth on Seb's Shadow Demon.
With 7 deaths, that's pretty impressive. The gold you're getting with Shadow Demon is you are pushing out the lanes with the disruption illusions. You're the hero that stacks the most in the game. Ari is the one who's kind of suffering. He needs to get that Blink Dagger online.
Get down. Putting this Gleipnir to good use onto the Magnus. Amar and Crit are here to clean it up as well, while in the mid lane, BZM with Ari find a kill on Snaking. Jump from Malrine, though, going to catch out the Earth Spirit. They're on top of this cliff having a battle 1v1, but the roll back down to low ground.
Road of Atos. Didn't connect on time. Crit has been involved in all 16 kills. He's a menace.
That one is.
On the scroll whenever he plays it.
Oh, no more. Our favorite scoreline, 4-0-4. Death not found on the Doom. Shivers, Blink. So much farm on him. Now, these answers for the Chaos Knight, the Blink Echo, the Winter's Curse, OG have ways to play around it, right?
Guard. They need to be able to jump the backlines. They need to kill off Wyvern, which they did in the previous one, but they also have a lot of explosive damage. 1-2 man RPs, they can also isolate the heroes. So I don't know if Wyvern's going to get the value out of the curse. What you want to do, one of the reasons why they picked it, is you blink in, you play off skewer, and then the curse needs to come. Or when they group around the RP, and there's the Blink Dagger finally.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See what it can get done with it.
Snaking needs to keep the distance.
Yes. Glimmer, Blink, Ether Lens. Just try and keep yourself as far as possible.
Middle tower is under attack.
Pretty much every core in this game is going to need BKB with the amount of magic damage that's coming out from these players as well. As we get into the jump.
Big jump.
Ari's found his
Blink
man.
reveal.
Yet again, marking the Earthshaker. In comes BZM with the damage with the cold. A Winter's Curse going to hold him back. Oh, the cold embrace might come. Malrine, there it is. Just in time to heal him up. Ari will toss him forward. The Magnetize going. They get the trade at least. BZM and Ari traded out as Whisper. Blink RP.
onto one.
Into the
There's the silence.
They've got the Orchid. They've got him.
What an execution from OG.
And now the follow through. Snaking's in some serious trouble. This is a great move from OG. Yes, they lose Ari and BZM, but massive core kills.
It's all about those displacement tools. We did mention if you have Tiny, you have Magnus. Winter Wyvern will not be able to get those cold embraces off, and he was waiting for a really long time. Maybe if he used it slightly earlier, the damage, wouldn't be there. Maybe the Tiny would not be able to kill him off instantly. And this is also a fight where there was no crit, so one of the few ones.
Yeah, I think it was holding it so Malrine could wand first or something like that, just to try and get the most heal out of it, but I think you're right. Needed that additional bit of heal.
Orchid pickup from Tomato has been on point. Second item on CK. You mentioned Ratio. I think he was the one who started this trend.
Yeah, they went on a massive streak until this tournament. The 13 or 14 games in a row where they were dominating with CK. Had a few losses in the group stage. Of course, no longer here. But Tomato showing how strong this hero can be.
Radiant's top tower is under
And he knows exactly what he wants down the line as well. Full itemization queued up already. Amar. Gonna be the first point of contact. Ari yet again finding his man to skewer them back with Whisper. Magnus drags the Doom back in towards Tomato. And they're making sure Tomato is like thousands of range away from the Winter Wyvern or the Earthshaker by dragging heroes into him.
OG, they are finding these openings. BZM, he's in again.
He's very deep here though, isn't he?
With the blade mail.
Skitter. They're running. Falcons are afraid. They're running for the hills, running for the trees, snaking surrounded. Skitter always being caught. Clipped by the avalanche and toss. The Weaver's gone.
Time lapse. Rock him, sock him, Ari says. They can't fight right now. They're finding them. Can't read you guys. You still hear Seb says.
Where's all the ult check on Falcons?
No pause, however. No one fixing the hotkeys, and BZM big smiles after that one. He found his place in the game after having a pretty atrocious start.
This is where that momentum builds. This is where the crowd gets behind OG. It's always about that underdog story.
And look at the builds. CK, Earth Spirit, one Kaya Sanj, one SNY. So they have that status resistance available. Great against Curse, great against this Earthshaker. So with that, he needs to use his abilities immediately. You might be able to break the combo if he's not fast enough.
A couple of Aghanim Scepters now as well on both teams. Malrine showing off his. We've got one for Whisper as well, so this Horn Toss will come into play as BZM is hunting. He's looking for anybody on the map, but he cannot find crit. A dire scan. Might just be connected. Whisper straight in from the right-hand side. Poor little squirrel obliterated.
The perfect timing. Instead, immediately pinging out Roche. It's going to go through the gate. So they definitely have the damage. With this Orchid, they have Sustain, Chaos Strike, Empower. Tomato doing quite a lot of work in this second game.
I mean, he's top of the net worth by miles now. 18 grand. Sand and Yasha done. A gem for Seb as well, so going to remove.
There he is.
He's your favorite, isn't he?
He really is, the gangsta kobold.
The gangsta kobold, Mr. Mafioso himself. But yeah, you're right. Easy Roshan for OG. And this is going to mean with Aegis in hand, Tomato no longer has to be as fearful of the Blink Echo, of the Winter's Curse anymore.
Falcons will desperately need BKBs for the next couple of fights, so they need to slow things down and not maybe try to get through, a couple of pickoffs to try to delay as much as they can, but BKB is very crucial. Skeeter getting close to his, and there are also two almost available. One on Amar, Seb. That's going to be his 8th death of the game.
He gave the gem to someone else, right? I thought I saw he bought one. I assume so. It's still in Korea. That's all good. All good. Did not lose it. Crate lurking around, just trying to clear out that mid wave. Falcons with a snipe on a position 5 Shadow Demon doesn't really alleviate the pressure that's coming towards their base right now. Tomato finding himself in a very good spot this game.
Radiant's top tower.
But this could be a good timing for the Falcons. A couple of big pickups. A lot of defensive tools now.
Otto, he's pushing. There's the Gleipnir trying to set things up. There's the BKB immediately. First life.
Patient.
Can they burst him?
Tomato, armor toggle, little dies. Whisper in the meantime, doomed up. He was maybe a little too patient as Amar finds the Magnus on the right. The kick across, trying to buy time. BZM on the front line, does
Heal rune on him, super tanky.
Straight in onto the Weaver. Skitter, cold embrace. And the Winter's Curse will catch up BZM and CK. The fight comes to a close. Everyone's spending all their tools. BZM says, no, I've got Ari here to help out.
Nicely done by BZM, and he also smacks making 500 gold. That's pretty much a solo kill.
With a magnetizing a kick. How do you get him all the way in the base?
He got him in the base. That was a lot of BKB's Doom expended just to get the Aegis off. Nobody dying on OG.
Can they go high ground here?
They're gonna go. They're gonna poke. See what's gonna happen. No BKB has been used on CK.
There's no echo. There's no curse. No way of really stopping this CK and all the illusions coming out of the Shadow Demon now.
You show up. You get close. You're gonna get disposed. Horn toss. Toss back.
And BZM has had a lot of freedom to roll deep in these fights. Now has another BKB to add that layer of safety to OG. Malrine.
He didn't go for the XP rune. They used the scan there, but didn't fully commit.
Afraid. Respecting.
Didn't see a single hero on the map. OG doing a very good job. Not showing in the lanes.
Definitely an indication though, right? Seb was calling it. I can't hear you guys, can't read you. Where's all your chat gone? Falcons have gone into serious mode. It's not fun anymore when you're the ones 5k down, your base is being pushed in. No vision on the map, can't see a damn thing. They've got one Observer Ward down this bottom lane, near to where BZM and Skidra are having a bit of a spat. And BZM with backup arriving, magnetizing this Weaver, catching it with Ari. Oh,
they got it. No BKB, no time lapse. OG, their execution in the last couple of minutes has been really crisp. They're pinging out the Tormy.
It has been so clean from OG. A Tormentor, the kick out, Tomato straight back to farming, getting bottled up by his buddy BZM. Now look at Whisper up next as well. He knows how important his role in this game is. Ari has been spectacular. Whisper definitely has to get up to the plate and deliver with these RPs.
In the first game, Falcons, they were always across the river, split pushing, but now they're kind of experiencing the same thing. Shadow Demon using his illusions, CK constantly using his ulti whenever it's off cooldown. They need to get that big jump before CK. They need to find the real one. It's gonna be easier to see which one is real if he's empowered, so that's a big target if they want to go for. Malrine, no BKB yet on him.
Whisper's positioning very good here. He's broken it.
They know.
They see
They know
him.
Amar knows this spot.
Whisper, Amar has found him, and they've got to jump onto the Seb Shadow Demon as Magnus will die to the Doom on the left-hand side. Falcons strike back on their doorstep.
Such a clutch play from Amar and Skeeter. Skeeter scouting things out with Shukuchi and then breaking the smoke immediately. What a play. Can they find more? That's the question. Not the easiest hero to kill. BZM level 18 with amplified damage.
Very fast rolls. And finally, a couple of good wards coming out of Falcons.
They need to try to set up some wards outside the base.
Yeah. I think they've got 4 out now. Watching all the way from bottom lane up through top.
So look at the difference between 2 carries. Tomato 22k, Skeeter only 14. That's 2 items.
Wild. Absolutely wild. BZM tucks in behind his tier 2. Felt something coming. Oh, money, money, money. Crit will steal one. Probably going to lose his life for it here with a toss forward. BZM sent straight into the squirrel.
Left, right, crit.
Serpentine trying to dodge. Not Peter back to high ground, but here comes Tomato, the big bad man on the horse. Will slice him down. Nothing but roadkill.
Skeeter did find Seb. Doesn't have any dust, doesn't have reveal. Gleipnir is gone.
And now the turnaround.
Oh, Skeeter.
He's got TP. He's used his BKB. BZM's on his tail though, the Weaver's in trouble. Skeeter trying to Shukuchi away. Another toss forward and another roll. Ah, they've got him. In with a horn toss, down with a Weaver. Nice try anyway.
With the Lel in the chat.
Hey, they call him an old man. He's bringing the old man memes out now. The leak speak from Seb. Ooh, that one's gonna sting.
Ooh, only 1 TI after all. The 2-time TI winner. 2 is more than 1 still.
He's on fire tonight, is Seb.
They're not done. Ari found another one.
It is non-stop. They'll force the BKB out of Amar, but he will get home safely. And no, there's high ground vision there.
Amar immediately pinging it out. 8k gold lead now for OG.
All the ultis ready for Falcons, but no BKBs. Exact same situation as game one, where OG were using BKBs defensively to try and escape. So it made it much harder for them to move out of their base. This lad.
Ari in a good spot.
He is.
They're picking out the same spot again. Amar. Chivas will find
devil. He's going to be found this time. Ari scouted and found by the Falcons, but again, it's a pick off on the doorstep of the Radiant base. And OG are ready to fight again. Oh, Malmarine will jump in, bounce out, Whisper
Ari
rooted by the Gleipnir.
here. If they find an opening, Ari ready to buy, but only tier 2 tower, doesn't have a tier 1 to TP to.
No hard committal from anyone, just Fishers being thrown, long range poke. Malmarine tried with a jump forward as Skitter moves in. BKB's out of the Orchid, BZM misses the roll. Malmarine and Amar playing that right-hand side of the fight. Scary for Timado to commit though. He doesn't see snaking whatsoever.
Tomato is massive, level 20 CK, so has that talent. Reality Rift goes through spell immunity.
They're just blocking creep waves now.
That isn't even changed, it's a debuff immunity now.
I'll try and hold back the creeps as OG approach the base again.
All those illusions on the minimap. Cutting creep waves.
CK Courier there could have easily fallen. Amar is going to doom out Ari here. BKB TP again. Yeah, identical. It's just deja vu from game one, but the roles are reversed. The tables have turned. Hang on. Hang on. They know.
He has
they
no
know.
BKB.
That's a good roll. Moving in. The time-lapse back. Oh, the overlap. Banish on the Orchid, but the roll and the connection takes him out. Skinner dead again.
This Orchid and Earthbird pick, they've been on his ass throughout the whole game.
He was telling them to look for the lags up their ass, now they're on his ass.
Frit with the double Gleipnir. It's a lot of damage, but the Skrull is squishy.
Splat!
OG playing the map so quickly, going through the gates immediately after finding the kill in the bottom lane, straight to the top lane. BZM also thinking about going on Malrine. He does have BKB.
I mean,
you gotta be aware of Magnus. He's the only one who can stop a BKB TP.
That is a rare and incredible chat line, honestly, from ROTK and Burning, because that has been the game the past 20 minutes. Individual heroes from Falcons getting picked off and caught. Is that a Falcons hero in the bubble, or is that's just the CK?
It's CK.
Okay. No, that's not the CK. Who's in the bubble then?
We don't know.
We don't know.
Oh,
An
there
illusion.
it is. Another illusion of an illusion.
Nothing spooky then for the Falcons. All their heroes are either dead or out on the map. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, he's going for it. Hey, he's got it. He's got it. Hey! Cup on it as well.
If Falcons gonna make a comeback in this game, drinks for the whole arena. One scary stab.
He's dual wielding pipe. What a madman! Oh, he can't handle that. That's
Never
all right.
mind.
One and done. That's fine. Look after yourself first. A soft push though from OG, forcing the glyph out of the Falcons as they'll steal the Tormentor on that left-hand side. Malrine trying this, high-level, sneaky play to farm back in behind OG, but has to come back to defend his base.
Haven't seen much from Winter Wyvern in this one. Picked only once. Lost. Doesn't look too good for him in this game either.
It's been a tough one for snaking. It's been very well played by OG. Very long-distant initiation, not getting caught by the Winter's Curse, except that one fight up near top. And Falcons have got to try and match the tempo here. They have been lagging behind, and a 10k lead has emerged from OG. Even though the kill score is dead even, the map play has been much better.
They know something's cooking. They know they're smoked. Just revealed themselves. Amar ate a creep, immediately disappeared. OG saw it on the map.
Skidder showed on the CK illusions, but they found BZM. Can they control him up with a Doom? The save is there with a disruption and a step.
Try to buy a little bit more time.
Into the back lines. Amar trying to chase up the BZM here. Mallory struggling to stick on a target, but they've got the lockdown onto Seb as the Echo Slam does very little. Tomato with his BKB standing and fighting. Oh!
He's too strong.
Hey! The Weaver's gone! And Ari's on the tail of this Earthshaker yet again. Tomato's there.
Tomato having a perfect game, and again, same spot, they get some kills. Roshan did respawn, so that's Cheese, that's Aegis. Pretty difficult fight. Yet to see a big curse coming out from Snaking in this one.
Another 2 core kills into Roshan. Easy peasy for OG in game 2.
With that status resistance, Doom doesn't last long enough, then he pops Disruption, buys almost 3 full seconds from it. And he doesn't even die. He's super tanky. 4,000 HP on Earth Spirit with status resistance, with Blade Mail.
I mean, this is also not easy, right? OG are making it look easy. They are playing out of their absolute minds right now. Seb has been a monster throughout this game. Amar's Doom started off great, still top of the net worth on his team at 21k. But very soon could be meeting his maker.
Oh, look at CK, 30,000, almost double the net worth of Skeeter right now.
It's huge. He's got some pretty cool items queued up next as well on Tomato. Looking for that late game, funky plays.
They need to control Tomato with these Fissures. Also, Shard is, I believe, available on Shaker. Yes, so he can use the Enchant Totem, but they need to play around that Fissure. Try to control CK, because he blinks onto a target, he immediately kills it.
And it's just this pressure building again. Steam coming to a head here for OG with Aegis and Cheese in hand.
Everybody's so tanky on OG. Magnus, 2.7k. Tiny does have 3,000 HP. Then you have Earth Spirit with 4 and CK with 4,000.
I mean, yeah, they go on Seb and they spend a bunch of spells and kill him, and Seb is there clapping, going, "Congratis, you killed a boss 5 Shadow Demon." And this is the kind of situation where you have to be so careful as Falcons. There's Blink, Horn Toss, Skewer. There's Blink, Toss Back. Ari's looking for that positioning.
Look at where BZM is. He wants to get a good roll.
And Tomato taking a bit of damage here, though. Aegis still in hand. And Hart will regen him back up nicely. Send the illusions forth. Doing that chip damage safely.
Doom committing, has Refresher Orb in his backpack, so they know what he's gonna go for. I think they could potentially try to kill him one time with Doom. He doesn't get that regen from Hart, he doesn't get regen from CK. When I say CK, I mean Chaos Strike.
Yeah. All about holding your base here as the Falcons hold on to buybacks. They've got a fair few of them right now.
Illusions, slow push from OG.
I mean, this counter for the Doom on the CK is going to be absolutely incredible for Tomato. Timeless Relic for the Earth Spirit. Incredible neutral item to grab. The Wind Waker on the Chaos Knight, because you can use items during Doom to dodge some of that damage. Can't really go for Tomato with Amar's Doom anymore. And you're just losing a lane of barracks here slowly but surely.
Wind Waker on CK, that might be the first one ever.
Yeah, I've not seen it, but it's a great answer for the Doom. BZM trying to play that tree line down south, also rolling around back and forth as the rest of OG whittling down the barracks in that bottom lane. Apparently, it's a new record. There we go, 2 matches. Has been done before, but very rare.
Somebody bought it, probably against Puck. Puck with level 25 talent, that's the only way you can, get out with the Aghanim Scepter. It gets pretty annoying, and they blink out. Still holding the Aegis for almost full 2 minutes.
Yeah, Falcons just relinquishing control of that bottom lane right now. OG take their first lane of barracks fully.
Through the back door.
And now the game becomes quite simple for them. Right, you see the drawing on the map, that's exactly where Dire want to play. It's natural to go into enemy ancients, push mid, push top, get into the enemy base through multiple angles. A bushwhack.
Taste of their own medicine from the previous game. Naga Siren, Shadow Demon plus CK doing the same job.
They found the Wyvern. That's a huge kill. Dead, but with buyback.
Skewer range, Ether Lens.
Amar?
They're in.
He's gone in. He's doomed at the Magnus. He's tried to go for another. Doomed up Ari on the left-hand side as well. But Amar, he needs to get his health. Doesn't quite have it.
He's not going to be able to finish off anyone.
No, BZM rolls in. They've got a Winter's Curse now. Amar's in trouble. Skidder is balanced up. Sharpshooter lands.
Eat the cheese.
Chuck the Doom on BZM. Amar dying though to this illusion and the physical damage as Whisper, he's got the skewer, and the RP2, no echo. Earthshaker in serious trouble, he's dead.
This just might be it. Skeeter has no mana. He does have no time lapse available.
He's gone.
Buyback available, however.
They've got Blink Echo. That's all they can rely on now. Skeeter can rejoin, but OG looking hot. They've lost BZM and Whisper though. Double catapults, Phantasm ready.
They still want to go. Aegis is expiring in a couple of seconds.
10 seconds left.
He's so tanky.
This might be Megas. Falcon's gonna have to pull out all the buybacks, all the stomps to try and defend against OG here.
And they're doing it. 45 seconds without Doom. Skeeter with the buyback available will probably need to use it. He's running out of damage. There's the Echo buyback.
Half HP CK, but he's got a Wind Waker. Sharpshooter lands. BKB's up. Timodo gets force staffed and drifted away from danger.
Ooh, they will need to reset. Falcons will need to reset and wait for Double Doom to be available. That's their only comeback into this game. They need to doom this CK, who's having almost 40,000 net worth at this point, about to crack level 25.
This Wind Waker has been an incredible pickup for him. Unstoppable force, the Chaos Knight.
And this is pre-Aghanim Scepter on CK, so there's going to be even more illusions. Just picked up Soul Curious, sold his armlet, I believe. Last barracks standing.
At the very least, you're right. Yeah, Falcon's not having to deal with the Mega Creeps just yet. And this time, no Aegis for OG either. But we're getting into a situation where, buybacks are scarce. The game is hard for Falcons to try and strike back. They need their next move to work out. Amar. And with that refresher, he can do a lot. Isolate two heroes, boot them out of the fight. And in that time, Amar, he's in that
he got silenced.
Whisper, he's in again.
RP at the ready.
He's stunned up. RP and dead. He's gone. No dooms, no refreshers, no Amar for the next fight.
That's going to be long 80 seconds. They're going to need to play against Mega Creeps. OG, they need to poke. See if he does have buyback available.
Try and find it. Take down these buildings. One rack's mid, one rack's top. As waves are approaching, encroaching into this Falcon space, bottom and top.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Timado's Chaos Knight. An absolute wonder to behold in game number 2 here.
He's using Wind Waker to get over the Fisher.
Yeah, you can't block me. I'm Timado. I'm Doom's Courier. He can't control the heroes, but it looks like Amar is trying to do something. Micro Courier baked in with a little donkey. And it's not going to accomplish anything though. Buildings are dead. Mega Creeps are coming. OG on the verge here.
They have no displacement tools. 30 seconds without Doom. They definitely need him. They need that double Doom to go off.
Here comes Whisper. Nope. He was thinking about it, hiding on that right-hand side. Instead, it's tier 4s and a focus from OG just to bring down the buildings. Together trying to front line and deal with illusions, but look at this phalanx, this army of illusions just whacking away at tier 4 towers.
How many disruptions have been used in this game?
Thousands!
On CK, every single time it's off cooldown, he just pops it, tries to go for a push. One of the reasons why he's so farmed. He's almost as farmed as this offlaner.
Yeah, forget Shadow Demon Luna. Now he's Shadow Demon Chaos Knight. That's the dream. And OG with all this pressure. Hemming Falcons back in the base. In a good spot here, yeah, to find runes, to maybe move into that next Roshan. Big items coming out of OG. And Falcons, what are they? They are 3 or 4 minutes away from buybacks on several heroes. Crit might have one for the next fight, but I don't believe anybody else will.
They need damage. They need any kind of damage they can. Skeeter, he's trying to buy Daedalus, but can't really use the Courier. Oh.
Non-stop trying to clear these creep waves out. I mean, You said it, a taste of their own medicine, right? Mega Creep's very challenging here for the Falcons to combat.
Earth Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter as well on top of it. They can kick people pretty much to their own base from the from the enemy base with the Skewer, level 20 talent, toss back. Requires no target on level 20.
Well, it looks like Amara has the only item queued that could potentially save them from the game. He's trying to go for a Hand of Midas, but he's going to find the Hand of God here as Whisper catches him. RP's the Doom, and another RP there to secure his death. Amar gone with no buyback, dead for ages.
They know he has no buy. That's why he used the double RP on him to remove that Doom threat.
Mallory misses. BZM still taking a chunk of damage from that physical hit out of Skitter though. Crit with the finish.
Oh, all this was happening. Tomato did go for solo
Whisper. He's got the skewer tossed back. Maureen has the BKB, but here comes Tomato. The big man's DK arrives on the scene of the crime. Takes down the Hoodwink.
Oh, creeps are in the base. Tier 4 towers are fallen. They need to TP back.
Oh, not quite catching Maureen. But you're right, the base is dying. Throne is falling.
It's time to close it out. OG with all those illusions. That's CK with the Aghanim Scepter.
One glyph and a dream here for Falcons to hold on to game 2.
Almost 50,000 net worth. 1k per minute on CK.
He is monstrous. I mean, Mallory's trying. Whisper will drag the Hoodwink to the right. Try and get Tomato to take down the Weaver, and there it is. OG.
That's what we wanted to see going to game 3 here. BZM, after having a pretty atrocious start, manages to come back into the game. Tomato with the perfect game on this CK. We saw both carries game 1. Peter not dying a single time, and now Tomato doing the same thing. Complete domination in the second game. This series is getting spicy.
And situations like this where you just know, the bad guy doesn't win. Dr. Evil saying you win lane, lose game with Magnus and Tiny. OG say no. We're going to win lane and win the game. So many outplays, so much skill showcased here by OG.
Te quiero mucho, Tomato. Yeah, they do love him a lot because with this performance like this, he's keeping OG, he's keeping the dreams alive.
And we get to a game 3, exactly what we wanted. OG against Falcons. Elimination situation down in the lower bracket here for Birmingham. Both teams a step away from making that move forward or being dumpstered out of the tournament. And honestly, game 2, it got awful quiet in that all chat. Very, very quiet from the Falcons as we head back to the panel.
Things may have been a little bit quiet, but this is one of the loudest games I've ever seen in terms of text chat. My goodness, this is what I was begging for. Skitter's out here saying like, oh, whenever I'm on boring Tundra, everyone's saying that I'm not doing anything interesting. Then I'm on Falcons, where all my teammates are all chatting and everyone's complaining. Make up your mind. Let me tell you, in an arena, there's nothing more that gets the blood pumping than these two teams actually talking it out. Purge, maybe the gameplay also should do some of the talking as well, though.
It's definitely a mix of both. I mean, it felt to me like Falcons has been riding this high of winning tournament after tournament. ATF has been always ready to throw it down with his words, but they encountered the true master. It's that he's been voice lining and all chatting for a long time, and I'm happy for him personally. I think he enjoyed the all chat more than he did winning the game.
For sure. I mean, seeing that humbling experience for Falcons had to be satisfying, but OG, I mean, they came back in a huge way. It looked so difficult for them draft-wise, but Tomato with that Orchid, with all of that net worth put on him while mid was failing, while the offlane was failing, no, he shows up in a big way, getting kill after kill on the Weaver when they needed it the most.
He was playing against a lot of hard counters as well. Like, arguably every one of the heroes on the enemy team kind of do very well against the CK. But you could see at the end there, when he microed the illusions around the throne so that they were all like equally spread out. Like, that was awesome. And there's so many things about that game that, I don't know, I'm looking at you like you can respond to me. There's so many things about that game that were just so fucking cool from OG. Like, the balls to pick the mid Earth Spirit, knowing that the counter pick can come out, just all-inning on the poke. Right? The team that popularized this like poke meta is Falcons, where they poke your BKB, they force staff away, they wait for the perfect opportunity to fight. OG all in on that. All of their heroes were just like, see if we can get a good skewer back, see if we can get Earth Spirit jumping on the back lines, like just looking for the right opportunity. If the first like 10 to 20 minutes of that game don't go very well for OG, they get stomped. Like that was such a high risk, high reward draft from them, and that's awesome. That is so in the OG spirit.
But it didn't go well for them, right? They suffered so much, especially on that mid lane. That Earth Spirit got shut down.
It doesn't
just
matter.
Died over and
Just
over
rotate.
again. But all you need is just one player on your team feeling themselves, and you could see the rest of OG start feeling themselves as well. They are such a momentum-based team. The second they got a few kills on the CK, guess what? BZM was diving the back lines, just bravely getting kills everywhere. Tiny was finding the tall stacks. Whisper was finding the skewer backs. And to watch that happen was just really, really fun, I have to say.
They did the play. The Magnus rotated towards mid. I thought it was going to be the Tiny Mag going mid, but it was actually Tomato that went mid to pair with the Magnus to kill the Earthshaker. And then Malorina ended up like bottom net worth out of all of the cores in that game. In a game where he's last picked as a Grandmaster. Like that's spooky, man.
To get all these pokes, to get all these repositionings, though, you gotta see them. So let's take a look at our Kadia ward of the game. Purge, what did you select?
So this is the most impactful part of the game, I think. Morale was all-time low here on OG. They were like desperate to get kills. They ended up getting Winner's Curse here, which set up this combo with the Echo Slam and the right click. They did end up killing the Earthshaker here, but after this, what ends up happening is Falcons need to retreat from the fight. And there's a ward to the east a little bit here, scouting their retreat path. They knew they weren't juking to the right, and that allows Whisper to set up this great RP skewer, which started getting CK online. Tomato just shows up last second, gets the kill, gets the follow-up kill due to this disruption. It was a big moment for OG, and Ward Vision really helps out with that.
It really was, and honestly, that's one of the most value orchids I've ever seen. It did its job and then some. And it does feel like Falcons, they got completely caught off guard by OG's switch in momentum because all of a sudden they were just getting picked across the map. There was just no BKB on Weaver early enough. All of a sudden, Weaver not having a BKB was just dying over and over again. The Doom, who had such an early Shiva's guard, is going in and doing targets, but there's nobody backing him up. They're getting disrupted. Eventually, there was a windbreaker.
Yeah.
So much going on.
The itemization from Weaver, I think, is something maybe worth talking about because he went for very, very fast Gleipnir, and it's a fine item. It helps you get disable, helps them prevent them from escaping, but damage-wise, it's pretty underwhelming. And he didn't have an Orchid solution, so I almost wonder if he should have gone like Maelstrom BKB or Maelstrom Manta to have that Orchid solution because it just resulted in him looking like a weak carry. I mean, he had more intelligence than he had agility on his hero. His damage was just very underwhelming.
Maybe that's because he was relying on the mids to do most of the work as we take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head. Malorina versus BZM. Earthshaker versus Earth Spirit. Which Earth was superior in this game? Jenkins, I think the numbers speak for themselves.
BZM was just feeling himself, man. He was hitting these rolls on targets that are very difficult to hit, like the Weaver, predicting the Invis. He was predicting the little squirrel running around through the trees. His rotations were amazing. I mean, it was set up a lot of it by Whisper on the Magnus. I don't want to take away from BZM, but good lord, I can see why teams ban Whisper Magnus. He left the laning stage at like 7 minutes in with that rotation towards mid, and then he never looked back. The skewer backs were absolutely insane. And then it gives BZM a game so that he can do this, and him catching the back line was so important in this game.
Whereas in Malvin's case, he picked Shaker to counter the Earth Spirit on lane, and that he did. He was out-denying him. They brought in crit a couple of times. They got some really key kills. The first couple of Echo Slams were very successful, but after that, as Falcon started crumbling around the map, the Earthshaker felt kind of useless, because if you don't have a team creating chaos and setting up for you to get those Echo Slams and go in, you're just kind of sitting back, watching your team die, looking for an entrance point that you never really get.
Yeah, he had like a godlike first 15 minutes, but after that, when he's around the map looking for kills, he just didn't really find very many. And I expected him to stay top net worth, and I look at the net worth and I'm like, he's where BZM is now, and now BZM gets to have a more useful hero for the rest of the game.
The problem is he kind of needed to be the damage for his team, and when you are the bottom net worth core as an Earthshaker, you're not doing any damage.
That's why it's a lot more excusable when you're a support, when you're just sitting back and watching your team. So I want to take a chance to see who's sitting back and watching the crowd with Slacks.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. Yes, we are here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's rare. It happens every 2 or 3 years, maybe 5 years, where you're watching a series and you just know that this series is going to go down in Dota 2 history. They had amazing plays. It's two teams with incredible skills, but this series is going down in history because of this fucking crowd! Yeah, baby! So I'm not going to cringe you out by doing any content. We're just gonna talk to the people about the game. Gentlemen, how did you feel about that game?
Yeah!
Who do you guys think is gonna be taking this one?
OG! Baby, all OG. Maybe Falcons.
Hey, we're here for good Dota. That's some brave stuff. These guys are gonna beat the hell out of you after I leave. So fantastic. Okay, take it in. How we doing over here? Anybody else want to talk? You guys want to talk over here? We got an original OG jersey here. How you doing?
Amazing. Just with games like these, what more could you possibly wish for?
Absolutely. You think they're gonna be going all the way then?
Definitely.
Okay. Do we have any Falcons lovers in the crowd? Oh, there we go. Shot right up. How you feeling, my man?
A little bit salty, but game 3 is Falcons.
Are you a fan of the old chat? Did you like that?
My teammates mute me because I all chat too much.
That's my boy right there. Hell yeah. One of us. Behavior score report?
It's below 10,000, which is really annoying because I can't ping my ally spells.
That's okay. It's for the best, my friend. I'm right down there with you. Don't worry about it, buddy. Well done. Any cheers out for Falcons?
Just take it easy. Game 3 is easy. No stress.
Damn. All right, let's get one more. Would you like to speak? Hello, yes, let's wrap it up. Can we get one more cheer? Who do you think is gonna win?
OG!
OG! Well, the crowd is certainly divided, but I know one thing that we can all agree on. The next match will be absolutely fantastic. So let's get ready for that match and send it right back to you at the panel.
Thank you very much, Flaxman. I don't want to take any more of your time either, so let's go to a break. And when we return, the last game of the night, Falcons are taking on OG in game number 3.
At DHL, we have a variety of roles that can fit any one of our potential employees' skills. Back to work. Some skills have more uses than others. If you think that you have skills better used at DHL, sign up.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling the dancing. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. You know I'd be loving you well. Loving you well. Loving you well. When I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. Ate my heart for lunch. We're just 90s kids, and there's 10 reasons that you hated this. I could count the ways that I love you so. Every petal from a bouquet of roses. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played it. I'm calling you up, meet me at Twin Pines Mall. The future's in. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door, door. Back to the future, I'll never lose it. I'm at your door. In a memory so sensory, I still smell your Camry. Whoa, I'm at your door.
It's crazy, your journey, how you managed to escape. I can't believe it.
Can you tell us the story again?
Again? Yeah, come on, dude, tell us again.
Okay, this is the story of how I escaped in AGL. So there I was, locked up. I hadn't seen my home in 5 years.
Apart from in between tournaments.
Are you gonna let me tell the story or what?
Apologies.
So there I was, sitting all alone, until this bird flies right near me. And it was a falcon. Dropped the key right into my hands. And just like that, I was out.
What a delightful story.
Well, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we are happy to have you here. To crit.
To crit.
Crit, 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 crit.
Crit. Are you okay? We gotta play soon.
Oh, sorry.
Can you believe this guy? We're about to play.
Yo, Crit. Wake up.
No matter how much things change, a few things remain the same. And in fact, Crit had the opportunity to play with Sumail on the very first day of this tournament, but Malrine has been making a name for himself this entire year, and the Falcons are at full capacity, as exhibited by the fact that this is going the distance. Welcome back, everyone. It's time for game number 3, an elimination game between Team Falcons and OG. We're already knee-deep in the draft for game number 3. OG, they ban out the Razor, the DK, the Pango all over again, and Falcons take out the Chen, the Io, the Disruptor, the Luna, the first pick of the Shadow Demon, and Falcons respond with a Doom.
They're running it back.
I like a run-back draft because you get to figure out exactly what the pros think the problem was.
I mean, while it was, the Doom honestly looked great for Falcons. Like, Amar completely popped off. He had the earliest Shivas of the tournament. I believe that was the stat. But as the game progressed, we saw how effective Shadow Demon is as a hero versus the Doom. Because later on, when Amar is getting these key jumps on Whisper's Magnus, Seb was just there with the disruptions, ready to buy some time. That few extra seconds can mean a world of a difference.
Yeah, they kited it really well with the glimmers and forces as well. Honestly, like it was so difficult for Amar to chase a hero down. I mean, I guess that's, you know, always an issue when you're behind a net worth and you're playing against these very strong skirmish heroes. I would be very shocked if Falcons does not ban Magnus here. I don't see them wanting to play against that a second time.
Maybe, but another part that changes from the run back as the second phase bans out of OG. Previously, they took out the gyrocopter. This time, they're taking out the Naga Siren.
OG might be looking at Mars. I feel like with the Naga ban, they just might eyeball it for Whisper, because even though it didn't work out in that game one, he did have a great lane, and it's very synergetic with Shadow Demon.
It's like a double run back then, because they're like, okay, we'll do either the game 2 draft or the game 1 draft that we would have beat you with if you didn't have Naga Siren.
That is true. I mean, you were saying that you like a run back because you get to look back and see what the problems were.
It wasn't Hoodwink.
It wasn't Hoodwink. So then what? Was it the mid laners? Was that what the issue came down to, the Shaker?
No, the issue was that they just fell apart, honestly. They didn't get an early enough BKB on the Weaver, who had a great lane, and they underestimated the power of this Chaos Knight. It just completely popped off.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And they could solve that either by maybe picking a different carry or by Skeeter just itemizing more towards defense than damage. If you have the same game, but he doesn't die to the CK Orchid plays, then it's a completely different game. He stays ahead in itemization. He's the person that can help deal with the CK if they do catch him.
I realize the irony in me saying this, but no, they just tiny mag here. It's open. It went really well. They have the exact same draft. Again, it's pretty much the exact same draft. They played to poke. It worked.
Are you okay with it without having the CK? Because Falcons do ban it out now.
Yes, I think so. I think the CK, I think Tomato just played extremely well. They were looking for a hero that could kill the Weaver. They picked the CK. I think there's other options. Tomato's just very comfortable on the CK.
This time around, the Gyro is still left in the pool for Falcons. That hero constantly gets banned out against them. It was banned out in the last 2 games, I believe, so that could be something that OG have to consider here.
He's just saying, pick it for me again. I mean, why the hell not? I mean, the game's going to be interesting no matter what. I can tell you that much.
So that means that Ari gets to have a little more fun because they were making magic in that lane.
Yeah, they were.
So this is where Falcons did what? The Winter Wyvern and the Weaver picks?
So if they want to run all of it back, it's still available. But at this point, the Winter Wyvern won't be as much of a surprise.
Okay, here is where
swap that out.
I really think Rubik is the #1 counter to Tiny Mag. They're going to go for a Veno. Okay. I mean, Veno is super punishable in the lane by Tiny Mag. This is one of the easier heroes to skewer back.
But it goes the other way around too, because if Veno isn't getting caught out, it's a very hard lane for Tiny to play into, because with the addition of this Gyro that we talked about earlier, if a hero gets scaled, if Tiny in particular gets scaled, that's a lot of magic damage coming out of this lane. This Gyro is not a hero that, if it gets tossed back, it's helpless.
No, you're right. It's going to be a very volatile lane. If Veno and Gyro can get ahead, they can definitely catch out and kill the Tiny. Although Gyro is very easy to kill in the tower skewer, though, I will say, and he is a low-range hero. The one thing that they can do that's decent is if they get a lead, they can flack out the wave. But the thing is, if you do that, then you're playing right in front of the Tiny Mag's tower, which is literally where they want you to be. So I'm interested to see how Falcons has a different take on this lane.
He's the traditional carry counter against the Doom because he stops you from healing. You don't really care that much. Just still get more mana while you're fighting to the death, and it helps them when they do take their fights. Gyro's kind of a great stand there and fight carry. Well, Medusa's kind of similar, so could really help offset some fights.
It's definitely interesting conceptually, because this Medusa is filling the role that typically something like a Luna would. When you have a flash farming carry like the Gyro in your game, it needs to be matched by the enemy carry. And Medusa is, on paper, one of those carries. This hero has not had the best success rate in the past few months, I will say. But it's also a good combination with the mag, with the split shot damage into the RP.
The one thing that does change, though, is you were attributing a lot of the success, I guess specifically against Weaver, that Chaos Knight was able to get an early Orchid. Now it seems that OG are more geared towards a mid-late game type thing as opposed to the early activity from the CK.
Yeah, I would agree with that because there isn't necessarily a hero that you need an Orchid to kill. You can deal with all of these heroes in this game
But then
without having the Orchid.
the trade-off is, does Tiny Mag maintain relevance if Medusa is the hero that you're effectively enabling into the late game?
I think that's a really good point because a lot of the skewer backs were to the CK to get the kills, right? You need something that is going to be...
You can move them, but then who kills them?
Right, you need to turn it into something where it's like, you're repositioned, now we have a ton of damage, we can kill you before your team can reposition themselves. Like, heroes that are very nice with it for BZM would be... I mean, Earth Spirit, if he is ahead, he can...
He's banned out.
He's banned out, okay. He's banned.
They need single target damage is basically what we're saying. Because CK does some of the highest from the carry position. If Gyro is decently farmed, if Doom has a lot of survivability items, it's going to be a little bit hard to kill him.
So I would say it's not single target damage in particular. Like, you do need that, but you need burst damage because Gyro functions much differently than Weaver. When a Gyro is in the pool, you want to kill this hero from 100 to 0. You don't want to play long team fights against it. You don't want it to press Satanic and heal off of your whole team. So we've seen teams in the past pick things like TA plus Florida to counter Gyro, but you can't have that over here in the last pick.
I agree with Effie. I think like even the other heroes on Falcons need to be bursted. Like Veno often is played like a suicide hero. You just run in, press all your stuff, and then die. You don't want to let him get his stuff off. You want to stun him and kill him in the stun. Hoodwink, very agile. Doom, you don't want him to get the Doom off. So even outside of the Gyro, I think they need a burst hero for BZM here.
Medusa's not bursty at all.
Not at all. Void Spirit is like decent. The supports on Falcons are not great at dealing with the Void Spirit.
That is a BZM specialty.
I mean, if you want to go for TA is not good because then you're TA Medusa, that's extremely scuffed. Like, you don't want a sniper either.
How about Coddle? Coddle plus Medusa is always good times.
I like the idea of the Coddle. I mean, yeah, Coddle Dusa, and then you're kind of picking the hero that's like the best at controlling the early game, setting up for Medusa to get farmed in the late game.
And they kind of have bad jump on Team Falcons too, so I feel like Coddle will be pretty survivable sitting in the back of fights.
Oh, shucks. He gets banned out.
You still have Zeus?
Still have Zeus, the other bursty.
Zeus is very good. Yeah, Zeus is good. OG has not picked it yet, but I do think like if there's any game that calls for it, this is a great one. The only counter argument to the Zeus is that the new Manta playstyle on Zeus is very similar to how Medusa wants to play, where you're just kind of sitting and farming and pushing out lanes and stuff, and so you're kind of taking the same space Medusa does.
It is quite slow. I mean, it has to be Zeus or Lesh. You need some kind of damage coming out of your mid laner, an insane amount of damage to capitalize on these RPs.
Yeah, Lesh is good for the game and for the tempo, and maybe they do the Team Liquid thing where you pick a hero and do a counter. Like Lesh against Doom is completely awful. It's the hardest counter to Lesh because you prevent the healing of the Bloodstone. But like I said, for the tempo, it is very good. Like, for what they need in their draft, it's good.
What's on your mind, BZM? You got a whole minute to think about it. Plenty of reserve time. But I'm with you. I think the archetype of you move someone, you need to kill them. Right now, no one on OG really does the killing, at least not in the early game.
I mean, you could pick like a Lina as well or something like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking the Lina, but I also feel like that's a similar archetype to the Dusa in a way. I mean, you're obviously going to play like the magic damage Lina, but it's still like you're still kind of a squishy like backline turret hero.
Actually, Lina would be a big problem because then that's the Doom target. Like, there is no clear Doom target on OG. It is Magnus so far because you're not really dooming Medusa up until later. But if you pick a Lina, you're giving Falcons the perfect Doom target to be able to fight into early on.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like the Void Spirit is it's vanilla for OG, but it is probably the easiest, best option they have.
It's going to buy Lincolns anyways, so...
But I don't know if you can Void Spirit, though, because Falcons is overall last pick.
Oh.
It's the BZM mid-Marana. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another one that he has shown proficiency on in the past.
Actually, it's still an open flex between Marana and Tiny.
I actually like the mid-Marana because they have Tiny as the 4 and then SD as the 5, so whichever support rotates, or whatever lane that Marana goes to, they can set up a kill.
Yeah.
And BZM did play mid Marana one time. Forget who it was against, but he did win.
Do you know
was
what
it at the
itemization?
Elite League, actually?
Did you just go stat items to do damage?
He's beat people up.
Okay.
Who's going mid on Falcons?
What are these teams doing?
It's Doom.
What are they doing?
Doom?
Okay.
I mean, they have 2 ranged right clickers, and you've got a Mars now, so their damage is going to be more mitigated.
Okay, it's very hard to make a prediction on this just because these drafts are unlike anything we've seen in a very long time. I mean, the mid Doom was very popular for a while. It's difficult to right-click the Doom down with the Mirana, and I think Doom will tend to out-farm her. You just push the wave with Scorched Earth, stack camps.
I think, looking at it, it does look a little bit bizarre, but it doesn't feel threatened by this mid Mirana, honestly. And it could be threatened by support rotations, but you also have the counter rotations coming in from Falcons, right? I think that the Mars plus Gyro combination into the late game Doom should be enough to beat OG, honestly, if we're talking about scaling here.
I will say, like, I like the Mars against the 2 cores on OG. You know, Mirana and Medusa are obviously going to be right-clicking, and you block the projectiles, so it's a good Mars pick. But, yes, of course. But when I look at the cores from Falcons, when I look at the heroes from Falcons, there's not that many great ways of shoving lanes without showing. It's like hoodwink spells and Veno flag wards. Like, I feel like Whisper is going to be able to skewer one of these cores, and it'll be very impactful to do so.
Yeah.
Like these guys have to show themselves, right? They don't want to just sit in the jungle.
Good point.
Like they're gonna be dangling, and you don't want to do that against a Magnus.
Then they get skewered into Medusa ulti, into follow-up stun. That's like 3 stuns in a row. That guy dies. So I think Amar is going to be able to do a lot for teamfight counterbalance when that does happen, at least. They didn't have that very much of before that pick, so that'll go a ways, but it's going to be a crazy game. It's going to be a lot of teamfight spells.
That's why, you know what? Throw all the analysis out the window, all the heroes, all the Dota. I just want the emotions. So for one last time tonight, come on, Birmingham, make some fucking noise!
Absolutely incredible. Thank you, Ground. Thank you, Birmingham, as we get ourselves into game 3. Oh, here we go. Hydrating. He's going to do it. Taking down a whole bottle. Lacoste, absolute master. Now, let's get into game 3, shall we?
Let's go. It's a good day for Dota, ain't it? I need a little bit of time.
Yeah, I know a few so a couple of drinks in. Get your water down, you everybody. Stay hydrated if you are drinking.
Very important. But looking at both of these drafts, not the drafts that we expected, considering how everything went with the first 6 picks. They were all the same heroes. So I want to see this mid Mirana. Last time BZM played it was 8 months ago during Dream League Season 23 qualifiers. So yeah, pretty much you buy these stat items. You go for maybe a Bracer, Dragonlance, go into Gleipnir. But this time around, I think he's going to also need to pick up a BKB because he is playing into the arena. Has a little bit of a save coming up from the Shadow Demon, and Seb says ready. That's the first thing he says in the all chat. We're waiting for somebody to get first blooded. This is when the toxic chat is going to start. Good luck, have fun, but just to have fun from Seb. Never mind, didn't catch that one.
We've already had the first pause of the game, you know.
Feels good to be this good.
Make things happen. Whisper dropping the PPD chat line as well again here in game 3. And again, just to reiterate where we are, right? Lower bracket, game 3 in a best of 3. This is elimination time for one of these teams. A single game separates them from victory or loss.
One game away from getting top 3 secured. Who is going to be playing against Tundra Esports?
We've got some Liquid fans in the
I think we have a Navi fan as well.
Well, the Falcons definitely switching things up. Yeah, Mallory in that mid lane as the Doom, picking that Amar Mars at the end to try and deal with this Mirana and Medusa coming out of OG. We were kind of hoping for a BZM Invoker as that last pick, you know, the big combos with the Cataclysms and Sunstrikes, but here going for more of a right-click carry build.
And looking at the build on Ahri, starting with the Boots of Speed, that also means that playing 2 melee heroes into 2 range heroes, playing into Venomancer, they do not want to play that lane. They want to drag the creep wave second one and just to make a new lane for themselves. It's going to be all about stacking, dragging the creep wave to their tier 1 tower, and then Ahri, he doesn't want to start with the tree grab because this is not the spell that you want to have because you're not harassing, but this is also a spell that you want to have later on at least so you can stack the triangle because Tiny is one of the few position 4s who can stack the triangle both camps.
Yeah, multiple camps at the same time. Yeah, you want that skewer and toss combo. Try and push them under the tier 1 tower. Look for kills on that slow, sluggish Venomancer in the lane. BZM up against Malrine, ranged Mirana against melee Doom. And early days should be pretty decent here for Malrine to get those last hits and denies. Well, down at bottom. Crit being chased around by Seb. Donkey arrives. And it looks like he's going to immediately get the D ward on the camp. So access to the pull spot straight off the bat. Up at top, Whisper has Shockwave level 1. That's a lot of damage, and the block.
He's dead here.
The banana.
There is no save from Ari, who is dragging the creep wave. So
First
no
blood.
deny. They want to give it to Skeeter.
He's juking. The tree placed. Skeeter has to go pretty deep to get it, but first blood there for Falcons.
They already pushed the lane, so Snaking will still hold onto this creep wave. So not too much of a... Creeps have been lost for Falcons. But the big one is 5 denies on Malrine in the mid lane. Mirana, not the hero that has the most damage early on. Universal hero would be too OP.
Quite a challenge early days for her, that's for sure. Yeah, the new lanes, the manipulation here of the waves by Snaking. Whisper being given that free time to farm, as his Skitter's gyrocopter a little bit safer behind that tier 1. Seb down here with Tomato.
Big combo. Disruption into Mystic Snake.
Incredible damage, honestly. Nearly kills off Crit. Blood Grenade absolutely helped out. That's pushed him out of lane now. And Crit, I mean, he's making the walk back to his tier 2, has Courier coming. It's not the walk to Fountain, not the walk of shame, but out of the lane for a good 30 seconds. And Ari still continuing this nonsense with the dragging of the waves. And Whisper can't naturally or honorably play into that lane.
Disruption with just level 1 in it is so annoying. It deals a ton of damage. You can see MR losing at least 100+ damage. Also want to see what BZM is going to skill in the mid lane, because right now he's holding on to point. Malrine does have Infernal Blade, so wants to force him to maybe use a leap. If he's going, for this greedy build, he might try to run him down.
I mean, what's the item build for Mirana as we get later on into the game? If she is universal, go stats and right-click, or is this like magic damage Mirana?
No, definitely not. Gleipnir's your core item. You want to have that. That's your farming tool. That's the way to set up the arrow as well. Not the most important thing, but yeah, you want to have some kind of a farming tool. And then BKB most likely going to get Lincoln's here as well, if he's going to be the target for Doom, because Medusa probably will not be that target.
Yeah, protect yourself. Get those defensive tools. A good pull into large camp, stacked as well. Gave OG a bit of safety in this lane to try and play away from Snaking and Skitter. Amar gonna get himself a Lotus, 3 minutes in. This is a pretty nasty combo down here with the Hoodwink and the Mars. A lot of damage can come if they find Seb potentially out of position. So far, trying to whittle away at Tomato's mana pool. And Medusa gets incredibly squishy once that's depleted. So far, so good for Amar. 16-3. Always does well in this off lane, farm-wise.
Seb has looked amazing on Shadow Demon in the previous game. So far, so good in the bottom lane.
Ooh.
Spear misses. That was actually close.
It kind of sliced right through the tail of the Medusa.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Tomato, 5 stacks on the wand. Going right into the arcane boots. Like we see from these carry Medusas all the time nowadays. Mana, such a vital resource for you. And again, just disruption and snake into crits. Hoodwink. Try and force the Falcons into tougher spots so they can't be the ones playing aggressively onto you. Bushwhack, uncharacteristic miss there from Crit.
No Acorn Shot. Sometimes it does happen when you're using the Bushwhack and try to land Acorn Shot afterwards. That's how Crit has been playing and why he looked amazing. Those Bushwhacks, like, oh, there's no tree, and then he plants it afterwards.
And BZM more than recovering in the mid lane now. Bracer, Gloves of Haste, leap up to high ground. Malrine taking a lot of damage. Scorched Earth will get in the distance. Back under his tier 1 and safe for now.
Needs to go back to base. Had a Fairy Fire, had Raindrops available, just delivered, so he's going to be good. But BZM putting in some pressure. 27 CS on this mid Mirana. Definitely not the pick that was expected by anyone.
No, now a toss back into Skewer. Not under tower, but good damage onto Snaking nonetheless. Skitter
As the
arriving.
Healing Lotus doesn't get it off.
Now lose the Venom Mount. So Courier dies though. Skitter still being punched around by Ari and Whisper. Has to back away.
Even though he does have 2 points in Rocket Barrage, does not want to take that fight share damage. And Damar
onto Seb.
Need to catch Seb.
Yeah, pops a ton of regen there to get that spear out. Kill off the Shadow Demon. Blood for blood. And laning phase has always been one of Falcon's greatest strengths. So far, top lane going pretty well for themselves, even with Snaking's death. Skitter farming away at 30 and 10. Just always looking at the denies here from the Falcons, wherever they're laying.
Focusing heavily onto those denies.
No matter what hero they are.
Now 8 on Amar and 10 on Skeeter. Mana Boots finally completed on Medusa. It looks stupid, but it works, so all gonna be good.
Got some pretty cool combos here as well with this Mirana. We've seen it plenty from Falcons in a support role, but here from the carry, you've still got Shadow Demon, Tiny, and Magnus with some setup stuns to land these arrows. Ari gonna get a taste of the bottle. Refilled with regen rune.
They know, scan just connected. They know something's cooking. Timato having a pretty good read. Not sure if that was his scan being used, but got the job done.
Stand up top. Disruption. Move on to Gyro. The bigger target's the tasty one here for OG to push Skidder away from his tower, but now he just TPs away. No more stunts come, and Snaking survives up against Seb as they battled out further north.
Both teams having an excellent read what's happening in the game, which spells have been used, so he TPs out, goes back to almost full HP, pops that magic wand, and Venomancer, he doesn't provide you with much protection. As a position 5, he might, use a Gale, but that's about it.
BZM starting to steal some stacks as well. Something that is probably vitally important here for the Falcons to build up for Skitter's Gyro. Being cleared out by the Mirana already at a very early point. Could have also maybe found some neutral items as we get into 7th minute.
There it is, pick ball for Doom, so he can run people down easily.
This is the struggle though, just watching Ari try and deal with Plague Boards. Couple of hits to bring them down now, but later on in the game that becomes a struggle.
And once again, they do have Mirana. They will have Moonlight Shadow available against Venomancer. They did have that in the previous game as well, the first game, so yeah, good thinking from OG.
Another miss from Crit. Missing out on these Acorn shots, not quite landing them as he would want to. Skidder gonna salve up under tower as OG start to apply this pressure early, coming out of the laning stage with numbers. BZM.
Random arrow.
Doesn't land it. Couple of them up here still trying to find that move onto Skidder. A kill on Gyro could be huge here just to try and delay his items. Looks like they're going to get a catch on Seb though as Crit and Malrine rally around this bottom jungle area.
Oh, nice TP.
The TP out and Seb just
the illusions block him off. Malrine couldn't get the Infernal Blade.
Can't be touched. No, Bounce still got some moves in him.
Faking the Doom 2 times in a row. BZM not falling for it.
It's kind of spooky as Skidder up here, right? Just backing up under his tower, can't press forward, always very afraid of the toss back into Skewer. BZM, yeah, being quite active. 4,000 net worth still, even with a couple of these moves. Hasn't latched onto them, no kills, no assists. Still attempting.
And you have Mana Boots on your Medusa in the bottom lane. Also Ari this time around going for Mana Boots. I think he went for it in the previous game as well, wanted to get some extra farm, but the value that you get from it while having Medusa on the team is too good. Picking up Lotuses, securing those is also going to be pretty crucial. Amar going for it right now in the bottom lane. Some stacks being made.
On all sides, yeah. Ancients built up for Falcons. Always nice to see though these kind of medium camps and lower jungle camps being stacked up so Medusa can naturally flow through from jungle to jungle.
Malrine tried to TP to the top lane but got scouted for a second, immediately cancels it.
And the classic Venomancer jungle as well, coming back into play. Getting hurricaned by a Wild Wing, but planting these Plague Wards down and farming through a couple of camps. And Venomancer closing on 2,000 net worth, just picking up the pace for himself. Grabs an Arcane Ring for Seb. Fairy's trinket out for the Hoodwink. Crit being given that middle lane to try and catch up to level 6. As is Ari.
How you going in there? Radiant are scanning.
Quite a slow start. Both these teams known for their early action, looking for blood, and maybe now.
That Moonlight Shadow has been scouted, so not gonna get anything out of it. The game did slow down, only 3 kills in 10 minutes. Falcons having a slight lead.
Ooh, the little piggy. Is he off to market? Ari's coming in. Can't quite catch up to him though. Amara very speedy. Phase boots and tanky as well. Double brace of Soul Ring. Very difficult to catch. Never mind. If you do, trying to kill him is hard too.
Skeeter on top of the network with his gyrocopter with that first blood, having Falcon Blade available. going into casual Crystallis. This has been Gyro's item build for quite some time now. Want to get these small items, pick up a BKB after Aghanim Scepter, and then get Satanic for some extra survivability in the middle of a team fight. Let's see if they can find something here. Whisper.
Hello, skewers them both on the tower.
Doesn't have RP.
Bushwhack is there, but Ari arrives. The toss on the Doom, back on the tier 2. Malrine taking a ton of damage.
Need it.
Pig pole to try and escape. Shadow Demon's arrived. In comes Seb. Snake King and Crit still trying to play back into the Shadow Demon. Malrine still alive, barely surviving as Seb will die.
Raindrop keeping him alive. If they had RP available there, you are level 6 on Magnus, but he didn't pick it up. He thought that there's not going to be, you know, anything that he's going to be using it for. Can't really blame him there.
All right, it's a close call for Malrine. If he dies there, absolute disaster for him, and a great move for OG.
Falcons, they were so ready to back him up immediately. Skeeter runs past the tier 1 tower, goes in, and tanks up some of the damage. This has been their strength, playing with the numbers, TPing, and then going for a different side of the map, going to the twin gates, going for these extra kills.
Still having Crit sit mid, trying to get level 6.
A much slower game for Crit. Not even level 6, needs 1 CS, 12 minutes.
And they need that sharpshooter for that added layer of damage. BZM toying with the Hoodwink because they'll get the top rune on OG. And BZM, they're already very tanky. Dragonlance, Racer, can switch into Strength Threads.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, he's going to find himself a D-Ward. Gets that close, you know, that little bit closer to Blink Dagger as well. Now, like you said, kind of is delayed by a lot of these small items, helping the Medusa out with the Arcane Boots. Magic Stick, Windlace, and Raindrops as well, as BZM goes for a play. It looks like it's going to be his first bit of impact in this game. First kill for BZM.
Getting involved, that's exactly what you need with the mid Mirana. Be active. No towers yet killed. To be honest, there isn't that much tower damage anyway. They need to play with the catapults. None of these heroes are very good at it.
And both teams playing with the same archetype of carry, right?
Pretty
Medusa
much.
and Gyro both very stack heavy, build up. You're fighting 20 to 25 minutes in the game. He's first.
How many stacks is that? 8 stacks from Shadow Demon.
Oh, yeah.
Seb, he's been off the map.
Building up bank, investing.
15 plus total.
Investing in Tomato.
One of the reasons why Ari isn't like rushing a Blink Dagger, instead opted to go for Arcane Boots, you do have Magnus, and in the previous game he did go for his first item Blink, so he can start things off. You don't necessarily need to get it immediately.
Yeah, rely and trust in Whisper and his initiations.
He's in.
He's snaking such a sluggish hero here, being blasted. And Mirana comes in for another kill, but the crit. Hoodwink arrives with the Bushwhack, no leaves remaining. Trying to get out with the bottle charges, but the call down lands. Skinter with crit, and now an arena. Good avalanche. Oh, but Ari tosses a creep. Doesn't catch the Mars. Turned on. Seb will save up Whisper to allow him to blink away, but Ari won't have the same luxury.
They want
Taken
more.
out by a flat cannon.
Blink in a second.
He's going for it with the God's Rebuke and a spear.
Both of them.
Taken down Seb. Clips onto the Magnus. The little piggy's running around. He's going to steal the Wisdom Rune as well.
That's so valuable from Amar. They got 2 big kills, stole the enemy XP rune, and they're even gonna get the tower from this one. Skeeter, he wants that Aghanim Scepter. Once you pick it up on a Gyrocopter, it increases your farm by quite a lot, and then going into a BKB. Even though there are multiple BKB piercing abilities, I still think you're gonna need it. You're playing against the Tossback, you're playing against the Shadow Demon Disruption, so he can use that on you. But yeah, Medusa ulti, Shadow Demon ulti, and also RP on top of it.
Yeah, this slow kind of game definitely favors the 2 carries having a very good time. Medusa and the Gyro farming away, but Skitter is the one that's kind of out in front, 3-0-2 with a couple of kills to his name. Already well on his way to the Aghanim Scepter after that Crystallis. Tomato still needs to get back across into those ancient camps, which Seb has been building, but Whisper, he's going to jump in the mid lane, catching out the Mars. Ari and BZM trying to lay the damage onto him, but he is incredibly tanky. Whisper might be the one to die. Another shot.
He turned around.
The Bulwark Pig blocks some damage, but finally dies.
That was such a cool play from Amar. Almost lived there, but also nicely executed combo. He's pinging out the Observer Ward that they do have, so that's probably going to get devorded. Gets devorded immediately.
Pig just lifts up his shield, blocks everything.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Otto having a silent game. compared to the previous one. After all, he is playing Medusa. Manta style done. Mana Boots going into Mana Burn next. So Diffusal Blade will be available.
I mean, Disperse are going to be pretty handy here. Up against a ton of things you can try and dispel off. The Urn. Maybe some Venom spells.
They're going to stack it one more time. It's all about the stacking for OG. They have the heroes who can easily take it. Ahri.
Caught out by Amar. Yeah, with the homing missile coming. No escape here for the Tiny. A random spear at the end for Amar to try and steal it, while in the mid lane is a Doom onto Seb. Whisper and BZM thinking about the turn, but Seb is down. Amar still going deep as well. Got to rebuke into Spear to shove the Medusa back here into the Gyro. Arena used up, but Tomato still tanking through it. Whisper maybe thinking about the move onto Skitter, while Amar and Crit, they arrive back in with a Doom from Mallory.
Mana, she's dead.
That damage comes out of nowhere. And again, the little piggy being slaughtered by Amar. Half HP Whisper being run at here. Malrine from the right side, hurricanes him back in towards the Gyro.
That was a nice play from Malrine. They want to get more.
And it's just 1 by 1, the Dominoes topple over. 11-4, Falcons cruising here, coming out of that laning stage.
That Observer Ward catches them. It was about to expire, and the Mar Arena and OG, mode OG. Ex-OG player, he knows how to play fast. Falcons getting a couple of extra kills. 5k gold lead for them right now.
I mean, this is the OG way to play, right? Diving tier 2s, diving tier 3s, getting kill after kill.
They need BZM to get involved in some of these engagements. They need the damage coming out from him. After all, he is mid-Mirana, but maybe he doesn't feel too comfortable. If he's caught inside of the arena, there needs to be a disruption. Otherwise, he's dead.
There's some big damage coming out of that Gyrocopter in the previous fight. 1,500 already. Some tier 2 neutral items now arriving. Whisper of the Dread for the Doom.
About to finish off Shiva's. In 500 gold, we've seen Shiva's guard 15 minutes in the previous one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Another bushwhack. An arrow. Oh! Catches Crit, but doesn't look like there's too much follow through.
Alright, doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet.
No, he doesn't.
Look at how aggressive Snaking's farming in the bottom lane. Maybe too aggressive.
Whisper, hungry for action. And it's been a slow start here from OG in the first 20 minutes. Snaking, I mean, has he been the only one that's died on the Falcon side? 4 deaths for the Venomancer.
And 1 on Amar.
And 1 on Amar. That's gonna feel pretty rough for OG, not getting too many core kills. Knowing that Skitter and Malrine, 2 farm-heavy heroes, are getting away with murder. 12,000 net worth, 19 minutes in. Putting up some big numbers here, Skitter. We often look for that, 13,000 net worth by 20 minutes. You might be able to break past it.
Connected. Team Falcons, they know something's cooking.
They've got a perfect soul read of OG here. They know the move is coming from the north, so they play south to kill off Ahri. OG with a wraparound. Whisper RP, that's a big one. Push them into the Medusa with a damage out from Tomato. Skitter's dying. The Gyro's gone. Tomato's turned on though. Amar and Malrine. They've got the Doom and the damage here with a spear and Crit from the right-hand side.
Medusa, she died. Like, that's not the target initially you want to go for, but look at the backline. Again, BZM, I want to see damage coming out from him. Only 1.4k, that's not enough for this stage of the game. Your mid laner, he needs to be doing more. Catching off guard, like that scan connected. We did talk about Falcons having such a good read on the map. What's going on? Every single time they use a scan, something connects, but the Seb immediately using the, this disruption, using disruption on himself. But this fight doesn't look too good because Skitter, he is the king of this game.
And it's not just the read, but the reaction as well. Understanding the wraparound is coming, so you play immediately into those straggler heroes. Very good compartmentalization of the fight there from Falcons, separating OG, understanding how to take it. Important moments now for OG, though. This Tiny, this Magnus, they're the ones that have the weight of the game on their shoulders. It's all down to their initiation to allow BZM and Tomato to unload the damage they've got.
Yeah, it feels like Tomato needs another item. Right now, his right clicks, they're not doing as much as they want to.
And he still needs a bit of time to farm through.
And BZM understanding that Without BKB, he can't really dish out the damage, so going for BKB without finishing the Gleipnir.
Yeah, straight back into it. Another connection here onto Seb. Marine on a killing spree. Falcons just finding pickoff after pickoff. 3-0-5 Doom. The Gyro did die in the previous fight, but still 7-1 and 5 on Skitter. 5k lead emerges for the Falcons. OG, they're going to have to pull out some comeback miracles again. BZM getting tagged up by snaking spells, the damage over time, the mech and the heals, and snaking, he's gonna survive! Barely alive! And Skitter's coming in. He's out of leaps, but it looks like he's alright.
He's right there!
Hey! Where did that come from?
Man, Crit, he's been on the money on this Hoodwink, playing it 3 times in a row now.
Cheeky devil, just out of nowhere.
Radiant's middle tower has
He's too good. Like, I can't believe that they allowed him to play Hoodwink 3 times in a row. We do have 2 of the best Hoodwinks of the tournament, both Ari and Crit. They are hunting for more.
They have been spectacular. Your Tusk, Tiny, Hoodwink, whatever it might be, these position 4s.
Can you get the blink off?
And Marine doesn't care.
Dire's top tower.
Looks like Falcons with a concerted effort onto bottom tier 1. Convert this net worth and their item timings into something big, with Crit holding them back on the tier 1 top with snaking. Whisper gets on top of the Venomancer. A lot of damage though, as Crit with that sharpshooter, making him pay for it, but TP's home because there are no more stuns.
Such a huge timing for Falcons. They have double BKB available, 1 on Gyro, 1 on Mars. Probably Doom also gonna pick it up as his next item. Shiva's Guard with the Blink Dagger.
And Seb again, he's been found. The Seb hater, Amar. He knows where his man's standing, and he'll take these freebie kills every day of the week.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This Gyro is getting out of control.
It's getting ridiculous.
He's going to get to a point with that Satanic, just stand his ground and fight through everything. You get RP'd, who cares? You get stunned and tossed, who cares? There's Aghanim Scepter and Satanic. You know, it was always the counter against Enigma and big teamfight ultis. And that's what Skitter is up against.
Dire's top tower.
Amar thinking about a pretty cool next item for himself. You know, has Blink BKB, so now he's looking for ways to solve the rest of the game.
He wants to lock onto a target and kill it. We've seen some nullifiers from DY, like rushing position 5 nullifier on Phoenix when it's a good game for it, and also when the team is ahead, because you can't really justify position 5 Phoenix with the nullifier in a losing game.
OG. Their best game plan now is probably to lay in wait. Hope for Falcons to come to them. Try and use this Moonlight Shadow to find initiations.
Not gonna be easy to push the high ground. Again, they do have Tiny, they do have Magnus, Shadow Demon to try to disrupt them, try to set things up.
I mean, OG knows this is happening. There's no response top or mid where the pushes are coming in. Falcons getting a free Roshan. 24 minutes and ages for Skitter. A Gyro is a massive problem. Who do you focus in these fights now? You're going to catch another Venomancer kill? Great.
That's his 7th death out of 9.
Yeah, laughing all the way to the bank.
Dire's bottom tower.
Seb was doing the exact same thing in game 2, right? Breaking smoke, showing himself, tanking ganks, dying over and over again, but the rest of the team finding space on the map.
Seb this time around 0, 6, and 1. Tanking a lot of these ganks, as you said. Pretty similar to the previous game. There's the jump. Morana without a BKB. It's being delivered, but the courier's too far away.
The fake pumps as well. Amar just reading the situation perfectly. Arena caught him mid-leap, basically, as they'll toss the Medusa back. Ari makes sure Tomato doesn't get caught by that next wave of initiation, because Amar and Skitter are running at you.
Still thinking about it.
Yeah.
Falcons are not afraid putting Skitter in the front line. He's way too tanky to be killed. This Midrana, we haven't seen much from the hero.
Converting into impact here. I mean, yes, your net worth is decent, but double ranged heroes into Mars. That last pick, like the panel said, incredible state of mind there for Falcons to swap things up. And the Doom mid hasn't been spectacular or flashy, but it's been doing its job so far, whereas this Mars, incredible.
And he's also holding on to mana burn, so they want to have something.
Oh.
Against this Medusa. Disperser available, going into Butterfly next, it seems. Very far away from it.
Falcons playing very tight together.
OG's keeping a 5k gold lead steady, now down to 4k. So even if they are losing heroes, they're still getting a lot from the map.
And I mean, Medusa now top of the net worth. Leapfrogging over that gyrocopter. Magnus, a couple of grand behind the Doom. And Ari with that avalanche and jump away. Gonna make sure that Falcons don't find any kills here. Homing missile gonna follow him all the way across the map, it looks like. While the single isolated hero, Whisper,
taking again.
tried to make the jump. Seb will get on top of him. Venomounts are dead. One more time. Keep that tally for the Melk Award, because that was also a Venomouncer game where he went 0-22. He might be trying for it.
So good.
He might be trying for it.
8 deaths on him. This game could go really long.
A Mars found Whisper. Yeah, you can't skewer away from this man.
Not getting out of the arena.
Big damage to take down the Magnus.
Falcons, every single time they lose Veno, they are also getting a kill somewhere. And 2 Observer Wards are scouting things out pretty heavily. Seb, ooh, blinks out.
Yeah, the old man still has the moves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And even though, like you say, 5k lead, still held steady by OG. And we could see these big plays again with a toss and skewer plays. If you're pushing high ground against OG in this game, it is very scary.
Game 1, Game 2, we had a lot of illusions. Gyrocopter, very good at dealing with those illusions. Almost close to level 20, so 3 extra flat cannon attacks.
2 very big neutral items, very different. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Come on. A little sippy sip. Chuggy chug. I know you want to. Do it for the crowd.
He's had way too many. There it goes.
We love our kobolds, we do. But yeah, pushing high ground, back to reality. Yeah, 2 very different neutral items there. Nemesis Curse and the Elven Tunic, so 1 defensive, 1 aggressive. Gyrocopter going to be bringing in a lot of damage into that next fight. Ooh, they've caught out Malrine here with some chain stuns, and the damage from BZM finally coming through. But Malrine, big Lotus to heal, the Doom to turn, and Amar's
He's
here.
alive.
He saved the Doom. Marana and Tiny shredded by Amar. The Falcons bring the numbers and then get a Tormentor as well.
Ooh, that's a massive one. If they manage to get the kill, because he's like 14,000 net worth at the moment. Also having Nemesis Curse, that's why his HP was dropping so quickly. And another death of Snaking. Chug, every single time Snaking dies.
Now you're gonna kill someone! They're gonna kill someone!
That's number 9.
He's going for it. Where's Melk? What's he up to nowadays?
Who knows?
9 deaths, 13 away, and you've got to win as well, don't forget. It has to be a winning game where you're 0-22. Seb backing up Tomato up top, now 1,000 behind the gyro. In terms of items, going for Skadi next, it looks like. Good way to deal with the gyro, the Doom, the Mars, for sure.
Big damage gonna come out from Skeeter in the next couple of fights. Having that level 20 talent and about to finish off Daedalus. Plus Nemesis Curse, you mentioned that, and also the lifesteal from Satanic. Gonna be very difficult to bring down. They're also, like, this game's probably gonna go super long because you are playing into Tiny, you're playing into Magnus, so they don't want to risk too much. Falcon's probably gonna wait until Roshan respawns, maybe try to get a pick off here and there. Maybe siege a tier 2 tower, but going high ground is gonna be a very difficult task before taking a fight.
Oh, that's a completely different story, yeah. Tornado. Illusions made of his illusions. He was stepping up there, but into the darkness, it's quite scary. The Falcons getting themselves ready for this next fight. Ari, BZM, trying to find a little space elsewhere on the map. Just not wanting to show here as OG. Maybe make Falcons waste a bit of time. BZM might be ready soon as well with Gleipnir delivered. And Moonlight Shadow can get them past the Plague Wards, get them into a position where they can take a fight with Whisper. They'll try it.
Amar has a nullifier. Ooh. So that means no Force Staffs, even though they don't have any right now because the supports are very poor. And if you use it on a core, that also means you're removing Empower. So big chunk of damage.
And OG, they're going to lose Ari down here. I was thinking OG going to start feeling quite strong with this Medusa ready to fight. And not only do they lose Ari, but there's a big rune bottled up by this gyrocopter. Holding a DD, ready for that next fight. So OG probably just going to have to dodge this.
These observer wards providing them with a lot of vision. So they can go for these pickoffs. Doom at the ready. Crit is also going to start to scale. Like his items, Gleipnir already finished 30 minutes, has Enchanted Quiver, didn't die a single time. That also means that his positioning has been top tier in this game. Going to keep the distance, Flak Cannon, couple of Acorn shots, plus the Gleipnir. Insane amount of damage.
Efficiency from Skitter there. Flak Cannon to kill off some Mud Golems while they're pushing the tier 2. Amar will front line and a long line drawn to try and cut this map in half. Playing in that final third into OG's base. All OG can do right now is make illusions, split push, cut waves, try and delay the Falcons' moves. The next Roche spawn, the fast spawn in 10 seconds, could be that next port of call for both teams. A big team fight around that terrain. Could favor the arena, but also could favor Whisper with this Magnus. Oh, Seb and Tomato on the low ground. Move up high ground.
They found him.
They walk in with the arena.
Got the ulti.
Amar catches Dusa. Seb is gone, obliterated by this double damage. Skitter, Gyro shredding through them both. Not a chance.
Amplified damage plus Nemesis Curse. The amount of damage this hero does in matter of seconds is insane.
With a Daedalus as well, massive crit. Look at that. The fight was what, 10 seconds long? 1500 damage, not too bad.
It's time to try to go and siege this tier 2 tower. It's gonna evaporate.
Damn, it's Skitter right now.
Still doesn't have a spot in the game. Needs a lot of these defensive items. BKB now finished. Gleipnir as well, going into Lincoln Sphere. What we expected from him, but it's not enough. The impact of the mid Mirana, we haven't seen it yet. Whisper.
Ogre still close to him. Blink Skewer. Catching him with the RP, but Skitter has Satanic. Aghanim Scepter. He's not dying yet. Turns around and fights into them. The Gyro's too strong. You can't deal with him. Marine's in. Dooms the Mirana. Disruption will hold him back from Ari. But OG, it's doom and gloom now as the Falcons barreling down lanes.
Skeeter, he's so quick. They tried to use this opportunity where there was no BKB available on him, but he gets the Satanic off and does have a little bit of extra heal coming out from the Guardian Greaves, keeping him alive. And now Medusa will respawn in 5 seconds. They pop the Doom, another arena in a couple of 5 seconds at the ready.
But you have
this just might be it. If they catch them off guard, if they land another spear.
You have no RP. You got no Magnus for 15. Falcons just going for a second lane of Barracks. There is a glyph here. OG holding on for dear hope.
Not gonna risk it. Roshan is available.
And Skitter, I can just imagine a smile on his face when that fight breaks out. Whisper gave it a good shot, but despair, grief, pain for OG. 17k lead for Falcons as they've done incredibly well.
If they lose this game, I know who's going to get blamed. It's going to be the mid-Mirana pick.
It's been a hard one for BZM to convert.
Difficult game for him. Getting doomed, fighting into Gyrocopter, who is 10,000 gold ahead of him.
And this Gyro's got close to 4,000 health. The Falcons, not the Falconauts. They're doing it here in game number 3.
Roshan dying. Aegis available on Gyro.
Still got some magic in them though. Toss back, Skewer plays. RP once they're all respawned. They did not lose that second lane. Just the mid that fell, but Falcons with Aegis in hand are going to feel very strong.
They might out-sustain the damage. If he gets another Satanic off mid-fight, then this time around it's going to be even easier. Swaps the BKB out, gets Butterfly. Level 24 Gyro. Medusa might start thinking about getting some big damage items. There is Daedalus in a quick buy. Arcane Blink, but doesn't have money for it.
Yeah, you're going to have to think about Butterfly Rapier or something here.
Maybe.
As Chrysalis isn't going to cut it. Skadi onto the Gyro could help out, mitigate a lot of that heal. We've got to get into position to do that first.
When was the last time they killed a core? Skeeter only won that. That's it. Amar as well.
They've caught Ari's Tiny. Gleipnir countered by the BKB of the Doom. Shiva's gone.
No help.
Scorched Earth, no help, no team. Shot down and assassinated. Crit unstoppable on this Hoodwink.
He's too good on a hero. Choking the map. There's not much space to farm Whisper. He's in the outer ring trying to get something done. And there's that sharpshooter.
Slow-mo assassination.
Regeneration.
All right, what's the snaking situation? 0-9-16.
He didn't die for a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's starting to get some big items. Greaves, Force Staff. We're looking at a Blink Dagger nearly as well. OG getting a good push up out top lane.